I'm clearly a college student, but I receive billions every day. In just 2.5 years, I became the world's richest. All because I accidentally bound to the godly game system. In the MOBA mobile game King of Glory, as long as I take down a kill, the system immediately rewards me with 1,000. Even an assist gets me 500. I opened the game with disbelief, and after one match, I received 13,000 directly. I was stunned in place at the sight, but what surprised me even more was yet to come. The system informed me that if I reach 50 stars as a king this season, not only will all rewards double, but I can also unlock more advanced functions. So I immediately focused on the game, and even spent 500 to hire a king tier companion. A few hours later, I looked at my balance about to break 70,000 and couldn't stop smiling. After that, I bought all the skins in the store. I gifted them to the companion girl. Miss Su Qianqian at this moment only felt breathless. What a domineering CEO, he's really going to make her fall for him. After closing the game, I immediately exchanged contact information with her, indicating to contact her directly in the future. I thought today was over, but to my surprise, the system sent me another message. Congratulations, host, on achieving a 5-win streak, triggering a hidden reward. Reward, 1 genetic pill. Upon hearing these words, my eyes lit up, and I swallowed my anger. Accompanied by a sharp tearing pain in my muscles, in just a moment, I looked at my 8-pack abs in the mirror, unable to close my mouth in astonishment. Comparable to those on Western ancient statues, a perfect physique. Due to being highly stressed all night, I collapsed into bed as soon as I returned to my bedroom. The next day, a rapid knocking at the door startled me awake. After quickly tidying up, I opened the door, only then realizing it was rent payment day. I promptly transferred 15,000 to the landlord. The landlord, looking at a year's worth of rent, was suddenly stunned. Previously struggling to pay rent as a poor student, how did I become so extravagant now? After seeing off the landlord, I took some time to contemplate. Renting a place is not a long-term solution. It seems I need to consider buying a house. I used to think buying a house was too distant a goal for me, so I never even considered it. But now, buying a house is something I can achieve in just a week or two. After realizing this, I immediately got in touch with Su Qianqian, asking if she was free to play games right now. Meanwhile, in the university dormitory, Su Qianqian cheered as she received a message from the handsome guy. As a result, several girls nearby gathered around, exclaiming, "That's the wealthy handsome guy. Does the wealthy handsome guy have photos in his social circle? Is he handsome? Xian, if you become successful, don't forget us, your group of girlfriends." Listening to their jokes, Su Qianqian blushed and coquettishly said, "Oh my, what nonsense are you talking about? The handsome guy is a decent person. Then why is your face red? It's getting interesting now. Xian, you don't really like him, do you?" Faced with the teasing of the girls, Su Qianqian's heart was in turmoil like a deer caught in headlights. After all, I played with her for 2 hours last night. In her eyes, I was completely focused on the game, without taking any verbal advantage. She has met other employers in this industry, so the favor I have for Su Qianqian is really not that much. So, just when I sent her the message earlier, her heart suddenly became excited too. However, behind her, at that moment, a voice that he found very annoying rang out. "Xian, play with me. Cheng Meijia is their classmate." After entering university, she hooked up with a well-off senior, and then dumped her previous poor boyfriend. Su Qianqian looks down on this kind of person the most. At the same time, her intention to hook up with me is clearly written on her face. Just as Qianqian was about to refuse her, to everyone's surprise, she came over herself, shouting brother in the team voice chat, saying, "I'm also a King's Glory girl. Can you play with me?" I didn't think much, and agreed immediately. After all, having one more King's Glory player is beneficial. It's also easier to get kills. Next to her, Su Qianqian couldn't help but want to give her a look, especially when Cheng Meijia deliberately used a sweet voice, which made her whole body goosebumps. Immediately after, the first game began. Cheng Meijia chose Yao Mei without hesitation, ready to ride on me. Throughout the game, I couldn't help but frown. Of course, I wanted to win effortlessly, so I hoped my teammates would choose the damage-dealing position. But considering that Cheng Meijia is a king-rank support, she shouldn't be too bad. It was only after we started fighting that I realized she not only had no impact, but even her skills were off. So I stopped caring about her and just followed behind Xianqian, killing randomly. However, Cheng Meijia was not happy at this point. She saw me interacting frequently with Xianqian but ignoring her completely. Her coquettish and aggrieved voice rang out again, "Big brother, you've killed me, will you protect me?" I couldn't take it anymore at this point. "You, a support, want me to protect you? You're so bad, how did you even reach king rank?" Su Qianqian felt so happy upon hearing my words at this moment. It's no wonder she likes him, the little brother's values are right. Chang Meijia was dumbfounded instantly. Based on past experiences, shouldn't I comfort her immediately? But all I could do was force myself to say, "Big brother, don't be so harsh, isn't having fun playing games the most important? Don't worry about so many details. I play games to kill, to rank up. If I don't rank up, why waste this time?" My righteous voice, and Chang Meijia's stern face. Xing is completely confused. What kind of straight guy is he? Others play games to pick up girls, and you really just play games to rank up. Don't follow me, go jungle. So when Xian comes to gank, it won't disrupt her rhythm. But because Chang Meijia tried to please me before, she didn't treat other teammates well, so now no one wants her around. A few words and she was kicked out. In the end, Chang Meijia had to clear the minion waves herself, but ended up getting ganked by the enemy assassin 3 times in a row, completely flipping the balance of the game. 25 minutes later, our side was directly pushed by the enemy, watching the red defeat appear on the game screen. I was instantly very displeased. I was hoping to see if a 10-game win streak could trigger another special reward, but now everything has to start from scratch. I'm sorry, little brother. Su Chanxian's voice sounded a bit uneasy. I sighed helplessly. No matter who's to blame, it can't be Su Chanxian. It's okay, don't blame yourself. Losing has nothing to do with you. Let's duo Q in the next game, Xianxian. Su Chanxian immediately responded, kicking Chang Meijia out of the team directly during the meetup, and her girlfriends next to her were trying to hold back their laughter at that moment. This Chang Meijia, playing the game to impress the handsome guys, probably didn't expect this outcome. It's just a lousy game. Does a grown man like you need to make such a fuss? At this moment, Chang Meijia expressed her dissatisfaction by leaving the game. Chang Meijia, how can you talk like that? Su Chanxian stood up in annoyance. He was the one with the bad attitude first. It's just giving some skins. Su Chanxian, at least you're a joke. Can you have some dignity? If he was really a wealthy brother, why didn't he just give you money directly? You encountered a scammer. Chang Meijia's words make sense. Su Chanxian was about to retort angrily when she suddenly received a message on her phone. Chanxian, you will accompany me to play in the future. I can't let you play for free. From now on, it's 100 per game, and each of my kills counts as 100. In the last game, you gave me a total of 15 kills. Adding one more game, it's a total of 1,600. Su Chanxian was stunned at the moment, and a transfer message popped up on the chat interface immediately. Chang Meijia beside her widened her eyes instantly. Who is this godlike little brother? Played a game with the little brother, earned 1,600. It's too easy. Remembering that he just called me a scammer, he was immediately proven wrong. 1,600 is more than his monthly living expenses. Su Chanxian came to her senses and immediately refused. However, I domineeringly commanded, I told you to take it, so take it. Come here. As soon as I finished speaking, the girls next to her instantly fell into despair. This damn domineering CEO made them all weak in the knees. Over at the rental house, I just overheard their conversation, and it was quite unexpected. I used to only think that Su Chanxian had a nice voice. I never expected she was actually a campus beauty. What a pleasant surprise. At this moment, Su Chanxian is completely won over by me. Just by playing a game with me, she earned 1,600 from me. The game continues immediately. Chang Meijia, who was supposed to leave, still hasn't gone because she can't believe someone could be this wealthy. It must be that little brother heard what he said and deliberately performed to save face. Chang Meijia is also in no hurry to leave, leaning against the wall waiting to watch the show. So the game begins, without Chang Meijia causing trouble. This round goes surprisingly smoothly. In less than 20 minutes, I got 25 kills and 12 assists, boosting my income to over 30,000. Without hesitation, I handed Su Chanxian 2,500. Some of the kills weren't taken by me. Su Chanxian is a bit embarrassed at this moment. Yet, I still confidently ordered them not to worry, considering it all as their gain. With her personality, she's a bit short of breath at this moment. From 1,600 last round to 2,500 this round. Su Chanxian's girlfriends are also getting excited. Except for Chang Meijia, who is the exception. Her eyes widened in surprise, not expecting me to be a wealthy young man. Just thinking about Su Chanxian's soaring income now, she feels a pang of jealousy. However, this is not the end. Following that, Su Chanxian and I changed our strategy again. In less than 3 hours, I had already earned over 300,000. Su Chanxian also gained quite a bit. So her little sisters are all following her at the moment, excited. In the rental house, my eyes lit up as I clicked on the match again. I have now won 9 games in a row. Moreover, the system just hinted that achieving a 10-game winning streak will indeed trigger a hidden reward, which makes me quite eager. After all, with the previous 5-game winning streak, the system rewarded me with a gene pill, resulting in me being a handsome guy now. However, not long after entering the game, my brow couldn't help but furrow. Just 2 minutes into the game, there was a death in the mid and bottom lanes. Su Chanshan played Luna in the jungle this time. After finishing the red buff with her, we found out that the blue buff had been stolen by the enemy. Players who know how to play Luna are aware that without blue buff, Luna's combat effectiveness is halved. Su Chanshan also realized at this moment that this round was a bit tricky, so I immediately changed the strategy, no longer asking Su Chanshan to give me kills. I couldn't help but curse the matchmaking system for being so unreliable. 10 minutes later, Su Chanshan's apologetic voice sounded, "Brother, I'm sorry, I did my best." In less than 10 minutes, the enemy team has already destroyed 3 of our high ground towers. In this situation, we are indeed in trouble. If I win, it would be a sigh of relief. The opponents have been focusing on Luna the whole game, which resulted in Su Chanshan not getting a single blue. Following that, Xiao Dun on the opposing team sent a message in the general chat, and I checked the opponents. Luna is actually a girl. As soon as this was said, the 5 people on the other side got excited together. Luna is a girl, let's play together. We're in the same city, we can help you rank up. At this moment, Su Chanshan retorted angrily. The group became even more excited. Girl, call me husband, I'll give you a kill. If you call him that, we'll all report you. I couldn't help but sigh. It seems I have to use my superpowers. The opponent gave me a kill, called me dad, and I'll give you $100. Flower protector, what are you pretending for? Do you think I'll believe you? Another kill for 100, you're trying to deceive kids. You're not in a hurry to push anyway. Just try it, and you'll find out. At this point, the opponents started taunting again, saying we can't handle it. I won't push anymore, I'll just drag it out with you and embarrass you. They keep talking about giving kills and money. If it's true, I can bankrupt you. Saying this, the opponent, with a testing attitude, shared their contact information. Before his words even finished, 1,000 was transferred. The opponents were stunned instantly. When they came to their senses, the guy opened his phone and saw a message showing a reservation of 10 kills for you, leaving him in shock. In the college dorm, Su Chanshan was teased by a few talkative players from the other side, making her quite angry. Brother, let's start a new game. Suddenly, a person appeared across from me, flashing in from outside the high tower, and in the next moment, a chat message appeared on the chat panel. It left Su Chanshan dumbfounded. Bam, I'm here to send some heads. The people across from me couldn't resist and rushed to send heads, even threatening to bankrupt me. Soon, for the first time since the start, they were wiped out. In the university dormitory, Su Chanshan was relentless. It's truly incredible. In a game that was destined to lose, I managed to turn the tables. Moreover, the 5 people across from me, from the beginning of being social and spirited young men, have turned into obedient followers now. This game lasted a full hour and a half, and in the end, even their teammates couldn't handle the super soldiers. Only then did the game end. I was on the verge of laughing out loud. Dong Ben and Xiaoho each sent me over 70 heads, while the other 3 also sent nearly 50 each. I made 320,000 in just one game. In the university dorm, even Su Chanshan breathed a sigh of relief. In the end, they were almost all watching me perform alone. He was bored and using his little sister's phone to watch TV shows when suddenly Su Chanshan's phone received a message. He opened it and saw a transfer of 10,000. Su Chanshan was shocked. In the last game, he didn't even let me get any heads, yet he received a transfer. I can't accept this, little brother. Su Chanshan was about to refuse, but I stopped him. You should take it for enduring the boredom from the last game. Su Chanshan already knows my temper. What I give out won't be taken back, so he can only click to accept. At this moment, her balance excited the girlfriends watching by her side throughout. Inside the rental house, I turned off my phone, hands trembling slightly. Previously, I thought it would take 10 days to a month to buy a house in full. Now it seems, with some effort today, maybe the house can be bought. At this moment, the system sound rang out. Congratulations to the host for 10 consecutive wins, triggering hidden rewards, doubling the rewards for kills and assists in the game. 2,000 for a kill, 1,000 for an assist. I couldn't help but feel excited upon hearing the system's sound. At this moment, I am looking forward to what surprises the system upgrade will bring. Following that, Chanshan and I continued to watch. Su Chanshan gently opened the game, quickly entered the game. Just at the beginning, the two were playing intensely, then in the chat panel, the opponents sent a message, "Oh my god, Rich and powerful, we are matched again. I opened the record box and was stunned. The opponents were the same two from the last game. I replied with a casual phrase. They were both excited at this moment. One of them earned 7,000 in the last game. Who would have thought that they would be so lucky? The tycoon is chatting on the opposite side's chat panel again. Opponent Xiao Xiao asked, "What's going on? Is this a father-son match?" At this moment, Xiao Xiao said, "The fox on the other side, could it really be your dad?" The two from the last game excitedly said they were closer than real family. After Su Chanxian saw the chat records, she burst into laughter. These players are really amazing. Looks like he's going to slack off again. At this point in the development path, the shooter on my side is Di Renjie. Because the enemy Zhuangzhou and Huangzhong are walking together, he's a bit pressured. He took a wave of minions, and his health was reduced by half. He was just about to recall to replenish his health. Then he saw the fox alone, coming openly from the river. Di Renjie immediately signaled to retreat, but the fox acted as if it hadn't seen it. It continued to approach, and I, as Di Renjie, was in a bad state. Unable to hit Di Renjie, the fox hastily sent a message. As soon as the message was sent, he had already successfully returned to the fountain. But from the mini-map, he saw that the fox had already arrived at the bottom lane, and met with Huangzhong and Zhuangzhou. Di Renjie cursed silently, but before he could finish, Di Renjie stood still, and the fox got a double kill. This is just unbelievable. He's a shooter who couldn't even beat the enemy Huangzhong and Zhuangzhou, yet a fox with support items got a double kill. Immediately in the game chat, the enemy Huangzhong said, "Thanks, bro." Apart from me and Su Chanxian, the other players were all dumbfounded. What kind of players are these? Not only feeding kills but also thanking others. They even thanked them. The next sound echoed in the valley. The stealing sounds of Zhuangzhou and Huangzhong never stopped. At 15 minutes into the game, the three players on the opposite side couldn't help it anymore. Too intentionally fed, what's the point of playing? Almost 30 deaths in the bottom lane in 15 minutes. From the perspective of the opposing team, someone started a surrender vote, and immediately 3 people agreed. In the dormitory, Huangzhong and Zhuangzhou players exchanged a glance. The surrender tycoon was right in front of them. Not even immortals could change that. Next game, they might not be so lucky to encounter such good people again, so the two of them decisively clicked on reject. Seeing no hope for surrender from the 3 players opposite, they started trash-talking. "Huangzhong, Zhuangzhou, you must be extra cautious when grocery shopping. Your poker hand of 3,456 doesn't scare me." After exchanging a few jokes with Su Chanxian, he posted a message in the public chat. "Do you want to know why they were so happy to feed?" Opponent Xiao Xiao said, "Sorry for the bad luck, my 2 dogs forgot to tie the leash, sorry for the inconvenience." Actually, you're blaming them wrongly. You're just playing a game, while they are making money. How much money can you make from playing ranked games? As a veteran player of 7 years, how could I not know? Boss, don't fool me with your lack of education. They gave me a kill, so I gave them $100. If you don't believe me, ask them. Otherwise, why would they feed me kills? Aren't you their sugar daddy? Opponent Dian Wei said in confusion. A black line appeared on my forehead instantly. Can't believe there are still such straightforward people. Su Chanxian is already laughing uncontrollably. Dian Wei, you seem honest, so I'll tell you the truth. The fox on the other side is a big spender, giving 100 for each kill, and 200 for a team wipe. Independent boss, is what they're saying true? Send your contact info, and you'll find out. In less than a minute, the enemy position said, "Big spender, I'll also be giving out kills." Xiao Xiao and Xiao Xiao just revived, but they're heading to the feeding spot. They seem a bit uneasy. Huangzhong and Zhuangzhou are seen as 2 big liabilities by those two, but not Dian Wei. He's still their best MVP in terms of performance. They're all heading to feed kills, so the fox on the other side is most likely true. At this moment, Xiao Xiao said, "Big spender brother, I'm a delicate girl, light as a feather. If you knock me down, can I get your contact info?" "Sorry, I already have a girlfriend." In the university dorm, after Su Chanxian saw my words, her face quickly blushed, heart racing. The girlfriend I mentioned must be her, as we've always been on the same team. The girls nearby immediately joined in, insisting I leave my address. Tonight, I'll definitely bring Su Chanxian to my place. However, as I was enjoying the wonderful feeling of making money, an unpleasant voice suddenly sounded. Our Monkey King said they're offering 100 for each kill. Why only giving us 200? Give us 1,000, or I will report them one by one. Our Di Renjie, cough, cough, monkey. Lying down to win and getting $200 for free, the high roller is really generous. Our Yuan Gu, that's right. Monkey, don't be too greedy. The high roller is letting us win and giving us money for free. I've been playing games for so many years, and this is the first time I've encountered such a good deal. 2 other random players stepped forward to advise. But, our monkey, I don't care. You are you, and I am me. I want 1,000, if it's less than 1,000, I'll report you. Make you all feel uncomfortable. Su Chanshan couldn't help but retort, how can you be so insatiable? The young man is giving you a gift, and you still want to snatch money. Our monkey, so what if I snatch money? Anyway, you all need me now. I'm not as stupid as Di Renjie and Yuan Gu. Leaving a good impression on the high roller is useless. We won't see him again, money is more practical. Xin Shen sneered and said, you are quite practical. Our monkey, of course. High roller, 1,000 bucks. No more, deal? Deal? Deal my foot. Xin Shen couldn't be bothered with him anymore. Let him win lying down, give him a 200 red envelope for free, and he still wants to haggle. Xin Shen simply couldn't trust someone with such character. It's possible that after Xin Shen transfers him 1,000, he will still report the other side for giving him kills in the game. So Xin Shen posted 2 messages in the general chat. For our team, except the monkey, after the game, each person gets a 2,000 red envelope. To the other side. In addition to the red envelopes for giving kills, I will give each of you an extra 1,000 red envelope. If an account gets banned, consider this 1,000 as buying a new account. Just as Xin Shen finished sending the messages, the chat exploded instantly. Thank you, Dad. Dad, from now on, I am your real son. Dad. I want to call you Daddy in bed, please accept me. Thanks to Fox Lord for the 2,000 red envelope. Thanks to Fox Lord, the high roller, for the red envelope. Thanks, high roller. Don't worry, this game is mainly to make you happy, we will never report. What is a high roller? This is a high roller. A high roller can still be intimidated by a little nobody. Monkey wants 1,000. Xin Shen directly gave each teammate a 2,000 red envelope, just not giving the monkey. The other side is worried about getting banned. Xin Shen directly gave each of them an extra 1,000 red envelope. If an account gets banned, consider it my Xin Shen's. This 1,000 red envelope is for buying a new account for you. How can players not be excited? How can they not explode? On the other hand, the monkey. By now, he was regretting it deeply. The monkey was regretful. Forget about the 1,000 red envelope. He didn't even get the initial 200 red envelope that Xin Shen was going to give him. Threatening the high roller? Who gave him the courage? The high roller could humiliate him in 1,000 ways with money. Our monkey, high roller, I know I was wrong. I don't need 2,000, just give me 1,000. I will never report you. No one paid attention to him. Our monkey, high roller. I don't even want 1,000. 500. Can we do 500? Still, no one paid attention to him. Our monkey, 200. 200 will do. 1 minute later. Our monkey, high roller, I really know I was wrong. I shouldn't have threatened you. Give me 20. Enough for me to pay for internet for the night out. High roller, 20 bucks will do. Opponent Chow Chow, so you're a loser who can't even afford internet for the night out. Heh, you really dare to ask for a price from the high roller. Opponent Chow Chow, monkey, keep jumping. Originally 200 bucks, enough for you to go out for 10 nights, now it's gone. People should know contentment, this is the price of pushing your luck. Seeing that he really couldn't get the money, the monkey started ranting again. Our monkey, don't be smug. After the game, I'll report you all and get your accounts banned. Opposite Xiao Xiao, hee hee. The wealthy brother has already sent me a 3,000 yuan red envelope for killing, and there will be an additional 1,000 yuan red envelope later. Even if I start a new account, I can buy all the skins I like. It's worth getting banned. I'll make you jealous. Opposite Chow Chow, young man, I feel it is necessary to remind you. You can't afford to provoke a wealthy player who can spend tens of thousands in a single game. So don't do something you'll regret. As someone who has been there, I'll leave it at that. If you still want to act recklessly, then it's up to you. The monkey player was about to unleash a string of insults at Xin Shen, but when he saw all the messages from Chow Chow on the other side, he froze. He suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, making him instantly alert. He had been in an excited state before, thinking he could make some money. Chow Chow's warning made him calm down. Plus, being in his rebellious teenage years and enjoying watching a lot of suspense crime movies, he naturally immersed himself in certain scenes from the movies. A normal King's Glory ranked match that can cost tens of thousands by a wealthy player is not something an ordinary person can handle. That's a top player with extraordinary skills. Through his game account, they might even find his personal information. This game is real name registered. He used his own ID. In the movies, those wealthy players who want to quietly retaliate against someone have many means at their disposal. They could easily make someone disappear from this world without a trace. He quickly deleted the message he had prepared and started over. Lord Fox, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I will never report you. Please don't retaliate against me. I'm now invisible, just pretend I don't exist. After that, the monkey player didn't say another word, just floated in the fountain, not daring to approach even the fox played by Qin Chen. This time, due to the good coordination between opponents and teammates, the match lasted nearly 100 minutes. In the end, Qin Chen's team pushed down the opponent's crystal with their super soldiers, and the game finally ended. Opposite Huang Zhong and Zhuang Zhou, both had the same rhythm, each giving 90 kills, totaling 180 kills. Dian Wei gave 78 kills. Xiao Qiao gave 75 kills. Xiao Qiao gave 71 kills. In this match, Qin Chen got a total of over 400 kills. After the previous rewards doubled, Qin Chen earned over 800,000 yuan. Now let's start distributing the money. On the game settlement page, no one left. When the opponents were sending kills, Qin Chen had already sent them red envelopes. Huang Zhong and Zhuang Zhou each received 9,000 yuan. Dian Wei received 7,800. Xiao Qiao received 7,500. Xiao Qiao received 7,100. In total, over 40,000 yuan was distributed in the game. Now Qin Chen was sending them the additional red envelopes he promised. He sent another 1,000 to everyone on the other side. Then he sent 2,000 red envelopes to his teammates Di Renjie and Yuan Gu. In total, he spent 49,400 yuan. Qin Chen willingly spent this money. After all, his profits were higher. Thanks to the wealthy player for the 10,000 yuan red envelope. Thank you, sir. Thanks to the wealthy player for the red envelope. Thank you, sir. Thanks to the wealthy player for the 2,000 red envelope. Thank you, sir. Thank you. On the message board, players who received the money sincerely thanked Qin Chen. Receiving thousands of yuan in red envelopes for a ranked match truly felt like picking up money. I suggest we first bid farewell to the wealthy player and cheer him on. Xiao Qiao on the other side was clearly a person who knew how to handle situations, and his proposal was agreed upon by everyone. Come on, get ready in formation, follow me, sending off the boss, wishing the boss a happy game, may your spear never fall, and may the girls be happy every night. The joke from the opposing Xiao Qiao instantly sparked a small climax. Everyone, not minding their own business, lined up in formation. Everyone knew that Luna was playing with the boss, deliberately making a joke between the boss and the girl. I'm leaving. Let's cooperate if we match again in the future. Qin Chen laughed heartily and left the settlement page. Su Chanqian, blushing, also left with Qin Chen. After the two left, they didn't know that the players on the settlement page hadn't left, still excitedly chatting and speculating about the true identity of the fox boss, guessing how many mines the fox boss, this wealthy player, had at home. The monkey player also did not leave. Watching the lively discussions on the message board, his heart ached intermittently. In the end, he didn't dare to report and quietly exited the settlement page alone. Qian, receive the red envelope. WeChat transfer, 20,000 yuan, brother. Su Chanqian was startled once again. In this game, she was completely slacking off, even more so than the last round. Qin Chen actually sent her a 20,000 yuan red envelope. Take it when I give it to you, no need for so much nonsense. Su Chanqian dared not speak and obediently clicked to receive the transfer. Only the highest player who sent heads on the opposite side received a red envelope of 10,000 yuan, yet Qin Chen was willing to give so much money to a random player like Su Chanqian who had been helping him win in the early stages. If it weren't for Su Chanqian helping him win continuously, he wouldn't have had the chance to receive double rewards, not to mention earning over 800,000 in one round. Qin Chen was clear-minded, all of this was rightfully Su Chanqian's. Suddenly, Qin Chen received a message on Alipay. Upon opening it, it was from Huang Zhong on the other side. Huang Zhong left him a message on Alipay. Wealthy dad, I have a method that can greatly increase the probability of encountering players willing to send you heads during ranked matches. Qin Chen immediately became interested. In the game of kings, opponents and teammates are random. In these 2 rounds, he was lucky to meet teammates willing to believe he would pay. But such luck is not long-lasting. Maybe in the next round, Qin Chen would face headwinds, and if no one on the other side believed in him, he wouldn't be able to buy them off with money. Then he would have to lose, and wouldn't earn much money. What method? Tell me. Qin Chen replied. In a high school dormitory far away, a young boy became excited when he saw Qin Chen's reply. Wow! The wealthy boss replied to me. What did the boss say? His roommate who was playing with him eagerly joined in. The boss seems interested. After some consideration, the young boy typed, "Boss, my name is Zhao Xiaoming, you can call me Xiaoming. It's like this, boss, I usually like to make friends while playing games. I've joined more than 10 Kings groups, with a total of 20,000 hardcore players who play games every day, most of whom are above the Star Diamond level." "And then?" Xin Chen asked. Zhao Xiaoming replied, "The boss should know that the daily active players of Kings are over 5 million. Among them, Star Diamond players account for 10% of the total Kings players, which means there are approximately 500,000 Star Diamond players playing games every day. The activity of Star Diamond players at the same time will be less than 500,000. If I make more than 20,000 players in the group match with you at the same time, the probability of matching with you as a teammate or opponent is probably over 1%. In the rented room, Xin Shen, after seeing the message from Zhao Xiaoming, couldn't help but sigh in admiration. This was indeed a smart young man. And he was a hardcore player, with a deep understanding of the data in Kings. Over 1%. The probability is huge based on the 5 million daily active users of the King. Zhao Xiaoming's method is absolutely feasible. Can operate. Xin Chen replied. After Zhao Xiaoming saw Xin Shen's message, he was extremely excited. The Big Shot's approval means that he can chat with this godly Big Shot in the long term. Playing 2 games with the godly Big Shot earned nearly 20,000 yuan. If he serves the Big Shot well, won't he soar to success in the future? Big Shot, if you think it's feasible, I can help you with the preliminary work. Zhao Xiaoming replied with trembling fingers. Good. You go ahead. If it works out, whenever someone matches with me, whether as a teammate or opponent, you get a 200 yuan red envelope for each game. Killing or being killed by me is worth 100 each. If you match with me, you get the red envelope for the kill, plus an additional 200 yuan red envelope. Zhao Xiaoming's eyes lit up. Thank you, godly Big Shot. I'll prepare now, and I'll inform you as soon as it's ready. Xin Chen replied briefly and exited Alipay. Little brother, still playing? A message came from Su Chanxian on WeChat. I've been playing for a while, the game has started reminding me to take breaks to prevent addiction. Let's continue tonight. Xin Chen replied. Su Chanxian, okay. Little brother, find me when you play tonight. Xin Chen, okay. Su Chanxian, little brother, I'm logging off now. Xin Chen, okay. By the way, my name is Xin Chen. After saying that, Xin Chen exited the game and the voice call with Su Chanxian was abruptly cut off. On the university dorm side, Su Chanxian stared at the game interface in a daze. He told me his name. Su Chanxian was a bit incredulous. Chanxian, the godly little brother has acknowledged you. Wow. I can already see the beginning of an idol drama. I can smell the sour smell of love. Su Chanxian's girlfriends teased along. Asterisk ding dong. Asterisk suddenly, Su Chanxian's girlfriend Liang Jiajiao's phone rang. Hello, Zheng Xuezheng, hello. What? You're on a business trip passing by? Sure. I'll organize the information tonight. Thank you on behalf of the sisters in the dance society. After hanging up the phone, Liang Jiajiao looked delighted. What's up, Jiajiao? Did you hook the senior? Curious, the other girlfriends asked. My dance society got a sponsor. The sponsor is a senior who graduated just a year ago. Ha ha, Liang Jiajiao said excitedly. She was the president of the dance society and had been looking to update the equipment for the dance society. So, she went online to seek sponsorship. Unexpectedly, this senior saw it and expressed willingness to sponsor. The senior must be more reliable than professionals, and Liang Jiajiao chatted happily for a few days. Just now, Senior Zhang Lin called, saying he was near the school and asked her to prepare the dance society's information to finalize the sponsorship. This sponsorship is a sure thing. Jiajiao, where is this Senior Zhang Lin now? He's busy with work now, said he'll relax at the bar tonight and discuss the sponsorship. Bar? Jiajiao, does this senior have any intentions towards you? Like getting you drunk at night? Oh, what are you thinking? Senior Zhang Lin is working in a state-owned enterprise now. I specifically checked, he just graduated a year ago, and now his annual salary is over 200,000. He's a decent person. Liang Jiajiao explained. That's not necessarily true. Men, their minds aren't always filled with just that. Otherwise, why not talk elsewhere? Why go to a bar? Exactly. The girls in your dance society have great figures, one better than the other. Not to mention men, I'm envious just looking at them. Jiajiao, you have to be careful. Jiajiao, you absolutely can't go alone. The girlfriends chattered on. Shen, we all have elective classes in the evening. How about you accompany Jiao to take a look in the evening? One of the sisters suggested. Me? But what if the boy wants to play games with me at night? Su Qianxian said hesitantly. You, forgetting about your sisters once you have a boy. Jiao Jiao is naive, she might even help count money if she gets sold. You have to go and watch out for her. Su Qianxian thought for a moment and said, why don't I go? How much does your club need? I'll cover it. Now Su Qianxian is also a wealthy woman worth hundreds of thousands. Liang Jiao Jiao waved her hand. How can we use your money? It's not a private matter, it's for the school dance club. Your money should be saved to treat us to a meal. Alright, then I'll accompany you to take a look. Su Qianxian really couldn't rest assured with this bold sister. In case Qin Shen wants to play games with her at night, she'll be at the bar as a companion. On the other side, Qin Shen had just left his rental house and was wandering around outside in high spirits. In the past, after playing games for several hours, Qin Shen would only feel tired and want to sleep, not in the mood to wander around. But since taking the genetic pill, he felt like he had a superhuman physique now. After looking at his phone for a while, his eyes weren't sore, his head wasn't dizzy. Even his previous nearsightedness was gone. The world in front of him was several frequencies clearer than before. It was like transitioning from ultra-clear to original quality, incredibly magical. How did I end up here? Qin Shan looked across the street at the Golden Sands Auto Trade City. This was a relatively large auto trade city in the city, offering everything from used cars to high-end sedans. Qin Shan was about to instinctively turn and leave when he suddenly stopped in his tracks. It seems like I can afford to buy a car now. Old author, new account. Just arrived at Tomato. Updates are stable. Feel free to watch. If you like this book, please give a review or click on an ad to support the author and provide some income. Your support is my greatest motivation for writing. Thank you. Men all have a dream of owning a car. Qin Shen had also once dreamed of having a car of his own. But with a minimum monthly salary of 1,800, his choices were limited to the used car market. But now it was different. He had nearly 2 million in his bank account. In the past, when he saw a 4S store, Qin Shen would avoid it, not daring to walk in. But now, with money in his wallet, he felt confident. Why buy a second-hand car, when he could buy the best car here? Captain Qin. As Qin Shen walked into the store, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Qin Shen turned his head in the direction of the voice, his eyes lighting up. Mo Yuqing? Mo Yuqing, Qin Shen's classmate from university, was still the campus beauty back then. A girl in professional attire, with an 8-point appearance, walked over with a pleasantly surprised look on her face. It's really you, Captain Qin. Not bad, Yuqing, you've become the manager of Golden Sands Auto Trade City. Doing well. Qin Shen praised when he saw the manager badge on Mo Yuqing. It's okay. Captain Qin, where are you making money now? Mo Yuqing's eyes lit up with curiosity. It had been over a year since they graduated, and this was the first time she had seen Qin Shen again. She felt that Qin Shen seemed to be getting more handsome as he grew older, even more so than in college, making her heart beat faster involuntarily. Oh, I'm not doing as well as you, I'm a red wine salesperson now, Qin Shen said generously. In the past, he wouldn't have been so calm about revealing his profession to acquaintances. But with money, Qin Shen had gained a sense of confidence. No matter what he said, he remained calm. You're still selling wine, Mo Yuqing said in surprise. Ha? Judging by your tone, you already knew I was selling wine? Qin Shen asked curiously. Our classmate Zhang Lin mentioned it in the class group chat before. I guess you have blocked the class group chat, so you didn't know, Mo Yuqing explained. Qin Shen smiled and said, so it was Zhang Lin, this kid is always waiting to see me make a fool of myself. Back when they were in school, Zhang Lin liked a girl who secretly had a crush on Qin Shen. With his peculiar way of thinking, Zhang Lin held a grudge against Qin Shen and constantly targeted him. The two of them developed a feud that lasted until graduation. Mo Yuqing looked at Qin Shen, who was chatting and laughing, and couldn't help but sigh. A good-looking and confident man like him was truly a pity. They were no longer the naive and sweet students in the school's ivory tower. Once they entered society, everyone became much more practical. No matter how good-looking or charming a man was, what use was he if he couldn't earn money? Isn't it said online that the cheapest thing in the world is the tenderness of a man who has achieved nothing? Let's not talk about unhappy things. Qin, did you come specifically to play with me? But it's not time for me to get off work yet, Mo Yuqing asked, putting away her thoughts. I came to buy a car, Qin Shen said. Buy a car? Mo Yuqing instinctively looked Qin Shen up and down. This was her professional habit as a sales manager. By looking at the customer's attire, she could roughly assess their financial status and recommend a suitable car within their budget. But when she looked at Qin Shen, he was wearing a slightly yellowed white t-shirt and cheap blue jeans commonly seen on tabac and street stalls. His shoes, a pair of flip-flops. He had no bracelet or watch on his wrist. Mo Yuching estimated Qin Chen's financial status and concluded that he might be looking to buy a used car. However, she naturally wouldn't say it out loud. "Qin, which car are you interested in? I'll give you the best price." Mo Yuching smiled and asked. Qin scratched his head. "Actually, I'm not sure which car yet. Can I take a look first?" "Sure. Feel free to browse around. Where are the most expensive cars here?" Qin asked. Over there." Mo Yuching hesitated for a moment and pointed in a direction, her enthusiasm dropping slightly. She had thought Qin might buy a used car, but now it seemed he probably wouldn't buy any car at all. Qin, who couldn't even afford a total of 200 yuan with his outfit, was just a salesperson at a liquor store. The most expensive car? He probably couldn't even afford a single wheel. He was likely trying to save face in front of his old classmate. Qin asked, "Yuching, how much is this Mercedes?" Mo Yuching replied, "It's over 300,000 yuan. Qin said, "Only 300,000 yuan? Mo Yuching." Qin asked, "How much is this Audi with the 4 rings?" Mo Yuching replied, "This is an Audi. It has 4 rings, not 5. Qin said, "I know it's an Audi. You really think your old classmate is illiterate?" Mo Yuching forced a smile. "This one is more expensive, over 500,000 yuan. Qin said, "Only over 500,000 yuan? Mo Yuching's mouth twitched, and she didn't want to speak anymore. "Brother, it's not your fault for not having money. But pretending to be someone you're not when you're broke, that's your fault. Only over 500,000 yuan? How dare you say that?" Qin said, "Yuching, this BMW looks pretty good. How much is it?" Mo Yuching had run out of patience. "Qin, I have a potential customer coming. I need to go check on them. You can look around by yourself for now." With a random excuse, Mo Yuching quickly left. She couldn't stand it anymore. Hey! Qin used to be different. How did he become like this now? Back in the office, Mo Yuching said with a hint of disgust, "Yuching, aren't you supposed to be showing luxury cars to clients? Why are you back?" A curious colleague in the office asked. "What luxury cars? Old classmate, no money but still trying to show off. Nowadays, people don't even know their own worth, their vanity is too heavy." Mo Yuching said helplessly. "Oh my! Yuching, is your old classmate messing with the car logo?" Mo Yuching's office had floor-to-ceiling windows on all sides, providing a view of the entire store. When she stood up and looked, she was shocked. Qin Chen was in front of a Mercedes-Benz, fiddling with the car logo. Xiaotong, come here quickly," Mo Yuching hurriedly called out. A newly hired girl immediately walked over. "Yuching, what's the matter?" "Xiaotong, go downstairs and keep an eye on the person in the white t-shirt. Don't let him touch the cars randomly. Be polite, don't be too obvious, just treat him like any other customer," Mo Yuching instructed. "Ha? Yuching, isn't he your client? If he makes a purchase, wouldn't I be taking your deal?" Xiaotong asked cautiously. She had been guided by Mo Yuching since she started. Mo Yuching was like her mentor. It wouldn't be right to take her mentor's deal. "He's my old classmate, he won't buy. Even if he does, the performance and commission will be credited to you, okay?" After Mo Yuching finished instructing, Xiaotong nodded and left the office. Luxury car area. Qin Chen compared a few cars he liked again and murmured, "The BMW X6 looks the best." "Sir, hello, how can I assist you?" Xiaotong had just walked over. Qin Chen took out his bank card from his jeans. "Card payment. Full payment. I want the top-of-the-line X6. Bang! A loud noise. The door of Mo Yuching's office was directly knocked open. "Yuching, it's done. It's done." Xiaotong's voice trembled, full of disbelief. "What's done? What's going on so excitedly?" Mo Yuching asked with a frown. "The deal is done. Full payment by card. The top-of-the-line BMW X6. Xiaotong gasped. "What are you talking about? What BMW X6? Mo Yuching asked. Xiaotong breathed a sigh of relief. "It's your old classmate. He bought the top-of-the-line BMW X6. The card was swiped, full payment." A thunderbolt struck Mo Yuching's mind. A loud bang. Her mind went blank. Are you saying he bought that X6? Mo Yuching still couldn't believe it. "It's the most expensive car in our store." "Yuching, your classmate is so rich. He didn't even negotiate the price, just swiped 1.08 million. Mo Yuching was completely stunned. Qin Chen, who spent less than 200 yuan on his outfit, bought a BMW X6 for over $1 million in full payment. She felt like she couldn't breathe. "Yuching, thank you so much. Thank you for taking care of me and giving me such a big deal." Xiaotong bowed deeply to Mo Yuching. Mo Yuching felt a pang in her heart. 1.08 million in full payment. Xin Shen didn't even negotiate the price. The commission for that car would start at least at 80,000, plus the year-end performance bonus. The commission for this car would be close to 100,000. 100,000. More than her annual salary. Her monthly salary is just over 8,000. From working after graduation until now, her savings haven't reached 100,000. But on the surface, she could only smile and say, well, work hard, I've always believed in you. Just now, in front of the entire office, she said that if her old classmate made a purchase, the performance and commission would go to Xiaotong. At this point, even if she wanted to go back on her word, she couldn't. And she couldn't afford to lose that person. After Xiaotong expressed her gratitude, she ran out. She still had to handle the follow-up matters. Let's go. Go see that rich big shot. Wow. Over 1 million in full payment. Broke the record of our store's full payment for buying a car. Yu Qing, you are really amazing. When your classmates come to buy a car in the future, remember to introduce them to me. Let me share some of the glory too. The colleagues in the office all rushed out like a commotion to watch the excitement. Mo Yuqing struggled to pull the corners of her mouth, forcing a smile. She really regretted it. If only she had stayed with Qin Shen a little longer at that time. The 100,000 yuan that was within reach just flew away like that. At that time, Qin Shen said those cars costing only 300,000 or 500,000, and she thought Qin Shen was showing off. Now she realized that she was being suspicious and doubting others' intentions. People who swiped their cards to buy $1 million car naturally wouldn't look at those costing 3, 5, or 50,000. Qin Shen's wave of buying a car in full payment for $1 million caused a sensation throughout the entire automobile trading city. Even the general manager personally intervened. Considering Qin Shen as a major customer, the general manager used his authority to go through a special channel directly. In less than an hour, all follow-up matters were taken care of. Mr. Qin, here are your car keys. The general manager handed the X6 car keys to Qin Shen with both hands, then respectfully escorted Qin Shen out of the office. Wow, this handsome guy. Looks can be deceiving, dressed in all Taobao clothes, yet able to come up with $1 million in full payment to buy a car. Is he a second-generation rich kid? Definitely. So young, could it be that he earned this money himself? Good-looking is one thing, but also so wealthy. Ah, I'm dead. I really want to throw myself into his arms. I heard this handsome guy is also Manager Mo's classmate. Wow. Doesn't that mean Manager Mo's performance this year is directly accomplished? Not really. I heard that it seems Manager Mo handed this deal over to her apprentice Xiaotong. No way. With so much commission, is Manager Mo crazy? I heard someone say that it seems Manager Mo thought her classmate wouldn't buy a car, so she let Xiaotong go over and handle it casually, but who knew Xiaotong didn't even say a word, and the other party directly took the car. She deserves it. Looking down on others, now she's been slapped in the face. I bet she's regretting it to the core now. The employees around were shining with admiration as they looked at Qin Shen, whispering all sorts of things. Some admired Qin Shen immensely. Some gloated over Mo Yuqing's misfortune. Everyone disperse. Get back to work. The general manager spoke, and then all the employees who were watching the excitement were driven away. Originally, the store was going to hold a car delivery welcome ceremony for Qin Shen, but it was rejected by Qin Shen. With no one bothering him, Qin Shen admired his BMW X6 from all angles. Life is truly like a dream. Just a few days ago, he couldn't even afford a used car, and now he owns $1 million car. Humph, Captain Qin, you are really unkind. Suddenly, Mo Yuqing's resentful voice sounded from behind. How am I unkind? Qin Shen was puzzled. Mo Yuqing glanced at him with a charming look in her eyes. Clearly you've made a fortune, why hide it from your old classmate? Really? Are you afraid I'll ask you for money? Qin Shen touched his nose. You didn't ask me. Do I have to shout at you? I've made a fortune, I've made a fortune. Ha ha. Mo Yuqing was suddenly amused. I know you've always been low-key. Who knew you were this low-key? Coming to buy $1 million car in flip-flops, even novels wouldn't dare to write this way, right? Qin Shen shook his head. Then you haven't seen those shameless online writers. Mo Yuqing gently caressed the X6 and smiled. I wonder if I can still be friends with Captain Qin and sit in Captain Qin's $1 million luxury car. Of course you can. Let's go. I'll take you for a ride. Qin Shen got his driver's license back when he was in school. Although he didn't have his own car in recent years, he has driven the company's car many times. His driving skills are naturally top-notch. Qin Shen, look, they are all avoiding you, not daring to get too close to your car. Mo Yuqing turned around and said with a smile while waiting at the red light. At this moment, even her address to Qin Shen had become affectionate. Xin Shen glanced at the rearview mirror, smiled faintly, and didn't say anything. Mo Yuqing looked at Qin Shen controlling the steering wheel. Although Qin Shen was still dressed in Taba clothes, he was charming in her eyes. Oh, Zhang Lin actually came. This guy wants to take nearby classmates to the bar. Mo Yuqing exclaimed while checking her phone. Qin Shen, let's go check it out together, Mo Yuqing asked eagerly. Is it appropriate for me to go to his place? Of course it is. Didn't he used to always want to make fun of you? This time, let's go and give him a taste of his own medicine, let you vent out some steam. Mo Yuqing encouraged. I won't bother with that kind of person. Qin Shen, this Zhang Lin said he's bringing a junior sister. You know what kind of person he is. Are you willing to watch him mistreat our junior sister? I will read all the comments. You can leave a message if you want to see a specific plot, or if you want a cameo role. Also, when reading the book, please click on the ads, as this affects the potential evaluation of the book. I will be responsible for updating the text properly, but how far this book can go depends on all of you. Thank you. In the end, Qin Shen couldn't resist the enthusiastic Mo Yuqing and had to take her to the bar. Midnight Bar, a relatively large bar near the university town. Because students often visit, the business here is also good. After parking the car, Qin Shen first went with Mo Yuqing to a nearby supermarket to buy a bottle of water. When the two returned, they saw many classmates standing at the entrance of the midnight bar. Zhang Lin was also there. He was leaning against the BMW X6 parked at the entrance of the bar. Qin Shen, Yuqing, when did you two arrive? A sharp-eyed classmate recognized them and came over to greet them. We just arrived, went out to buy a bottle of water. Mo Yuqing took over the conversation. Oh, Qin class monitor, it's been a year, and you seem to have become even more handsome. A few female classmates said admiringly. You all have become more beautiful too. Qin Shen said with a smile. After a year of graduation, everyone has changed a lot. The youthful innocence has faded away, and each has become a modern urban woman. Why are you all standing at the entrance? Mo Yuqing asked. Zhang invited a junior sister from our school, and we are waiting for her, a female classmate explained. Zhang Lin is now Zhang General? Mo Yuqing joked. Of course, have you seen the car behind him? BMW X6, I heard it costs over $1 million. Yuqing, you are in this line of work. How much do you think Zhang Lin's car is worth? Mo Yuqing was stunned for a moment. That X6 belongs to Zhang Lin? Of course. Zhang Lin said it himself. Mo Yuqing's expression instantly became interesting. This car was clearly the BMW X6 that Qin Shen had just picked up. How did it suddenly become Zhang Lin's? The license plate hasn't even changed. I estimate this car is worth $1.08 million. Qin Shen's voice rang out. Mo Yuqing turned to see the playful smile on Qin Shen's lips, and she suddenly understood, so she didn't explain further. $1.08 million. Wow! Zhang Lin has really struck it rich, a female classmate exclaimed. Yuqing, what are you talking about over there? Come over quickly. Zhang Lin in a suit not far away called out. The old classmates' meeting was particularly warm. Mo Yuqing, the class flower, plus wearing professional attire with a manager's badge, instantly became the center of attention. And Qin Shen, who was all in Taba goods, gradually found himself being ignored after exchanging a few words with his classmates. After all, today was Zhang Lin's show, and it was well known throughout the class that Qin Shen and Zhang Lin were not on good terms. Moreover, everyone was no longer students, they had become more realistic. How could Qin Shen, a liquor seller, compare himself to Zhang Lin, a big shot in a state-owned enterprise? Zhang Lin, when did you buy the X6? Mo Yuqing asked with a smile. Zhang Lin proudly replied, just got it, made a little fortune recently. Zhang, I knew you had a bright future when we were in school. Look, it's only been a year since we graduated, we can't even afford a used car, and you're driving an X6. Zhang, now that you've made it big, take care of us old classmates. I've been having a tough year, do you have any connections to introduce me to? Zhang has always been a kind-hearted person. How could he not take care of us old classmates? Right, Zhang? The classmates praised him, and Zhang Lin smiled broadly. In fact, he was a bit nervous, his eyes occasionally glancing towards the entrance of the bar. Because the car wasn't his at all, when he first arrived at the bar and saw the car, he had intended to take a few photos to show off later, but unexpectedly a group of classmates arrived together, and they all mistakenly thought the car was his. Because of this BMW X6, his classmates treated him with great respect, making him feel prestigious, so he decided to go along with the misunderstanding. At this moment, he was afraid that the owner of the X6 would come out of the bar, and everything would be exposed. Suddenly, his phone rang. Zhang Lin's eyes lit up, and he immediately answered, Jiao Jiao, I'm waiting for you at the bar entrance. I'm next to my BMW X6, you'll see it when you arrive. What? Another female classmate is coming with you? Of course, of course. You can both come and have fun. Zhang Lin happily hung up the phone. The male classmates nearby became excited. Zhang, did you just arrange to meet 2 female students? Take care of yourself. What nonsense. Zhang is in good health, not to mention 2, he can handle even more. Ha ha. Mo Yuqing rolled her eyes. Hey, what are you saying? There are still female students here. The male classmates chuckled awkwardly. Soon, 2 young and beautiful girls arrived at the entrance of 0 Point Bar. It was Liang Jiaojiu and her companion Su Chanshan. Senior Zhang Lin. Liang Jiaojiu recognized Zhang Lin from the photos. Zhang Lin walked up to greet her, but when he saw Su Chanshan next to Liang Jiaojiu, his eyes widened. Not just him, the other male classmates also had their eyes light up. This junior sister was too beautiful, wearing a light-colored dress that perfectly outlined her tall and perfect figure. With a light makeup on her face, her fair skin was radiant, like a fairy descended to earth. Even Mo Yuqing and the other female students were a bit stunned. Su Chanshan's beauty made them feel no jealousy, only pure admiration for the beauty. Senior Zhang Lin, this is my roommate Su Su. Liang Jiaojiu introduced. When they arrived, Su Chanshan had specifically instructed not to use her real name. She didn't want to have any connection with senior students. Su Su. What a nice name. Hello, Su Su. Zhang Lin smiled and reached out his hand. But Su Chanshan had no intention of shaking hands with him, she just waved her hand briefly. Zhang Lin awkwardly withdrew his hand and moved towards the BMW X6. If it weren't for something that delayed me earlier, I would have come to pick you up. No need, senior, we're very close to here, Liang Jiaojiu replied with a smile. Senior, is this BMW yours? Liang Jiaojiu asked curiously. Yes, it's mine, BMW X6, not worth much, just a few $100,000, Zhang Lin said with a flushed face. Liang Jiaojiu is silly and adoring, able to buy $1 million luxury car just a year after graduation. In her eyes, this senior must be very capable. On the other hand, Su Chanshan frowned a bit, not liking Zhang Lin's ostentatious display of wealth. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhang Lin led everyone into a private seating area in the bar. Xinshen walked at the back, casting a suspicious glance at the girl named Su Su. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, why does this girl's voice feel so familiar? Su Su, Jiaojiu. Let me introduce you, these are all your seniors. Once seated, Zhang Lin took on the role of controlling the scene, enthusiastically introducing everyone. Mo Yuqing and other classmates took turns introducing themselves. What's the name of this handsome senior? When it was almost Qin Shen's turn, Liang Jiaojiu asked with a starry-eyed expression. Su Chanshan, who had been playing with her phone, also glanced at Qin Shen. Among these seniors, Su Chanshan had the best impression of this senior. This senior brother was fair-skinned, good-looking, and always quiet, not flattering Zhang Lin like the others. Standing out like a lotus in the mud, it was no wonder Liang Jiaojiu couldn't help but ask first. Senior, your charm is as strong as ever. Even the junior schoolgirls are actively approaching you. Of course. Our senior was once the school grass, the dream lover of many young girls. Senior, the junior is asking you a question, you better answer her. The classmates teased. Zhang Lin, watching from the side, smiled on his face but felt annoyed inside. Whether in school or in society, it seemed that Qin Shen was always the center of attention. Even though today's event was organized by him, Qin Shen's presence still overshadowed him. Could he not feel uncomfortable about this? Just as Qin Shen was about to introduce himself, Zhang Lin's sarcastic voice cut in. Qin, I heard you're still selling alcohol now? How come you're going backward after leaving school? Qin Shen replied with a faint smile, Mr. Zhang seems quite concerned about my current situation. We are old classmates, of course, I care about you. Have you bought a house now? Not as good as Mr. Zhang, I still haven't bought a house with my current job. Zhang Lin continued, what about a car? Forget about buying a house or a car with your current job, you should try to find a more reliable job. Qin, if you don't work hard, you won't be able to afford even a wheel of my BMW X6 parked outside for the rest of your life. Qin Shan remained silent. Zhang Lin persisted, what? Don't you believe me? Yuqing, aren't you the manager of Jinsha Auto City? Give us some insights, how much is my X6 worth? Mo Yuqing hesitated, glanced at Qin Shen, and then looked at Zhang Lin with a playful expression. Do you really want me to say? Zhang Lin said, among us, who knows more about cars than you, this is your expertise. Just give us some insights for Qin. Ha ha. Mo Yuqing put down her glass and said, this is a fully imported BMW X6, the guide price is around 950,000, after discounts and various fees, you can get it for under 1 million at a regular 4S store. Halfway through, Mo Yuching looked at Qin Shen again and said with a smile, of course, for a tycoon who doesn't even care about prices, the value of this car is 1.08 million. Yuching is indeed a manager. She can even accurately state the price. Yuching, I'll come to you when I buy a car in the future, you have to give me a discount. Mr. Zhang, did you buy your X6 for 1.08 million? A classmate asked. Zhang Lin took a sip of his drink, smugly saying, more or less. However, the prices are a bit high in our area. When I paid for this car in full, it was almost 1.2 million yuan. Zhang, you've really made it. 1.2 million in full payment. That's really impressive. I don't think I could save up 1 million even in 10 years. Hey, Zhang Lin, did you buy this car in the capital? Mo Yuching asked curiously. Zhang Lin has been working in the capital since he graduated. Of course. Where else would I buy it from? I drove all the way from the capital. After a few drinks, Zhang Lin's face was already blurry, and his eyes couldn't help but glance at Su Chanxian and Liang Jiaozhou. It's strange, you bought the car in the capital, so why did you come here to get the license plate? Mo Yuching asked a soul-searching question. Zhang Lin was stunned for a moment and mumbled, well, you see, getting a license plate in the capital is expensive. That's why I came here. One of the reasons I came this time was to get my car registered. Someone who can buy a car for 1.2 million in full payment would still think that a few hundred yuan for a license plate is expensive? Qin Shen couldn't help but laugh. Qin, why are you laughing? This is about saving money where you can. This is called the mindset of the wealthy. Let me tell you, you need to start thinking like a rich person. Zhang Lin said disdainfully. Exactly. Zhang is right. The wealthier you are, the more you focus on managing and saving money. Our boss is just like that. The mindset of the wealthy. I've learned something new today. Thank you, Zhang, for enlightening us. Qin, you should learn from Zhang. He's in a different class from us now. What he says is all valuable experience. The other students praised Zhang Lin incessantly. Qin Shen just smiled without commenting. Learn from Zhang Lin? Learn how to show off? Susu, are you guys drinking? Don't just play with your phones. Zhang Lin, with a flushed face, sat down next to Liang Jiaozhou. Senior, we don't drink. Liang Jiaozhou moved away slightly. Not drinking won't do. Let me tell you, once you leave school, you must learn how to drink. Drinking culture is an important lesson. You need to adapt early. Come, have a drink. Zhang Lin picked up a glass of wine to offer to Liang Jiaozhou. Su Chanxian stood up suddenly and pulled Liang Jiaozhou behind her. Senior, we came here this time to talk to you about sponsoring the school's dance club with new equipment. We didn't come here to drink. If you're not willing to sponsor, we'll leave. Su Chanxian said firmly. She had long been fed up with Zhang Lin. From start to finish, she couldn't see any sincerity from Zhang Lin about sponsoring, and now he was trying to force them to drink. Zhang Lin immediately reassured them, sponsor. Of course, I'll sponsor. By now, you should know my financial capability. Sponsoring new equipment for a small school dance club is no big deal. The main thing is that today we're having a gathering, everyone should be happy. If you don't even have a drink, isn't that disrespectful to me? Exactly. Junior, you should drink this wine. Junior, Senior Zhang means well, don't misunderstand. We're all here, don't be afraid, let's just have a drink and have fun. Some male students with sharp eyes started persuading. They could see Zhang Lin's intentions towards these two junior students. If they could help Zhang Lin win over these two juniors, it would be easier to ask for favors from him in the future. That's enough. Cut it out. Qin Shen frowned and spoke up. He didn't even want to come, but Mo Yuching kept pestering him to come. Who would have thought that in just a year, everything had changed drastically? This class reunion had taken a different turn. The old classmates had become strangers to him. Who are you to interfere with us talking to the junior students? It's none of your business. Zhang Lin glared at Qin Shen, displeased. A wine salesman dared to challenge him. It's really unbelievable. Both of you, come with me, leave quickly, and go back to school. Qin Shen ignored Zhang Lin and said to Liang Jiaozhou and Su Chanxian. Liang Jiaozhou was still in a daze, while Su Chanxian quickly pulled her to Qin Shen's side. Senior. Thank you. Su Chanxian looked gratefully at Qin Shen. Among everyone here, only the senior in front of her had the best character and was the most trustworthy. Qin Shen, do you really think highly of yourself? The trap I set up. You want to take people away, dream on. Zhang Lin angrily stood up holding a bottle of wine. Behind Qin Shen, Su Chanxian and Liang Jiaozhou widened their eyes. Su Chanxian cautiously asked with a hint of nervousness in her voice behind Qin Shen, are you Qin Shen, big brother? Every time Qin Shen spoke, Su Chanxian always felt a familiar feeling. And when Zhang Lin called out Qin Chen's full name, Su Chanxian immediately confirmed it. The tall and handsome senior in front of her was indeed the rich and powerful big brother she played with. Qin Chen was stunned, then turned around. Chanxian? Su Chanxian calling him big brother made him feel very familiar. Qin Chen, big brother, it's really you. Su Chanxian's big eyes sparkled, and she excitedly threw herself into Qin Chen's arms. After a while, she realized that she had been too excited and quickly blushed and moved away from Qin Chen's embrace. The Qin Chen in front of her was 100 times more perfect than the rich and powerful big brother she had imagined. She was extremely surprised. Zhang Lin was dumbfounded. All the students were dumbfounded. What's going on here? This little fairy actually knows Qin Chen, and they are so intimate. At first glance, the relationship between the two is extraordinary. It's too noisy here. Let's go outside and talk. Qin Chen ignored Zhang Lin and said. He surprised Su Chanxian, and Su Chanxian also surprised him. When Su Chanxian's roommate said she was the campus belle, Qin Chen didn't pay much attention. Now Qin Chen believed it. Amidst the confusion of the crowd, Qin Chen held Su Chanxian's hand and walked out of the bar's entrance. Boss Zhang, are you just letting him go like this? A lackey classmate asked. Qin Chen even dared to touch the woman I fancy, he must be taught a lesson. Zhang Lin downed a glass of wine, as if he had just realized, and rushed out. He was feeling extremely sour now, as the two beautiful female juniors didn't even want to look at him. And one of the most beautiful female juniors just threw herself into Qin Chen's arms. Qin Chen, a wine seller. Why does he have such good fortune? Several lackey classmates followed him out. A few male students hesitated, although they wanted to flatter Zhang Lin, they couldn't bring themselves to act against an old classmate. It's right that you guys didn't go out. Zhang Lin can't afford to provoke Qin Chen. Mo Yuqing's voice came softly, leaving the remaining students puzzled. At the door, a few lackey classmates followed Zhang Lin. Damn it! Boss Zhang, Qin Chen is heading towards your X6. Is this brat trying to damage your car? Even if he has some brains, he wouldn't dare touch Boss Zhang's BMW X6. A scratch on it, he couldn't afford to pay for it with a year's salary. Boss Zhang, say the word, brother, I will definitely go through fire and water for you, I swear. Ha! Before the lackey could finish his loyal words, he saw the BMW X6 in the distance flashing its headlights twice. Then Qin Chen opened the car door, let Su Chanxian and Liang Jiaojiao sit in first, and then he walked into the driver's seat. Closing the door, the car started and quickly disappeared. Zhang Lin was dumbfounded. The lackeys next to him were also dumbfounded. Boss Zhang, did Qin Chen steal your car keys? Someone tentatively asked. Definitely. Boss Zhang, let's call the police. Your car is worth $1 million, enough for Qin Chen to spend half his life in jail. Someone followed with suggestions. Zhang Lin wiped the sweat from his forehead and muttered a few words before returning to the bar. On the sofa, Mo Yuqing saw the different expressions on the faces of the returning classmates and understood it all. Did you guys lay hands on Qin Chen? Asked a classmate who hadn't left. No. Qin Chen. Qin Chen drove away in a BMW X6. BMW X6? Isn't that Mr. Zhang's car? How did Qin Chen drive it away? Whose car is it really, Qin Chen's or Mr. Zhang's? All eyes turned to the dark-faced Zhang Lin. I was drunk and mistook the car. That car belongs to Qin Chen's company, he deliberately brought it to show off. Do you think he can really afford a BMW X6? Ridiculous. Zhang Lin mocked Qin Chen again stubbornly. Mr. Zhang, weren't you driving all the way from the capital? How could you mistake the car? Mo Yuqing sneered and deliberately asked. Zhang Lin, with a black face, couldn't say a word. The atmosphere in the room suddenly changed, and everyone's eyes on Zhang Lin became strange, especially those few sycophants. Class reunions are supposed to be about cherishing relationships. Don't invite me to gatherings like today in the future, so as not to have someone mistake someone else's car for their own and shamelessly use it to teach others a lesson. Mo Yuqing stood up with her bag. Mo Yuqing, I admit that the car is not mine, but it definitely isn't Qin Chen's either. It belongs to his company or a friend. He deliberately brought it to show off. He sells red wine, he can't even afford a single wheel of an X6. Who is he trying to fool? Zhang Lin shouted for the sake of his last bit of face. Mo Yuqing smiled contemptuously. I used to think the same way, that's why I missed out on a commission of 100,000 when Qin Chen came to our store to pick up the car in the afternoon. Zhang Lin, as an old classmate, let me tell you one last thing. You couldn't mess with Qin Chen before, and now you definitely can't. And not everyone likes to show off like you. With that, Mo Yuqing turned and left. The remaining classmates looked at each other, and when they looked at Zhang Lin again, their eyes had changed. The few classmates who had been most enthusiastic about Zhang Lin just now were blushing. They thought they were flattering a state-owned enterprise big shot, but it turned out he was just a show-off. The $1 million luxury car was fully paid for by Qin Shen. He was the real big shot. Because of Zhang Lin before, they hadn't paid much attention to Qin Shen. The opportunity to build a good relationship with a big shot was gone. Naturally, some people were unhappy. Zhang Lin. It's better to be honest. One classmate got up and left, followed by several classmates who left without saying a word. In no time, Zhang Lin was left alone at the table, feeling like a mess. He recalled Mo Yuqing's playful words earlier and now understood that Mo Yuqing had known all along that the car belonged to Qin Shen. It turned out that Qin Shen and Mo Yuqing had been watching him, Zhang Lin, like a monkey show. 108,000. Paid in full. Zhang Lin swallowed hard, grabbed his bag, and hurriedly left. He swore to himself that he would never go where Qin Shen was in the future. Mo Yuqing was right. He couldn't mess with Qin Shen before. Now he definitely couldn't. On the other side of the road. Hey, this car was yours? Su Chanshan and Liang Jiajiao sat in the back of the car, excitedly admiring the interior. Did you steal it? Qin Shen joked. I thought it was Zhang Lin's. When you drove the car away just now, I saw his face turn purple from the car window. Ha ha, it's hilarious. He must feel so embarrassed. Liang Jiajiao laughed. Su Chanshan scolded her not very bright roommate, always laughing. You have to be more careful in the future. Don't let yourself be fooled by people like Zhang Lin again. This time we were lucky to meet brother Qin Shen. Got it. I won't believe people online anymore. Liang Jiajiao stuck out her tongue and made a pitiful face. Qin Shen was about to make a joke when suddenly his phone rang, and there was a message from Alipay. He opened it and saw it was from Zhao Xiaoming. Boss, I've arranged everything. About 10 groups of players have responded. When are you going to start the game? Qin Shen took a deep breath. He bought a car today, and his savings were cut in half. It's time to replenish some savings. Qin Shen, do you have time to play games after we get back to school? Qin Shen asked. I have time, little brother, Su Chanshan said sweetly. Great. I'll drop you off at the school gate and then you wait for my WeChat message. 10 minutes later. Su Chanshan and Liang Jiajiao stood at the university gate watching Qin Shen leave. People are really envious. Qin Shen is such a gentleman all the way. He's 1,000 times better than that Zhang Lin. Of course. You didn't see whose little brother he is. Su Chanshan raised her head proudly and walked happily towards the dormitory. She had to hurry up and start the game. Can't keep the little brother waiting too long. The day after tomorrow is the college entrance examination. Best wishes to the candidates. May all your wishes come true and be on the list of top scorers. Hope every candidate can walk towards a bright future at this turning point in destiny. Wish, boundless future. In a high-end internet cafe private room, Zhao Xiaoming's hands were clicking rapidly on the keyboard. The fee in this high-end internet cafe lobby is 8 yuan per hour. The private room he was in cost 20 yuan per hour. He would never have dared to come in before. But now it's different. The 20,000 yuan in his Alipay account is his confidence. Comrades, scammers will not have a good ending. I am really helping you get benefits. Take a look at the group album. I have put screenshots of my Alipay receipts in there. This is a real godsend. 100 for each head you send, as long as you can match it. The game name of the godsend is Qing Dang Bugaik. To prevent you from mistaking the wrong person, remember the password. The password is Godsend Daddy. If you match the godsend, he will reply as usual. For those who say they don't believe, why not play a game and find out? As soon as you send the head, the money will be in your account. Zhao Xiaoming's computer was surrounded by drinks, fried chicken, and various snacks, as he replied in various groups. Ding dong. Suddenly, his phone's Alipay notification rang. Zhao Xiaoming quickly put down the fried chicken, ignoring the oil on his hands, and picked up the phone. Qin Shen messaged him. Is everything ready on your end? All set. Zhao Xiaoming replied. Qin Shen responded, good. Let's start matching in 2 minutes, that is, at 1950 sharp. Got it. Zhao Xiaoming put down his phone, immediately typed a message in the computer group, and then copied and pasted it. At 1950, match on time. Whether you can match the godsend depends on your luck. If you match, just lie down and collect money. After sending to 10 groups, Zhao Xiaoming also opened King of Glory, went to the ranking interface, and stared at the time waiting to match with Qin Shen. On the other side, in Qin Shen's rented room. Little brother, why aren't you starting? Su Chanshan's sweet voice sounded in the game voice chat. Wait a moment, Qin Shen replied. Oh, okay. Qin Shen did not choose to play in a team of 5, but continued to duo with Su Chanshan. Although in a team of 5, everyone would let him take the kills, the game would lose all its fun. Qin Shen knows his level, he is already in the Diamond 2 rank, and reaching this height is all thanks to Su Chanshan. His actual level is that of an eternal Diamond player. Even if all his teammates let him take the kills, he might not necessarily win. Anyway, money can definitely be earned, and Qin Shen is not in a hurry for now. Play the game, earn money, be happy and have the best of both worlds. Time passes by second, and at 1950, Qin Shen clicked on the match queue. 3 seconds later, the match was successful. Guests don't return under the green light? Rich Daddy? Suddenly, a teammate on the 3rd floor sent a message. While Su Chanshan was still in a daze, Qin Shen replied, "Same old rules." Damn! Is it really Rich Daddy? It's not a scam, right? The teammate on the 3rd floor asked. "Send your Alipay account number." Qin Shen replied. 188***. In another chat group where Zhao Xiaoming was, Delang is taking medicine at Zhao Xiaoming. Xiaoming, take a look, is the Rich Daddy on the 4th floor? Zhao Xiaoming opened the screenshot sent by this group member and replied, envious. It's Rich Daddy. In this game, make sure to give Rich Daddy kills and then just lie down and collect money. Other group members also became active. Damn! Really matched with him? Matched, but not sure if he will pay. I also have some doubts, 100 per kill, isn't that too extravagant even for Seetsung's husband? Delang, when you get kills later, if the boss transfers money to you, remember to send us a screenshot. Delang, if you act as a stooge, I curse you to be single for life. In this match, many group members actually did not join the queue together. They were just watching the show, letting others take the lead first, and only joining if it was real. Delang is taking medicine. Rich Daddy just asked for my Alipay account number. I think it's stable. Also, I'm not Delang. Please call me Master Shiman. Okay. Delang. Got it. Delang. Zhao Xiaoming was disappointed to find that he did not match with Qin Shen in this game. But there's still a chance. The opponent's name cannot be confirmed now. Only after both sides choose their heroes can a basic judgment be made. Rich Daddy on this side chose Milady, Cheng Yaojin, and Monkey on the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floors. The opponent chose Jinji, Huamulan, and Erha from their perspective. Anyone on the other side? Based on the data provided by Delang, Zhao Xiaoming began to inquire, and by now he was sure that he did not match with Qin Shen at all in this game. In the group chat, Wild Boar Peppa, I am the Erha. Pink Robe Gandalf, I think I matched, I'm below Erha, haven't started selecting yet. After both sides confirmed their characters, Zhao Xiaoming also told Qin Shen the statistics. In this game, a total of 3 group members were matched. One was Qin Shen's teammate, playing Cheng Yaojin in the top lane. The other 2 were on the opposite side, one was Erha Genghis Khan, and the other was Jungle Dianwei. Zhao Xiaoming then informed Qin Shen of this. Boss, a total of 3 group members were matched. Qin Shen breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the message. This game is secure. 2 undercover agents on the opposite side, this is the rhythm of 7 against 3. If they don't win this, it's against justice. The game started quickly. Qin Shen played normally as Lu Dan in the bottom lane. Su Chanshan played Jinji in the mid lane. 3 minutes later, the first blood was drawn. Qin Shen's Lu Dan killed the intentionally feeding Genghis Khan on the opposite side. Send me the Alipay of the Genghis Khan on the other side. Qin Shen sent a message to Zhao Xiaoming on Alipay. This time, he didn't directly ask for the Alipay account in the game, as it would be too obvious. If someone on the other side tried to buy him with money, it would pose potential risks. For example, if the other party reported him for buying off the opponent, and if Tencent found out, he might lose his account, and then he wouldn't be able to complete system tasks. So now Qin Shen has learned to keep a low profile, leaving the dirty work to that dog-headed military advisor Zhao Xiaoming. After all, he is already paid. Zhao Xiaoming quickly shouted in the group chat, Erha, your red packet has arrived, quickly provide your Alipay. 127 asterisk asterisk, 136 asterisk asterisk, 189 asterisk asterisk, 147 asterisk asterisk. Instantly, dozens of Alipay accounts popped up in the group chat, leaving Zhao Xiaoming dumbfounded. Wild Boar Peppa, hey, stop fooling around. I am the real Erha. My Alipay is 156 asterisk asterisk. Then he posted a real-time match screenshot. Only then did Zhao Xiaoming provide Erha's Alipay to Qin Shen and warned in the group chat that if anyone dared to claim the tycoon's red packet, they would not have a chance to participate in the activity, and gradually the group chat calmed down. In no time, Wild Boar Peppa, oh my, I really received 100 red packets. It's true. Wow. I will give my head to the tycoon and make him bankrupt. With one sentence from the group member Wild Boar Peppa and his Alipay screenshot, the group chat exploded instantly. Zhao Xiaoming replied softly, I used to think like you, but then I realized that poverty limited my imagination. These days will be a bit busy, updates will be less frequent. Because of Qin Shen's head red packets, the opponent Erha completely believed that this was a real tycoon. Having tasted the sweetness, he started mindlessly giving away heads. In less than 3 minutes, Qin Shen's braised egg already had 4 heads, all from the opponent Erha Genghis Khan. Jungle, come help bottom lane, our Erha is really bad. The opponent's support Xiaoming sent a message. The jungle Diaochan was also a spy from the opponent. After seeing Xiaoming's message, he was so excited that he almost jumped up. He was ready to go down and give it away. After Erha resurrected, he just arrived at the bottom lane when Xiaoming started calling for Diaochan. Diaochan, who was farming the blue buff, stopped and ran towards the bottom lane. A few seconds later, double kill, triple kill. Qin Shen's braised egg got a triple kill. Erha, Xiaoming, and Diaochan were all wiped out. Xiaoming, Diaochan, are you an idiot? How did you put the ULT on the minions? Diaochan, sorry. I was nervous. Don't lose hope, we still have a chance. 3 minutes later, bottom lane, triple kill. Xiaoming, you idiot jungle, don't come again. Diaochan, no. I'm going all out against this braised egg. I must kill him today. Xiaoming, can I trust you? Diaochan, trust me. I'm a city-level jungle. With a license. 2 minutes later, triple kill. Xiaoming, damn it. Jungle, get lost. You're so bad. You're as bad as Erha. Diaochan, damn it. I'm really angry. All of you get lost. I'm going to face off against this braised egg. I must kill him this game. Erha, no. I'm not leaving. I'm also angry that the braised egg killed me. Today I must kill him once. Xiaoming, Erha, with your skills, you still want to kill the braised egg? Who gave you the courage? Mei? Me lady, stop arguing in the bottom lane. Later, I will come to ambush together. We can't let the braised egg develop. Outside the game, in the chat group, the group was already buzzing. When the player opposite Dianwei was waiting to be resurrected, he sent all the chat records from the game to the group. Learned. The pro players are really good at it. Poor Xiaoming thought you two were noobs, who knew you were professional feeders. You can never wake up a deliberate feeder. Xiaoming is so pitiful, I shouldn't laugh at him anymore. But sorry, I just can't help it. Ha ha ha. It looks like Milady will be the next pitiful player to be crushed. Let's look forward to how Milady's values will be crushed next. Poor Xiaoming and Milady, they thought they were the 4 against 2, but they didn't know they were the 2. In the game. 1 minute later, Dianwei and Xiaoming leading Milady stood in the brush on the bottom lane development path, while Era was clearing the minions. Xiaoming, this ambush, the 4 of us against 2. We can definitely kill the salted egg. Dianwei, yes. 4 against 2. We can definitely do it. Era, yes. 4 against 2. We can definitely do it. Xiaoming, you two noobs. I just hope you don't waste your skills on the minions. Milady, Xiaoming, you go out and lure the salted egg to the edge of the brush later. I'll hit him with a big one directly. Dianwei, you follow up with another big one. He's done for. Xiaoming, got it. Dianwei, got it. Xiaoming followed the plan and walked out of the brush directly. He was now low on health, and Qin Shen, controlling the salted egg, naturally chased after him when he saw Xiaoming. Xiaoming turned and ran towards the brush, and Qin Shen's salted egg followed suit. Take 2 more steps. Take 2 more steps. You're almost in range of my big move. Milady planned carefully. Boom. Suddenly a game sound effect voice came. Milady was dumbfounded. Dianwei's big move hit the enemy minion's head, revealing his position. Milady and Xiaoming were stunned, and Era, who was clearing minions, flashed over. The 2 heroes were face to face, and the salted egg instinctively backed away. Even if Milady wanted to curse, at this moment he could only follow along and see if he could seize the opportunity to kill the salted egg. However, Milady hadn't even left the brush when the announcement of a triple kill came. He was also sprayed with bullets by the salted egg, and the game turned into a black and white screen. Milady, Dianwei, are you fucking kidding me? Dianwei, misunderstanding. I really didn't mean to, I just had a little shake, accidentally pressed the big move. That minion happened to be within my big move range, so you know, it's not my fault. Xiaoming, I don't believe you. You old bastard are really bad. Do you have Parkinson's? Shaking throughout the whole game. Milady, Era, what about you? Why did you flash over to feed? Era, what do you mean by flashing over to feed? Dianwei jumped in with his big move. Of course I had to follow up with damage output, otherwise you guys would blame me for being a noob again. Milady, what you said actually makes sense. Xiaoming, what damage output? The salted egg on the other side has 3 big items, and you only have a pair of shoes. Are you even qualified to talk about damage output? Why play the game? Can't you just live properly? Era, Xiaoming. I've tolerated you for a long time. You've been cursing at me all along. Alright, I'll come clean, I've lost my temper. From now on, I'll just feed. Remember, I'm feeding not because I want to, but because of you. Being cursed by you. Dianwei, +1. He just called me Parkinson's. I've lost my temper too. Didn't he say I deliberately fed the salted egg? I'll deliberately feed the salted egg this game. If we lose, it's all because of the toxic Xiaoming. Xiaoming, what the hell? Next, Dianwei and Era, who successfully shifted the blame, started the strong feeding mode without any psychological burden. Originally, Qin Shen's salted eggs developed vigorously in the early stage, coupled with Dianwei and Xiaoming being directly disabled. At 20 minutes, Qin Shen's teammates successfully broke through the enemy's 3 lanes in Crystal, achieving victory. In this game, Qin Shen got 38 kills and 16 assists, a total profit of 92,000. After giving red envelopes to Dianwei, Xiaoming, and a group friend matched with Qin Shen, there was still over 86,000 left. Qin Shen left an integer of 80,000, and gave the remainder to Su Chanxian. Qin Shen has seen games with 800,000 in one round, so 80,000 has not caused any ripples in his heart. Immediately, the second round of matchmaking began. This time, there were no group friends matched against the opponent, but 2 group friends were matched. Along with Qin Shen himself and Su Chanxian, there was only one random player left. Qin Shen still chose to play as a marksman to harvest kills. However, this time he used a controversial marksman, by Li Shouyu. This hero has extreme differences in performance, either a sharpshooter or a feeder. Most ordinary players fall into the latter category, including Qin Shen. But this time, Qin Shen, in this round, I want to experience the joy of sniping. 3rd floor, got it. I'll play Zhang Liang in the mid lane. 4th floor, received. I'll support Dong Huang. Qin Shen chuckled, pleased that both group friends were on the right track. The game began. Before Qin Shen could even leave the fountain, the taunts from the enemy marksman, Hui, began. Enemy Hui, people still play by Li in this version. Looks like this round is in the bag. Our Zhang Liang, Hui, don't be so cocky. Our Dong Huang, Hui, do you want to experience the great arterial blood-sucking technique? Zhang Liang and Dong Huang naturally began to protect our team's big shots. After all, they had the confidence. As the saying goes, no matter how strong you are, Dong Huang paired with Zhang Liang. This is no joke. Many players have experienced fear when facing these 2 heroes. Enemy Hui, sorry, playing on a smurf account with a 90% win rate. I'm not targeting any one of you, I'm talking about all of you on the other side. You're all trash. Qin Shen narrowed his eyes. After playing for so long, he encountered such a prick for the first time. The King's Canyon does not allow such pretentious players to exist. At least not in Qin Shen's game. Not allowed. Qin Shen. In this round, make sure the enemy Hui has no gaming experience. Qin Shen said into his headset. Okay, big brother. Coincidentally, my Luna is also on the national server. Su Chanxian sweetly replied. Zhang Liang, Dong Huang. The goal of this round is that we may lose the game, but we must make the enemy Hui's mentality explode in doubt life. Qin Shen typed to the other 2 group friends. At this moment, the only solo top laner, Kai, asked softly, may I ask, are you 4 pre-made? In King's Canyon, there are only 3 or 5 player pre-mades, but from Kai's perspective, the other 4 players on their side seem to be pre-made, all following by Li's orders. So he asked this soulful question. Zhang Liang, no. We are not pre-made, it's fate. Fate brought us together with the big shots. Dong Huang, yes, it's fate. Kai. As the minions reached the bottom lane, Qin Shen squatted under the tower, preparing to snipe with his second skill. Bang! The first sniper bullet was fired, narrowly missing the dodging Hui. Enemy Hui, useless. Stop aiming. Bang! The second sniper bullet was fired, also missing Hui. Enemy Hui, keep it up. Maybe you'll snipe me once this round. Ha ha ha. Qin Shen watched the taunting Hui, feeling the fire burning inside him. It's really my fault for being too bad. Our Zhang Liang, boss. Do we need support now? Our Dong Huang, boss. How about I go for a wave of minions, and you snipe him? Both teammates saw the message sent by the enemy Hui and asked. Qin Shen, not for now. You guys level up to 4 first, and after reaching level 4, then teach him a lesson. Zhang Liang was still farming in the mid lane, Dong Huang was following Su Chanxian in the jungle. Only after reaching level 4 would their ultimates have crowd control abilities, bringing them over now would just be feeding. Qin Shen also kept a low profile, no longer sniping the enemy Hui, directly focusing on farming minions, playing sneakily. Finally, after 2 minutes, they reached level 4. Qin Shen checked the scoreboard and saw that Zhang Liang and Dong Huang had also reached level 4. At this time, the cannon minions had appeared in the minion wave. Qin Shen's 2 sniper shots were not enough to clear the wave, and the enemy Hui followed the cannon minions to push the wave. Qin Shen glanced at Zhang Liang and Dong Huang coming down the bottom lane and started typing. Qin Shen, Hui, do you believe I will snipe you with one shot later? Enemy Hui, what fake alcohol did you drink today? Is it that strong? Before he finished speaking, in the river bush, Zhang Liang flashed up and directly attacked Hui. Qin Shen immediately charged his second skill, preparing to snipe. Bang! After the game sound effect rang out, the enemy Hui's health bar was left with just a little over half. By the time Qin Shen continued to charge his second skill, Zhang Liang's ultimate had already expired. Hui immediately flashed back and retreated. Then, Dong Huang, who was waiting in the river bush, also flashed up. Ultimate combo. Qin Shen finished charging his second skill, fired a sniper shot, completely taking out the enemy Hui. Ha ha, let you show off. Zhang Liang, Dong Huang, you both get credit for this kill, each of you gets $100. Qin Shen happily sent a message. Our Zhang Liang, thank you, boss. Our Dong Huang, thank you, boss. Our Kai, may I ask, what's the deal with the $100? Our Zhang Liang, kid, focus on playing the game, don't worry about adult stuff. Our Kai, enemy Hui, didn't you see? Bai Li has 2 sons. Our Dong Huang, that's right. Whoever messes with my Bai Li dad, I'll deal with them. Our Zhang Liang, +1. Next, Hui entered a mode of doubting life. Now Qin Shen is already in the Starlight rank, and the teammates he can match with, as long as they are normal players, their skills and awareness are not a problem. When 4 people target one person on the opposite side, that person only has one result. That is, no gaming experience. Bang! Ding! Successfully killed a player. Received a reward of 2,000 yuan. Bang! Ding! Successfully killed a player. Received a reward of 2,000 yuan. Bang! Ha ha! Feels great. Qin Shen laughed. It turns out that's the fun of playing Bai Li Shoyu. Taking the enemy's head from 1,000 miles away is not just a saying, especially after equipping 2 infinity edges, a black cleaver, and a blade of the Ruin King. It's like one shot, one kid. After being sniped by Qin Shen once again, the enemy Hui started to greet Qin Shen's teammates. Enemy Hui, is Bai Li really your dad? Why are you protecting him so much? Enemy Hui, damn it. Dare to 1v1 me, bring it on. Naturally, no one on Qin Shen's side paid attention to the furious Hui. And Qin Shen's goal had been achieved. In this game, the enemy Hui basically had no gaming experience. What a joke. Surrender. Surrender, surrender. In the chat channel, it was clear that the enemy team didn't want to play anymore. Not surrendering. Absolutely not surrendering. Bai Li is useless in the late game. Give me all the resources. As long as I get strong, everyone on the opposite side is just trash. The enraged enemy Hui seemed to have snapped. Our Zhang Liang, stop struggling, Hui. There's no hope. Just surrender quickly. A scrub like you shouldn't be ruining your teammates. Opponent Hui, don't be so cocky. Looks like I'll have to show you my true skills. You won't know fear until then. I'll teach you a lesson. Our Zhang Liang, true skills? If you have any, you're just a dog. 1 second later. Our Dong Huang, ha, our Zhang Liang is awesome. Our Kai, Zhang Liang is amazing. Qin Shen was also amused. This Zhang Liang is quite clever. He's a little trickster indeed. Ha ha. The Zhang Liang on the other side, did you put honey on your lips? Ha ha. Even Hui's teammates were amused. With a series of excellent moves, Zhang Liang had silenced Hui to the point where he couldn't even reply. He was afraid that any wrong word would lead to a face full of embarrassment. Asterisk bang. Asterisk with the sound of Qin Shen's sniper rifle, the opponent's Hui returned to the black and white game screen. Qin Shen, you dare to come out with full health, who gave you the courage? The once composed Hui completely broke down. He thought that Zhang Liang and Dong Huang were the only ones good at taunting, but the real invisible killer was the silent sniper, Bai Li Shoyu. Listen, coming out with full health? Is that even human language? Our Zhang Liang, damn, coming out with full health. You're the real deal, bro. Ha ha, our Dong Huang, Zhang Liang is a professional hunter. The real pro is the one who can explode your mentality, right? Our Kai, the newbie is trembling, never expected to encounter both the hidden dragon and the phoenix in one game. Although in this game, we kept chasing after the opponent's Hui, luckily Su Qin Shen's Luna had our backs, and Kai had some skills too, putting the opponent at a complete disadvantage. especially when a strong marksman was taken out. The opponent had almost no damage output left. In less than 20 minutes, the opponent's crystal exploded, and Qin Shen once again claimed victory. In this game, Qin Shen clashed with the opponent's Hui, didn't get many kills, and only earned less than 80,000 yuan during the settlement. He transferred over 3,000 to two group members, over 5,000 to Su Qianshan, and kept over 70,000 for himself. In 2 games, in less than 40 minutes, Qin Shan earned 150,000. In the third game, a normal match, the opponent had 2 group members, while Qin Shen had 1. Due to the opponent's undercover agent, Qin Shen's income increased, and after sending red packets, he was left with 100,000. Fourth game, Qin Shen used the opponent's undercover group member to his advantage, making a huge profit. He reached 500,000. Fifth game, by bribing the opponent again, Qin Shen earned 600,000. 135,000 in 5 games. Not only did he earn back X6 money, but he also had over 200,000 left. In the 6th game, with a smooth start, the opponent suddenly had 4 group members. Just when Qin Shen thought he was going to make a big profit, Zhao Xiaoming sent a message. Boss, trouble. That random player on the other side is no ordinary player. It's the streamer Zhang Daxian. Qin Shen looked at Zhao Xiaoming's message, his eyes narrowed. Zhang Bingxin. This was no ordinary streamer. He was the top streamer in King's Glory. Qin Shen liked him too. Back in school, he used to watch Zhang Bingxin's live streams. Zhao Xiaoming, boss. Luckily, we have group members who like to watch streams. Zhang Daxian just started a game, and his lineup is exactly the same as yours. And several of Zhang Daxian's group members confirmed it. This time, Zhang Daxian is playing on a viewer's account in a random match. Qin Shen fell into deep thought. Win. He definitely wanted to win. But this time, there were more concerns. You see, a big streamer like Zhang Daxian had more influence than some professional players. Qin Shen buys the opponent, and the opponent's player gives away kills to others, all based on the premise that the player is an ordinary person. Is Zhang Bingxin an ordinary person? He's a monster. Trying to buy him with money won't work, and if Zhang Bingxin suspects anything, he could report it, and the opponent's group members would likely be banned for at least 10 years. Qin Shen thought for a moment and sent a message to Zhao Xiaoming. Tell the group members to play this round normally, don't give away kills. Zhang Bingxin has too much influence, it's not easy to deal with. After receiving the message, Zhao Xiaoming immediately announced it in the group. The few group members matched with Qin Shen's opponent felt uncomfortable instantly. They thought they would easily earn money this round, but unexpectedly matched with a streamer, Zhang Bingxin. They had to admit defeat. The game started. Qin Shen continued to play by Li in this round, running to the bottom lane tower to farm. Before the minions arrived, Zhao Xiaoming sent another message. Boss, Zhang Daxian is planning to steal your red buff. He's hiding in the bushes behind the red buff. Qin Shen's eyes lit up. No need to ask, Zhao Xiaoming must be watching Zhang Bingxin's livestream, knowing his location. Xian, don't attack the blue buff for now. Zhang Bingxin is planning to steal your red buff, let's set up an ambush. Qin Shen immediately called Su Qianshan. Su Qianshan quietly approached from the blue buff area and hid in the bushes near the 3 wolves. At that moment, in Zhang Bingxin's live stream room, Zhang Bingxin, it's easy to play in the Starlight tier. Look, the enemy Luna is in the jungle, they will definitely start with the blue buff. No one is at the red buff, let's steal one first, then go back to take our own blue buff. Zhang Bingxin explained while taking a sip of water. Within 30 seconds of the game starting, both red and blue buffs were cleared, and Zhang Bingxin, playing as Liu Bei, went straight for Qin Shen's red buff. Hey, mid lane bro, support bro, can you guys come help me? It's hard for me to do it alone. In the King of Glory game, when the jungler steals the enemy jungle, the support usually comes to help, and a skilled mid laner will also come to provide vision. This way, they can quickly steal the jungle and ensure safety. However, what frustrated Zhang Bingxin was that his teammates in this round seemed to be like robots. He had been marking the enemy's red buff since the beginning, indicating that he wanted to steal it, but the support, like a blind follower, just followed the marksman. He didn't know that at this moment, his teammates were already fed up with him. After waiting all night for a chance to make a small fortune, just because he was matched with Zhang Bingxin, everything went down the drain. Zhang Bingxin called out to his teammates, but no one responded. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and take the red buff himself. At this point, he couldn't go back to take his own blue buff, as it would only disrupt his rhythm. Don't panic, brothers, Luna will definitely start with the blue buff. The mid lane on the other side is in the minion wave. Bai Li should be hiding under the tower on the enemy's development route. We are safe with this red buff. Before Zhang Bingxin could finish speaking, a moonfall suddenly landed on his head. When the red buff still had a sliver of health left, Luna's moonfall took it down. What's wrong with our teammates? Why don't they come to help out? They are so uncooperative. Zhang Bingxin's face turned dark. He had worked hard for half the game, only to have the enemy Luna benefit from it. The comments in the live stream instantly exploded. You see, Zhang Bingxin's fans are different from other streamers' fans. Fans of other streamers like to see them being cool and amazing, but Zhang Bingxin's fans only like to see him fail. If Zhang Bingxin keeps winning, his fans will fall asleep one by one. But if he keeps losing, his fans will get fired up, sending gifts and messages of support. For example, congratulations to my immortal brother for 5 consecutive losses. Congratulations to my immortal brother for 6 consecutive losses. Immortal brother, keep going. Breaking the record of 10 consecutive defeats is just around the corner. Keep it up. You can do it. In this round, Zhang Bingxin secretly squatted against the red dad opposite, and the fans were equally excited to see Zhang Bingxin lose. Hey, wasn't it agreed that Luna would take the first move to open the blue? As soon as she speaks, it's the old Bingxin. Ha ha ha, you think you're stealing the red, but you don't know the opponent is ready to steal you. Ha ha ha. Zhang Bingxin pretended not to see the fans' mockery, controlling Liu Bei to battle Luna while commenting, it's okay. Luna is not strong in this version. And Luna is not at level 4, I'm not afraid of her. Everyone, watch out, it's still uncertain who will kill whom. Hey, that mid lane brother, come help. Zhang Bingxin sent a distress signal to the mid lane teammate again. Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, and a sniper bullet shot out from the bushes. Zhang Bingxin, who was focused, was startled, and the game screen instantly turned into a black and white TV. He threw up his hands in anger, saying, our teammates at home must be monsters. They don't even come to help. At this moment, Qin Shen, who was controlling by Li Xiuyu, was stunned because of a system voice. Ding! Successfully killed a professional anchor. Receive a reward of 10,000 yuan. 10,000 yuan. Qin Shen was stunned. After activating the critical hit reward, killing a person's head had always been worth 2,000 yuan. Now it's 10,000 yuan? Ding! Report to the host. Due to the host being matched with a professional game anchor, the reward mode has changed. As long as you encounter professional players or game anchors on the enemy team, the value of their heads will be directly multiplied by 5. The system's explanatory voice came. Qin Shen was instantly excited. At this moment, he looked at the opponents in the game, each one a golden ingot. 10,000 yuan for a person's head. Originally, he thought encountering Zhang Bingxin meant admitting defeat. Now he realized that Zhang Bingxin was a lucky star. Because of his presence, the value of all the opponents' heads instantly increased 5-fold. Qin Shen couldn't stand it anymore. He immediately opened Alipay on his phone and sent a message to Zhao Xiaoming. Let the friends matched with me find a way to send me heads this round. As long as Zhang Bingxin doesn't notice, each head is worth 200 yuan. In the internet cafe. After seeing Qin Shen's message, Zhao Xiaoming quickly put down the chicken leg in his hand. Previously, Qin Shen had said that this round was a sure win, no need to send heads. Now he changed his mind, and the price of the heads was different. 200 yuan per head. Doubled. Zhao Xiaoming didn't dare to delay and immediately started mentioning the friends matched with Qin Shen in the group. Zhao Xiaoming, the Godfather this round wants to give out super benefits. Hurry up and find a way to send heads to the Godfather without Zhang Bingxin noticing. Now each head is worth 200 yuan. Not long after Zhao Xiaoming's message was sent, in Zhang Bingxin's game perspective, suddenly his 4 teammates collectively stopped moving. What's going on? This round, my teammates are a bit confusing. Zhang Bingxin, who was having a rough start, was a bit annoyed. He didn't know that his 4 teammates had temporarily exited the game and come to the group chat page. Damn, 200 yuan per head. I have to send them no matter what this round. I want to send 2. Send 100 heads to the Godfather, even if my account gets banned, it's worth it. I don't care. Whether it's Zhang Bingxin or Li Bingxin, I just want to make money now. Money. Let's go. Send them in the game. Zhao Xiaoming, looking at the chat records of the 4 friends matched with Qin Shen's opponents, was shocked and quickly typed a message. For masters, make sure you understand the conditions the Godfather is asking for. If you enter the game and send heads to the Godfather, but Zhang Bingxin finds out, it doesn't meet the conditions. No money for you. Zhao Xiaoming's words calmed down the 4 group members. Making money is a must, but you can't mess around. Messing around will make you lose money. Zhao Xiaoming looked at the silent group chat interface, thought for a moment, and then typed, I do have an idea. 1 minute later. From Zhang Bingxin's perspective, the 4 teammates moved. Brothers, what's going on with you guys? Zhang Bingxin asked in confusion. Top laner Xianyu, why do you, the jungler, like to BB so much? I've been tolerating you for a long time. Mid laner Jinji, you gave away the first kill at the beginning, and I've been annoyed with you. If you BB again, I'll give it to you. ADC D Renjie, jungler keeps feeding. Trash. Support Kaiwenji, the more noob you are, the more you like to BB. You're still a jungler? A leashed dog in the jungle is stronger than you. Zhang Bingxin looked at the messages on the chat panel, feeling dumbfounded. His live stream was real-time, and all the messages on the chat panel were being broadcasted. Zhang Bingxin's magical fans were getting excited one by one. Zhang Bingxin, with a look of doubt about life, turned to the camera and said, "Brothers, did I say anything? Why are they so hostile?" On the live chat board, actually, to be honest, I also really hate teammates who come in and give all sorts of advice. Zhang Tank, you need to reflect on yourself. Actually, they just find your nonsense annoying. Ha ha, I don't know why, but whenever I see Zhang Tank being criticized, I feel so happy. Zhang Tank, you are my source of joy. Bro, I think your teammates are a bit weird, it seems like they are targeting you. When Zhang Bingxin saw the last barrage, he furrowed his brows. No way. From the beginning, his teammates didn't help him steal jungle camps, and now they were collectively targeting him. Zhang Bingxin was puzzled, and then the double kill sound effect came from the game. His teammates D Renjie and Kaiwenji were killed by the enemy by Li. Several messages instantly popped up on the in-game chat panel. Top laner Xianyu, the two trash in the bot lane, do you even know how to play? Mid laner Jinji, I'm really fed up. Why do I always get matched with these teammates? The jungler is useless, and now the bot lane is also two useless players. Seeing this, Zhang Bingxin felt relieved. Brothers, did you see that? They are not really targeting me, they are targeting whoever they catch. These players, their anger levels are quite high. Just as he was speaking, more messages popped up on the game chat panel. ADC D Renjie, which of you two trash are you talking about? Zhang Bingxin shook his head when he saw this and said, you see, the top and mid lane teammates are a bit tilted. The bot lane ADC and support died once and were mocked like this, anyone would be angry. My heart goes out to our D Renjie. But before he could finish speaking, ADC D Renjie said, it's this trash Kaiwenji, what's it to me? Zhang Bingxin. Sorry, I take back what I said about feeling sorry for our D Renjie. This D Renjie is also someone with a bad attitude. This game is hard to handle. The situation gradually spiraled out of Zhang Bingxin's control. The four teammates argued more and more, launching all kinds of verbal attacks, and he was the only one left playing the game. D Renjie and Kaiwenji argued so much that they directly lost towers, making Zhang Bingxin feel extremely uncomfortable. Looks like I have to turn on the mic. Zhang Bingxin sighed and prepared to use his ultimate move. As the top king streamer, Zhang Bingxin's reputation carried weight among king players. In the past, he had encountered such situations, and as long as he turned on the mic and revealed his identity, he could take control of the situation and lead the team to victory. Brothers, I am the streamer Zhang Bingxin. This game is just for fun, and if you don't believe me, you can turn on the mic. I guarantee that I am the real deal. Please, brothers, give me face and let's play well. After sending out a string of messages, Zhang Bingxin began to wait to regain control of the situation. Who knows? Top lane Xianyu, Zhang Bingxin? Who is that? A spirited young man? Mid lane Jinji, hello everyone, I am Dream Tears. I am currently playing a friendly match. As long as you call me dad, I will help you win. Bot lane D Renjie, Rebate, with your skill level, how dare you impersonate Zhang Bingxin? You insult my idol. Alright, if you win this match, I will perform a handstand and eat dung for you. Support Kaiwenji, handstand and eat dung +1. Insulting my idol, I will show you now. Zhang Bingxin was dumbfounded. And Qin Shen was already laughing so hard his mouth was about to split open. Ding! Successfully killed a player. Received a special reward of 10,000 yuan. Ding! Successfully killed a player. Received a special reward of 10,000 yuan. Ding! Successfully killed a player. Received a special reward of 10,000 yuan. Didn't make it to the palace. I've been really busy lately. I'll adjust my schedule and try to update more every day. Zhang Bingxin quickly sent a message, brothers, I am really Zhang Bingxin. If you don't believe me, you can open the mic and listen to my voice. Or watch my live stream, I am live streaming now. D Renjie, I don't believe you. How dare you insult my idol? Do you really not believe I will report you? Kaiwenji, Zhang Bingxin is sacred and inviolable in my heart. I am his most loyal fan. You shameless person even dares to impersonate my idol. I will make you doubt life now. Zhang Bingxin was almost in tears. His heart was so complicated. He really wanted to scold D Renjie and Kaiwenji, but they kept saying Zhang Bingxin was their idol. For the sake of their idol, they were even willing to punish the impersonator. This is true fandom. Zhang Bingxin felt proud and angry, with mixed feelings in his heart. He was still considering how to communicate with his teammates when he saw messages from the other two teammates. Top lane Xiangyu, these two trash in the bot lane, who are they trying to scare? I dare to report just like anyone else. I'm reporting now too. Mid lane Jinji, who are you four noobs trying to scare? Making me not dare to report just like anyone else. The two noobs in the bot lane have made Bai Li into a father figure. I'm also going to report Bai Li. I will make Bai Li your grandpa. Next. In the live stream room, Zhang Bingxin's eyes widened, his mind went blank. The four teammates were actually queuing up to report Bai Li. The barrage in the live stream room was flying. Zhang Bingxin had been live streaming for so many years, but this was the first time he encountered such a game situation. The four teammates were cursing and ended up reporting the enemy marksman? What kind of operation was this? You say they are noobs? They even sold all their equipment and just bought boots of speed to report. The reporting was so fast. You say they are just spirited young men? But they were quite persistent, they really followed through with their words. All four of them actually reported Bai Li. Zhang Bingxin looked at the exploding barrage, took a deep breath, and adjusted his mindset. Brothers, see, this is a typical case of getting too immersed in the game. Let's not be so impulsive in the future. I really don't understand what these young people are thinking. It's just a game, not like there's money to be won. Why do they have to take it so seriously? They are really hot-headed. After reflecting on it, Zhang Bingxin said, this match is definitely not playable, I won't play anymore, let's just surrender. With that, Zhang Bingxin initiated the surrender vote. Normally, in such a situation where teammates don't want to play anymore, they would surrender and end the game quickly. But who knew, as soon as he initiated the vote, four red bars lit up in the voting bar. Besides him, all teammates were unwilling to surrender. Zhang Bingxin frowned and typed, brothers, since you all don't want to play anymore, let's end it quickly. Dragging it out like this is really pointless. Just as he sent the message, Di Renjie said, no, it's very interesting. I'm going all out in this match. Whoever surrenders is a loser. Kaiwenji, I'm not backing down either. Whoever surrenders is my grandson. Xiangyu, +1. Jinji, if you have the guts, don't leave. Fight until dawn. Zhang Bingxin looked at the messages from teammates, his face turned dark. What kind of devil teammates are these? They want to fight until dawn even after giving away kills? How are they going to fight? To see who can give away more kills? Zhang Bingxin sighed deeply. He felt that he might really be getting old and couldn't understand the mindset of young people nowadays. On the other side, Qin Shen had already informed his four random teammates. He gave each of them 200 yuan as a red envelope to prevent them from surrendering. At this moment, Qin Shen's side was harmonious, everyone was just idling around, while Qin Shen was working hard to get kills in the bottom lane. Ding! Successfully killed a player. Received a special reward of 10,000 yuan. In the blink of an eye, half an hour passed. Ding! Successfully killed a player. Received a special reward of 10,000 yuan. In the blink of an eye, another hour passed. The game had been going on for 100 minutes. Zhang Bingxin looked at the game screen, his hands trembling. He had been watching his teammates give away kills for nearly 100 minutes. It was not just a bad gaming experience, it was torture. He had initiated surrender several times, but all his teammates disagreed. It was terrifying. If he were playing alone, he would have just quit the game. But now he was playing with teammates. If he quit, the system would penalize them for AFK, which would affect his image as a streamer. So Zhang Bingxin could only grit his teeth and persevere. This is really unlucky. Look, the opponents are so coordinated, they are just watching us make fools of ourselves. They are not surrendering. So, everyone, don't get too emotional when playing games, it's really embarrassing. Zhang Bingxin said with a heavy heart. He didn't dare to look at the stats. His teammates had almost given away over 400 kills. They were breaking the record for the most kills given in a single game. And unexpectedly, because of these bizarre teammates in this game, the viewership in his live stream was skyrocketing. He was now the top streamer on the platform, surpassing the second place by millions of viewers. In the live chat, I heard that Zhang Tank encountered godlike teammates. Can someone explain? More than just teammates. Look, Zhang Tank's teammates have given away 400 kills. 400. A spectacle. Zhang Tank is indeed a monster. All his matched teammates are monsters. Confirmed monster constitution. At the same time, the audience watching the commotion sent various gifts, causing Zhang Bingxin's livestream to explode in popularity. Thanks for the big rocket sent when I see Zhang Tank in trouble. Thanks for the magic book sent by the unlucky Zhang Tank. Thanks for the big rocket sent by the black Zhang Tank. I'm serious. Zhang Bingxin smiled wryly in response. Just then, behind the live camera, his assistant quietly handed him a piece of paper. The paper had words written on it. "Brother, your live stream is trending on Weibo." Zhang Bingxin was stunned, feeling even more conflicted. He didn't know whether to thank or resent these teammates. Their crazy giveaway of kills had unexpectedly put his livestream on the trending list. This was a wave of free traffic. "Brothers, I didn't hire these actors. You can watch the replay later. I don't know what's going on, but I ran into this group of spirited young men. They said they would send it, and they even sent it to the other side of the country. I'm really amazed. I will never call myself a monster again. They are the real monsters. No, they are devils. Devils. You bunch of gloating people are also devils." Zhang Bingxin faced the barrage of doubts about him finding actors and immediately fought back. He was driven to the brink by these teammates, and to be misunderstood as intentionally bringing in actors to trend naturally made him unhappy. Finally, after 120 minutes, when the super soldiers were invincible, the crystal where Zhang Bingxin was finally pushed. Zhang Bingxin's hands were shaking when he exited the game. He didn't even dare to look at the game data. 500 kills. A total of 500. These spirited young men are truly amazing. For the first time, Zhang Bingxin felt fear towards this game. He didn't even dare to play again, afraid of encountering such devilish teammates. In the rental house where Qin Chen was staying, Qin Chen's eyes lit up as he looked at the balance on his bank card, his nervous hands trembling. "I will try to update more from tomorrow. Thank you for your support. I hope you can help click on the ads." 456 kills. He got 456 kills in this round, a profit of a whopping 4.56 million, adding to the previous 1 million on his bank card. Now his balance is close to 6 million. In this city, 6 million is enough to fully pay for a top-notch villa in a prime location. Qin Chen's breathing became rapid. The lifelong dream of a man, luxury car, villa. He now has them all. After exiting the game, Qin Chen started sending money. This time there were more red envelopes, as Qin Chen was busy collecting kills in the game and couldn't send them in real time. He added Zhao Xiaoming on WeChat and created a WeChat group. In the temporary group, Qin Chen was the first to speak. "Report your kills, and send me your Alipay number. Make sure to report the correct number. If you send the wrong one, it's your own fault." 177. 123 kills, thank you, Godfather. 156. 124 kills, thank you, Godfather. The 4 group members reported the kills they sent. Each person's red envelope was over 26,000. Qin Chen waved his hand and started sending money. 1 minute later. "Boss, did you make a mistake? Why did you give me 30,000? Mine too. Boss, what's going on? Mine too. I also got 30,000. The 4 group members sent messages in confusion. They didn't earn that many red envelopes. "Qin Chen, I had a great time in the last round, and your acting was on point. The extra is a reward for you. It also prevents Zhang Bingxin from reporting you and getting your account banned. If you do get banned, consider it compensation." Qin Chen made over 4 million in this round. He wasn't stingy. With a wave of his hand, each person received 30,000. Qin Chen did this not just because of generosity, but also for deeper considerations. Because this business was not a one-time deal for him, Qin Chen wanted the group members gathered by Zhao Xiaoming to work harder in sending kills in the future, and those who received red envelopes were the best advertisement. "Thank you, Godfather. Grateful to Godfather. Hope the heavens have eyes, and we can match with Godfather in the future. Dad, can I still make it to Thailand now?" The 4 group members were ecstatic. Qin Chen joked with them for a few moments and then left the chat group. Later, he sent a 10,000 red envelope to Su Chanshan. Although Su Chanshan didn't contribute much in this round, she had been setting the pace for the team in the early stages. With Su Chanshan's skills, Qin Chen felt at ease, knowing he could focus on collecting kills and making money without worrying about anything else. So it's only right for him to give the money to Su Chanshan. After sending the red envelope, Qin Chen opened the game again. Just as he entered, an anti-addiction page suddenly popped up. "Dear user, you have exceeded 6 hours of game time, please take a break." Then the game automatically closed. Qin Chen was stunned. Since taking the genetic pill, he had never felt tired. Now he realized that he had played for over 6 hours today. 6 hours, earning 6 million. TSK. This earning speed is quite good. "Shanshan, I played the game for too long and was forced to log out, so I won't play today." Qin Chen messaged Su Chanshan. In the university dormitory, Su Chanshan yawned. She hadn't taken the genetic pill and was already feeling exhausted. "Brother, then I'll log out and rest." "Rest, play again tomorrow." Qin Chen replied, also turning off his phone. Ding! Detected that the host cannot continue playing due to objective reasons, initiating compensation task. The system voice sounded. Qin Chen's eyes lit up. This thoughtful little coat, he was just worried about having nothing to do late at night, and now a compensation task was sent. Ding! Compensation task. Host is required to win 10 chicken dinners in the game Peace Elite within 12 hours. Reward, 10,000 yuan for each opponent killed. Ding! Upon completing the task within the specified time, the total amount of money earned can receive a random 3 to 10 times critical strike reward. If the task is completed over time, there will be no critical strike reward. Ding! Tip: the shorter the time to complete the task, the higher the critical strike multiplier. System. I love you. Qin Chen's adrenaline surged. He knew this game Peace Elite, it was a phenomenon-level mobile game similar to King's Glory. The main gameplay is 100 people picking up equipment on the map, then fighting, with only one person surviving in the end. The survivor wins the chicken dinner. This compensation task given by the system is really powerful. 10,000 yuan per head. For skilled players, killing 20 to 30 opponents in a game is normal. That's 2 to 300,000. 10 games would be 2 to 3 million. And there's a critical strike reward at the end, multiplying the total amount of money earned, at least 3 times, up to 10 times. Even Qin Chen, who had experienced many ups and downs, felt a bit breathless. Rounded up, that's $1 billion. Qin Chen skillfully opened Zhao Xiaoming's WeChat and started messaging. I'm going to play Peace Elite for a while. You follow the operation method of King's Glory and help me find people. Qin Chen knew his level. It takes dozens of games on average to win once, so this time he still chose to enhance his financial power. Zhao Xiaoming announced in the group, and indeed many King's Glory players also played Peace Elite. He added a few Peace Elite player groups through his gaming friends and started spreading the word. When he helped Qin Chen promote in the King's Glory group before, he did it alone. But now, because the fact that Qin Chen would send red envelopes to friends who bring him heads had spread, thousands of people had started spreading the news. An hour later, Zhao Xiaoming, the dog-headed strategist, had skillfully arranged everything. Qin Chen opened Peace Elite and gave the order, and thousands of group members started matching with him. In no time, they successfully matched, and everyone entered the waiting area. In the earphones, various noisy voices began to sound. Is the Godfather here? Godfather, where are you? Godfather. Nearly 20 people shouting Godfather. The scene was spectacular. It bewildered the other random players. I'm under the radio tower. Qin Chen replied in the earphones. More than 20 people suddenly surrounded them. Rules. Zhao Xiaoming has already told you. After the game ends, each person gets 100 red envelopes. Find a person, beat them up, and give them to me, and you'll get another 100 red envelopes. Protect me to be the last one standing, and each person adds another 100 red envelopes. Understood, Godfather? We all understand. I'm new here. Are you sure everything this big shot is saying is true? My brother played with him in a game and earned 30,000 red envelopes in one round. Is that true or not? I was lucky to match with a big shot in a game and earn 2,000 red envelopes. I really want to win a chicken dinner. I haven't won one in several rounds. What's the point of winning a chicken dinner? Just be a follower to help the big shot win, get 200 red envelopes for free. Isn't that great for buying some real fried chicken? In the waiting area, players chatted noisily. At the same time, on the Shark Live platform, a female streamer in the chicken dinner section listened to various voices of the Godfather on her phone, her eyes lighting up. Friends, it seems like we've matched with someone extraordinary this time. The number of words in this chapter is much more than yesterday, so we'll update more. That's how we roll. Doghead saves lives. Don't hit me, wow. Yuan, did you match with a big shot? Why do you have so many followers with you? So grand? This reminds me of a certain big shot in PUBG. Shall I get Auntie a cappuccino? Everyone, give me some face. Stop talking about it. After all, Grandpa Lu was a respectable person in his lifetime. Ha ha ha. In the live chat box of the streamer Yuan, the audience started to make fun. They were truly shocked by the live broadcast. A player in a yellow outfit stood on a tower, and more than 20 people below shouted Godfather together. Is this a game or a military exercise? Indeed, the game's big shots play are completely different from ours. Yuan, go up there and join the fun. Maybe you can even find a big brother for free. To be able to gather so many people to play with him, this big shot's identity must be extraordinary. Yuan, if you can get close to him, it will be enough for you to eat for several years. The audience started to urge the female streamer to join the fun. Everyone, don't rush, let's first find out their intentions and what they are up to. The female streamer Yuan said calmly. Soon the game started, and everyone boarded the helicopter. Godfather, where should we jump? Dad, decide quickly. We'll jump with you. Dad, let's jump to the nuclear power plant. There are good things there. On the public chat channel on the plane, the recruits recruited by Qincheng were still discussing noisily. Let's jump to the hospital. Qincheng finally decided. The hospital was Qincheng's favorite place to land in the game. This location had many access points, and you could also go to G-Port in Peace City from there. There were many places to find equipment, making it a good geographical location. For those on the public channel who want to make money, jump to the hospital with me. After landing, if I kill you, you'll get 100 red envelopes each. When the plane arrived at the hospital, Qincheng led the way and jumped down. When the bystander players were still confused, they saw more than 20 people jumping down together. The female streamer Yuan also controlled her character and jumped in. Brothers, let's see if this big shot really pays up. Soon, Qincheng's players landed on the ground. Qincheng's voice rang out again. Brothers in the group, surround me to protect me. The temporary joiners stand outside in a row. After I kill them, provide your payment account, and you'll get 100 red envelopes each. More than 20 brothers from the group immediately surrounded Qincheng. Several clever horsemen had already started sweeping the room, and soon all of them ran out. Boss, I found an AK and a level 3 helmet. Boss, I have a shotgun. Boss, I have level 3 armor. Boss, I found a pistol. After picking up the equipment, the horseman immediately brought it to Qincheng. Qincheng didn't hesitate to collect the equipment and then walked to the front of the team. In the front were a dozen pedestrians who had jumped down together, all in their underwear. Qincheng clicked the bullet button, and a burst of AK shots turned the pedestrians into a pile of boxes. Death pays Alipay. 136 ***. 177 ***. Boss, can we use WeChat? I don't have Alipay? A pedestrian player asked. Qincheng twitched his mouth, wondering how someone could still not have Alipay in this day and age. Wait a moment, I'll give you a WeChat ID, add me on WeChat. Qincheng switched to WeChat, found Zhao Xiaoming's ID, and transferred 100,000 yuan to him. From now on, you handle all the red envelopes, tally them, and send them out. Without waiting for Zhao Xiaoming's reply, Qincheng switched back to the game. A tycoon should have his own style. Why bother personally sending out red envelopes? Besides, verifying the recipients is troublesome. It's better to leave it all to Zhao Xiaoming, the strategist, and let him make money lying down. In the internet cafe, Zhao Xiaoming, who was watching Qincheng's game, was stunned. His roommate beside him also widened his eyes. 100,000 yuan. To high school students like them, that was a huge sum of money. After a while, Zhao Xiaoming's brain regained its ability to think. His eyes lit up. He had no intention of embezzling the 100,000 yuan. After all, he was a thoughtful person who understood the pros and cons. Not to mention, he didn't dare to embezzle the tycoon's money. Compared to the trust of the tycoon, the 100,000 yuan was worthless. The fact that the tycoon entrusted him with such a large sum of money meant that he had gained the tycoon's initial trust. Boss, rest assured, you can leave all the miscellaneous tasks to me, Zhao Xiaoming replied earnestly. He didn't know that 100,000 yuan was almost nothing to Qincheng now. Qincheng was just trying to avoid trouble. In the game, after Qincheng sent Zhao Xiaoming's WeChat ID, he had all the pedestrian players who had turned into boxes go ask Zhao Xiaoming for red envelopes. Leave 5 brothers with good skills to protect me, the rest go search the hospital, collect all the equipment, then regroup and proceed with the next plan. Qincheng commanded. Boss, I'm a sharpshooter, I'll stay to protect you. Boss, I can locate enemies by sound, I'll stay to protect you too. The Millennium Fish King requests to join the battle. After leaving 5 skilled brothers to protect Qincheng, the rest began searching for equipment in the hospital. Bang! 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 Suddenly, gunshots rang out, followed by a voice on the microphone. Brothers, I'm down. Come help me. Qincheng frowned. It seemed that some pedestrian players had also landed here, but instead of coming to offer themselves, they went to pick up equipment. Report the location. I have a sniper rifle here, Qincheng commanded. Second room rooftop to the north. I've been shot again, I'm out. The voice replied on the microphone. Qincheng looked towards the second room to the north and said, Sniper, keep an eye on the rooftop. The rest of the brothers, come back and surround the second room to the north. Aim the gun at the rooftop and open fire, suppress him with firepower, don't let him have a chance to kill again. Hammer him to death for me. Avenge our fallen brothers. With a shout from Qincheng, the emotions of the crowd were instantly stirred up. Hammer him to death. That damn dog dared to betray my brother. Damn it! I feel the pent-up hot blood in my body boiling. This is the feeling of playing a game. Me too. I'm so excited right now. I feel like the gun in my hand is not an M249, it's already emitting a blue light. The voices in the microphone were filled with excitement, and a large group of people rushed towards the target room. At this moment, a passerby player upstairs was in despair. He didn't even dare to stick his head out, as the rooftop was surrounded by firepower, and he couldn't even go downstairs. Boss, stop shooting. I surrender. Give me 100 red envelopes, and I'll send you the head now, or else I'll throw a grenade when your men come up. This is an update to make up for yesterday. I will upload today's update soon. Qin Shen narrowed his eyes. This guy wasn't surrendering, he was making a blatant threat. Qin Shen didn't want the head reward, he couldn't be led by the nose by this passerby. And all his brothers in the group were watching. Your words remind me of something. Qin Shen smirked. He continued, brothers, how many grenades do you have now? I have 2. I have 1. I have 1 too. I also have. 8 people spoke, totaling 9 grenades. 9 grenades. That's enough. Brothers, don't rush up, those with grenades, find a spot and treat him to a grenade bun. I don't want your head. Those who kill my brothers will die. Soon, several grenades exploded. The passerby player turned into a box completely. He never dreamed that he would be killed by 9 grenades while playing this game. What a way to die. Quite high-end. Brothers, you guys have moved me to the point of tears. The killed group member was still in the game and hadn't quit. Before, he played games simply to win. After being killed, he would curse a bit and then exit the game to start over. Today, he had a new experience with this game. This was the real way to play a game. In the past, it seemed like he was being played by the game. After he was betrayed, over 20 brothers avenged him, and a powerful player even refused the surrender of the opponent, wanting to kill him, just because that person killed him. The feeling of being protected and treated as a brother, whether in reality or in the game, he had never experienced before. Today was the first time he felt this way, warm and full of passion. We are all brothers following the boss, we must help each other. Yes, the boss said, those who kill our brothers must die. The boss treats us as brothers. Brothers, we can't let the boss down, we must ensure the boss wins the chicken dinner this time. I'm telling you, whoever dares to steal the boss's chicken, I'll stand in front of him with a grenade. The group of players' morale had undergone a huge change. Previously, they only had one thought when they entered, to earn red envelopes. Ensure the boss wins the chicken dinner and then get the money. But now, they had a different feeling. They began to enjoy the feeling of playing the game. On the other side, in the live broadcast room of the female streamer Yueshue, after being killed, Yueshue did not quit the game and continued to watch the game. Everything happening in the game was being live-streamed in real time. The comments section was also lively. TSK TSK. I suddenly want to join that boss's team. Whether I earn red envelopes or not doesn't matter. The feeling of playing the game is very comfortable. In this society where human relationships are cold, I never expected to see such a passionate scene in the game. A group of strangers, trusting and protecting each other. It's still the boss who leads us well. That boss is not an ordinary person. Stop talking so much upstairs. I'm only concerned about whether that boss really sent out red envelopes. Yes, if he really sent out red envelopes, then he's a generous and wealthy boss with a heart. If he didn't send out red envelopes, then he's just a scammer. Yeah, didn't you just give a headshot earlier? Did you receive the red envelope? Someone urged. The female anchor Yaya looked down at her phone. The leader just added us all on WeChat. I just added him, but I haven't received the red envelope yet. The scammer is exposed. What warm-hearted tycoon. He's just a scammer. I knew it. How could one headshot be worth 100 red envelopes? Even if he's rich, he shouldn't be so reckless. Stop being so sour about freeloading upstairs. The boss's assistant must be reviewing it, otherwise, what if they send it to the wrong person? Be careful not to get slapped in the face with your words. As the comments section was buzzing, Yaya's phone rang. The boss provided his WeChat ID and messaged me, asking for screenshots of the kill and account. I'll send it to him now to see if there's a red envelope. Yeah, if he doesn't give you a red envelope, message me privately and add me on WeChat, I'll give you a red envelope. What are you doing upstairs? Trying to scam the anchor's WeChat ID? Hey, did Big Pig Hoof scam the anchor's WeChat ID? Yeah, can I touch my clothes to get your WeChat ID? As the audience joked around, the female anchor's phone played a voice message. Received 100 yuan on WeChat. Oh my gosh. Brothers, the money is in. There really is a red envelope. Exclaimed Yaya in excitement. 100 yuan isn't a lot of money, everyone has seen it before. But the way she earned this 100 yuan was so simple, just by giving a headshot. It was truly shocking. A real boss. Yeah. This is a real boss. You have to seize this opportunity. Poor Anchor, after live streaming for so long, she finally encountered a wild real boss. Yeah, you have to find a way to make him your big brother. Awesome. Truly a warm-hearted tycoon. Just now at the start, he gave headshots to over 10 people. So, this tycoon gave out over 1,000 yuan at the beginning? Over 1,000 yuan. Oh my gosh. My 1/3 of the salary was just the tycoon's reward for headshots. Ouch. Upstairs. You're thinking too much. Your salary might not even cover the change of the tycoon's pocket money. Look, that boss has over 20 people around him now. Playing one game is equivalent to your monthly salary. Okay. That hit me in the kidneys. Where are those sour freeloading accounts from earlier? Come out and jump around. At this point, the female anchor Yeah had already stopped paying attention to the comments section. Right now, in her eyes, there was only the tycoon in the game screen, giving away thousands in just one game. This wild big brother was truly profound. Just as the audience said, if she could find an opportunity to connect with this tycoon, she could definitely soar to great heights. God bless. I hope I can match with this boss in the next game. Yeah prayed in her heart. In the game, the safe zone had shrunk significantly, and Qin Shen's team had also lost members. Out of the 25 group members, only 20 remained. However, the people attacking them had all been killed. Brothers, there's a sniper in the east. Sniper in the grass. I'm out. I'm out. A teammate's voice came through the microphone. Sniper in the east. The 5 gods protect the boss. The rest of us, let's go over and take them out. Then, without regard for their lives, the 15 of them ran straight towards the enemy. In the grass, the casual sniper player was just about to shoot when he was dumbfounded. A group of people came straight towards him in his view. How the hell is this still playable? 1 or 2 can be sniped to death, 3 or 4 can still perform exceptionally well. As soon as he took a glance, he saw more than 10 people, and if he fired his gun again, he would definitely be locked in position and then shot to death in a chaotic manner. The passerby player didn't even think about it, immediately picked up his gun and turned to run. He's running. Chase him. Don't let him get away. Sniper, aim at him quickly. Don't let him escape. The brother in the front, throw a grenade to stop him. The passerby player who was fleeing listened to the chat in the public screen, and his heart completely sank. The passerby player playing as a sniper didn't even run 50 meters before turning into a box, and then the players on Qin Shen's side swarmed to search the body. Crisis averted, continue running from the poison. Qin Shen gave the order, and the vast army set off again. As the game time increased, the poison circle became smaller and smaller, and in the end, Qin Shen, along with his remaining 18 brothers, took care of the last passerby player. Only Qin Shen's people were left on the field. Yes, we won. We won. The boss won the chicken dinner. The group of friends cheered, even happier than if they had won the chicken dinner themselves. Ha, this round was really cool. Boss, can you add us to a group so we can play together often in the future? Yes, I want to continue playing like this, it's so much fun. Hearing the requests from the group of friends, Qin Shen spoke up, alright, you are the first group of brothers who followed me, and the ones I trust the most. Later, find Zhao Xiaoming and have him add all of you to a group. Okay. Thank you, boss. Boss, hurry up and kill us all. Let's start the next round. Come on. Brothers, come over and stand in position, let the boss take us out in one go. The group of friends stood facing Qin Shen not far away, put away their weapons voluntarily, and lined up. Brothers, we'll have another chance to cooperate in the next round. Qin Shen greeted them, then threw a grenade into the group of friends. Then he took his AK and sprayed, turning all the friends into boxes. Good luck. Chicken dinner tonight. First place. Qin Shen, the only one left on the map, became the ultimate winner of this game. This game has a significant advantage compared to King's Glory. Players can give up their lives voluntarily, and the system will not penalize them. In King's Glory, if you give up your life, you will be penalized as long as you are reported. But it's different in Peace Elite. Players can voluntarily give up the chance to win the chicken dinner and give it to someone else, and no one can say anything, and the system has no reason to penalize. After all, there are players who sacrifice themselves in every game. Qin Shen checked the system panel and saw that the compensation task progress had changed from 0 out of 10 to 1 out of 10. This round only took 25 minutes. That means you can play about 3 rounds in an hour. If you're lucky, you can complete the system's tasks in just over 3 hours. Then you can draw for a critical hit multiplier. Qin Shen collected a total of 48 kills in this round, earning 480,000. If you calculate it this way, 10 rounds would be 4.8 million. Then with a triple critical hit multiplier, that's at least over 10 million. Xin Shen took a deep breath, feeling a bit short of oxygen in his brain. This compensation task is really awesome. After exiting the game, Xin Shen opened WeChat. Zhao Xiaoming had already created a WeChat group and added him to it. The group name was a bit cheesy, but considering Zhao Xiaoming's age, Xin Shen could understand. Qin's Army, brothers who joined the group, change your name prefix to Qin's Army. This was a group announcement. Just as Qin Shen closed the group announcement, he saw a message from Zhao Xiaoming. Qin's Army Zhao Xiaoming, the godly boss has also joined, everyone line up to welcome him. Qin's Army Dead Ghost Blowing Lamp, welcome, godly boss. The former 3 seconds of the Qin family army, welcome, big shot. The Qin family army, the Old Man and the Sea Swallow, welcome, big shot. The Qin family army, let Jin bullets fly for a while, welcome, big shot. More than 20 welcomes appeared at once. Qin Shen looked at the usernames of these group members, his mouth twitched. This group of netizens is really not ordinary. Everyone can invite trustworthy friends to join and match with me later. Please note, they must be trustworthy. If the person you invite is unreliable and does not follow my commands, I'm sorry, you will all be kicked out. Qin Shen said. Big shot. I have a childhood friend, very skilled and reliable. Can I invite him? Big shot. I also have a friend here, very reliable. Instantly, several players recommended friends. Okay. As long as they are reliable and skilled, you can invite them directly. Qin Shen replied. Soon, nearly 10 more people joined. The size of the Qin family army has grown to 38 people. In 1 minute, match with me. Qin Shen said. In addition to the people in the WeChat group, Zhao Xiaoming went to the QQ group to start sending notifications. The people in the QQ group are the majority. With a base of 1 to 2,000, more people can match with Qin Shen. Soon it was the agreed time for Qin Shen. Everyone who had been waiting clicked on the match with Qin Shen. Match successful. The game map started loading. Soon all players entered the game waiting area. Big shot. I matched with you. Suddenly, Zhao Xiaoming's excited voice came through the speaker. Zhao Xiaoming saw Qin Shen's ID number. Shang Dang Bu Gu A Ku. The same name as in the game with Qin Shen. Zhao Xiaoming was truly excited. As before, he was lucky to match with Qin Shen twice, leading to these subsequent events. Since those 2 matches, Zhao Xiaoming felt like he had used up all his luck and hadn't matched with Qin Shen again. This time seemed to be turning his luck around. I'm under the tower, come find me. Qin Shen replied. As soon as Qin Shen's voice fell, Zhao Xiaoming's hysterical voice came through the microphone. Qin family army, come with me quickly. A group of people followed Zhao Xiaoming's character and ran to the base of the tower. Qin Shen, wearing a yellow outfit, was surrounded in the center. Those matched by the Qin family army, go to WeChat group Q1. I will count the number of people. Brothers from the QQ group, message me in Q1. The dog-headed strategist Zhao Xiaoming had fully immersed himself in his role. Soon he walked up to Qin Shen and said, big shot. A total of 18 people matched by the Qin family army, 16 from the QQ group. Including me, a total of 35. Very good. 35 people. We're stable. Qin Shen smiled satisfactorily. 35 people. This match is definitely a winner. What's going on? Who did we match with? I think I heard the Qin family army. Could it be a streamer? Streamer big shot, can you take me with you? I can control the recoil. Shut up. If you can't control the recoil, you're a noob. Hey, stop arguing. Why are you cursing at each other? Players from all around gathered to watch the excitement. Playing the game for so long, it was the first time they had seen such a scene. In another corner, in the Shark Live room, the female streamer, Yueshue, was also excited. I matched with this big shot again. Friends, is this the fate that was meant to be? The comments section was also in chaos. It's over, the streamer has bowed to the evil of money. Whether it's fate or not, I just want to see if this little streamer can impress this big brother. Yueshue. Impress him. This big brother is hard to come by. You can meet twice and use up all the luck in your life. This opportunity cannot be missed. You must strive to get this wild big brother. The female anchor, Yu, patted the sturdy chest and said, don't worry. I will definitely arrange things clearly for this big brother. I have practiced the 18 skills of charming men. I am not inexperienced. You can rest assured and watch. Yu interacted with her fans at this moment. The game had finished loading, and everyone boarded the helicopter. Yu originally wanted to talk to this wealthy player, but the public channel was too noisy, and she couldn't get a word in. Before long, the wealthy player parachuted down with his team, and Yu naturally followed. As ordinary players, they were blocked from approaching Qin Shen just like the others. Before long, Qin Shen, dressed in top-tier equipment, emerged. Yu saw the wealthy player appear and tried to control her excitement, but her voice turned sweet. Ahem, little brother, I am a female anchor from the Shark platform, I want to talk to you. Bang! Before Yu could finish speaking, her character suddenly fell to the ground, and then the game screen changed to, "You have been killed." She turned into a box. Yu stood still, the words on her lips swallowed back. She was sure the wealthy player could hear her voice, so why did he still shoot her directly and take her out? Didn't he know that female anchors who initiate conversations are easily swayed? Go collect your red envelope. Qin Shen's voice came, and Yu's face turned ashen. This plot was completely different from what she had imagined, and her live stream audience was already laughing uncontrollably. This book will not be censored, at least until the data crashes, and before all readers give it a 1-star rating, it will not be censored. I will do my best in terms of updates. Thank you all for your support. Yu, what happened to your 18 charming skills? Ha ha ha, I am professionally trained, I usually don't laugh, unless I really can't help it. Ha ha ha. Yu, your 18 charming skills are for losers. This is a wealthy player who showers money. Correct. Welcome everyone to watch the small anchor's major car crash scene. Ha ha ha. Yu, the female anchor, looked at the comments section of the live stream room and fell into deep self-doubt. On the other side of the game, Qin Shen walked up to the last ordinary player he was going to eliminate and was about to press the trigger. Suddenly, a cute voice came. Big brother, will you really give me some money? Qin Shen glanced at the burly character in front of him, whose ID name was Strongman Crying. The voice turned out to be that of a cute girl. The voice matched the name, leaving him speechless. Moreover, the voice felt very familiar to him. It was especially like that brainwashing video from before, Suwei. Tuanzi? Are you Tuanzi? Damn, why does the voice sound so familiar? Is it really Tuanzi? Tuanzi, aren't you playing PUBG? So you also play mobile games? The teammates around them were excited and gathered around. Ha? No, it's not me. I'm not Tuanzi. It's just that my voice sounds similar to hers, and many people have misunderstood. Player, Strongman Crying, explained. The teammates felt disappointed, thinking they had encountered a big streamer, but it was just a similar voice. Well, she is a big streamer of PUBG, she should be tired of playing games normally, why would she play mobile games? Qin Shen didn't waste any more words and fired a burst of bullets. Player Strongman Crying turned into a box. Go and collect. Qin Shen's words stopped abruptly, because a system sound appeared in his mind. Ding! Successfully killed a professional anchor. Receive a reward of 50,000 yuan. 5 times the reward. This voice, Qin Shen had only heard it when he met Zhang Dingxin. In other words, the macho crying in front of him is a top anchor in the same category as Zhang Dingxin. Considering the distinctive voice, who else could it be besides Tuanchuan? It's really you, Qin Shen said unexpectedly in his heart. Tuanchuan, one of the hottest female anchors right now. Undoubtedly the top sister in the live streaming world. With her funny personality, cute voice, and chicken-eating skills, she has tens of millions of fans. Unexpectedly, Tuanchuan is also playing this mobile game. Could it be for practice? Well, that's a possibility. De Guai, can I go get the red envelope? Tuanchuan's soft and cute voice sounded again. Yes. If you can duo with me in the next round, your headshot red envelope will be worth 200 from now on, Qin Shen said playfully after some thought. Why? Why am I worth so much? Tuanchuan curiously asked. Because your voice is pleasant, it cheers me and my brothers up. Qin Shen said earnestly. He wouldn't tell Tuanchuan that her headshot is worth 50,000. The group of friends cheered, all expressing their willingness to welcome her. Meanwhile, in another villa, Tuanchuan was lying on a chair, laughing foolishly at her phone. She is the player Macho Crying. Qin Shen guessed right, Tuanchuan is playing this game to improve her skills. She's really bad at PUBG, but she can get some kills in Peace Elite. Alright, 200 bucks, enough for a hot pot meal. I'll add you as a friend in the game later, Tuanchuan said in a voice message before exiting the game. Then she started asking Qin Shen for the red envelope through the WeChat number he gave her. Shortly after, a 100 yuan red envelope arrived. Tuanchuan cheered happily. Oh my god, there are actually people who play games like this. Come and see, they really gave me a red envelope. Tuanchuan excitedly showed off to her friend next to her. A top anchor with a monthly revenue in the millions, actually got surprised by 100 yuan. Tuanchuan, are you serious? Her friend asked in amazement. Tuanchuan explained, no, don't you think the guy who gave the money was interesting? Just now, a female anchor seemed to be flirting with him, but he headshot her. Ha, pig squeal. I'm about to die laughing. For an anchor like Tuanchuan, money is just a number. She doesn't judge people based on their wealth. She prefers interesting people now. Like the guy who can spend thousands on a game, encounters a female anchor, and headshots her as a talented player. Tuanchuan, stop playing and rest soon, you have to live stream tonight, her friend said considerately. No. I want to play one more round, I haven't met someone this interesting in a long time. Tuanchuan looked pitiful. She enjoys the economic wealth brought by a top anchor, but is also troubled by his fame. Anyone who approaches her has some ulterior motive. So her circle of friends is not wide, only a few close girlfriends. But in the game, she doesn't have to worry about that. Especially with the people she just met who believe she's not Tuanchuan, she can finally relax without the burden of being an idol. Her indulgent friend shook her head and didn't bother Tuanchuan in the end. About 20 minutes later. In the game, Xin Chen took down the last teammate and won again. This time he eliminated 56 people and made 600,000 in profit. Among them, Tuanchuan alone gave him 50,000. Brothers, let's cooperate in the next round. After exiting the game, Xin Chen went to the game interface homepage. Macho Crying has requested to add you as a friend. Xin Chen was stunned for a moment. He knew the true identity of little Tuanchuan, and 200 yuan was definitely not enough to impress little Tuanchuan. He was just joking, but he didn't expect little Tuanchuan to take it seriously. Could this little guy be planning something? Xin Chen pondered for a moment, but ultimately decided to team up with little Tuanchuan. He wanted to see what this little guy was up to. Big pot, I promise you will get the chicken dinner this time. Don't forget my little money. As soon as they joined the team, little Tuanchuan's soft voice rang out. Xin Chen listened to the familiar pig-like voice and confirmed that it was indeed little Tuanchuan. Following the routine, the large army outside the field matched into the game together. This match brought together a group of 45 players. It was another guaranteed chicken dinner round. Big pot, are you secretly starting to like me since you went out of your way to invite me? Without live streaming, no one knew she was little Tuanchuan. Little Tuanchuan, who rarely relaxed, started to flirt as soon as she entered the game. Yes, you caught me. Xin Chen chuckled and played along with her, realizing that this little Tuanchuan was quite mischievous. Big pot, you seem pretty wealthy. If you really like me, can you give me 5 yuan if you have 10 yuan? Little Tuanchuan innocently asked, setting a trap for Xin Chen. Of course, Xin Chen replied without hesitation. In her villa, little Tuanchuan's eyes lit up after hearing Xin Chen's response. She was waiting for this moment. Haha, he fell for it. Let's see how he gets out of this. Little Tuanchuan said to her girlfriend with a mischievous smile. She cleared her throat and asked seriously, what if you have 1 million? Soon, a faint voice from Xin Chen came through the game, instantly petrifying little Tuanchuan. Then I'll give you all 10 yuan. In the villa, little Tuanchuan's expression froze. Her girlfriend watching on the side burst into laughter. Damn, he's giving her all 10 yuan. Little Tuanchuan's trick backfired on her. Meanwhile, in the game, Xin Chen's guards burst into laughter. Various pig-like sounds echoed through the headsets, non-stop. What kind of straight guy is this? Little Tuanchuan was stunned for a moment, tears almost streaming down her face from laughter. She put on her headset and said seriously, boss, let me tell you, being so straightforward, you'll never have a girlfriend. Well, you can't force matters of the heart, Xin Chen replied. Little Tuanchuan perked up and curiously asked, from the way you speak, it seems like you've been hurt in love before. Can I gossip about how many girlfriends you've had, boss? The group of friends playing the game perked up at this topic, with some joining in to ask questions. I'm also curious. Someone as wealthy as the boss must have had several mounts. I mean, girlfriends, right? Ahem, the term mounts is quite spiritual. Feminist alert. Watch out for being banned. The brothers who spoke earlier, your accounts are gone. The friends joked around, and as everyone eagerly waited, Xin Chen's voice rang out again. Actually, I've only had one girlfriend to this day, she was my first love. Wow! First love. Must have been so romantic, right? Little Tuanchuan asked with admiration. Yes. In the end, we were about to get married. She was practically my fiancée, but we broke up due to certain objective reasons, Xin Chen said with a hint of sadness in his voice. Ha! Although I don't want to bring up sad memories for the boss, I'm really curious. What objective reasons could cause a breakup between someone like you? Little Tuanchuan launched into a soul-searching interrogation. In her opinion, Xin Chen must be wealthy with good financial conditions and an interesting person. How could a man like this break up during discussions of marriage due to objective reasons? Boss, could it be because the elders in the family don't allow such dramatic situations? I also suspect that. The group of friends automatically placed Xin Chen into the role of a rich second generation from a super family. No, actually, it's because of my first love's family. Qin Shen hesitated in his speech. Boss, stop beating around the bush, tell us quickly. What happened with your first love's family? Why didn't they agree to your relationship? Little Tuanchuan was itching to know. Well, let me just say it. It's because my first love's family was too poor. So, in the end, we didn't end up together. As Qin Shen's words fell, the voices in the earphones suddenly quieted down. After a while, little Tuanchuan's voice sounded somewhat uncertain. Are you saying that you looked down on your first love's family for being poor? Yes. Qin Shen replied straightforwardly. The earphones fell silent again. The emotions of the brothers in the group were somewhat disappointed. It turned out that he was a rich second generation who looked down on poor people. Compared to Qin Shen, who could easily spend thousands in a game, all the friends present were considered poor. It turned out that the so-called wealthy boss they had been calling out to actually look down on them from the bottom of his heart. Hey, how can you be like this? Can love be bought with money? That was your first love. How could you look down on her family for not having money? Do you know how hurtful that is? No one dared to confront Qin Shen. Only little Tuanchuan's voice, filled with anger, came out. She was indeed very angry. She had found this generous boss quite amusing before, but now she was truly indignant. It's not my fault. Qin Shen defended himself. Little Tuanchuan, panting heavily, scolded, how is it not your fault? You looked down on her family for being poor. If not blaming you, should we blame your first love? The friends in the group remained silent, but silently gave a thumbs up to the player for hitting the tearful point. It really isn't my fault. We have to go back to that mid-autumn festival year. My parents had already prepared gifts for me to meet her parents. After I told my first love about this, she said. Qin Shen paused, leaving a cliffhanger. What did she say? Just say it. Little Tuanchuan was very unhappy with Qin Shen leaving the sentence unfinished. Qin Shen cleared his throat. She said she wanted to come to my house, but there wasn't even a door. What are you talking about, brother? What are you trying to say? Little Tuanchuan was confused. Qin Shen said, you see, her family didn't even have a door. How poor must they be? I really couldn't imagine. I was scared and ran away at that time, never contacted her again, and we broke up. Ha ha. Ha ha. So it's because there wasn't even a door. You scared me with cold sweat. I'm sweating too, boss. Don't breathe heavily when you speak in the future. We poor folks almost died of fright. So poor that they don't even have a door. I'm impressed. Boss, let's start a live broadcast. I'll get you a card. You'll be my source of joy from now on. After understanding Qin Shen's words, the friends in the group became active again. It turned out that the boss wasn't looking down on the poor, but he was harshly rejected by someone. So poor that they don't even have a door. Ha ha. I'm laughing so hard, tears are streaming down my face. Ha, pig squeal. Little Tuanchuan was also laughing so hard she was about to roll on the floor. It turned out they had misunderstood this eccentric boss just now. Little Tuanchuan's girlfriends also burst into laughter. Qin Shen's move was truly beyond their expectations. Because of this little episode, the emotions in the team were lifted. Everyone started chatting and laughing again. My current partner is also my first love, but now we've graduated and turned into a long-distance relationship. How to say, it's very painful now, and it's hard to endure. That's how relationships are. They have to go through some painful trials before they can bear fruit in the end. Ah, long-distance relationships. It brings back my sad memories. The biggest fear in long-distance relationships is when one is too busy and the other is too idle. That's how my ex and I broke up. Young man, as someone who has been through it, I advise you not to be suspicious of each other in a long-distance relationship. That's a big taboo. Once you start doubting, there won't be a good outcome. The group of friends transformed into emotional mentors and began to guide. There were also seniors who shared their experiences and started discussing the topic of long-distance relationships. Let's not talk for now, let the experts share their views on long-distance relationships. Everyone became interested, and little Tuanchuan enthusiastically joined in. But compared to the discussions among friends, she was more eager to hear what this mysterious expert had to say. After all, this expert had been dropping wise words before, which made her somewhat expectant. The friends all quieted down and waited for Qin Shen to speak. Qin Shen cleared his throat. What the brother said earlier is right. In a long-distance relationship, don't be suspicious of each other. That's a big taboo. Why is it a big taboo? I don't quite understand. Little Tuanchuan asked in confusion. A friend quickly responded, if there's mutual suspicion, there won't be basic trust, which is the foundation of a relationship. Without a foundation, there won't be any results. Expert, is it really like that? The emotionally inexperienced little Tuanchuan asked. Qin Shen paused. What I mean is, in a long-distance relationship, don't be suspicious of each other, because it's not good for either party. Ha ha. Someone couldn't help but laugh. Bang bang bang. Then suddenly there was a gunshot. Who the hell fired the gun? Come help me, I'm dying. Ha ha. Sorry, I was shaking from laughing earlier and accidentally pressed the trigger button. Before the words could settle. Bang bang bang. The unfortunate friend never got up in the end, being sent to the heavens by another friend's trembling hands. My mentality is shattered. The unlucky friend shouted hoarsely. Then there was a chorus of pig squeals in the earpiece, and no one could hear his voice anymore. In a long-distance relationship, don't be suspicious of each other, because it's not good for either party. Ha ha, the truth is out, expert. Ha ha, I can't even resist the expert. My family is poor, and there's only one lock on the front door. Whenever it rains, I lie on the door and beg the lock not to rust. Don't show off, expert. Expert. Stop showing off your skills. The truth is too harsh. With just a few words, the expert makes life not worth it. Love. Screw love. It's nothing. The friends continued to mock. Little Tuanchuan and her girlfriends were about to burst into laughter. They thought Qin Shen was going to talk about some life lessons, but he said this? It's not just heart-wrenching, it's kidney-wrenching. Is that long-distance relationship guy okay? Little Tuanchuan asked with a suppressed smile. He's fine. He's already in a taxi on his way to the train station. Ha ha. Expert, you scared him off to find a partner. Poor young man, just trying to play a game, but encountered the heart-wrenching expert. Amid the cheerful voices of everyone, the game ended. Everyone played this round with joy. Except for the boy heading to the train station. In the end, Qin Shen killed 61 people and made a profit of 650,000. Brothers, see you next time. Qin Shen exited the victory page. Expert, take me with you. I want to play with you. Little Tuanchuan couldn't wait. She couldn't remember the last time she had felt such genuine happiness. Although she often laughed in her live broadcasts, most of it was for the show. There haven't been many times as relaxed and happy as today. Qin Shen chuckled and formed a team with Little Tuanchuan again. The game began. In this round, Qin Shen matched with 40 people, a few less than the previous round, but it was still a steady chicken dinner. Boss, can you talk to us about relationship matters again? I love listening to your heart-piercing quotes. Ha, pig noises. Just entering the waiting area, Little Tuanchuan couldn't help but speak up. What's there to talk about? I've only been in a relationship once, nothing much to say. Qin Shen said lightly. Then talk about your ex. You did have an ex, right? Little Tuanchuan asked cleverly. Ex? I can't talk about that even more. Qin Shen said. Ha? Why? Little Tuanchuan asked in confusion. No defamation, no disturbance to the ex. Qin Shen's voice echoed softly. Hearing this, Little Tuanchuan's perception of Qin Shen instantly elevated. TSK. Not easy. I can actually hear such serious words from your mouth. It makes me feel a bit lost. A group member from the previous round, who knew the whole story, also joined in the discussion. Tough guy shedding tears. Although our boss sometimes speaks casually, I can feel that he is a serious person. Right. Just like what the boss said earlier. No defamation, no disturbance. Only a man with a mature heart can say that. The boss is right. Two people have loved each other after all. Even if they separate, there's no need to carry resentment. Learned. Following the boss is gaining knowledge. All kinds of compliments were showered. Just then, Qin Shen cleared his throat. I haven't finished speaking yet. Boss, please continue. I have my notebook ready. Boss turned into a relationship mentor, guiding online. All you single dogs should learn something. Boss, continue, we're all listening. After a while, when everyone quieted down, Qin Shen's voice rang out again. What I mean by no defamation, no disturbance to the ex, is the greatest respect for the deceased. There was a minute of silence in the earphones. Then a wave of laughter erupted. Little Tuanchuan's tears, which she had just wiped away, flowed again. Ha ha ha. I thought the boss was going to give me some inspiration. Who knew this inspiration was toxic? Heart-piercing boss, brewing toxic inspiration online. Enough. I'll drink this toxic inspiration first as a toast. Boss, please stop showing off. I'm afraid I'll laugh so hard later that I might accidentally hurt a brother. Da. Damn it. Come help me. Damn it. Why do I feel like you did it on purpose? This might be the side effect of toxic inspiration. I'm too deeply poisoned. Sorry, brothers. You may not know, but when I was playing with the boss earlier, he said full health and still dare to come out and play, and other heart-piercing quotes. The heart-piercing boss, confirmed. Everyone laughed and joked as they entered the game. The spirit of everyone was lifted by Qin Shen's heart-piercing quotes, and they were all in great shape. Even Little Tuanchuan, who usually played poorly, killed 5 people in just 10 minutes. This was considered her peak performance. Boss, I heard someone say you not only play Peace Elite but also play King's Pesticide. Why only play mobile games? Don't you play PC games like PUBG or League of Legends? After taking down another opponent, Little Tuenchuan opened up again. She is a PUBG streamer, and if Qin Shen also played, teaming up for duo matches would surely explode the live broadcast effect with Qin Shen's sharp tongue, and she would also have a lot of fun. I haven't played much PUBG, used to play League of Legends often, but not much now, Qin Shen replied. The popularity of League of Legends isn't always there, but the player activity is high. Why aren't you playing? Little Tuenchuan asked curiously. This expert clearly has money and time to spare, able to play whenever they want. Unlike other ordinary young people who play during school but lose time after graduation. The gaming environment isn't good now. The players inside are too immature, always cursing, so I stopped playing, sighed Qin Shen, expressing regret. Then why were you cursed at? Qin Shen said, I remember in the last game, I farmed 80 minions in the bottom lane in 10 minutes, but all my teammates at home cursed at me. It broke my heart. I can relate, bro. I also quit because of this. The old players are gone, and the new players are all arrogant. The key is they are still noobs. No skills, no awareness, and they all take pride in being Zon players, always talking about Piltover enforcers, too immature. A friend followed Qin Shen's words. Bro, you farmed 80 minions in 10 minutes. That's some skill. Your teammates must be crazy, jealous, and hateful, right? Little Tuenchuan was also indignant. Qin Shen said, who knows? Even the enemy ADC praised me, but our ADC led the cursing. Can you believe how shameless my teammates are? Knowing he's slow to update, he can only ensure quality. An inner monologue of a poor writer. As Qin Shen's voice fell, the earpiece instantly quieted down. After a long time. Little Tuenchuan, bro, you farmed 80 minions in 10 minutes in the bottom lane. Why is there still an ADC marksman in the bottom lane? Aren't you the ADC? Qin Shen, when did I say I'm the ADC? I only said I farmed 80 minions. So you're a support. Ha, you're the most useless one. You deserve to be cursed. Little Tuenchuan burst into laughter. A support farming 80 minions in 10 minutes, the enemy ADC must be praising you like crazy. Because you alone ruined your own ADC. Amid laughter and joy, the fourth game ended. Qin Shen killed 68 people, earning 720,000. In Little Tuenchuan's villa. Her friend saw her finish the game and said, Tuenchuan, you can't play anymore. You need to prepare for the live broadcast. Little Tuenchuan glanced at the time. Isn't there still an hour left? Her friend tapped her head and said, look at your memory. Do you know what day it is today? What day is it today? Little Tuenchuan asked in confusion. You forgot about the positive energy event the platform organized, right? You have to interact online with college students today, spreading positive energy. How boring. Little Tuenchuan slumped in her chair instantly. This positive energy event is a recent platform initiative to shape the brand image, allowing top anchors to interact with college students, discussing current hot topics, bringing positive encouragement to fans and viewers. As the top sister of the Shark platform, Tuenchuan is also the face of the platform and naturally arranged to participate. She has attended several such events, falling asleep throughout, almost dozing off a few times. Because it's really boring, just talking about some grand principles, no meaning at all. Tuenchuan was helpless, then suddenly looked at the mobile game screen. A bold idea popped into her mind. If she could bring this big spender over. Just having this thought, Little Tuenchuan became excited. Through the recent games, she was sure this big spender was no ordinary person, and his witty remarks would surely impress everyone. Thinking this, she joined the team again, without her friend's interference, and played another game with Qin Shen. After more than 20 minutes, they eliminated the last passerby. Brothers, see you next time in the next game. Qin Shen's voice rang out. Boss, wait, I have something to say. Little Tuenchuan, who had been waiting for a game, quickly spoke up. Qin Shen, go ahead. Little Tuenchuan organized his thoughts in his mind. Brothers, I can't play with you anymore because I'm about to start my live stream. I'm sorry, I lied to you. I am Little Tuenchuan. Oh my, is it really Tuenchuan? I knew the voice sounded familiar. It really is Tuenchuan. I can't believe it. I played 3 games with Tuenchuan. Tuenchuan. Remember this. I am the man you will never have. More than 40 group friends suddenly went crazy. The earphones were instantly filled with noise. Qin Shen listened quietly to the voices in his earphones, not saying anything because he had known Little Tuenchuan's true identity long ago. He felt a bit regretful. Tuenchuan was about to start streaming, so they couldn't do OQ. The head worth 50,000 yuan. Everyone, calm down. I had a great time playing with you all today. Thank you for your company, little Tuenchuan said again. We had a great time too. Ha, mainly because it was so fun playing with the godly boss. Tuenchuan, although I'm your true fan, I have to be honest, it's really because of the godly boss that we had so much fun. There was once a Tuenchuan who played games with me, and I didn't cherish it. If God gives me another chance, I would still choose to play with the godly boss. Ha ha ha. Little Tuenchuan, you scoundrels. You promised to love me. After some banter, little Tuenchuan cleared his throat and spoke again. Actually, this game is also taking up my streaming time. The reason I'm still playing this game is because I have a wish. You should all know that the Shark platform is currently running a positive energy activity, super boring. Godly boss, would you like to stream with me? You don't have to show your face. After little Tuenchuan finished speaking, her cheeks involuntarily turned red, and her heartbeat quickened. She had never experienced this kind of unusual sense of anticipation before. Did I hear correctly? Tuenchuan is inviting the godly boss to stream with her? Oh my! Godly boss, if you go, we brothers will definitely come to support you. 2,000 or 3,000 brothers in the QQ group will also come. I've watched that positive energy stream before, couldn't stand it after 10 minutes and turned it off. But if the godly boss goes, I will definitely watch it to the end. Brothers, don't you realize the godly boss's special skill? It's heartbreaking. When heartbreak meets positive energy, you guys should savor it. Damn! That brother just hit the nail on the head. I'm already looking forward to it. Boss, you must go. Go teach those college students how to behave. Break them. I remember there was a live stream where the chairman of a student union from a prestigious university was on a call with Tuenchuan. That chairman acted like he was superior, almost calling us idiots for playing games and watching streams. Brother, congratulations, you've won. That student union chairman is called Li Tianming, the college student representative who will be on a call with Tuenchuan today. Oh my! Boss, you must go. You must teach that jerk Li Tianming a lesson. Last time, he openly stated that most people who play games and watch streams are lower-class individuals in society, contributing nothing positive to society, and it went viral. Boss, you have to stand up for us, break him. The voices of the indignant group friends echoed in the earphones. Xin Shen had never paid attention to this activity on the Shark platform, never expecting such grievances to exist here. Boss, would you like to live stream with me? Don't worry, I will definitely protect your privacy. Little Tuenchuan asked eagerly. Xin Shen hesitated. What kind of live stream is this? Why is my heart racing? Right now, I just want to make money. However, as he was thinking about how to politely decline, suddenly a voice came through the earpiece. Xin Family Army, please bring out the family head and kill those arrogant high-achieving students. First, one person shouted this extremely cringeworthy slogan. Then dozens of people joined in, until all the noisy voices converged on the same frequency. Xin Family Army, please bring out the family head and kill those arrogant high-achieving students. Count me in for 2 more updates. If I don't push myself, I won't even know I'm worthless. Little Tuenchuan also joined in shouting the slogan, because she really wanted this mysterious boss to livestream with her. Otherwise, she would be bored to death later during the livestream. Boss, just agree with me. As long as you agree, I can promise you a condition? Little Tuenchuan kept persuading. As soon as she said this, the group of friends became excited. Tuenchuan, can we agree to any condition? If we can, I'll agree on behalf of our godly boss. All sorts of messy images suddenly popped into my head. Oh no! You infected me! Get out of my head! Get out! The immersion is too strong, I'm starting to nosebleed. Driver, stop the car. This isn't the school bus to the kindergarten, I want to get off. Sorry, the doors are welded shut, no one can get off. Guards! Arrest everyone here, not a single innocent person. Little Tuenchuan listened to the various suggestive words of her friends, her face turning dark. You scumbags! Humph! I won't fall for your tricks. She cleared her throat and reorganized her words, saying, Boss, as long as you agree to live stream with me, even if it means I owe you a favor. In the future, wherever you need me, I will do my best to help you. To prevent being teased by her friends again, little Tuenchuan quickly changed to a more cautious wording. This condition was already generous enough, at least for an ordinary person. But whether it could move this mysterious boss, little Tuenchuan was unsure. After everyone quieted down, Xin Shen's voice softly sounded. Alright, I'm a bit tired of playing for so long. It's a good time to see those amazing high-achieving students my brothers talk about. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Ha ha, little Tuenchuan was so happy she almost spun in place. Boss, the brothers will go to little Tuenchuan's livestream room first. Boss, Later, you must kill the Li Tianming to vent our frustrations. Let's go. We'll wait in the livestream room. The friends also became excited. As soon as Qin Chen exited the victory page, he received a message from little Tuanchuan. Boss, add me on WeChat, I'll tell you some details for the livestream later, my WeChat ID is. Half an hour later, under little Tuanchuan's guidance, Qin Chen registered a shark-themed anchor account for the upcoming joint livestream. The anchor named Qin Chen still used his game ID, Xingdengbugaik. At this point, there were only a few minutes left before the Positive Energy Special Column livestream was set to start. College students had already arrived at the livestream room, and the host had begun warming up. The chief student representative attending our livestream today is Li Tianming, the student union president of Qingbei University. He is accompanied by other outstanding student representatives from Qingbei, including the host enthusiastically introduced. In the center of the physical live broadcast room, there is a large screen displaying real-time barrage messages from netizens. However, the messages on the big screen are a bit awkward at the moment. There isn't even a trash can big enough for you to fit in. Hey, Li SB is back again, getting roasted and still dares to show up? I originally wanted to be an emperor, but after seeing this pathetic thing, I lost the desire to spend money. Shark executives, you need to reflect on this. I don't know what the planners were thinking, bringing in these arrogant trash students. Are they here to humiliate us users? Uninstall Shark, 1-star review all the way. Uninstall Shark, 1-star review all the way. Keep the formation downstairs. The barrage messages on the screen are all like this in a flash. The super admin can't even ban them. The professional host on the stage can't help but feel uneasy. These netizens are really causing a scene. And these students from Qingbei University, they can really keep their cool. Even after being insulted like this, they can still sit firmly. Ahem, let me say something. Suddenly, Li Tianming spoke up. Li Tianming is dressed in a high-end suit, with the Qingbei school emblem pinned to his clothes, exuding a certain aura. As the president of the Qingbei University Student Union, this identity is already considered to have defeated more than 90% of young people nationwide. He does have the capital to be proud. But being proud can easily lead to arrogance, and Li Tianming made some arrogant remarks in the previous episodes. And he managed to provoke the army of keyboard warriors. The reputation of an online keyboard warrior is not built in a day or two. Just by looking at the continuous stream of insults on the big screen, you can tell how deep the skills of these internet warriors are. A few days ago, I spoke some truths on the show, unexpectedly hitting the soft spot of certain people. It exposed the low quality of some individuals. I believe these people without manners are the minority. Actually, it is normal and right for these conflicts to occur. Because we are promoting positive energy, and there are always antisocial garbage people hiding in the corners of life, who dare not speak out in reality, only becoming keyboard warriors online. The more intensely these people insult me, the more successful our positive energy campaign is. Because we have successfully angered those living in the dark corners of society. Li Tianming looked spirited, with a confident smile on his face, quite composed. The host and the staff on site were all stunned. Others really wouldn't dare to compliment this reasoning. Indeed, it confirms the saying, as long as you are not embarrassed, it must be someone else who is embarrassed. Li Tianming's words once again ignited the flames, and the scrolling barrage on the big screen accelerated, almost overlapping. Before long, the live broadcast officially began. The host continued to introduce the special guest anchor, Xiao Tuanchuan, with a brave face. In the video call area, Xiao Tuanchuan, wearing a mask, sweetly greeted everyone. Hello everyone, I am Tuanchuan. Countless fans of Tuanchuan rushed in, various small gifts flying around. Some even sent double rockets. The host and the on-site staff couldn't help but sigh. A big anchor is indeed a big anchor. When the Qingbei top student appeared, students from the school also came to show support. But compared to Tuanchuan, it was clear that they were lacking in strength. Not only am I here this time, but I also have a friend with me. His name is Xingdengbugaik. Xiao Tuanchuan directly brought out Qin Chen. The host was taken aback, as the program didn't mention that Xiao Tuanchuan would bring someone along. However, for a big anchor like Tuanchuan, the host didn't dare to question anything. The host was about to ad-lib a welcome message for the new friend brought by Tuanchuan when the screen exploded with gifts, leaving him speechless. 10 consecutive big rockets sent up, respectfully welcoming the head of the Qin family army to the live broadcast room. What is grandeur? It's when the momentum explodes even before the person appears. Before Qin Chen even connected his microphone, over 50 rockets had already flown in the live broadcast room. It left everyone stunned. Remember, this was just a casual live stream with not many viewers. Even when Tuanchuan came over, only a few true fans sent rockets to show support. But now, The screen was filled with big rockets. Little Tuanchuan was surprised and impressed. Truly a big shot, indeed, with such grandeur. Qin Shen, in his rented room, was also taken aback. He had no idea this was going to happen. No wonder those brothers went to the live broadcast room early. It seems they had planned this in secret. But this unexpected show of support did make him feel good. Let's welcome the friend invited by Tuanchuan, a guest who brings light to the room, the host emphasized. Although Qin Shen's streaming account was a newbie, how could a newbie summon a screen full of big rockets upon arrival? It was obvious that this person was a big shot. Li Tianming and the group of students from Qingbei University were also surprised. The other students in the group had stars in their eyes. At their age, who wouldn't crave such grandeur? On the other hand, Li Tianming seemed much more indifferent, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. The host then went through the motions. After a dull opening speech, the program proceeded as usual. Many people criticize our society for being impetuous, with fickle hearts, and spreading negative energy online. Today, our discussion will revolve around the negative energy on the internet. What are the reasons behind this phenomenon? The host raised the topic. Li Tianming cleared his throat and took the microphone first. My school team and I have had several in-depth discussions on this issue. We have already identified the root cause of this collective spread of negative energy. In the end, it stems from some unhealthy trends on the internet. Some of these trends are like locusts, causing harm wherever they go. Let me give you a relevant example, the issues of flaunting wealth and vanity. As you all have noticed, as soon as our program started today, due to a new friend, the live broadcast room was bombarded with gifts. I have noticed some very interesting comments, such as, Big Shot 666, Big Shot is awesome, welcome the wealthy Big Shot, and even the head of the Qin family army has arrived, and other similar adolescent language. I am not targeting this new friend. It's just that our live stream column is about positive energy, and this friend came in with such a huge negative energy, which goes against the original intention of our live stream column. Li Tianming shook his head, looking genuinely distressed. The atmosphere in the room suddenly quieted down. Everyone could see the grandeur of the guest, naturally recognizing them as a big shot. And Li Tianming unexpectedly embarrassed the big shot right from the start. Li Tianming, what do you mean by that? My friend hasn't even said a word yet, and you're already attacking them? Tuanchuan's displeased voice rang out. She had invited Qin Shen over, so she couldn't just stand by and watch him being attacked. Tuanchuan, that's not what I meant, I was just giving an example. Li Tianming explained with a forced smile. Qin Shen sneered. He clearly understood Li Tianming's intentions. Obviously, it was because Qin Shen's way of appearing was too over the top, so Li Tianming wanted to suppress him as soon as he came up. Qin Shen had seen this kind of scene in the student union of his previous school many times. Classmate Li Tianming, are you saying that I brought negative energy because someone gave me gifts when I entered? Qin Shen asked back. Yes. This is a positive energy live broadcast room, so we shouldn't have this kind of mess. Li Tianming chose to confront Qin Shen head-on. Qin Shen's thoughtful voice sounded, oh, I understand your point now, so watching live broadcasts and sending gifts is negative energy, which can easily harm social atmosphere. Li Tianming was about to speak, but when he realized it, his face changed. By this time, there were already sensible viewers in the comments section setting the tone. As a freeloader account, I feel proud for the first time. So I have been spreading positive energy all alone. Awesome. Shark Sema, come and listen, watching live broadcasts and sending gifts is negative energy. Impressive. Do you know how to dig your own grave? Luckily, I'm just a 1-star, not sending many gifts. From now on, I will definitely turn over a new leaf and never send a penny of gifts again. Hey! Arrest all the high-level accounts on the Shark platform that send too many gifts. They are the biggest spreaders of negative energy. The situation was getting out of control. Li Tianming's face looked extremely ugly. He just wanted to suppress Qin Shen, but unexpectedly, he fell into a trap. Emperor Shaoxiang Night Rain, arriving in the live broadcast room. Suddenly, a conspicuous red banner appeared at the top. An Emperor account came to watch the fun. I heard that sending gifts in the Shark platform during live broadcasts is negative energy? The Emperor account's words were also pinned at the top. The comments section became even more lively. Emperor loves leeks and wolfberries the most, arriving in the live broadcast room. Another Emperor account arrived in no time? What does Shark Live mean? I spend money here, and I still get criticized by you? The words of this Emperor account were also pinned at the top. Emperor, I will support all female anchors, arriving in the live broadcast room, the third Emperor who came to watch the fun. The question from the black-faced person was also pinned at the top of the live broadcast room. The on-site staff and hosts kept whispering into their earpieces, and the 3 Emperor accounts coming to ask questions had already caught the attention of the executives. While the staff whispered, they occasionally glanced at Li Tianming. With just one sentence, he labeled the Shark Live platform's operating model as negative energy, and it directly offended many high-quality RMB users of the Shark platform. These users are the lifeblood of the Shark platform. As the atmosphere on site became more and more tense, a large red banner almost filled the entire screen suddenly. Congratulations to Qing Dangbu Gue for opening the Emperor in this live broadcast room. Congratulations to Qing Dangbu Gue for opening the Emperor in this live broadcast room. Congratulations to Qing Dangbu Gue for opening the Emperor in this live broadcast room. 3 platform-wide top announcements lit up in every live broadcast room. Emperor. It is the highest level of user on the Shark platform. It is also the highest honor given to users by the Shark platform. Opening an Emperor account for the first time costs 150,000. This noble status is much more prestigious than being an Emperor. No one expected that a column with no heat would attract an Emperor and 3 kings. While everyone was still in shock, Qin Shen spoke up. I am now using the Emperor's privilege to ask the Shark Super Administrator to report to the senior management and quickly give me an explanation. Why is it considered negative energy when my brother sends me gifts? This matter must be explained to all my brothers. Qingdang is awesome. Damn. This is so exciting. The rich are online to face slap? Damn. Charging 150,000 just to get an explanation. Awesome. Is the little white account promoted to Emperor? What kind of rich person is this? My mom asked me why I was kneeling to watch the live broadcast. Charging for the crown in anger for a beauty, now seeing the Emperor in anger for his brothers. The Emperor Qingdang is awesome. Where is the Qin family army? Thank you, Master Xie. The Qin family army kneels to Master Xie. The Qin family army kneels to Master Xie. The comments section completely exploded. Even the 3 royal accounts have joined the camp cheering for Qin Shen. Live streaming industry. Money is paramount. This is the place that can most arouse people's passion and excitement, because the tips are all real money. No matter when, the stimulation brought by money is top-notch. And Qin Shen's move has also won the favor of countless onlookers. He charged 150,000 as an Emperor aristocrat just to use his privilege to demand an explanation from the top executives of the platform for his brothers. He not only confronted Li Tianming, but also regained face for the brothers who had just sent him gifts, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. On the other hand, in Li Tianming's student camp, some people were already showing signs of worry. Many students frowned and looked at Li Tianming. This student council president has really been living in an ivory tower for too long, not knowing the ways of the world. Especially after being on the hot search a few times before, instead of toning down, he seemed to enjoy the attention. This time he kicked the iron plate. A big shot who was welcomed with a screen full of rockets from the start, directly promoted the little white account to Emperor Aristocrat to teach Li Tianming a lesson. Such a person is not someone they students can afford to provoke. Due to this unexpected event, the top executives of the platform held an emergency meeting. In order to prevent the incident from escalating, a senior executive personally connected via video to clarify the platform's position and expressed severe condemnation and demanded an apology for Li Tianming's statement that watching live broadcasts and sending gifts is a negative behavior. Li Tianming's face turned as if he had eaten a rat. He indeed thought Qin Shen's appearance was too grand, and subconsciously wanted to suppress him, but he didn't expect. How could a worm possibly overpower a dragon? Finally, after Li Tianming reluctantly apologized with a black face, this matter came to an end. The host holding the script was trembling. Now everyone is clear that the Qingdang Emperor invited over is not someone to be trifled with. After being criticized at the beginning, Li Tianming no longer dared to be tough and spoke cautiously. But no matter what he said, he always received ruthless blows from Qin Shen. Li Tianming, money isn't everything, money can't buy happiness. Qin Shen, of course, money can't buy happiness, but if you have money, others will try to make you happy in every possible way. Li Tianming. Little Tuanchuan, everyone, shout with me, the Qingdang Emperor is awesome. Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. The Qingdang Emperor really hit the nail on the head. Li Tianming's heart must be broken. An emperor is an emperor, I'm speechless. So, don't always talk about some empty positive energy. Saying money is useless is just fooling people. People entering society, who doesn't know the importance of money. Haven't you seen the misery of poor couples? How many families have broken up because of the word money? Haven't you seen that poor boys don't deserve love? How many young men have lost their true love because of a dowry? If money is not important, why Why does the country calculate GDP every year? Why does the country care about economic growth? Is that it? Still acting superior to students from Tsinghua University? Where does this sense of superiority come from? Without money, it's hard to move an inch. This is the reality of today's society. Li Tianming, sweating on his forehead, I admit that money is indeed very important. But money cannot solve all troubles and problems, that's a fact. Qin Shen, money can solve 90% of the problems and troubles in this world. Li Tianming, did you hear that? Even the Emperor Qingdeng said it can only solve 90%. Qin Shen, young man, don't get excited. I haven't finished my sentence yet. Money can solve 90% of the troubles, the remaining 10% is just not enough money. Shout to Wenchuan, everyone, shout with me. Emperor Qingdeng is awesome. Ha ha ha, awesome, awesome. Xiao Tuanchuan has turned into an emotionless parrot. He is responsible for shouting great next to him the whole time. Ha ha ha, Li SB, did my Emperor Qingdeng's last shot hit the mark? Heart-stabbing Emperor, teaching you how to be a person online. A word from the Emperor. It's not worth it in this world. Hasn't everyone noticed that what Emperor Qingdeng said is the real positive energy? Agreed. Personally, if you want money, you have to work hard, forget about those useless inspirational quotes, and gradually become wealthy step by step. From a national perspective, for the country to prosper, for the nation to prosper, it requires all of us to work together. When everyone is wealthy, our country becomes strong. The prosperity of the people leads to the strength of the nation. Learned. Turns out all those inspirational quotes are fake. Emperor Qingdeng's toxic inspirational quotes are the real deal. Shark's positive energy column, finally some positive energy today. The comments section is buzzing, with many viewers starting to become fans of Qin Shen. The show's effect is getting better and better, with online viewership reaching millions. It's worth noting that previously the show had at most 20 to 30,000 viewers, not to mention the true love fans brought by Tuanchuan and the students from Qingbei University. Li Tianming is sweating profusely at this point. He had hoped to use this show to boost his reputation and add a significant achievement to his resume. However, on the last day of the live broadcast today, he encountered the biggest crisis. Not only was he forced to apologize, but also because of Qin Shen's toxic inspirational quotes, many people no longer bought into the fake positive energy quotes he had previously promoted. His account's followers were dropping rapidly. The host noticed that Li Tianming was not in the right state, clearly no match for Qin Shen. If this continued, this talented student might go crazy right there in the live broadcast. So, the host quickly took over to save the situation. Emperor Qingdeng, after listening to your words just now, I also have many feelings. The life of an adult is truly not easy. The host gave Qin Shen a small compliment. However, Qin Shen, who said it's not easy? It's easy to get fat, easy to become ugly, easy to become a single dog. Look, you just lack a pair of discerning eyes. Shout to Wenchuan, everyone, shout with me. Emperor Qingdeng is awesome. Ha ha ha. The heartless parrot is back online. The comments section explodes into laughter. Many express that Emperor Qingdeng has revealed the truth once again, hitting right at the heart. What was supposed to be a positive energy column live broadcast has been turned into a toxic soup convention by Qin Shen. The eloquent students from Qingbei University have now become mute. No one dares to speak again. Because as soon as someone dares to speak out with inspirational quotes, Qin Shen will counter with a toxic quote right in their face. It's like everyone is getting a beating, only Qin Shen is showing off. This is probably the scene right now. This has become Qin Shen's personal stage. Everyone's attention is focused on his voice. Ironically, the live broadcast's popularity keeps rising, and by the end of the broadcast, the online viewership has exceeded the 5 million mark. Thank you. Thank you all for watching our Positive Energy Column live broadcast. See you next time. The nervous host breathes a sigh of relief as he says the closing statement. Finally, the task of this live broadcast is completed. His forehead was full of sweat, all because Qin Shen's aura was too strong, making an experienced old host like walking on thin ice, afraid of saying something wrong and getting criticized. The students from Qingbei College are a great example. Just after the live broadcast ended, Xiao Tuanchuan received a message from a Shark executive. Tuanzi, is your friend assigned anchor? Xiao Tuanchuan replied, no. Great. Can you bring him to our platform for live streaming? Xiao Tuanchuan looked at the message on WeChat and was stunned. What's going on? Is Shark officially poaching people now? He may not be willing to do live streaming. Xiao Tuanchuan weakly replied after thinking about Qin Shen's temperament. Tuanzi, your friend is definitely a talented genius anchor. Even with such low viewership, he can bring a positive column to 5 million views. If he is willing to do live streaming, our management has decided to offer him a contract as a top anchor. Xiao Tuanchuan took a deep breath when she saw this. A contract as a top anchor. Ordinary people may not know what this contract represents, but she is well aware, because she has just signed a contract as a top anchor. The number of top anchor contracts signed on the Shark platform is limited, and they are all leaders in the live streaming industry. Starting at $1 million annual salary, with a profit-sharing ratio of 9-to-1. This is the pinnacle dream of all anchors. It took her several years to get this top anchor contract. And now, the Shark official actually offered a top anchor contract just to poach Qin Chen. This is an unprecedented honor. But when she thought about how Qin Chen could casually spend thousands on a game, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. $1 million salary can drive countless ordinary people crazy. But this tycoon, the Emperor of the Green Light, is clearly not an ordinary person. He won't do live streaming, we played games together before. Xiao Tuanchuan briefly explained to the Shark executive, saying that someone who could spend tens of thousands in an hour playing games would not be interested in becoming an anchor. The executive remained silent for a long time after reading Xiao Tuanchuan's message. Tuanchuan, if your friend has any thoughts of becoming an anchor in the future, you must bring him to our platform. The executive did not give up. Okay, Xiao Tuanchuan agreed. Just then, she received a message on WeChat. Tuanzi, do you want to do OQ? The sender was Qin Chen. Qin Chen had always remembered Xiao Tuanchuan. After all, a person worth 50,000. Xiao Tuanchuan thought for a moment and sent Qin Chen screenshots of her conversation with the executive. Boss, how about considering $1 million salary? She half-jokingly said. In fact, she was also curious about how extravagant this tycoon, the Emperor of the Green Light, could be. Can $1 million salary make him slightly moved? However, a moment later, Qin Chen, don't talk about your annual salary, challenge my one-night income. Tuanchuan. She now realized that she shouldn't have been curious. In fact, Qin Chen wasn't exaggerating, he was currently completing a system compensation task. Each game brought in over 500,000 in income. After 10 games, the total income would triple, starting at millions. Tuanzi, are you still playing or not? If not, I'll start without you. Qin Chen urged again. Xiao Tuanchuan replied, I want to play, but I have to do live streaming. What if I accidentally broadcast your chicken dinner operation? Just stream it, Qin Chen said nonchalantly. Xiao Tuanchuan was taken aback. She was worried about broadcasting Qin Chen's red packet chicken dinner operation and causing unnecessary trouble, but he didn't seem to care at all. Boss, can I really broadcast it? Xiao Tuanchuan confirmed again. Qin Chen, of course. What's wrong with that? By the way, don't you have a lot of fans? Let them join me in the game. If they encounter me and get killed, they'll also receive a red packet. Qin Chen's second half of the sentence completely stunned Tuanchuan. Not only can he live stream, but he can also let her fans join in, and even get rewards for sending gifts. Tuanchuan felt that her worldview had been completely shattered by this big shot. Are all wealthy people so carefree and free-spirited like this? Since Qin Chen agreed, Tuanchuan didn't hesitate and quickly logged into her own live stream room. Tuanzi, who is the broadcaster Qingdang Emperor? Please give me the room number. Thousands of people are begging for the room number of Qingdang Emperor. Tuanzi, you have to believe that I still love you. Give me the room number of Qingdang Emperor. Tuanzi was dumbfounded as soon as she entered the live stream room. What's going on? How did the comments section turn into this? Her true fans are now actually asking her for the room number of Qingdang Emperor. Obviously, the fans misunderstood that Qingdang Emperor is a broadcaster. You scumbags. Qingdang Emperor is a man, how could you stoop so low? Tuanchuan said angrily. Tuanzi, our love for Qingdang Emperor is pure, don't insult us. Honestly, in this era of chicken soup overflowing, Qingdang Emperor's toxic chicken soup tastes great. Sensible boys have already bought tickets to Thailand. Qingdang Emperor, I don't feel like trying anymore, is it too late to go to Thailand now? Qingdang Emperor, I don't actually care if you have money, I just want to hear you roast me. I never make friends based on whether they have money, anyway, they definitely aren't as poor as me. The comments section was once again in chaos. Tuanchuan didn't dare to provoke these overly excited fans anymore, and Qin Chen was waiting for her to duel with him, so she quickly got down to business. Scumbags. Qingdang Emperor asked me to give you guys some benefits. Scumbags who play Peace Elite, your chance to get close to Qingdang Emperor is here. With just a few words from Tuanzi, the comments section instantly quieted down. Later, Qingdang Emperor and I will duo in Peace Elite. We will start matching at a designated time. If you want to join, match at the same time. You might just match with me and Qingdang Emperor. And, as long as you send your kills to Qingdang Emperor, Each person will receive 100 yuan in red envelopes. I can guarantee that Qing Deng Emperor is trustworthy. Tuan Chuan directly vouched for Qin Chen. Damn! Qing Deng Emperor is indeed generous, giving 100 yuan for a kill. Love it! Whether there are red envelopes or not doesn't matter, I just want to get close to Qing Deng Emperor. Do we receive the red envelopes through Alipay or WeChat? Is this how wealthy people play games? Why is it different from how we commoners play? The question above is very classic. Let me explain to you. Because we are commoners. Qing Deng Emperor is a tycoon. We don't live in the same dimension, understand? Tuan Chuan no longer paid attention to the comments section. After receiving a message from Qin Chen, she began to notify. Match exactly in 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 2, 1. Match. With Tuanzi's command. In the live stream room, every player of Peace Elite pressed the match button at the same time. At that moment, Tuanzi suddenly felt like she was commanding a great army. This was her first time interacting with all the viewers together. In no time, the match was successful, and everyone appeared in the waiting area. Qin's troops gathered to the left of the tower. Tuanzi's viewers gathered to the right. Zhao Xiaoming's voice echoed in the public channel. The fans who came from Tuanzi's live stream room hadn't reacted yet, but they saw dozens of people coming to the left side of the tower. These people were all wearing yellow scarves, and dozens of them together looked very spectacular. Standing on the tower was a player dressed in yellow attire. Player ID, Qing Deng Bugaik. Awesome! Qing Deng Emperor has such a presence, amazing, playing games and forming an army. Is Qing Deng Emperor here to train troops in the game? A real man should be like this. I wonder if I can be as awesome as Qing Deng Emperor in my lifetime. What fake alcohol did the person upstairs drink? This presence didn't have it when born, basically won't have it in this lifetime. Understand? I'm angry, my urine is yellow, let me wake him up. Make way. I have diabetes, let me give him a taste of sweetness first. As everyone was joking around, there was a shout on the public channel. Qin Family Army, according to formation, report numbers in order. 1, 2, 3, 49, 50, 51. Qin Family Army has finished reporting numbers, with 51 people present. The number of fans in the live broadcast room is not counted, and the number of people present is unknown. Other players looked at the Qin Family Army standing in a row with yellow scarves around their necks and were stunned. Are they here to play games? Are they here to train troops? And Qin Chen, standing on the high platform of the electric tower in a yellow outfit, suddenly gave people the illusion of commanding a large army. Damn! Brothers, did you see that? This is presence. Brothers in the live broadcast room, can you give me some face? Don't embarrass yourself in front of Qing Deng Emperor. Little Tuan Chuan's piglet squealed. She was really stimulated. This team of Qing Deng Emperor is really becoming more and more professional. Just now when she commanded all her fans to match together, she felt like she was commanding a large army, but compared to Qing Deng Emperor, she was really nothing. Brothers, let's also report numbers. I'll start. 1. Little Tuan Chuan took the lead in reporting numbers. 2, 3, 3, 4, 6, 9. Little Tuan Chuan listened to the counting in her earpiece, her face turned black. These fans really didn't give her any face. Compared to the Qin Family Army, the current presence is like the difference between a regular army and a militia. Ahem, well, Tuan Chuan, don't embarrass your fans. Qin Shen said with a suppressed smile. Exactly. Tuan Chuan, Qing Deng Emperor doesn't make fun of us, why do you still look down on your fans? Fans turned black. From today on, I only recognize Qing Deng Emperor. What Tuan Chuan, let her go with the wind. Anyway, I have always been the man Tuan Chuan can't get. The above is correct. I also turn to be a fan of Qing Deng Emperor. Tuan Chuan, remember, I am also the man you will never get in your life. After a round of banter, the game loaded successfully, and everyone boarded the plane. Emperor, where are we jumping later? Little Tuan Chuan asked. As usual, to the battlefield hospital. Qin Chen replied. When the plane arrived over the battlefield hospital, Qin Chen jumped first. The Qin Family Army naturally followed, and little Tuan Chuan and her fans also jumped together. There were also many curious passers-by who jumped along. Qin Family Army, leave some people to protect Qin Gu. The rest, go find equipment. Tuan Chuan's fans and passers-by, stay back. Do not approach the player, ID, Qing Deng Bugaik. Anyone who gets close will be beaten to death. Before Qin Chen landed, the military advisor Zhao Xiaoming had arranged everything clearly. Now he was a bit bolder, daring to call Qin Gu directly. After landing, the 20 or 30 Qin Family Army members formed a human wall, surrounding Qin Chen in the center. The rest of the Qin family army dispersed to find equipment. This was all a streamlined process that everyone was familiar with. On the periphery, little Tuanchuan's fans and passers-by saw the scene before them and were once again blown away. I reiterate, those who voluntarily let me kill them, each will receive a 100 red envelope. Later I will give you a WeChat ID, you can add it, send the screenshots of being killed and the account screenshots to receive the reward. Qin Shen reiterated the rules for sending red envelopes. The players waiting on the sidelines were eager to try. Getting 100 red envelopes for dying once was a good deal they had never encountered before. Bang bang bang! Suddenly, a burst of gunshots came from the game. Qin Shen didn't pay attention, thinking it was his teammates fighting with random players while looking for equipment outside. However, bang 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 bang! Bang 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 bang! Bang 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 bang! The sound of gunfire continued without interruption for a while. Qin Shen frowned and asked, "What's going on?" "Xin Gu, we're in trouble. All the brothers who went out to find equipment are gone." A teammate's voice came through the earpiece. "All gone? What happened?" Qin Shen was stunned. "Damn, a dozen people went out to find equipment and all disappeared? Did they encounter some kind of expert?" "I don't know. We were walking together with 10 people just now, and we encountered a random player. He sprayed at us and we all disappeared." The teammate's voice sounded confused. "Damn it, Xin Gu, that guy didn't even lose a drop of blood. I clearly sniped him in the head just now." "Damn it, aimbot, he's a god. Damn it. Protect Xin Gu and get out of here quickly. We actually encountered a cheater, it's disgusting." "We encountered a cheater." Qin Shen frowned. Now all the brothers who went out to find equipment are gone. Sending more people out would just be giving away more heads. All brothers and fans from Tuanchuan's livestream, charge with me now. Let's punch the cheater to death. Qin Shen roared and led the charge towards the cheater's location. "Xin Gu, you stay back and let us take care of him." The sensible Qin family soldiers would never let Qin Shen charge into battle, and the remaining 30+ Qin family soldiers quickly set off. Qin Shen also calmed down. After all, his mission was to win the chicken dinner. He couldn't get carried away because of a cheater. The Qin family soldiers had already charged out, but Tuanchuan's fans were still in a daze. "Everyone charge up. As long as we can kill that cheater, each person will get an extra 100 red envelopes." Qin Shen decisively activated his financial ability. This time Tuanchuan's fans finally came to their senses, and a dozen people followed the Qin family soldiers to charge forward. "Xing Deng Diwan, don't worry. I remember that person's ID. I'll use my streamer privilege to report him right away," Tuanchuan reassured. Before long, "Xin Gu, it's done. We beat the cheater to death with our fists." "Damn it. So what if you're a god? I'll still defeat you." "Damn it. Don't forget to report this cheater." The Qin family soldiers were full of momentum. No matter how strong the aimbot was, it could stop bullets, but not fists. The monitoring of the game environment by Penguin was very strict now, and this aimbot was considered one of the most powerful ones left. When fighting alone, the aimbot was indeed invincible, but when faced with over 50 fists, it was just a paper tiger. "Xingdeng Diwang, the Penguin official has replied to me, this cheater has been permanently banned." Tuanchuan's proud voice rang out. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, the privilege of a top streamer. If it were an ordinary person reporting, the processing speed wouldn't be so quick. Although they lost a dozen brothers in the early stage because of a cheater, the Qin family soldiers and Tuanchuan's fans together still had over 50 people. In this round, Qin Shen still won the chicken dinner. He took down 64 heads and earned 680,000. Next, amidst laughter and joy, as the Qin family soldiers and Tuanchuan's fans continued to grow in numbers, Qin Shen unsurprisingly continued to win chicken dinners consecutively. Time passed slowly. Finally, it came to the last round. The 10th round. Qin family soldiers, gather on the left side of the power tower. Team fans gather to the right of the power tower. Now team's fans have a bit of a regular army look, no longer like the militia before. Even the collective counting skill is proficient. 1, 2, 3, 46, 47, 48, 66, 67, 68. Report to Brother Qin, 68 members of the Qin family army are present. Qin Shen was quite surprised. "I didn't expect to match 68 at once. This is the most number of matches in these 10 rounds. Report to Emperor Qingdeng. 31 members of the Tuanzi army are present." Little Tuanchuan, who was in a playful mood, temporarily acted as the commander of the Tuanzi army and reported the number of fans matched. "Not bad. This is really lucky. Qin family army 68, Tuanzi army 31, together." Qin Shen was happily saying halfway, when suddenly his voice stopped abruptly. 68 plus 31 equals 99. There are 100 players in a game. And isn't Qin Shen, who didn't participate in the counting, the last 100 himself? Oh my! No way! Is everyone in this round our own people? Someone reacted first. Then everyone looked around, only to realize that apart from under the power tower, there wasn't a single passerby player around. Wow! This is amazing! This round is all our own people. I'm stunned. Am I dreaming? Oh my god, are you kidding me? This is the first time I've matched with Emperor Qingdeng, and this happens? They really didn't even give me a gaming experience. The voices of the group members, whether excited or astonished, followed suit. Qin Shen was also excited. I didn't expect to have a grand slam in the last round. It seems that my luck is really good. In this round of luck, all brothers get a red envelope of 500. Qin Shen said boldly. What to do when the tycoon is happy? Of course, you shower money. It's better to enjoy together than alone. Thanks to Emperor Qingdeng. Thanks to Brother Qin. My tycoon dad is awesome. The brothers' rainbow farts followed suit. Later, in the game, everyone parachuted to the same place. Over a dozen members of the Qin family army went out to find equipment, while the rest stayed put. Soon, the Qin family army members who went to find equipment returned. Brother Qin, guess what we found? A group member's voice exclaimed excitedly. Did you find a rocket? Qin Shen joked. Not quite that. I don't know if the game system is bugged, but we actually found an airdrop package, and inside was a blazing blue flame. Saying this, the group member threw the equipment on the ground. Qin Shen's eyes lit up. It was indeed a blazing blue flame. At the beginning, they could pick up a Gatling gun. This round was truly a stroke of luck. Thank you very much, brothers, for playing with me. I won't play after this round. Let's meet again if we have the chance. Qin Shen picked up the Gatling gun, aimed at the brothers waiting to be eliminated on the other side. Boss, when you continue playing, remember to call the brothers. Although I only matched with the boss for 2 rounds, I really had a great time, and I'm a bit reluctant to part with the boss. Boss, until we meet again. After the farewell of the brothers, Qin Shen's Gatling gun began to rotate. Bullets flashed from the Gatling gun barrel, and rows of brothers fell to the ground, turning into boxes. Emperor Qingdeng, let's meet again. Don't forget, I still owe you a favor. Little Tuanchuan, the last one left, said sweetly. Okay. Qin Shen replied, then aimed the gun at little Tuanchuan. Congratulations on getting first place. Good luck. Winner winner chicken dinner. From the beginning to now, not even 5 minutes have passed. Qin Shen successfully won the chicken dinner. This is the fastest chicken dinner he has won in 10 games he played. Ding! Congratulations, host. Compensation task completed. The wonderful voice of the system rang in Qin Shen's mind. Qin Shen clenched his fist. He was waiting for this moment. Ding! Host's total profit in 10 games is 5.68 million. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task within the specified time and receiving a critical hit multiplier reward. Ding! Critical hit successful. Congratulations, host, for receiving an 8x critical hit. Qin Shen's heart trembled with excitement. A critical hit of 8 times on 5.68 million. He already had over 6 million in his bank account from playing King of Glory before. Ding dong! The text message alert sounded. Qin Shen picked up his phone to check. His mind went blank in an instant. Dear user, your bank card ending in 6889 has received 45,440,000 yuan, with a balance of 51,760,000. 36 yuan. Construction Bank, seeing the balance in his bank account, Qin Shen's breath stopped for a moment. This time, the compensation task from the system directly credited him with over 45 million. Now his bank account balance has exceeded the 50 million mark. Qin Shen stared at the text message on his phone blankly, feeling like he was in a dream. Just a few days ago, he was a recent graduate struggling to even pay rent. Now, he was standing at the top of the pyramid among his peers. After a while, Qin Shen gradually calmed down. He had always been aware of the crisis. The system had warned him several times that if he couldn't complete the tasks, the system would disconnect. Although he could still complete the current tasks, if any accidents happened in the future and he couldn't complete the tasks, the money would be lost once the system disconnected. Therefore, after some contemplation, Qin Shen decided to be prepared on both fronts. He would do his best to complete the system's tasks while also turning the dead money into active money that could generate continuous income. This way, even if the system disconnected in the future, he could achieve financial freedom based on his current accumulation. For example, the 50 million in his bank account now, he would invest most of it first. With this in mind, Qin Shen opened WeChat. He found a contact named Song Zimo. Qin Chen, beautiful chairwoman, what have you been busy with lately? Song Zimo, the chairwoman of their year's student union. She was also the only member of the student union that Qin Chen had no bias against. Song Zimo was not only the campus belle, but also had outstanding abilities, which is why she had surpassed many male classmates in the election and became one of the few female student union chairwomen in the history of the university. Back then, Qin Chen and she had met by chance and became ordinary friends. Not long after, Song Zimo replied, "Rare. Qin Dashui actually took the initiative to find me." Song Zimo sent a surprised expression. Qin Chen, yes. I waited for a year and couldn't wait for the chairwoman to come to me, so I had to find you. Song Zimo, oof. I don't believe you. Tell me, what's the matter for finding me? Qin Chen, I heard you went to the city's largest fund company after graduation. Are you still working there? Song Zimo, yes. I am now a pitiful fund manager. Qin Chen, that's good. Here's the thing. I have some spare money now and I want to put it with you to help me earn some pocket money. Song Zimo, thank you for the support, bro. I'm so touched. You are the first one among our classmates to support me. Qin Chen, do you have time tomorrow morning? I'll come over to your place. Song Zimo, morning might not work. I have a big client coming over in the morning, so I might be busy. How about the afternoon? Qin Chen, alright. I'll come to your company tomorrow afternoon. Song Zimo, thank you for the support, bro. See you in the afternoon. At this time, in a luxurious single apartment in the city center. Wearing a silk robe, Song Zimo closed Qin Chen's chat window and instead found a contact labeled as an important client. Manager Yao, I have worked overtime on the 1 million fund investment plan for you. Are you available to come to the company for a detailed discussion tomorrow morning? Shortly after, Manager Yao replied, sure, beauty. But after our discussion, can I treat you to a meal? Song Zimo frowned slightly, feeling disgusted by these middle-aged oily men at times. However, for the sake of work and performance, she had to endure things she didn't like. I'm sorry, Manager Yao, I don't think I have time. Manager Yao insisted, don't rush to refuse. Let's talk tomorrow, maybe you'll have time then. Song Zimo responded with a smile and ignored further messages. The night passed quietly. After fully resting, Qin Chen, who had money now, walked out of the room with a refreshed spirit. Having money really changed people's mindset drastically. Even the middle-aged women dancing downstairs seemed much more pleasing to him. He had planned out his day. First, he would go to his old classmate to hand over the money from the bank to the fund manager, turning idle money into active money. After finishing his business, he would go buy a house. As a tycoon worth 50 million, how could he still rent a house, especially a resettlement house? It was simply unacceptable. When he arrived at the underground parking lot, Qin Chen was about to get into his car when he noticed a group of people gathered around. They were standing where his BMW X6 was parked. Qin Chen had a bad feeling. As he approached, a strong smell of cologne hit him. Folks, have you seen it? This is the new BMW X6 I just got. As long as you work with me, I promise each of our family members will have one of these luxury cars in the future. Follow me, work hard, bring your relatives and friends, let's respond to the national call for common prosperity. If you are too embarrassed to promote our products to your relatives and friends, how can we move to a bigger stage in the future? How can we drive BMW X6 with me? This was a rather professional team, with several phones live streaming and a lighting technician nearby. A chubby guy with a big gold chain and wearing cropped pants was shouting hysterically. What are you doing? Qin Chen couldn't stand it anymore and shouted with a frown. These people were clearly trying to deceive others using his X6. With his shout, everyone around his X6 turned to look at him. Who are you, buddy? The guy with the gold chain cautiously sized up Qin Chen, but seeing his outfit, he became disdainful. What are you guys doing? Qin Chen asked. Does us filming our own car have anything to do with you? Get lost. The guy with the gold chain cursed unhappily. Qin Chen sneered, is this your car? The guy with the gold chain glanced at the live stream page and felt a bit uneasy. Of course, this wasn't his car, he was just using it to deceive those online fools who wanted to get rich quick. But in front of these people, he couldn't admit it. Of course, this is my car. Who are you, buddy? Don't block our work. The guy with the gold chain urged again. Then why didn't I see you driving it yesterday? Qin Chen teased. Stop talking nonsense. Yesterday, my friend helped me bring it to the community. The guy with the gold chain nervously glanced at the live stream page and immediately retorted. Folks, this guy is just a nobody. Why believe him? What? You still doubt it? The guy with the gold chain, seeing some skepticism on the live stream, boldly slapped the front hood of the car. Folks, This 100,000 car, if it's not mine, would I dare to shoot like this? Big Gold Chain smiled. However, the lighting technician next to him suddenly pointed in panic to the spot where Big Gold Chain had just shot. Big Gold Chain turned his head and suddenly felt cold. The fake ring on his finger had actually left a long scratch on the hood of the BMW X6. Because Big Gold Chain had exerted too much force just now, and his alloy ring had sharp edges and corners, this led to several deep scratches on the hood that he had just shot. And it was not just a simple scratch of the paint, the scratches had exceeded the paint surface, causing damage to the body. This was a bit serious. Family, our live broadcast ends here today. I have something to do, so let's end it here. Big Gold Chain came to his senses and without saying a word, he was ready to slip away. Hold on. Who said you could leave? Qin Shen stepped forward and stopped Big Gold Chain and the others. How could they be allowed to leave after scratching the car? What are you up to? Just now, our brothers gave you face, are you not grateful? Big Gold Chain roared fiercely. Qin Shen sneered and took out the car keys from his pocket. He pressed lightly, and the headlights of the BMW X6 flashed suddenly. Big Gold Chain was completely dumbfounded at the sight. Sorry. This car is mine. You scratched my car just now, and now you want to leave? It's too late. Qin Shen's voice came softly. Big Gold Chain's bewildered pupils gradually widened, and he couldn't help but look at Qin Shen again. T-shirt, jeans, slippers? This clearly was a loser's outfit. But looking at the bright headlights of the BMW X6, Big Gold Chain's mind went blank, and he even forgot to turn off the live broadcast first. What to do? Is it still possible to run now? Qin Shen glanced at Big Gold Chain, as if he had seen through his thoughts. Don't even think about running. There is 24-hour surveillance here. Your appearance and your actions of damaging my car have been fully recorded. In addition, I saw that you broadcasted the whole process online during the live broadcast just now. So, you can't run away. Qin Shen crossed his arms and looked at the sweating group of people with ease. Big brother, this has nothing to do with us. I'm just a temporary worker. He gave me $50 to hold the sign for the live broadcast. Suddenly, a young man with dyed yellow hair in the crowd trembled and spoke up. Big brother, I'm also a temporary worker. He also gave me 50. I'm just here to make up the numbers. Big brother, me too. This caused an uproar. In the end, except for the cameraman and the Big Gold Chain, all the others were actually temporary workers hired for $50. Qin Shen was amazed. Is this scammer so shallow now? Not even a complete team? And yet, this still managed to fool many people. Indeed, as the saying goes, there are too many fools, and not enough scammers. And that scene just now was also broadcasted live by Big Gold Chain's phone. Qin Shen glanced at the live page, which was already full of curses. Big Gold Chain and the cameraman looked ashen-faced. They just wanted to exaggerate the promotion and do a good job in the micro-business, but they never expected to cause such a big trouble. They definitely wouldn't dare to run. After all, damaging someone else's car, they just needed to pay for it. If they ran, they would be wanted as fugitives, which wouldn't be worth it. Even if they were bold enough to run, they wouldn't be able to escape the consequences. Qin Shen made it clear, with the internet being so developed now, there are surveillance cameras everywhere. Just based on the information they broadcasted online earlier, the police could investigate their backgrounds thoroughly. After Qin Shen reported to the police in front of Big Gold Chain and the others, he made another call. Qin Shen? How did you think of calling me? Mo Yuqing's surprised and slightly nervous voice came through the phone. Yuqing, my car was scratched by someone. I don't want to deal with the insurance myself, it's too troublesome. Can you send someone to handle it for me? The location is. Qin Shen explained the situation. Okay, Qin Shen, I'll go over there myself to help you. Mo Yuqing said solemnly over the phone. Normally, in the case of an accident, the car owner is responsible, and the 4S store doesn't get too involved. If it were an ordinary customer, Mo Yuqing wouldn't be so enthusiastic. But this is Qin Shen. By the way, Qin Shen, are you free for lunch? Can I treat you to a meal? We didn't get a chance to meet at Zhang Lin's place last time. Mo Yuqing suddenly asked with some anticipation in her voice. Qin Shen glanced at his phone. I have an appointment today, so I'm not free for lunch. It's okay, Qin Shen, you're busy, let's talk about it when you have time. Mo Yuqing graciously replied. Jin Lian and the others were waiting obediently for the police to arrive, and Qin Shen had asked Mo Yuqing to handle it, so he left without waiting. Walking to the side of the road, Qin Shen spotted a shared bike and headed straight for the city center. Hongfa Fund Management Company. It's also where Song Zimo works. As Qin Shen leisurely rode along, it was his first time venturing out to the city center since he had money. By now, Qin Shen's mindset had undergone a huge change from his student days. Qin Shen still remembered when he and his roommates went shopping together and saw a particularly nice piece of clothing in a physical store. When the salesperson quoted a 4-digit price, Qin Shen and his roommates fled in shock, never daring to enter a specialty store in the city center again. Due to his inferiority complex, whenever he passed by these specialty stores, Qin Shen couldn't help but instinctively keep his distance, even peeking through the shop windows at the clothes inside, afraid of meeting the salesperson's gaze. But now, he cheerfully pedaled the bike, almost riding it into the specialty stores. He even whistled teasingly at the pretty salesgirls, complimenting them on their beauty. In the past, Qin Shen would never have dared to be so carefree. Now, he exuded confidence from head to toe, attracting attention wherever he went. Watching the shy blush on the salesgirls' faces, Qin Shen felt a surge of pride. This is the life of freedom. Money is great. For lunch, Qin Shen chose a restaurant with specialty dishes, and after a satisfying meal, he rode a shared bike to the Manhwa Fund Management Company. Just as he entered the company's gate and was about to park the bike in the shed, there was a sudden roar behind him. An Audi A4 zoomed past, narrowly missing his bike. Damn! What an idiot! Thinks he's on top of the world just because he drives an Audi. Qin Shen cursed as the Audi sped away, ruining his good mood for the day. In the departing Audi, a middle-aged balding man was on the phone. Zimo! Sorry, I had an emergency meeting at the company this morning, so I had to cancel our appointment. I rushed over as soon as the meeting ended. General Yao, I have a client appointment in the afternoon. Song Zimo said hesitantly over the phone. What kind of client? Male or female? How much money can they invest? I'm ready to invest $1 million. General Yao, it's not about the money. Zimo, how many times have I told you, stop calling me General Yao, it's too formal. Call me Brother Yao. From now on, you're my little sister. And I'm already at your company, do you want me to go back? In the office building, Song Zimo furrowed her brows and finally said, General Yao, please wait for me in the reception room. Zimo, I'm already downstairs at your building. Come down and pick me up. Qin Shen sent a message on WeChat. Soon, Song Zimo's reply came. Qin Shen, sorry, I just received a key client at the company. Please go to the second floor lobby, have a coffee and wait for me. Qin Shen read the message and went straight to the second floor. When he arrived at the lobby on the second floor, Qin Shen was dumbfounded. There were quite a few clients waiting here, mostly men. Each of them was dressed in suits, ties, and watches, looking much more high-end compared to Qin Shen. As Qin Shen saw them, they also noticed him. Some people glanced at him and continued to look at the files in their hands, while others frowned after sizing up Qin Shen. Qin Shen found an empty seat, but as soon as he sat down, a man in a suit next to him suddenly stood up, gave Qin Shen a disdainful look, and went to the front desk. What's wrong with your company? It's a big company, but the management is so chaotic? People who just want to enjoy the air conditioning can sit with us casually. What kind of image is this? The man in the suit spoke loudly, and everyone heard it. All eyes turned to Qin Shen, many of them showing some degree of disdain, clearly agreeing with the man in the suit, treating Qin Shen as someone who just wanted to enjoy the air conditioning. After all, Qin Shen's outfit was definitely out of place compared to theirs. Qin Shen was bewildered at this moment. Is the world really this exaggerated now? Just because he was wearing clothes from Taobao, it seemed to offend these people's eyes. After a moment, Qin Shen took a deep breath and felt relieved. It turned out that society has its unwritten rules. It's not all beautiful. Class discrimination also exists. It's just that he had always been in contact with the lower class before and didn't feel this kind of discrimination. Those who can afford a fund manager are at least middle class, with assets in the hundreds of thousands or even millions. His peasant class clothes definitely stood out here. Sir, I'm sorry, this is the customer waiting area. Did you come to the wrong place? A girl from the front desk walked over, looking confused. In the past, Qin Shen would have caused a scene here, even directly confronting those snobbish people. But now, with 50 million in his bank account, Qin Shen couldn't help but remain calm. Stepping on others is low-level behavior. With a little money, one can act superior, looking down on this and that, but that's just being a loser in spirit. How can someone carrying a mountain of gold compare with someone holding a few coins? I'm also your customer, I made a proper appointment. Qin Shen replied with a gentle smile. Who is your fund manager? Song Zimo. You are Song Zimo's client? The girl at the front desk frowned. What's wrong? Don't I look like one? Qin Shen asked with a smile. A little bit. The girl at the front desk said awkwardly. Song Zimo is the best performer in the company, and even her lowest-ranking clients are successful executives. Looking at the equipment of the person in front of her, he really didn't seem like one. However, the gentle smile on his face made people feel comfortable. I'm Zimo's classmate, just here to support her work. Xin Chen explained. Oh, you're Zimo's classmate. The girl at the front desk suddenly relaxed. She then went to the man in the suit who had complained earlier and explained softly. The man in the suit kept frowning, occasionally glancing at Xin Chen with resentment. I have a suggestion for your company. In the future, divide the waiting area by levels. I've invested at least 2 million in your company over the years. Isn't it fair to give me the privilege of a VIP seat? Yes, we will consider your suggestion. The girl at the front desk replied nervously. Xin Chen chuckled. He had thought that this man in the suit was very wealthy. After investing 2 million in just a few years, you dare to be so arrogant. It's true that a full bottle makes no noise, while a half bottle clangs. Ha! What are you laughing at, you student brat? The man in a suit glared at Xin Chen. His recent fund losses were severe, and he came today to discuss a new plan with the fund manager, already in a bad mood. I'm laughing at how rich you are, acting all high and mighty with the receptionist. Why don't you just buy this fund company? Do whatever you want with it. With his face challenged, Xin Chen couldn't stay silent. The man in the suit's face darkened. By the fund company? That mockery was indeed a slap in the face. His 2 million investment was nothing compared to the company's assets. He could only show off in front of the receptionist. Arrogant youth. All talk and no substance. I've invested 2 million in this company. Do you know how much that is? You'll never see 2 million in cash in your lifetime. The man in the suit glared resentfully at Xin Chen, as if wanting to vent all his grievances on him. Xin Chen sneered, about to retort. Suddenly, a stern voice came from the office in the distance. Yao Wenjie. Get out. It was Song Zimo's voice. Xin Chen stood up abruptly. A loud bang. Song Zimo's office door opened, and Song Zimo in professional attire stood at the doorway. Yao Wenjie. Get out now. Her voice startled everyone. The waiting clients and idle staff in the area all turned to look. You're really something with your 2 measly bucks. I'll never find a man in my life, let alone be your lover. Get out now. Even if I starve, I won't be your plaything. Song Zimo's words once again ignited the onlookers' emotions. It turned out there was a big scandal. A client wanted to keep Song Zimo. At this moment, the male clients in the waiting area looked at Song Zimo with heated gazes. Such a top-notch woman was truly capable of captivating men. Not long after, the balding General Yao walked out of the room, looking uneasy. But when he saw so many people outside, including familiar faces, his unease turned into anger. Song Zimo, I was just joking with you, and you dare curse at me? Is this how Hongfa treats its clients? Your damn joke. I don't even know what kind of person you are. Song Zimo didn't back down, directly confronting General Yao. In the distance, Xin Chen couldn't help but admire. This girl, her fiery temper hasn't changed a bit. You! How dare you curse at me? Damn it! You tarnish my reputation. I'll ruin you today. Enraged, General Yao raised his hand to slap Song Zimo. Xin Chen's eyes narrowed, and in a flash, he turned into a black shadow and rushed forward. Crack! A crisp sound. Song Zimo stood bewildered in place, realizing she wasn't the one hit. General Yao now had 5 bright red fingerprints on his face. You're so incompetent that you even hit a woman. Xin Chen's icy voice rang out. In that critical moment, he sprinted over to intercept General Yao's impending slap and returned the favor with a slap of his own. General Yao, somewhat incredulous, touched his cheek. You dare hit me? If you don't clean up your language, it won't be just a slap next time. Xin Chen squinted. Song Zimo finally came to her senses. Fearing things would escalate, she quickly stepped forward to pull Xin Chen back. Xin Chen, I'm fine, don't bother with this kind of person. General Yao suspiciously scrutinized the two of them, angrily cursing, I knew it. So you found yourself a gigolo. Song Zimo, what purity are you pretending to have? This gigolo can't give you anything. My money is something he can never earn in his lifetime. Crack. Another crisp sound. Yao only felt a flash before his eyes, a figure flashed by, and then the other side of his cheek started to burn fiercely. Xin Chen seemed unsatisfied with just slapping, so he raised his foot and kicked hard. Yao screamed in pain as he slid far on the ground from Xin Chen's kick. The onlookers' pupils shrank. The president of the Yao Real Estate Group was actually slapped and kicked by someone. This is a big deal. Damn it. Song Zimo, you're finished, you filthy whore. Let me tell you, you're finished for life. And you dare to hit my little beast. If you can walk out of this building intact today, I'll change my surname with you. Yao lay on the ground, clutching his stomach in pain, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. As the president of a real estate company, he had only ever scolded others, never been so wronged, especially in front of so many acquaintances. If anger could kill, Xin Chen would have died countless times in his eyes. I've been beaten. Get your ass up here. Yao shouted after dialing a number on his phone. Soon, 3 burly bodyguards arrived on the second floor. These were his accompanying bodyguards. As soon as these 3 fierce-looking bodyguards arrived, the people nearby subconsciously took a few steps back. Everyone could see that things were getting serious. Yao was really angry. Blood would be shed today. Yao Wenjie. This is Manhwa Company, not where you can act recklessly. Song Zimo stood in front of Qin Chen again, coldly shouting. Now she was a bit panicked too. Before, Yao Wenjie was her potential client. She had investigated his background to some extent. He made his fortune in real estate, his hands were not clean, he had connections in both legal and illegal circles, he was a ruthless person. With her company backing her up, Yao Wenjie wouldn't be too arrogant, but Qin Chen was in danger. And Qin Chen had stood up for her, she couldn't let him be in danger. I was beaten in your Manhwa Company, I will personally settle the score with your boss. Even if the King of Heaven comes today, he can't save the idiot behind you. What are you 3 still standing there for? Beat him to death for me. I'll take responsibility if anything happens. He must die today. Furious Yao Wenjie completely lost control. None of the onlookers around stepped forward to stop him. Quick, call Manager Wang. Tell him to come over right away. Song Zimo shouted at the dazed receptionist. The next moment, she suddenly moved to the side, and Qin Chen pushed her out. One of the 3 bodyguards had already pounced towards Qin Chen. Obviously, they thought dealing with Qin Chen alone would be enough. On the other hand, Qin Chen didn't retreat but advanced, meeting them head-on. Qin Chen, don't! Song Zimo shouted hoarsely. She thought Qin Chen was acting on impulse. In her mind, how could Qin Chen possibly be a match for a professional bodyguard? I didn't expect him to be quite spirited. Rushing into danger for a beauty. Ha ha, nonsense. Just seeking death. Only a naive student who has just entered society would be so foolish. To beat Yao like this, he must lose his hands and feet even if he doesn't die today. At the very least, he'll have to leave lying down. Poor kid, at least he's gaining some social experience. Ha ha ha. Some onlookers sighed, but most were gloating. Everyone was coldly watching. Amidst the chatter, Qin Chen and Yao's bodyguard had already engaged. The bodyguard roared, his massive fist heading straight for Qin Chen's face. If this punch landed solidly, Qin Chen's nose would definitely be gone. Qin Chen didn't back down, he raised his fist to meet it. However, compared to the bodyguards, his fist seemed particularly weak and powerless. In the blink of an eye, the 2 fists collided. Song Zimo was so scared that she closed her eyes directly. Bang! Ah! A crisp sound of bones breaking, followed by a scream. Song Zimo was so scared that her delicate body trembled. Ah! The screams had not stopped. Song Zimo suddenly paused, this voice was not Qin Chen's. Could it be? She cautiously opened her eyes a crack. After seeing the situation in the field, her eyes widened suddenly, her pupils shrinking to pinpoints. She saw a scene that would be unforgettable for a lifetime. The burly bodyguard who had exchanged punches with Qin Chen earlier was lying on the ground, wailing in pain. His right arm was abnormally bent, clearly broken. His fist was covered in blood, with several bone spurs piercing through the skin. The stark white bone spurs were still stained with dots of blood, bloody and terrifying. Qin Chen's move immediately stunned all the onlookers. Because everyone had thought it was Qin Chen who had fallen, but the result left them astonished. He's quite skilled. Tough guy. Let's attack together. The remaining 2 bodyguards were not intimidated, but instead their eyes became eager. One bodyguard attacked Qin Chen's face with a punch, while the other swept his legs with a kick. This coordinated move was obviously well practiced by them. Song Zimo, who had just relaxed a bit, tensed up again. Qin Chen, be careful. Qin Chen didn't even look at the bodyguard attacking his legs. He raised his fist aggressively, although it was a delayed punch, it struck first. A scream rang out. The bodyguard attacking Qin Chen's face spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood drew an arc in the air, with several broken teeth in it. Just one punch from Qin Chen. He fell to the ground and passed out. At the same time, the bodyguard also kicked Qin Chen's leg. But the next moment, Qin Chen remained motionless, and the bodyguard's face turned purple. Because he felt like he was kicking a metal plate, not a person's leg. Qin Chen turned his head to look at him, smirked, revealing a sinister smile. The bodyguard realized it was bad and tried to retreat. But it was too late. Ah! The screams continued endlessly. Another injured person with broken legs in irregular shapes appeared on the floor. Call your mom. Qin Chen went up and kicked the bodyguard's head again, and then the world fell silent. The scene was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone's gaze turned to Qin Chen, now filled with fear. Qin Chen turned to the dumbfounded Yao Wenjie and said with a sinister smile, Manager Yao, your bodyguards are not up to par. Why don't you come over and kill me yourself? Qin Shen, who had taken genetic pills, was far beyond an ordinary person in terms of physical abilities. If an adult man's strength and reaction time were rated as 1, then Qin Shen would be a 10 now. Dealing with 3 careless professional bodyguards was a piece of cake for Qin Shen. Yao Wenjie's mind was blank at the moment, completely devoid of the ability to think. These 3 professional bodyguards were his biggest reliance at the moment. And now, this reliance had been destroyed by Qin Shen in an instant. Manager Yao, a man should keep his word. If you don't come to kill me, then I will come to kill you. Qin Shen smiled and casually picked up a chair from the side, then walked step by step towards Yao Wenjie. Brother, calm down. Calm down. I apologize to you. I'll give you money. It's all my fault. I deserve to die. I deserve to die. Yao Wenjie's face turned pale with fear. Qin Shen's decisiveness in incapacitating his 3 bodyguards had truly frightened Yao Wenjie. He had no doubt that Qin Shen would really kill him. The fear of death made his psychological defense completely collapse, and he completely surrendered. Do you understand now? Qin Shen walked up to Yao Wenjie with a smile on his face, holding the chair. I understand. Brother, I understand. I dare not anymore, I dare not. Ah! Yao Wenjie was admitting his mistake when suddenly a scream rang out. The chair in Qin Shen's hand smashed directly onto him, breaking into 2 pieces. This sudden violent act made many people shudder. The onlookers who were watching the excitement before now had pale faces, clearly frightened. Who are you calling brother? Who are you insulting? Qin Shen still had a smile on his face. Yao Wenjie's mouth was bleeding, and he endured the pain. Big brother, I was wrong. I really was wrong. I dare not anymore. Who are you calling big brother? Qin Shen still had a smile on his face, but he used the broken chair to hit Yao Wenjie again. Yao Wenjie screamed. At this moment Qin Shen was already a devil in his heart. He was now in extreme fear. Master, Grandpa, I was wrong. I really was wrong. I'll give you money. Money is nothing special. Even if you have money, can you have as much as I do? Qin Shen swung another chair. Yao Wenjie fell into a pool of blood, losing control of his bowels and bladder, shaking uncontrollably, completely broken down. Qin Shen. Suddenly, a weak voice came from behind. Qin Shen turned around and saw Song Zimo not far away, looking at him with fear in her eyes. Don't hit him anymore. Someone will die if you keep going. Song Zimo's voice was trembling. She was now afraid of Qin Shen. The ruthless and decisive person in front of her was completely different from the Qin Shen in her memory. Zimo, remember, the next time you encounter such a scum, beat him until he calls you grandson like I did. Qin Shen threw away the chair with only one leg left, casually wiped the blood off his hands. This calm and composed demeanor appeared even more mysterious and terrifying in the eyes of others. After wiping the blood, Qin Shen casually pulled up a chair and sat down, then suddenly glared at the man in a suit who had a disagreement with him earlier. When Qin Shen was waiting for Song Zimo on the 2nd floor, this man in a suit even asked the receptionist to kick him out. The man in the suit trembled involuntarily when he saw Qin Shen's gaze. Give me your cigarette, Qin Shen suddenly said. The man in the suit was stunned. What? Can't you understand human language? Qin Shen frowned. The man in the suit then reacted and quickly handed over a soft Zhonghua cigarette. Qin Shen took one out. Where's the lighter? The man in the suit fumbled in his pocket, took out a lighter, and tremblingly lit it for Qin Shen. Qin Shen took a deep drag, blew smoke rings all over the man in the suit's face, then said with a playful look in his eyes, your cigarette saved your life. Qin Shen was telling the truth. If he didn't intervene, he would have let it go, but once he did, he would make sure to settle all scores. No lingering grudges, that was Qin Shen's motto now. Just now, this man in the suit had mocked him in various ways, and Qin Shen didn't mind taking care of him. Thank you, big brother, the man in the suit's voice trembled. The man in the suit, who had been arrogant and defiant towards Qin Shen before, now turned into a meek little rabbit. You scum! I'm not targeting any one of you, I mean all of you present here, you are all trash. Qin Shen blew another smoke ring, directly starting a group ridicule. This is what they call successful people and the middle class, striking hard against the weak, and being submissive to the strong. When Yao Wenjie's bodyguard appeared, everyone was indifferent, watching him as if he were a monkey. It seemed that his miserable life was only worthy of being a joke for these successful people. But after he retaliated against Yao Wenjie and his group, these people collectively turned into cowards. Since the rules of the game between social classes had long been established, the weak, even breathing is wrong. Qin Shen could only choose to be a strong and dominant figure. What's going on? Who is causing trouble in the company? Suddenly, a deep voice sounded at the staircase. A middle-aged man with a simple and honest face appeared next. Manager Wang. The front desk girl called out in a hushed voice. The person who came was the manager Wang that Song Zimo had asked to call before. Song Zimo was dumbfounded when she saw manager Wang appear. She had intended for manager Wang to come and save the situation, but now it seemed that Qin Shen had become the troublemaker. Manager Wang took a look at the situation in the room and was stunned. The front desk girl whispered the whole story to him. Finally, manager Wang's serious gaze turned towards Qin Shen, who was sitting calmly. Young man, daring to cause such trouble to my Manhwa fund management company and harm our clients, you are the first one. Manager Wang's voice was cold. In front of so many clients, if he didn't support the client who was attacked, his reputation would be completely ruined, and the company might as well close down. Manager Wang, things are not like this. It was Yao Wengjie who. Song Zimo anxiously stepped forward to explain. Yao is a client of our company. No matter what he did, his personal safety within our company must be guaranteed. Manager Wang rudely interrupted Song Zimo. Someone, secure the scene. Contact the police immediately. Young man, please cooperate. If you want to play tough, you can see the security strength of our Manhwa company. Manager Wang said firmly. Manager Wang was obviously a well-traveled person and was not scared by the miserable situation of Yao Wengjie and the others. It was already a civilized society now. No matter how strong your fists were, could they be stronger than bullets? Manager Wang, I am also a client of your company. Moreover, it was this Yao who attacked me first, and I had to defend myself. Since Manhwa has the obligation to ensure the safety of its clients, don't I also have the right to be protected? Qin Shen spoke up. You are also a client of our company? Manager Wang looked at Qin Shen suspiciously. Compared to the other clients present, Qin Shen's equipment was significantly different. So when he saw Qin Shen, he immediately assumed that Qin Shen was a troublemaking hoodlum. Yes. I made an appointment with your manager Song Zimo, and I was planning to invest today, Qin Shen said with a smile. Song Zimo beside him was already anxious, her eyes red. She didn't understand what the point of Qin Shen saying this at this time was. Yao Wenjie's investment amount was 1 million, how much money could Qin Shen have? In terms of the potential value of clients, the company would definitely lean more towards Yao Wenjie. Qin Shen rummaged in his pocket for a while and then took out a bank card. Manager Wang, let's not rush to conclusions. I have a bank card here. Why don't you have someone check how much money is in my account first, and then we can discuss the next steps? Manager Wang narrowed his eyes. Having been in a high position for many years, his ability to judge people had long been perfected. The calm and composed demeanor of this young man in front of him didn't seem like an act. There was only one possibility: this young man had enough background or capital behind him. Young man, not everything in this society can be solved with money. Manager Wang spoke again, but this time his tone had softened a lot. Qin Shen chuckled. Manager Wang, I interpret this statement differently. I believe that if money can't solve a problem, it's definitely because there isn't enough money. Manager Wang looked quietly into Qin Shen's eyes. Qin Shen met his gaze calmly. Interesting. Manager Wang smiled meaningfully, walked forward, and took Qin Shen's bank card. Go check. He handed it to the front desk girl. The front desk girl took the bank card and immediately ran downstairs to the finance department, panting heavily. Mr. Wang. The receptionist looked at Qin Shen with lingering fear. How is it? Mr. Wang turned and asked. 5,000. The receptionist started to speak, but due to nervousness, she took a deep breath. 5,000? Mr. Wang's eyes widened. Was he being played by this little brat? No, it's 50,000. The receptionist quickly corrected herself. 50,000? Mr. Wang felt a rush of blood to his head. In his eyes, 5,000 and 50,000 were basically the same. He even suspected that Qin Shen might have escaped from a mental hospital. Daring to show off with 50,000 yuan, this was asking for trouble. The customers who had been watching the excitement around them couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They had assumed earlier that Qin Shen was a son of some big family, so they had been cautious. Now they realized he was just a reckless fool. I thought he was a rich kid, turns out he's just this? Is he here to joke around? 50,000 yuan might be a huge sum in the young man's eyes, haha. So it was 50,000 yuan, you scared me. Young man, add another 20,000, and it will match the money I spent at the nightclub yesterday. The onlookers regained their energy one after another. Song Zimo's eyes dimmed completely. When Qin Shen took out his bank card, she was still imagining scenes from certain TV dramas. If Qin Shen had 1 or 2 million, the company could treat this incident as they would with clients of the same level. But fantasies were just fantasies. Qin Shen, like her, had only graduated a year ago. How could he have so much money? Having 50,000 yuan in savings was considered a lot among their peers. Young man, your joke is getting out of hand. Mr. Wang looked coldly at Qin Shen. Qin Shen remained calm, finished his cigarette slowly, and stamped it out under his foot. I think you should give your employee another chance to speak up. Mr. Wang looked suspiciously at the receptionist. At that moment, the receptionist's face turned red, clearly overwhelmed with nervousness, and she couldn't speak. Mr. Wang frowned, recalling the two figures reported by the receptionist earlier. A nearly absurd idea exploded in his mind. How much money does he have in his bank account? Be clear. Mr. Wang asked with a furrowed brow. 50 million. His bank card balance is over 51 million. The receptionist finally broke free from her daze, her voice hoarse and loud. Then the world fell silent. After a while, Song Zimo was the first to come back to her senses. She looked at Qin Shen, her face full of disbelief. Mr. Wang also regained his composure, his eyes becoming extremely serious. As an upper-middle-class person, no one understood better than him what having over 50 million in a bank account meant. When a relatively large company reports its annual revenue, they often say it reaches millions. In reality, revenue cannot be counted as assets. A company with an annual revenue of millions does not mean the company's boss is worth millions. Even a million is considered a lot, and they might even be in debt. But the balance in the bank account, that is real money. What's more, Qin Shen was very young. His youth was outrageous. With a normal person's thought process, they wouldn't consider this money earned by Qin Shen himself. There was only one possibility: this young man had an incredibly powerful financial group behind him. A financial group that could leave over 50 million in a young person's bank account. Even Mr. Wang himself couldn't afford to offend them, let alone two Manhwa fund management companies combined. After all, the idle funds of the Manhwa fund management companies did not reach 50 million. At this moment, Mr. Wang finally realized why this young man was so arrogant, so calm. Because everyone here couldn't afford to provoke him. Young master, what is your name? Wang walked up, bent down, and patted the dog without hesitation. What is dignity? In front of absolute capital, dignity means nothing. This is the most useful life lesson in Wang's first half of life. Qin Shen said briefly. Xin Xiao, there are too many people here, would you like to talk in my office? Wang bowed 90 degrees. Are you not going to hold me accountable for injuring your clients? Qin Shen said with a playful smile. Xin Xiao, your words are a slap in my face. I apologize to you, it was my mishandling earlier. Rest assured, I will handle Yao Wenjie's matter properly. Wang wiped the sweat from his forehead and bowed again. Qin Shen then slowly got up and followed Wang's lead upstairs. People carry a sedan chair for a show. If someone respects me a foot, I will respect them a yard. Although Wang is a bit snobbish, who isn't in this society now? Poor in the bustling city, no one asks, rich in the deep mountains, relatives are far away. Some words have been made clear by our ancestors. Blame yourself for being bullied, rather than blaming others for not having strength. Since Wang has already lowered his status, if Qin Shen is too concerned, he will only limit himself. Xin Xiao, the security department has reviewed the surveillance footage and explained to me. It was Yao Wenjie who caused the trouble first, and this matter has nothing to do with you. After answering a phone call, Wang said, patting his chest. His meaning was clear: Qin Shen's assault has been overlooked, and Manhwa Company will take full responsibility. Qin Shen nodded without saying a word. In fact, since he entered, he had been thinking about whether to fabricate an identity. In case Wang asked about his family, he could handle it. But unexpectedly, Wang turned out to be quite tactful and didn't inquire about his personal matters from the moment he entered. Thank you very much, Qin Xiao, for choosing our Manhwa Fund Company to manage your wealth. On behalf of Manhwa Fund Management Company, I thank you again. Wang's face blossomed with chrysanthemums. Qin Shen waved his hand. Don't say such empty words, I don't like this kind of thing. Wang awkwardly smiled. Since Qin Xiao has spoken, let's talk business. I wonder how much Qin Xiao intends to invest this time. Qin Shen thought for a moment, didn't answer Wang's question, but asked, what is Song Zimo's current position in your company? Wang was taken aback and truthfully replied, Song Zimo is currently a fund manager. The so-called fund manager is just a more pleasant title internally. In all sales industries, the lowest job title is sales manager. In fact, it's just an ordinary employee. Wang thought for a moment and asked, Xin Xiao, if I may ask, what is the relationship between Manager Song and you? She is my classmate, and we had a good relationship in school. Qin Shen said casually. The astute Wang immediately understood the implication. So Song Zimo is your classmate? I almost forgot, she has outstanding performance after joining for a year, responsible at work. The company was ready to promote her, but her seniority hasn't reached. Wang's tone changed, but since she is Qin Xiao's classmate, we will make an exception. Manager Song. No. Team Leader Song's promotion appointment letter will be processed shortly. Qin Chen smiled. Team Leader Song. Then I will invest 5 million. Wang's face immediately fell. 5 million is already a big deal for the company. But this young master came with 50 million. Only investing 5 million clearly meant some dissatisfaction. After some contemplation, the savvy Wang tentatively asked, then, how about Supervisor Song? Qin Chen replied, then I will invest 10 million. Wang's eyes lit up. Found the right approach. Wang cleared his throat and said firmly, Qin Xiao, I believe Supervisor Song has outstanding abilities. It would be a waste to just make her a supervisor. She should be promoted another level. Minister Song is better. What do you think? Qin Chen, 20 million. Wang Zong was a little anxious, sweating on his forehead again. He must want to empty this young master's bank card balance, but looking at the young master's carefree appearance, it's obvious that he has quite an appetite. Vice General Manager Song. Wang Zong gritted his teeth. The difference between this deputy general manager and the fund manager is like night and day. This is a high-level management position in the company that truly holds power. 30 million. Qin Chen shouted directly. Who would have thought that a good fund investment would turn into a bidding session? Those who didn't know would think they were auctioning something here. General Manager Song. Wang Zong closed his eyes, showing a determined attitude. The market is a battlefield, and the company is also part of the battlefield. Tens of millions of big orders are enough for him to have absolute authority in the board of directors. 40 million. Qin Chen raised the bid again. Wang Zong frowned. Qin Xiao, this is really the highest position I can arrange for General Manager Song within my authority. The next level is the Deputy General Manager title, just one level below me. It needs to be discussed in the board of directors meeting. Qin Chen shook his head with a bitter smile. It seems that he really squeezed this Wang Zong dry. Let's make it 45 million. I need to keep some pocket money. Qin Chen said with a smile. Thank you, Qin Xiao. Thank you, Qin Xiao. Wang Zong was grateful. At this moment, his face was flushed. With an investment of over 40 million, he would be the absolute decision maker at Hongfa Fund Company in the future. Those old men in the board of directors, who would dare to oppose him? Alright, let General Manager Song handle the rest with me. Qin Chen said. With a beautiful female classmate present, who would want to chat with such a rough man? Understood. Understood. Qin Xiao, rest assured, in the future, General Manager Song will not serve any other clients in business matters except you. Wang Zong said, giving Qin Chen a knowing look. Qin Chen was speechless. What is this Wang Zong thinking? I am just an ordinary classmate with General Manager Song. Don't think too much. Yes, just an ordinary classmate. Qin Xiao, rest assured, if anyone dares to approach General Manager Song without permission, I will be the first to inform you. Wang Zong said very politely. Qin Chen's face turned dark. Alright, no need to explain. The more you explain, the darker it gets. Later, Qin Chen and Wang Zong walked out of the office to the second floor. Yao Wenjie had already been escorted out by security personnel. As for where he went, Qin Chen didn't care at all. Anyway, Wang Zong said their company would handle it all. In addition to Yao Wenjie and his 3 dismissed bodyguards, the customers who were waiting to do business earlier were all there. Song Zimmo was also standing in place, feeling confused at the moment, with 1,000 doubts floating in her mind, wanting to ask Qin Chen face to face. General Manager Song. Suddenly Wang Zong's voice rang out. All eyes in the room turned towards him. Song Zimmo also looked over, but she was very confused. Who is General Manager Song? She has been with the company for a year and has never seen a general manager surnamed Song. As she was pondering, Wang Zong had already walked straight to her with big strides. General Manager Song. The specific investment matters that Qin Xiao made will be fully handed over to you by the company. Hand over all your clients, and in the future, you will only be responsible for managing Qin Xiao's 45 million investment fund. Song Zimmo's head was buzzing. She was so overwhelmed that she didn't hear clearly what Wang Zong said afterwards. Hold on, Wang Zong. Let me catch my breath first. Song Zimmo waved her hand to interrupt Wang Zong. After a moment, taking a few deep breaths, Song Zimmo asked seriously, Wang Zong, what do you mean by calling me General Manager Song? Wang Zong smiled and looked at Qin Chen. Both Qin Xiao and I think highly of your abilities, and the company happens to need a general manager. This position suits you perfectly. Your appointment letter will arrive by the end of the day at the latest. From now on, we will be partners eating from the same pot. Mr. Wang's words sounded like thunder in everyone's ears. Colleagues at the company were surprised, covering their mouths in disbelief as they looked at Song Zimmo. All colleagues understood that Song Zimo was soaring to new heights. When Song Zimo came to her senses and looked at Qin Shen's faint smile, even if she was foolish, she understood. It was because of Qin Shen. Because of Qin Shen's investment of 45 million, she leaped several levels. From a low-level employee, she directly ascended to a high-level leadership position, general manager. According to her own career plan, it would have taken at least 6 to 8 years to reach that position. But because of Qin Shen, this dream was achieved 7 to 8 years ahead of schedule. Song Zimo's eyes instantly turned red, her mind went blank, as if in a dream. This sudden arrival of a golden opportunity was too surprising, too sudden. I'm sorry, I'm too excited. Song Zimo covered her mouth, wiping away the tears that unconsciously flowed from her eyes. Qin Shen, seeing this scene, felt a deep meaning in his heart. When poor, one can only look after oneself. When rich, one can help the world. He couldn't help the world now, but changing the fate of an ordinary person was no longer difficult for him. With his system, he felt for the first time that he had the power of money. At least he now had the basic qualifications of compassion and changing the fate of the masses. Splurging after becoming rich, indulging in various spending, was a low-level interest. Using money to change someone else's fate was truly an interesting thing. Qin Shen, this is your fund contract. In the office, Song Zimo handed over a contract with both hands. Qin Shen smiled, beautiful chairwoman, are you trying to distance yourself from me so soon? Song Zimo forced a smile on her face, seeing Qin Shen's playful expression, she relaxed a bit. No choice. Even our Mr. Wang has to bow to you, so I have to serve you even more carefully. Oh, I wonder how our beautiful chairwoman plans to serve me so carefully. Qin Shen jokingly scanned Song Zimo's delicate figure. You rascal. You've learned some bad habits. Where did you pick up these tricks? Song Zimo scolded with a smile, then playfully hit Qin Shen with the contract. That's more like it. I'm not used to you being so respectful to me. Qin Shen said. Song Zimo was stunned, only then did she realize that Qin Shen was doing it on purpose. She gave Qin Shen a resentful look, displaying a variety of emotions for a moment. Qin Shen was somewhat stunned, this woman had been out fighting for a year, and the innocence on her had completely faded, becoming more and more mature and feminine. Qin Shen, you hit it well during your university years, turns out you're a super rich second generation. Song Zimo insisted on calling Qin Shen by his name, not based on age, but as a recognition of his status. Qin Shen didn't dwell on these trivial matters anymore, leaning back on the sofa with his hands behind his head. Who told you I'm a second generation rich? I earned this money myself. Humph, do you think I believe you? Song Zimo said unkindly. Earning 50,000 in a year was normal for a regular person, and it was possible to make 500,000 by seizing an opportunity. But 50 million? Are you kidding me? Hey, people like you naturally don't know how geniuses make money. Qin Shen boasted. Song Zimo knew this was Qin Shen's private matter, so she tactfully didn't delve into gossip. Qin Shen, how's your hand? Is it injured? Song Zimo asked with concern. Earlier, Qin Shen had fought against 3 of Yao Wenjie's bodyguards. The thrilling scene was still vivid in Song Zimo's mind. It's fine, look, all good. Qin Shen reached out to show her. Song Zimo was stunned, unconsciously reaching out to grab Qin Shen's hand and carefully examining it. The more she looked, the more surprised she became. She remembers clearly that Qin Shen threw a punch at the first bodyguard who made a move. The bodyguard's arm was broken, and the bone spurs on his fist were all knocked out by Qin Shen. But Qin Shen's hand had not even a red mark. And this hand is so beautiful, so smooth. Looking closely, the skin is so delicate. It feels even better than her own skin. Qin Shen, what skincare products do you usually use? As a girl who loves beauty, Song Zimo asked subconsciously. Skincare products? Qin Shen raised an eyebrow in confusion. Song Zimo then came back to her senses, a blush appearing on her face. She looked up at Qin Shen, and as she looked at him up close, she was once again stunned. Due to the sudden incident earlier, she was too nervous to look at Qin Shen properly. Now, looking closely, he's so handsome. His skin is so good. He looks even more handsome than when he was in school. He's even more handsome than those extraordinary male leads in Korean dramas. He's simply divine. Do I have flowers on my face? Look again, I might charge you. Qin Shen's teasing voice rang out. TSK. How much? Sister has landed a big client now. I'm rich. Just give me a monthly subscription. Song Zimo retorted stubbornly, but a few more blushes appeared on her face. Qin Shen, I only knew you were quite good in the school basketball team before. I didn't expect you to be so skilled. Song Zimo couldn't help but look at Qin Shen again. with 50 million lying in the bank account and 3 professional bodyguards disabled by one person. This man now appeared even more mysterious to her. There are still many things you don't know. Qin Chen smiled. After joking around for a while, they started to get down to business. Qin Chen, your investment of 45 million yuan, the company guarantees an annual return of no less than 5%. In other words, the net profit for the year is at least 2.5 million. And our contracts are renewed annually. There is no trapping of customer principle. You can rest assured. Song Zimo patiently explained the various terms in the contract. Qin Chen calculated a net profit of 2.5 million in a year, meaning he could earn at least 200,000 a month without doing anything. Making 200,000 by just lying at home? This is simply too cool. Qin Chen at this moment greatly admired his decision. Money makes money, and money flows endlessly. Even if the system were to disconnect one day, 200,000 a month would be enough for him to live, and it wouldn't affect his quality of life at all. Here, Qin Chen was signing the contract with Song Zimo. In the VIP ward of the City People's Hospital, Yao Wenjie had already woken up from a coma, lying on the hospital bed, having recovered from the fear. President Wang also came. After all, Yao Wenjie was a client of his company, a major investor. In the business world, there are no absolute friends or enemies, only absolute interests. So President Wang had to maintain the relationship that needed to be maintained. Old Wang, where is that damn brat now? Did you catch him for me? Yao Wenjie asked angrily. President Wang shook his head helplessly. When he arrived, Yao Wenjie had already passed out, so he didn't know what happened afterward. I say, old Yao, we've been friends for many years, why do you have to cause trouble in our company? By doing this, you make it difficult for me, an old friend. President Wang sighed. Old Wang, if it weren't for your sake, would I have come to invest in your company's fund? Now I'm in the hospital after being beaten, my 3 bodyguards have been disabled, shouldn't your company give me an explanation? Yao Wenjie said firmly. President Wang looked at him quietly for a while before speaking. I came this time to see you, and also to prevent you from going astray. Going astray? What do you mean? Yao Wenjie asked. President Wang shook his head. That young man who had a conflict with you has invested 45 million in our company. Yao Wenjie was clearly stunned. He fell silent for a while, his face turning red as he said, so what if he's rich? Does having money mean you can disregard the law? Does having money give you the right to hit people at will? Upon hearing this, Manager Wang frowned. Yao Wenjie's words seemed a bit impulsive. It seemed that some things needed to be made clear to him. Lao Yao, there's no need to get all worked up. Both of us are in the business world, we should know what kind of person has 50 million idle in their bank account, right? And, out of curiosity, I looked into this person's background, guess what? Manager Wang deliberately teased. Could it be that he's a prince from the capital? Yao Wenjie replied disdainfully. I had a friend in the police department help me check, and the response I got was no authorization to access. My friend specifically warned me not to stir up trouble. In general, in such cases, it's either a close relative of a big shot, or indeed a prince from one of the major families in the capital. So who is he exactly? Yao Wenjie's face gradually turned pale upon hearing this. Manager Wang shook his head and sighed. Lao Yao, why are you still so clueless? Regardless of his identity, do you think we can afford to provoke this young master? Yao Wenjie's face turned ashen, the anger on his face completely disappeared, leaving only panic. He was just a property developer from a small city, although he was considered somewhat influential in the city. Compared to real big shots, he was nothing. Manager Wang had made it clear, even if he was foolish, he now understood the stakes. Lao Wang, this young master has already disabled 3 of my bodyguards and beat me so badly. He shouldn't hold a grudge anymore, right? Yao Wenjie was scared. Manager Wang pondered for a moment and said, I heard you have some thoughts about our company Song Zimo? Today at our company, you even mentioned wanting to support her? Yao Wenjie blushed. I had a bit to drink today, so I got a bit carried away. Lao Wang, why are you bringing this up? Manager Wang sighed. You're really asking for trouble. Lao Wang, don't scare me, could it be that Song Zimo is involved with that young master? Yao Wenjie got up from the bed directly. The condition for that young master's investment of 45 million in our company today is to promote Song Zimo from an ordinary employee to the position of general manager. What do you think their relationship is? Manager Wang said impatiently. Upon hearing this, Yao Wenjie's blood ran cold. So, he was involved with the prince's woman? Lao Wang, you have to help me, what should I do? Yao Wenjie was terrified. He thought he was dealing with a reckless young man, but it turned out he was a prince sitting in the sky. With a wave of his hand, he could destroy the career Yao Wenjie had worked for his whole life. How could he not be afraid? At this moment, Yao Wenjie was both scared and aggrieved. You're a prince, at least dress like one. Wearing clothes from Taba, isn't this entrapment? Lao Yao, I can't interfere in this matter. I came here just to remind you out of our friendship. I've said my piece, consider it a warning. Whether you live or die depends on your own fate. Sorry, I really can't get involved in Qin Xiao's affairs. With that, Manager Wang got up and left. As he said, coming to personally warn Yao Wenjie was the extent of his goodwill. Yao Wenjie wanting to pursue Qin Xiao's woman was a big mistake. He really didn't dare to get involved and stir up trouble for himself. At this moment, Qin Shen, who had just left Manhwa company, had no idea that he had been imagined as a cold-blooded and ruthless super-rich man by someone. He also didn't know that since he had the system, his personal information had been automatically protected by the system. So when Mr. Wang asked his acquaintances to check Qin Shen's information, he got nothing. After signing the contract, Song Zimo originally wanted to invite Qin Shen for a meal, but because Qin Shen had invested too much money and had many follow-up matters to coordinate with the bank, there wasn't even enough time for a half-hour meal, so Qin Shen didn't stay. Before parting ways, Song Zimo patted his chest and said that after the fund was taken care of, she would properly treat Qin Shen to a meal and some fun. Qin Shen didn't mind, after all, the fund would be managed soon, and he would see returns sooner. This was good for him. As Qin Shen was leaving Hongfa Fund Management Company, he had just ridden a shared bike when his phone suddenly rang. Qin Shen, it's me, Qian. In the phone call, Su Qian's sweet voice sounded. Listening to this familiar sweet voice, Qin Shen pictured the pure school flower girl in his mind, and his mood became cheerful. Qian, do you need something from me? Qin Shen asked with a smile. I was wondering if you have time today. I want to invite you for a meal, Su Qian said nervously. Invite me for a meal? Qin Shen was taken aback. He had just missed a meal, and now someone was offering him one. It was quite a coincidence. Yes, I earned so much money from you, and last time you helped me and my roommates out, so I want to treat you to a meal to show my gratitude. Su Qian quickly explained, as if afraid Qin Shen would find it abrupt. Alright, I'll come to your school now, Qin Shen replied. Ha? Are you coming over now? Qin Shen was dumbfounded. So you're not inviting me for a meal today? No, I haven't put on makeup yet. Qin Shen sighed, feeling amused. Women really were troublesome. It's okay, I'll be there in about half an hour. Is that enough time for you to put on makeup? That's enough. I'll try to be quick. So, see you in half an hour. Okay. Qin Shen hung up the phone and headed straight to Su Qian's school. About half an hour later, Qin Shen arrived at the school gate on time. Su Qian was not there, and after sighing that women were really troublesome, Qin Shen could only wait. 5 minutes passed, and Su Qian still hadn't come out. Another 5 minutes passed, and there was still no sign of Su Qian. Frowning, Qin Shen remembered that Su Qian was not someone who lacked a sense of time. He had been waiting at the school gate for more than 10 minutes. Qin Shen directly picked up his phone and called Su Qian. Qian, are you trying to starve me to death at your school gate? Qin Shen joked. I'm sorry, Qin Shen, I'll be right there. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Qin Shen recalled Su Qian's tone just now. It seemed like she had something to say but hesitated. Could she have encountered some trouble? Qin Shen thought to himself. Just as he was thinking, several students nearby ran swiftly towards the campus. Hurry! This is a big news in our school, you'll miss out if you don't see it. Long Xiao is really awesome, he made such a big scene. If you had Long Xiao's family background, you could be so cool too. Su Qian really hit the jackpot this time. Long Xiao is so devoted to her. In the future, Su Qian will definitely be a wealthy young lady. 8 autos were mobilized at once. It's really luxurious. After hearing Su Qian's name, Qin Shen didn't pay attention to what the other students were saying. Indeed, she must have encountered some trouble. Qin Shen rode the shared bike straight to the campus. Following the crowd, Qin Shen quickly arrived at a large square on the campus. By now, both inside and outside the square, many students had gathered, with many of them recording videos on their phones. 8 Audi cars were arranged in the shape of a heart, with their trunks open and filled with beautiful roses. This scene made the boys shout in excitement. The girls were full of admiration and excitement. Qin Shen quickly spotted Su Qian. She was surrounded by a group of people, with a young man in a luxurious suit holding roses and a diamond ring, kneeling on one knee, looking at Su Qian with hopeful eyes. Qian, this is my love for you. As long as you agree to be with me, I will buy you whatever you want in the future, luxury cars, diamond rings, designer bags. Whatever other women have, I will make sure you have it too. Be my girlfriend, I will treat you well and make you the happiest woman in the world. The young man's face was full of emotion, especially with these extravagant words, causing the students on the scene to scream continuously. Qin Shen raised his eyebrows. He had to intervene in this tacky love proposal. The voices of Be together became louder and louder. Su Chanxian seemed to be put on the spot, and Qin Shen rode his bicycle and rushed out. Make way! Make way! After breaking through the crowd, Qin Shen skillfully stopped his bike in front of Su Chanxian. When Su Chanxian saw Qin Shen, her eyes lit up, but before she could speak, the displeased voice of the young man rang out. Buddy, are you blind? Can't you see the occasion? Why are you riding a bike here? In front of Su Chanxian, the young man restrained his temper, otherwise he would have already started a fight. Qin Shen, as if ignoring the hostility in the young man's eyes, said, "It's a free society now, only you can confess your love, but others can't? You confess? Who are you confessing to?" The young man was puzzled. Qin Shen, of course, it's this beautiful schoolflower in front of me. The young man looked at Qin Shen and almost laughed. Bro, who do you think Su Chanxian is? If you want to confess, next time, don't ride a shared bike, at least rent a Santana. I'm in a good mood today, so please go somewhere else and don't bother me. After it's over, I'll send you a red envelope, okay? The young man didn't take Qin Shen seriously at all. He had 8 autos and fresh roses flown in. That's sincerity. In his eyes, Qin Shen was just here to be funny. Who is this guy? Why is he so clueless? Is he trying to get attention? Confessing to Su Chanxian while riding a shared bike, what a delusion. Exactly. Su Chanxian is the schoolflower. How could she be swayed by someone on a shared bike? Forget about everything else. This young man is quite handsome. Being handsome is useless. Money is the key. I'd rather cry in a BMW than laugh on a bicycle. Such a handsome face wasted on someone who rides a shared bike. Broke guy, get lost, don't interfere with the young man's business. The students around were criticizing Qin Shen one after another. Everyone was just here to watch the excitement, and Qin Shen's sudden appearance ruined the mood. However, Qin Shen seemed oblivious to it all. He turned to look at Su Chanxian. Ahem! Chanxian! I don't have an Audi A4, I don't have a diamond ring, and I don't have designer bags. I may not buy you what you want. What other women have, you may not have. But if you're willing to be my girlfriend, I can promise to try not to be unfaithful in the future. Chanxian, would you like to be my girlfriend and ride on my little bike? Qin Shen asked affectionately. The surrounding students were all dumbfounded. The young man's head was buzzing. Listen to this. Is this a personal conversation? No luxury car, no diamond ring, no designer bags. How can someone so broke say that? And then I won't buy you what you want? Being broke is not your fault. Being poor and embarrassing yourself is really your fault. As long as you promise me, I will try my best not to flirt with others in the future. The more I hear these words, the less human they sound. How dare he ask Su Chanxian if she wants to ride on his small bicycle? Unless Su Chanxian is out of her mind. Long Xiao silently complained in his heart countless times. Brother, are you serious? Friend, did you come out of a mental hospital? You have a handsome face, but unfortunately, you lack a brain. If Su Chanxian can agree to such nonsense, I will eat his bicycle alive. Is there a classmate with yellow urine? Come and wake him up. The students around all started to criticize one by one. At this moment, Qin Shen was almost furious. I'm willing. Suddenly, Su Chanxian spoke up. She had a happy smile on her face, walked up and sat directly behind the bicycle, then hugged Qin Shen's waist. Then, Qin Shen pedaled the small bicycle, whizzing past the petrified students. The world fell silent. After a while, someone finally came back to their senses. Son, hit me so I can see if I'm dreaming. Damn! I thought of you as a brother, and you want to be my dad? Shut up! Is it time to acknowledge father and son now? Who the hell is acknowledging father and son? Stop arguing. Just now, Su Chanxian actually got on the bicycle. My worldview has collapsed. Our schoolflower gave up 8 Audi A4s of Long Xiao and ran away with a poor guy riding a bicycle. Why did my goddess fall? Can someone enlighten me? Is it necessary to be poor and brainless to pick up girls now? Don't ask. It's fate. Besides fate, I don't know what force could make Su Chanxian get on the bicycle. At this moment, Long Xiao, who was still kneeling on the ground, felt like he was dreaming. He had been pursuing Su Chanxian for almost a year. Today, he made such a big scene just to win over Su Chanxian. However, Long Xiao turned to one of his followers and asked in confusion, "Did we just get cut off?" The follower looked confused for a moment, then nodded heavily. It seems so. Damn it! How dare someone cut off Long Xiao? Only then did Long Xiao come to his senses and threw the roses in his hand on the ground. Brothers, go and chase that poor guy for me. Don't let Chanxian be deceived by him. Long Xiao shouted. 8 Audi A4s started up, headlights on, adding 8 suns to the school. Then the 8 cars roared out of the school. On the path outside the school, Su Chanqian was happily hugging Qin Shen's waist, and when she turned her head, she saw Long Xiao's car behind them. Qin Shen GE, they're coming after us, Su Chanqian nervously reminded. Qin Shen turned around and indeed, it seems that Long Xiao is not giving up. In that case, let's play with him. Hold on tight. Sit properly. I'm going to speed up. After reminding Qin Shen, he started to exert force under his feet. Since taking the genetic pill, he had never exerted himself so much. After disabling Yao Wenjie's 3 bodyguards today, Qin Shen felt like he had ignited the fire of anger in his heart. It was hard to keep it inside without venting it out. So, the speed of the bicycle became faster and faster. Gradually, the speed matched the cars on the road, and then surpassed them. Su Chanqian on the back seat hugged Qin Shen tightly, feeling both scared and excited like a great escape. Damn! Can a bicycle ride this fast? Damn! Long Xiao, this guy is a bit weird. Long Xiao and the others were also dumbfounded. Qin Shen's bicycle speed had clearly exceeded 70. Because there were many cars on the road, Long Xiao and the others couldn't catch up for a while. Who cares if it's evil or not? Catch up to him and take him down. Damn it, he actually stole my woman. Long Xiao was completely disregarding everything. Finally, after maneuvering for more than 20 minutes, on a road, Long Xiao forcefully ran a red light, accelerated and blocked Qin Shen's path, forcing him to stop. 1. Starting from tomorrow, there will be more updates. 2. I've seen the comments from those who want to see the game plot. The plot is progressing step by step according to the outline I'm following. It will be there soon. If I suddenly go off the outline and write about the game, the following plot won't connect. 3. I know shared bikes don't have back seats, but it's necessary for the plot. Doghead saves life. At this moment, not far away, a Mercedes-Benz was also speeding down the road. Inside the car, Yao Wenjie, still wrapped in white bandages, looked anxious. Hurry up! Quickly! Mr. Yao, we've been speeding all the way, the driver said hesitantly. Who cares about speeding? If we're late, I won't even have my life. What's there to fear about speeding? Yao Wenjie cursed impatiently. Mr. Yao, please don't worry. We're almost at the entrance of Manhwa Company at the next intersection, the driver said nervously. Yao Wenjie wiped the sweat off his forehead. After leaving the hospital, Wang Zong became more and more afraid. Finally, ignoring the doctor's advice, he ran out of the ward. He needed to seek help from Wang Zong. Qin Xiao is currently Wang Zong's client, and only Wang Zong can help him with this. No matter the cost, he had to defuse this time bomb in his heart, or he would be restless for the rest of his life. Mr. Yao, something's wrong. There are several cars blocking the road ahead, we can't move, the driver said as they approached the intersection. Yao Wenjie looked irritably ahead and was dumbfounded when he saw the 8 Audi A4s blocking the road. At this moment, in the middle of the road, Long Xiao, you little brat, aren't you fast on your bike? Run! Keep running! Su Chanqian jumped out of the car and stood in front of Qin Shen. Yao Shenlong, what are you trying to do? Long Xiao felt a pang in his heart when he saw Su Chanqian protecting Qin Shen. Chanqian, don't you understand my feelings for you? My family is in real estate, I can give you anything you want. What can this brat give you? Yao Shenlong, your family's wealth is your own business. Please don't disturb me and my boyfriend anymore. Su Chanqian said angrily. Boyfriend? Long Xiao's heart shattered completely. He turned to Qin Shen, you little brat, if you have the guts, don't hide behind a woman. You're not qualified to be Chanqian's boyfriend. Qin Shen listened to this immature talk and couldn't help but shake his head. He was puzzled. Are all playboys this clueless? Why rush over to your death? There were already many onlookers by the roadside. A rich young man chasing his girlfriend in a luxury car. This was like a Mary Sue plot in a movie. Especially when they saw the female lead abandoning the luxury car and choosing a bicycle, it shook everyone's worldview. Many students also followed from the school to watch the commotion. He's done for. The bicycle boy is finished today. Hey, just a clueless loser. Exactly. Doesn't he know that losers and school flowers are incompatible? He's really overreaching. Long Xiao's family is a well-known real estate company in our city. His old man has connections in both black and white areas. This kid's life is ruined. Look at him riding a bike, chasing after the school flower, he's doomed. Students from all walks of life gathered, giving their opinions and also informing passers-by about the previous incident at the school where Long Xiao was intercepted. He's actually the young master of the Yao group. No wonder he's so arrogant. 8 Otis leading the way. Young people these days are really something. The young calf isn't afraid of the tiger. daring to touch the woman even the young master of the Yao family has eyes on. Passers-by also joined the camp of pointing out the country. The commotion grew louder and more people gathered around. Just when everyone thought the young cyclist couldn't escape today, a staggering figure suddenly broke in. This person was still wrapped in white bandages, with a swollen face. "Dad?" Long Xiao was stunned when he saw the person coming in. The middle-aged man who broke in was none other than Yao Wenjie. Yao Wenjie had seen the license plate of the Audi and knew his son was here. He thought his son had encountered some trouble, so he had the driver go down and ask. The driver understood the situation and came back to tell Yao Wenjie. Yao Wenjie thought it was just a small conflict between young people, but when he saw the person his son had stopped, his heart sank. Wasn't this the mysterious young master who had been beaten into a pig's head at Manhwa Company? Yao Wenjie wanted to reconcile with the young master, but now his son had brought such a disaster. This family was heading to the crematorium. Yao Wenjie didn't hesitate for a moment, he directly dragged his injured body out of the car and squeezed in. "Dad, you came just in time. Help me find out the background of this poor guy, I want to take him down." Yao Wenjie didn't care about his father's serious injuries, now he just wanted to take down the poor guy who tried to steal his school flower girlfriend. "Damn! Mr. Yao! Mr. Yao actually came in person. This kid is in trouble, and his whole family will be in trouble too. Mr. Yao, what happened to your injuries? Were you beaten by someone? You're thinking too much. Who dares to beat Mr. Yao? Maybe it was an accidental fall. Watch the show. This kid won't get away with missing a few parts today." On Qin Shen's side, he was also dumbfounded when he saw Yao Wenjie. What a coincidence! This rich second generation turned out to be Yao Wenjie's son? The Yao family was destined to clash with him. Qin Shen. Su Chanxian looked worried. Especially when she heard people around talking about the Yao family's immense power and influence, she became even more worried. "Kid, if you don't have a good father, don't come out pretending to be cool. My dad is Yao Wenjie, that's my awesome reason. Kneel down now and apologize to me, I might consider letting you go. Otherwise, I'll make your whole family suffer." After his father appeared, Long Xiao became even more confident, displaying the arrogance of a playboy to the extreme. In front of everyone's eyes, Qin Shen made a move. He walked towards Yao Wenjie. "Qin Shen, brother." Su Chanxian grabbed Qin Shen's sleeve, looking worried. In her mind, Yao Wenjie and the Yao family were a behemoth. "It's okay." Qin Shen reassured her, continued to walk forward, and stood in front of Yao Wenjie. Long Xiao sneered, this kid was smart, he knew to seek help from his dad. However, it was too late to ask for help now. Today he had made up his mind to disable this kid, at the very least, he had to leave a scar on his face. Because that face, it made him sick. "Mr. Yao, we really have a connection." Then Qin Shen spoke, not asking for mercy, but said something that surprised Long Xiao. At this moment, Yao Wenjie's mind went blank, standing completely dumbfounded in place. And because of the swelling on his face, Long Xiao didn't notice the extreme panic on his father's face. "You brat, what are you pretending for? If you don't kneel down now, you won't be able to leave today." Long Xiao's threatening voice came again. Qin Shen turned to look at him, chuckled lightly. Then, smack! A big slap hit Yao Wenjie's face. The world fell silent again. Passers-by were dumbfounded. The students who came to watch the excitement were dumbfounded. Su Chanxian was also dumbfounded. Long Xiao was even more dumbfounded. The president of the Yao group was unexpectedly slapped hard in the face on the street. This kind of humiliation is undoubtedly a huge grudge for someone like Yao Wenjie with his status. "Damn it! How dare you hit my dad!" Long Xiao regained his senses and cursed as he rushed towards Qin Shen. Yao Wenjie, who was slapped by Qin Shen, finally regained his ability to act. Seeing his son rushing over, he unhesitatingly stood in front of Qin Shen. "Beast! Stop it!" Yao Wenjie stopped Long Xiao and slapped him across the face. Long Xiao was left dumbfounded by the slap. "Dad, did you hit me?" Long Xiao covered his face, shocked as he looked at his father. At this moment, Yao Wenjie was determined to kill this foolish son. He was so used to being arrogant, with no foresight at all. It was fine to act recklessly in this small place, but in a bigger place, behaving in such a defiant manner, he really didn't know how he would end up dead. "Kneel down. Apologize to young Master Qin," Yao Wenjie shouted angrily. Long Xiao felt like he was struck by lightning. Even in his stupidity, he realized that something was amiss. Even his father referred to Qin as young master. That meant this person's status was even higher than his father's. "Dad, you called him young Master Qin?" Long Xiao struggled to move his mouth. "You rascal! Still not kneeling down. If young Master Qin doesn't forgive you, even if you die today, I won't care." Yao Wenjie slapped Long Xiao again, splitting his lip. Long Xiao felt the force of the slap and understood. Moreover, the implication of his father's words was clear: if young Master Qin got angry, his father wouldn't be able to protect him. With a thud, Long Xiao knelt down amidst the gasps of the onlookers. However, what was even more surprising was, with another thud, Yao Wenjie also knelt down. Young Master Qin. There must be a misunderstanding here, a misunderstanding. Yao Wenjie was at his wit's end. He was still hoping for reconciliation, but his own son had blocked the only way out. The crowd around was quiet, not even daring to breathe loudly. Yao Wenjie, the owner of the Yao real estate company, knelt down on the street with his son in front of a young man. This was a big news, a sensational news. Anyone with a brain now understood the significance of this young man riding a bicycle. Fairy tales are indeed deceiving. The schoolflower would never date a loser riding a bicycle, unless this loser can make Yao Wenjie kneel down. The world is still the same, it's just that the big shots are playing a different game now. I was thinking of learning from the boldness of the bicycle youth to confess to our class flower. I'm sorry. I was thinking too much. Big shots ride bicycles, I ride bicycles too. A bicycle equals a bicycle, so does that mean I'm also a big shot? If you can make Yao Wenjie and his son kneel down to you, then you are equivalent to a big shot. Sorry for the disturbance. I overestimated myself by trying to associate with the bicycle. Various whispered comments emerged from the crowd. Meanwhile, the main character, Qin Shen, glanced around and saw someone seemingly about to raise a phone. He frowned and turned to leave. He was currently in a low-key development stage and didn't want to attract attention online. Seeing that there were people all around, he couldn't leave for a while, so Qin Shen grabbed the bewildered Su Chanshan and headed straight to the nearby Hongfa Fund Company. On the street, Yao Wenjie, seeing Qin Shen leave without a word, felt as if his heart had turned to ashes. You rascal! Do you know that our Yao family's foundation is about to be destroyed by you? Yao Wenjie stood up and started punching and kicking his son. Long Xiao curled up on the ground, screaming in pain. After a while, Yao Wenjie vented his anger, then dragged Long Xiao into the Hongfa Company like dragging a dead dog. He was extremely anxious. Whether he could see young Master Qin later would directly determine the life or death of the Yao family. The onlookers who had nothing exciting to watch dispersed and went their separate ways. However, being able to witness this event today will be a proud topic for many people to boast about in the future. Qin Xiao, is there anything else you need to instruct? In the highest level meeting room of Hongfa Company, President Wang greeted with a smile. Originally, President Wang wanted to arrange for Song Zimo to receive Qin Shen, but Song Zimo went to the bank to open a fund account for Qin Shen, so he hurried over himself. When President Wang saw Su Chanshan next to Qin Shen, his eyes lit up. Indeed, he is a wealthy young man, and the women around him are each more beautiful than the last. Nothing much, just ran into a bit of trouble, so I came here to avoid it. Qin Shen replied with a smile. President Wang smiled bitterly. Qin Xiao, you're joking. Who would dare to cause trouble for you? As he was speaking, the secretary suddenly ran over. President Wang, Mr. Yao from the Yao Group is here and says he has urgent matters to discuss with you. President Wang looked at Qin Shen suspiciously and tentatively asked, Qin Xiao, forgive me for asking, but did Yao Wenjie once again offend you? Qin Shen waved his hand. It's not him. President Wang was about to breathe a sigh of relief. Qin Shen continued, it's his son, who wants to steal my girlfriend. President Wang almost choked. Is this family under some kind of curse? If someone wants to steal Qin Xiao's woman, does his son have to follow suit? Are they picking a fight with a crematorium, insisting on getting a full family combo meal? President Wang left with a dazed head and went to another ordinary meeting room. As soon as he appeared, Yao Wenjie knelt down in front of him. Lao Wang, save me. If you don't help me, my Yao family is doomed. President Wang looked helpless. You and your son, you two are really something. What is this? Father and son going to battle together? Things have come to this point. How can I help you? Qin Xiao just invested 45 million with me. How can I speak for you? Long Xiao, with a swollen face, widened his eyes upon hearing the 45 million figure. He finally understood the kind of trouble he had gotten himself into. 45 million. Even if they were to sell everything in their family, they wouldn't have that much money. This is just someone's investment. The real wealth is unimaginable. He had been mocking others as poor bastards, but it turns out he was the real poor bastard. And now he almost understood why his old man ended up getting beaten like this. It must have been because of this wealthy young man. Even his old man could only take a beating. Long Xiao was scared. Lao Wang, weren't you always interested in investing in our Yao Group? As long as you can help me resolve this matter, I'll give you 5% of the shares for free. I promise. Yao Wenjie played his trump card with red eyes. No one will help you for free without any benefits. Yao Wenjie understood this principle very well. President Wang was taken aback. He was tempted by this cake. He sat down on the nearby sofa and lit a cigarette. Lao Wang, will you help me? Yao Wenjie urgently asked. Aren't I already trying to help you? President Wang blew a smoke ring and scratched his head. Yao Wenjie and his son dared not speak again, nervously watching President Wang. After a while, President Wang put out the cigarette butt. I remember, your company just launched a high-end villa community, right? Are you talking about Emperor Garden? Yao Wenjie was taken aback. Yes. Qin Shao once told me a saying, if money can't solve a problem, then it's definitely because there's not enough money. So, think about it. President Wang hinted. Are you suggesting that I give a villa to Qin Shao? Yao Wenjie asked tentatively. Are you trying to dismiss a beggar? President Wang glared at him. Yao Wenjie was taken aback, as the value of this villa was over 3 million, which for an ordinary person, would be a luxury home that they could never afford in their lifetime. But considering Qin Chen's investment, over 3 million indeed seemed a bit insufficient. Those 2 sets? Yao Wenjie asked again. Wang Zong sneered and said, is your life and your son's worth 2 villas? Oh my! Brother! My mind is already blank now. Don't play dumb riddles with me, just tell me how many sets can catch Qin Shao's eye. After pondering for a moment, Wang Zong gestured with both hands. First, prepare 10 villa property contracts. 10 sets. Yao Wenjie's eyes widened suddenly. He had put all his family assets on the line for this upscale neighborhood, even borrowing millions from the bank, waiting to turn things around after the neighborhood opened. There were only 100 villas in this neighborhood, giving away 1/10 at once? Nearly 40 million. If he really gave them away, not only would he not make money on this project, he would also lose half of his fortune. Old Wang, 10 sets. Isn't that a bit too much? Yao Wenjie asked with a worried expression, genuinely feeling distressed. Wang Zong shook his head helplessly and said, it's up to you whether you want money or your life. And don't think that giving away 10 villas is a loss. Let me tell you, whether Qin Shao likes those 10 villas is another matter. I can only give it a try for you. Wang Zong added. For ordinary people, a house is a necessity, but for the super-rich second generation, they might not necessarily like what's offered. Facing Qin Shao, the Yao family really had nothing impressive to offer, only this neighborhood was worth some money. Yao Wenjie gritted his teeth. Alright, 10 sets it is. I'll have the property transfer contracts sent over immediately. With one phone call from Yao Wenjie, in about 15 minutes, a secretary hurriedly brought a briefcase over. After confirming that there were indeed 10 contracts, Yao Wenjie handed the briefcase solemnly to Wang Zong. Brother, I entrust my entire fortune and life to you. If you help me resolve this, the share transfer agreement will be delivered to your office no later than tomorrow. On the other side, Qin Chen was not in a hurry to leave, flirting with Su Chanqian in the most luxurious meeting room, when suddenly there was a knock on the door. Qin Shao, may I come in? Wang Zong's voice came from outside the door. Qin Chen, come in. The door opened, and Wang Zong walked in carrying a briefcase. Qin Shao. Wang Zong respectfully called out, then placed the briefcase in front of Qin Chen. Old Wang, what do you mean by this? Qin Chen looked at Wang Zong meaningfully. Qin Shao. This is a compensation from Yao Wenjie and his son to you. They know they have offended you this time and deeply regret it, so they asked me to mediate, hoping you won't lower yourself to their level. Wang Zong explained truthfully. Compensation with a briefcase? Qin Chen asked with a half-smile. Wang Zong blinked nervously and quickly said, Qin Shao, why don't you open it first? If it doesn't meet your expectations, you can scold them later. After some thought, Qin Chen picked up the briefcase and pulled out a stack of neatly bound documents. Property transfer contracts? Qin Chen glanced at them. 10 property transfer contracts? Wang Zong quickly continued, Qin Shao, you know about Emperor Garden, right? The high-end villa community opening next month. This neighborhood was developed by the Yao family, and these 10 villas are their compensation to you. They hope you will be magnanimous and not pursue the matter further. As Wang Zong finished speaking, Su Chanqian exclaimed and covered her mouth. 10 villas. The Yao family actually gave Qin Chen 10 villas as compensation. In her mind, Qin Chen's image soared infinitely. She only knew that Qin Chen was wealthy before, but she didn't expect him to have such prestige. When others offer compensation, it usually starts with a villa, but 10 sets. Qin Chen remained calm on the surface at this moment, but his heart was already in turmoil. He knew his own situation best. Who is Qin Shao? He is just an ordinary person. There is no big family or big consortium that Mr. Wang and others speculated about. He was just using the 50 million on the bank card to bluff, but he didn't expect Mr. Wang and the others to get so deeply involved. They even gave him 10 villas as an apology. Are they treating him like a prince of the capital? Asking him to spare the Yao family? He did want to deal with the Yao family, but now he only has over 6 million in his bank account, and he has no power or influence, so he really can't do anything to the Yao family. However, he did think about buying a house before. Now, others have directly given him 10 houses for free. Looking at the 10 property contracts in his hand, Xin Shen's mind quickly started spinning. Since Mr. Wang and the Yao family have already recognized him as the prince of a big family, he might as well continue to play along. Anyway, for him, there are only benefits and no downsides. Who cares if it's true or not, as long as others believe it's true and can scare people. The apology and villas sent by Yao Wenjie are a good example. After thinking for a while, Xin Shen casually threw the contracts in his hand onto the table without even looking at them. Mr. Wang saw this scene and felt a bit cold in his heart. Sure enough, Xin Shen doesn't seem interested. Xin, this is the most valuable thing the Yao family can offer. Mr. Wang quickly tried to salvage the situation, as he was still thinking about the 5% stake in the Yao group. If this matter couldn't be resolved, the stake would be lost. Crack! A sound. Xin Shen picked up 5 or 6 sets of villa property contracts from the table and tore them into pieces. Mr. Wang was dumbfounded. Xin Shen didn't tear up blank paper, but 5 or 6 sets of villas. This is too extravagant. Who is being insulted? Who is Yao Wenjie insulting? His son blocked the road and tried to snatch my girlfriend. Can my girlfriend be measured by money? Forget about 10 villas, even if it's 100, I don't care. After hearing this, Su Chanshan's heart warmed, her eyes filled with stars. Which girl doesn't daydream? Which girl hasn't dreamed of being a princess? Xin Chen. He fulfilled all of Su Chanshan's fantasies about her other half. Go tell that old dog, when I return to the capital. I mean, when I have time, I'll let the Yao family know who's the boss on these 4 streets, east, south, west, and north. Xin Shen said something that seemed inappropriate, then quickly cleared his throat and changed his tone. However, the inappropriate words were the most attention-grabbing, and Mr. Wang's ears caught them very clearly. Return to the capital. Mr. Wang kept thinking about this sentence, and when he looked at Xin Shen again, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. Indeed, he is the big shot of the capital. Xin, please calm down. Calm down. Mr. Wang wiped the sweat from his forehead, finding it hard to adapt to Xin Shen's angry aura. Xin Shen, don't be angry. I'm fine. Su Chanshan approached Xin Shen sensibly, trying to comfort him. Xin Shen's anger subsided a bit. Mr. Wang gathered his courage and asked, Xin, is there really no room for negotiation in this matter? Xin Shen remained silent with a very unpleasant expression, then sighed very frustrated after a while. Forget it. My old man told me not to cause trouble when I go out, so forget it, to avoid getting scolded again. Mr. Wang's eyes lit up. There's a way out. It seems that Qin's elders at home don't like him causing trouble, so there's still room for maneuvering in this matter. However, Xin Shen's tone changed. Mr. Wang perked up his ears, listening with great respect. I don't care about these villas at all. Since Yao Wenjie wants to apologize, there should be a proper way to apologize. Xin Shen said. Understood, understood. Xin, they have been waiting outside, ready to apologize to you in person. Mr. Wang quickly replied. What are you waiting for? Should I go and invite them? Xin Shen's tone was cold. Lao Yao, why haven't you come over yet? Didn't you hear what young Master Qin said? Mr. Wang shouted towards the door. The door of the meeting room slowly opened. Yao Wenjie, with weak legs, and his son Yao Shunlong slowly moved forward. They had heard everything clearly outside just now. Mr. Wang was right. This young Master Qin is truly a big shot in the capital. He didn't even care about the 10 villas he was offered. There were even several torn contracts on the table. Young Master Qin. Yao Wenjie's legs gave out, and he knelt down directly. Yao Shunlong also quickly knelt down behind his father. Young Master Qin, it's my fault for not recognizing your greatness. I deserve to die, I will never dare again. Yao Wenjie said with a pale face. Yao Shunlong no longer had his previous arrogant look on his face, kneeling behind his father like a frightened rabbit. Young Master Qin, I know Lao Yao well. What happened before was because he had a bit too much to drink and wasn't thinking clearly. He tends to act foolish when he drinks, please forgive him this time. Mr. Wang tried to explain and plead on the side. As for this kid Shunlong. Mr. Wang kicked Yao Shunlong with his foot. Yao Shunlong immediately understood and said, Young Master Qin, I promise you, I will never have any thoughts about Su Chanshan again. I will never show up wherever she is in the future. Young Master Qin, please, don't lower yourself to deal with these juniors. Mr. Wang said with a smile. Qinshan picked up the coffee on the table, took a sip, and put it back. Mr. Wang's eyes lit up. Lao Yao. Hurry up and thank young Master Qin. Thank you, young Master Qin. Thank you, young Master Qin. Yao Wenjie kowtowed directly. And, please accept these 10 villas. Yao Wenjie added. He was indeed reluctant to part with the 10 villas, but after confirming that this young Master Qin was from the capital, he dared not be reluctant anymore. And seeing that young Master Qin was obviously unhappy, he must give away the villas. Only by giving them away could he truly feel at ease. Young Master Qin, please accept them. If you don't, I'm afraid they won't be able to sleep at night. Mr. Wang joked. Am I that scary? Young Master Qin said with a smile. Seeing Qinshan smile, Yao Wenjie felt as if a long drought had finally ended, and his mood brightened. He quickly spoke, Young Master Qin. That's not what we meant. I wasted a lot of your time and made you upset. These 10 villas are purely a compensation for you. It's only right. Qinshan remained silent for a while. Then he said, all right, it seems you won't feel at ease if I don't accept them, so I'll take them. Thank you, young Master Qin. Thank you, young Master Qin. Yao Wenjie smiled happily, genuinely relieved. The haze in his heart had finally dissipated. But, I'll only take 1 villa. Qinshan casually pulled out a contract that hadn't been torn apart yet. Yao Wenjie was puzzled, not understanding what Qinshan meant. Qinshan leaned back on the sofa. It's better to resolve misunderstandings with friends than to hold grudges. You made a mistake unintentionally. 10 villas mean nothing to me, but they must be a heavy burden for your Yao family. This 1 villa is for your peace of mind, the rest would be of no use to me. After hearing Qinshan's words, Yao Wenjie was so moved that he almost cried. Look, this is the young master from the capital. Such magnanimity, such breadth of mind. Enough for him to learn for a lifetime. Thank you, young Master Qin. In the future, if you have any orders, I, Yao Wenjie, and my entire Yao family will follow them without hesitation. Yao Wenjie pledged solemnly, patting his chest. Qinshan smiled without saying a word. Between 10 villas and 1 villa, which one is more valuable? Qinshan is not a fool, of course he knows. But in fact, he never intended to take the 10 villas from the Yao family from the beginning. Now Wang Zong and Yao's family both speculate that Qinshan comes from a wealthy family, giving him the upper hand. At this time, showing kindness and acting cool is much more effective. Just accepting 1 villa could turn Yao's family's fear into gratitude. But if he goes too far and accepts 10 villas, it could hurt Yao's family and plant the seed of hatred. The current outcome is the most perfect for Qinshan. Later, Yao Wenjie picked the best located and largest villa contract, and both he and Qinshan signed it. Xin Xiao, this is a model house that has been well decorated in our community. Since the community has not opened yet, no one has visited it before. It's a new house. I will immediately notify the property management to disinfect and clean it. An hour later, you can go to the property management to get the keys and move in directly. Yao Wenjie said very attentively. So convenient? Qinshan was a bit surprised, thinking it was a bare house, but Yao Wenjie gave him a well-decorated, unopened new house. The effect of kindness was fully demonstrated in Yao Wenjie. Yao Wenjie sincerely gave him the best house. Originally, Yao Wenjie wanted to invite Qinshan to have a meal, but he was rejected by Qinshan. With Wang Zong and others seeing them off personally, Qinshan rode his bike with Su Chanxian and went far away. Brat! Don't mess with anyone riding a bike in the future. It might be a young master from the capital. Yao Wenjie waved to his son's head. Yao Shunlong was confused. Qinshan, where are we going now? Behind the bike, Su Chanxian hugged Qinshan and asked softly, to see my villa. Don't you want to visit it? Of course I do. Su Chanxian said excitedly, as she had never seen a villa before. Qinshan, why didn't you play King of Glory today? Su Chanxian asked casually. No rush, I've already reached the king rank. Qinshan replied. Su Chanxian, that's true, there are only 3 days left anyway. Whether you play or not, it's the same. Let's continue to push for the king rank next season. Qinshan, 3 days? What do you mean? Su Chanxian, didn't you see the game announcement? The season will be updated in 3 days. Qinshan braked suddenly, and Su Chanxian screamed and pounced on Qinshan's back, having an extremely intimate contact. Qinshan, what's wrong? Su Chanxian blushed and asked. Qinshan's head was about to explode at this moment. Are you saying that this season only has 3 days left? To be continued. Thank you for your support. Please click on the ads while reading the novel. The novel is completely free, and the author can only earn advertising revenue if you click on the ads. As long as the data is stable, There will be at least 4 updates every day in the future. Thank you for your support again. Qin Shen hurriedly opened his phone and started King of Glory. After seeing the game announcement on the initial page, Qin Shen's head was buzzing. He thought the season would be updated in a month, so he didn't feel any pressure. As a result, he remembered it wrong. The system announcement clearly stated that the season would be updated in 3 days. His current rank is only King 1 star. The system's task for him is to reach King 50 stars this season. After completing the task, not only will the kills and assist rewards double, but it will also unlock a higher level system function. If the task fails, the system will automatically disconnect. Qin Shen couldn't bear the cost of failure. He stood in place, constantly thinking. He is currently King 1 star, which means he must reach 49 stars in these 3 days. The game forces offline for 6 hours each day. Normally, you can play about 2 to 3 games per hour. In other words, you can earn a maximum of 18 stars per day. In 3 days, that's 54 stars. Qin Shen was a bit nervous. The margin for error is very low. In other words, for 3 days in a row, there must be continuous matches without any accidents, with a maximum of only 5 losses. There is no way the system will be left behind. Qin Shen said in his heart. Everything he has now is given by the system. Although he already has 50 million, he is basically worry-free for the rest of his life. But the system has shown him the true splendor of the world. If he cannot climb to the top and see the view from the highest point, Qin Shen will surely regret it for the rest of his life. Beside him, Su Chanxian watched Qin Shen's face change continuously, standing obediently by his side without daring to disturb him. Suddenly, Qin Shen turned around abruptly. Chanxian, let's go back to school now. Su Chanxian was stunned. Back to school? Qin Shen, aren't we going to see your villa? Not in a hurry for that now, you can see it every day in the future. Let's go back to school first, get your clothes and daily necessities. From today on, you will move to the villa to live. Qin Shen said urgently. As he spoke, he turned his bike around, but when he turned back, he found Su Chanxian standing still, her pretty face blushing. With a red face, Su Chanxian whispered, Qin Shen, are you saying that I should move in and live with you? Yes, Qin Shen replied. For the next 3 days, he had to work hard to rank up and keep Su Chanxian by his side, which would make ranking up much easier. Su Chanxian's face turned even redder, avoiding eye contact with Qin Shen. Chanxian, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and come back to school with me, Qin Shen urged. Su Chanxian bit her lip, looking aggrieved. Qin Shen, we are moving in together now. Isn't it a bit too early? I'm not ready yet. Qin Shen was taken aback, only then did he understand why Su Chanxian was blushing. He was too excited just now and didn't have time to explain, which led to Su Chanxian misunderstanding. He just wanted to keep Su Chanxian by his side to rank up. Su Chanxian probably thought he wanted to sleep with her. Seeing Su Chanxian wanting to refuse but not daring to say it, looking so aggrieved that she was almost in tears, Qin Shen suddenly burst out laughing. Silly girl, where did you get that idea? Cohabitation? I warn you, don't even think about it. My pure body cannot be defiled by you, Qin Shen said sternly. Su Chanxian, with puzzled eyes, asked, but you just said for me to move to the villa? There are still 3 days left in the season. I want to reach Glory King. If you are with me, it will be much easier for us to rank up, right? Qin Shen explained. Oh, is that so? Su Chanxian's eyes brightened again. But the thought of misunderstanding Qin Shen's intentions, thinking that they were going to live together, made her face even redder. After calming down for a while, Su Chanxian's face returned to normal. Qin Shen, thank you. Su Chanxian suddenly stuck out her tongue mischievously. Thank me for what? Qin Shen looked puzzled. Actually, because the weather has been particularly hot recently, and our dormitory building doesn't have air conditioning, I was thinking of moving out to live. Now not only can I save on rent, but I can also live in Qin Shen's big villa, so of course I have to thank you, Su Chanxian said cheerfully with big bright eyes. Qin Shen chuckled. After thinking for a moment, he took out his phone and made a call. Qin Shen. Mo Yuqing's surprised voice came through the phone. Yuqing, how is my car? Qin Shen asked. Qin Shen, I was just about to tell you. The front hood of the car has a deep scratch. It may take about 3 days to repair. I have already made an appointment with the repairman for you. And the person who scratched your car, the fat guy with the big gold chain, after the insurance assessment, he needs to pay 50,000. Right now, he is borrowing money everywhere, Mo Yuqing carefully reported. She almost forgot about that big gold chain without mentioning Qin Shen. She wanted to show off with his car in the underground parking lot, but ended up getting hit by him. Now she's borrowing money everywhere. Serves her right. Is there a faster solution? I need to use the car now, Xin Shen asked. Xin Shen, this is the fastest solution. I chose it specifically to avoid delaying your use of the car, Mo Yuqing said helplessly. Xin Shen thought for a moment. He couldn't afford to waste time now. He had seen girls move before. If he called a taxi driver, Su Chanxian's clothes and daily necessities would probably need several trips. And if things weren't organized properly, Su Chanxian definitely couldn't focus on playing games with him. Yuqing, I saw in your moments that a Land Rover Range Rover just arrived at the store? Yes. Xin Chen. You. Mo Yuqing on the phone was startled. A ridiculous guess popped into her mind. How much is that car? Xin Chen cut to the chase. Xin Chen. You're not trying to buy that Range Rover because you don't want to wait for repairs, are you? Mo Yuqing's voice was trembling. I have an urgent matter, Xin Chen said. Mo Yuqing was extremely shocked. If someone had an urgent matter, they could just borrow a car, but Xin Chen was going to buy another car directly. Xin Chen had previously mentioned $1 million BMW X6 at the store, and she thought that was extravagant enough. But now, she realized that her evaluation of Xin Chen might have been too low. She now understood that Xin Chen was not just extravagant. He was outrageously extravagant. Just because he didn't want to wait for the car to be repaired, he was going to buy another one. And it turned out to be the most expensive luxury car in their store. Yuqing, why aren't you saying anything? Has that car been sold? Xin Chen pressed on. Mo Yuqing forced a smile. Sold? They brought in this car to enhance the store's image, and she didn't have confidence that it would sell within a year or two. Xin Chen, that car hasn't been sold. It's an extended version, with an official price of $3.2 million. If you really want to buy it, I can offer you a discount, and the total price would be around $3.05 million. Mo Yuqing's tone became tense. When Xin Chen bought the BMW X6, she missed out. Who would have thought that in just a few days, such a huge deal would come again? If Xin Chen really bought the car, she would earn at least $180,000 in commission. And that didn't even include the year-end performance bonus. Great! The extended version is perfect. I want that one. Can you get me a temporary license plate within half an hour? Xin Feng asked. Yes. Not half an hour. We have a cooperation with the Vehicle Management Office. We can use the internal fast track, and you can get the temporary license plate in 10 minutes. Mo Yuqing replied, trying to contain her excitement. Okay. Send me your company's account number. I'll transfer $3.05 million right away. After you arrange the temporary license plate, have someone drive the car to the university town. After giving instructions, Xin Chen hung up the phone directly. Shortly after, Mo Yuqing sent the company's corporate account number via WeChat, and Xin Chen transferred $3.05 million directly through mobile banking. Chanxian, go. Hurry to your school. When he turned around, he saw Su Chanxian still standing there in a daze. Su Chanxian snapped out of it when she heard Xin Chen's voice. Little girl, what's wrong with you? Xin Chen asked speechlessly. Su Chanxian was even more speechless. She had heard everything Xin Chen said on the phone just now. She took a few deep breaths, her chest heaving several times before she calmed down and asked, Xin Chen, how much money do you really have? Not much, just enough to support you. Xin Chen said jokingly. The fiery flush on Su Chanxian's face that had just subsided came back. Half an hour later, Su Chanxian's dormitory. Chanxian, are you moving out? My roommate Liang Jiajiao's eyes widened in disbelief. Why would I lie to you? Xin Chen is waiting for me downstairs. I need to hurry and pack. Su Chanxian confirmed. Seeing her roommate's suspicious looks, she quickly explained, I went to play games with Xin Chen. Don't jump to conclusions. We're not jumping to conclusions. We understand. We all understand. Liang Jiajiao's eyelids twitched. We're all adults. What don't we understand? A man and a woman living together. Just playing a game? Who believes that? How could they not play some adult games? Su Chanxian was both angry and embarrassed, and she caught up and gave them a beating. The dormitory suddenly became lively, filled with the voices of young women. After playing around for a while, the roommates started helping Su Chanxian pack. Chanxian, you have too many things, can't bring them all at once. After packing halfway, the roommates looked at Su Chanxian's belongings that almost filled the corridor, feeling overwhelmed. If you can't bring them all at once, just come back a few more times. Do we need the rich guy to come in a big Land Rover to take everything at once? Liang Jiajiao quipped while packing. The other two roommates chuckled, but Su Chanxian bluntly said, Xin Chen is worried that I have too many things, so he just bought a Land Rover and wants me to take everything at once. The three women were stunned. Liang Jiajiao, holding Su Chanxian's personal clothing, had her hands suspended in midair. I remember the rich guy's car was a BMW X6, right? After a while, Liang Jiaojiao asked. Su Chanqian explained, his BMW X6 seems to have been scratched, so it's being repaired. So he bought another one. A Land Rover. I'm dead. What kind of rich guy is this? Chanqian, ask the guy if he minds having another girlfriend. You can rest assured, I won't compete with you, I'll just be a concubine. Liang Jiaojiao pulled Su Chanqian, completely shameless. TSK. Our Qin Shen is not that kind of person. You, stop dreaming, Su Chanqian said arrogantly. The other two roommates, Song Qian and Li Lin, also started packing their things. The rich guy brought the Land Rover, so they had to hurry up and pack. At the school gate, a car worth about 100,000 yuan tried to enter the school but was stopped by the security guard. Cars of non-school teachers and leaders are not allowed in? Sir, please. I specially drove a car to confess to my girlfriend. A male student got out of the car and took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handed it over. The security guard sternly said, "Young man, this is a school rule. If I let you in, I'll get in trouble." Sir, I've been pursuing her for almost half a year. Today is her birthday. Can you make an exception today? Please, just let me go. The young man pleaded. The security guard looked unyielding. I said no, it's no. Also, can't you young people be more practical? Bringing a car to school is romantic? Being down to earth is better than anything. Finally, the security guard gave some advice. As a security guard, he had indeed seen too many unreliable young people at the school, and the young man in front of him was clearly included in that category. Just then, a car horn sounded. Everyone at the gate looked in the direction of the sound, and saw an unlicensed Land Rover parked at the gate. Honk! Honk! In the car, Qin Shen honked twice. What's wrong with these security guards? Why aren't they opening the gate even after seeing him? The security guard finally came to his senses, immediately pressed the switch in his hand, and the gate automatically opened, allowing Qin Shen to drive straight in. After the car was completely inside, the security guard lowered the gate again. After a while, "Sir, why don't you ask him if he is a school leader?" the young man asked indignantly. "Why ask? He is indeed a school leader," the security guard said firmly. "Impossible. I have never seen such a young leader in our school. He must be someone from outside the school. Why did you open the door for him and not for me?" The young man persisted in arguing, as he had just seen the person in the driver's seat. The security guard pretended not to hear, turned around, and went straight back to the security room. Of course, he knew that the driver of the Land Rover was not a school leader. But can just anyone drive a Land Rover? Not pretending to be a school leader, but the car represents that the young man behind it comes from a family background no less than that of a school leader. He didn't even have a license plate, just a temporary one. So he must have had an urgent matter. Maybe he came to see the school leader. How could he dare to stop him? As for Qin Shen, who had already arrived at the entrance of the girls' dormitory, he had no idea that his Land Rover had caused such a small incident at the school gate. Wow! Land Rover Range Rover. Where did this second generation come from? Quick, take a picture. This is the latest model of the Land Rover Range Rover. I haven't seen it here before. Oh my! Just a few days ago, I saw a promotion next to the Auto Trade City, saying they got the latest Land Rover Range Rover, and there's only one in the whole city. Could it be this one? It must be this one. Didn't you see there's not even a license plate? It's a temporary one. When Qin Shen got out of the car, he once again attracted a group of infatuated girls. It's not just about driving a luxury car worth millions. The young man is also so handsome. It's simply unfair. At that moment, Su Chanqian came out of the dormitory carrying bags. "Brother Qin," Su Chanqian sweetly called out. Qin Shen opened the trunk door and helped her put the luggage in. Su Chanqian herself opened the car door and jumped into the passenger seat. At that moment, the hearts of the male and female onlookers were shattered. I said a bicycle can't take the school flower away, only a Land Rover can. Some students who were watching the excitement recognized Qin Shen. Hey, money is really good, even the school flower obediently follows along. And it's not early now, the school flower definitely won't come back tonight, right? Are you blind? Can't you see Su Chanqian took all her luggage with her? Just the thought of my goddess tonight. My heart is broken. Bro, how can you think like that? What do you mean tonight? Can't there be fewer nights in the future? Bro, you're also wrong. Can it only be at night? The little boy who secretly admired Su Chanqian's face twitched a few times, and burst into tears. Soon after, Su Chanqian's 3 roommates also came down carrying their suitcases. After putting the suitcases in the car, Qin Shen started the car and drove away from the dormitory building. The male students who were watching were stunned, looking in the direction where the Land Rover disappeared, speechless for a long time. Look at this situation. Could this second generation have taken all the girls from one dormitory? Bah bah bah. Look at the nonsense you're talking. Why are you always thinking about these dirty things? Exactly. It's clearly a pure love story between a man and 4 female students, don't overthink it. Having a Land Rover is great. No. Having money is great. On the other side, Qin Shen drove with Su Chanxian and her roommates towards the Emperor's garden. Su Chanxian's roommates went to help pack up and also to visit Qin Shen's mansion. Initially, Su Chanxian was worried that her 3 roommates would be scared by Qin Shen's Land Rover and feel a bit awkward, but she found out she was overthinking. Those 3 girls, upon seeing Qin Shen, were all starstruck. Along the way, they chattered nonstop, creating a lively atmosphere. If it weren't for her stern gaze, these scriptwriters might have started the car with Qin Shen. Qin Shen sat in the driver's seat, listening to the laughter and chatter of the girls in the car, feeling much more relaxed. Girls are indeed synonymous with youth and vitality. After about 30 minutes, Qin Shen arrived at Emperor Garden. After stating his name, the staff arranged by Yao Wenjie warmly approached to serve him. Young Master Qin, your villa has been cleaned and ventilated. Here are your keys. In addition, Mr. Yao has instructed that we are at your service 24 hours a day for any needs you may have. Then, the staff led the way, and Qin Shen followed in his car, circling around the community before arriving at his villa. Villa 001, the largest villa in Emperor Garden, and the best location. This villa covers nearly 800 square meters, with over 100 square meters of green space. After the staff's introduction, Qin Shen realized that it was much better than he had imagined. 3 floors, with a green garden, an indoor heated swimming pool, a dedicated gym, entertainment room, and parking spaces for 5 cars. Because it had already been fully furnished, it was like a show home, with everything inside set up to the highest standards. Young Master Qin, if there is nothing else, I won't disturb you? After the staff's introduction, he tactfully said, wait. Qin Shen waved his hand and took out his wallet from his pocket. Without counting, he pulled out a stack of bills. Thank you for your hard work. This is a tip. Go have some tea. The staff was stunned. The thickness of this stack was at least 3 to 4,000. Thank you, young Master Qin. Thank you, young Master Qin. The staff repeatedly thanked him, accepted the tip, and bid farewell. Leave the master bedroom for me. You can choose any other room. Qin Shen pointed to the largest room and casually said, thank you, brother Qin Shen. Su Chanxian sweetly said, no need to choose, Chanxian, you can stay in the master bedroom with brother. Liang Jiajio started the car again. This made Su Chanxian blush. Alright, stop messing around. You guys hurry up and pack your things. After giving instructions, Qin Shen walked into his master bedroom. The 4 girls stopped playing around and began unpacking. Qin Shen looked around the master bedroom and was completely satisfied. The decoration style was European, youthful, energetic, and exuded an air of nobility and luxury. Having a private bathroom was standard, and the room was equipped with 2 Alienware desktop computers. Yao Wenjie's company had put a lot of effort into this model room to attract customers. After a quick look, Qin Shen turned on the computer and started preparing for work. Su Chanxian had moved in, and his ranking had stabilized over the past 3 days. But it was just a step. Su Chanxian's strength as a King of Glory player was strong, no doubt, but Qin Shen was a noob. Wanting to gain 49 stars in 3 days solely relying on Su Chanxian was not enough, and the strategy this time needed to change. Previously, he played King of Glory to make money, but now he really needed to rank up. There was very little room for manipulating the game to get kills, so he needed to find people. He had to find players with around 100 stars in King of Glory. To be safe, he needed at least 3. Along with Su Chanxian, he needed 4 glory gods to help him. After some thought, Qin Shen opened a webpage and entered the Shark Life platform to find the 100-star streamers. It was obviously the quickest and most convenient way. As he searched for streamers, he opened the King of Glory game page. Since the last time he was forced offline due to anti-addiction measures, he hadn't played again. Timmy. The familiar game sound effect rang out. At the same time, a voice in Qin Shen's mind also sounded. Ding. Main mission game detected. Game anti-addiction system has ended. Now issuing host promotion to King rewards. Ding. Congratulations to the host for first-time promotion to King, rewarding game lucky attribute. A white light flashed in Qin Shen's mind, covering his whole body before disappearing in an instant. Qin Shen looked puzzled. The special effects were so cool, why didn't he feel anything? System, what is the game lucky attribute? Qin Shen couldn't help but ask. Ding. Host, it is a permanent passive attribute attached to the host's life mark. As for the benefits, the host can experience them while playing the game. Shin-chan was speechless. The system was playing games with him. Lucky attribute? Permanent passive? After thinking for a while, Shin-chan's eyes lit up suddenly. He quickly opened the game store and clicked on the lucky draw. The lucky value displayed on the lucky draw page was 52. If there was a place in the game to directly verify the lucky attribute, it must be the lucky draw. The lucky draw page had many good items, as well as useless ones, but the most valuable item was the Glory Crystal. The Glory Crystal could be exchanged for the hero Wu Zetian, or for the Glory Collection skin. Having Wu Zetian or the Glory Collection skin in a game account would definitely elevate one's status. In the lucky draw, one could draw once for every 60 points, and during events, there could be discounts where it only cost 45 points. However, these points were real money. Normally, drawing once for 60 points would cost $6. It was like spending $6 for a lottery ticket. To draw the Glory Crystal, one thing was especially important, and that was the lucky value. The official statement was that the higher the lucky value, the greater the chance of drawing the Glory Crystal. But there was also a legend circulating in the gaming community, which was not to expect to get lucky easily. Most people wouldn't see the Glory Crystal without drawing over 300 times, and some even needed to draw 360 times until their lucky value was full to get the Glory Crystal. As for the online rumors of getting the Glory Crystal after just a few draws, not even 1 out of 100,000 people might achieve that. Therefore, Wu Zetian and the various Glory Collection skins were valued at over $2,000 each. For an average player, a skin worth $2,000 was still out of reach. Even before the system arrived, Shin-chan had only drawn 52 times in all these years, and most of them were from game activities where points were given for recharging. Let me see how lucky this game's lucky attribute can be. Shin-chan rubbed his hands together, then carefully pressed to draw once for 60 points. Your glory points are insufficient. Would you like to obtain them immediately? Several large words appeared on the screen. Shin-chan's face turned dark as he realized he only had 38 glory points now, not enough for the draw. I got excited for nothing. Shin-chan sighed, clicked OK, purchased the points, and tried to draw again. The cursor spun over all the items. After a moment, the cursor stopped, and the 52 lucky value was reset to 0. Damn! Shin-chan couldn't help but curse. At this moment on his game page, the Glory Crystal was shining brightly. He actually drew the Glory Crystal in one go. Damn! Am I this lucky? Shin-chan was shocked. Drawing the lucky crystal in one go, this was truly being lucky. Suddenly, a bold idea popped into Shin-chan's mind. He glanced at his points balance, and clicked to draw again. In Shin-chan's anticipation, the cursor finally landed on 50 diamonds. Shin-chan gave a bitter smile, realizing he had expected too much. He thought that with the support of the lucky attribute, he could draw another crystal. It seemed that this lucky attribute wasn't that strong after all. He lay back on the bed, feeling bored, and clicked again. After a moment, holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Shin-chan Tang sprang up from the bed. On the game page, another crystal was sparkling. He drew a glory crystal with just 2 lucky points. This must be the lowest lucky draw of a glory crystal in the history of this game, right? Indeed, products from the system are always top-notch. Shin-chan was extremely excited. He had just thought that the system had given him a useless passive skill, but now he realized that this lucky attribute was truly heaven-defying. Without hesitation, he clicked to draw again. Purchase successful. Hero Fragments *5. Purchase successful. Rune Fragments *1600. Purchase successful. Glory Crystal *1. Shin-chan's hand trembled. But this time, he controlled himself and didn't burst out in excitement. He closed the page and drew again. Purchase successful. Skin, Grim Reaper, purchase successful. Skin, Boxing King, purchase successful. Glory Crystal *1. Shin-chan's breathing became rapid as he closed the page again and drew once more. Purchase successful. Glory Crystal *1. Shin-chan's hand trembled. He had just said that drawing a Glory Crystal with 2 lucky points was already heaven-defying, but now it seemed that he had underestimated the system. Drawing a crystal with just 1 lucky point. Who else can do that? He continued to draw. Purchase successful. Battle Pass Coins *50. Purchase successful. Intense Rose *1. Purchase successful. Skin Fragments *5. Purchase successful. Skin Fragments *5. Purchase successful. Glory Crystal *1. Perhaps because drawing a Glory Crystal with 1 lucky point was too heaven-defying, it was only on the 5th attempt that Shin-chan drew another Glory Crystal. He continued to draw. Purchase successful. Skin fragments asterisk 5, purchase successful. Skin fragments asterisk 5, purchase successful. Glory crystal asterisk 1, purchase successful. Diamonds asterisk 50, purchase successful. Intense rose asterisk 1, purchase successful. Glory crystal asterisk 1. Qin Shen was completely immersed in drawing and couldn't stop himself. He only stopped after using up all 50 drawing chances for the day. At this moment, the current lucky value on the drawing page was 4. Qin Shen was very certain that he would definitely draw a glory crystal on his first attempt tomorrow. Based on his many drawing experiences, the probability of drawing a glory crystal never exceeded 5 attempts. The worst was drawing it on the 5th attempt. However, after opening the crystal store, glory crystals and such were really insignificant to him, because in his backpack, there were a total of 15 glory crystals. What's the point of drawing more? Including Hero Wu Zetian and all the glory collection skins, there were only 9 items. Even if he bought them all, he would still have 6 glory crystals left. And in 5 years, King's Pesticide had only released 8 glory collection skins, so Qin Shen's remaining 6 glory crystals could last until the game was discontinued. Game's lucky attribute. Could it be that the system only lets me use it to draw crystals? After a while, Qin Shen, who had calmed down, began to ponder. His system was a luxury game experience system, and from the functions the system had given him so far, they were all about making money. This lucky attribute, as far as he could see in King's Pesticide, besides drawing crystals and gift boxes, had no other use. No, the system didn't say it can only be used in King's Pesticide. It should work in PUBG too. Opening crates in PUBG, forging weapons in DNF, drawing magic boxes, drawing SSR in On Myoji. The more Qin Shen thought about it, the more excited he became. Surprisingly, this function might really make money. As long as it's a game where you can draw, he could use this lucky attribute to defy the odds. For example, acting as an agent to draw crystals for others, guaranteeing a draw for 500 yuan, there would definitely be countless people willing to let Qin Shen draw for them. And opening crates in PUBG, opening magic boxes in Dungeon Fighter, forging weapons, and so on. If he opened a Taobao store or something, as long as his reputation spread, with more customers, it would be like picking up money. Draw the King's Crystal, collect 500 coins, he can draw it with a maximum of 30 coins, making a profit of 470. And for Qin Shen, drawing a little is just a matter of seconds. Wonderful. I love you, system, Qin Shen sincerely said. Just as he was thinking, he looked up and saw the computer open to the live broadcast page of the King of Glory on the Shark platform. Qin Shen was stunned. What was I just about to do? After a moment, a roar came. Damn it! Draw some crystals. I need to rank up now. You need to change this habit of being easily startled in the future. Almost missed a big opportunity, Qin Shen muttered in front of the computer. He has confirmed that the lucky attribute of the game is a good thing, but it's not the most suitable for him right now. He needs to rank up now, reach King 50 stars within 3 days. This way the system won't disconnect, and he can continue to rely on the system to reach the peak of life. Computer page. With Qin Shen's mouse clicks, the page jumps, and he starts looking for a suitable streamer. The one who plays best in the mid lane. He's ready to play support and be a scoundrel. Now he just needs 3 more output positions. A warrior for the top lane, a marksman for the bottom lane, and an assassin for the jungle position. King's 100 stars. National Service losing money Tiger online teaching. Qin Shen saw this live broadcast room title and stopped the mouse. The jungle position might be considered for the National Service losing money Tiger. He clicked directly in. Emperor, Qingdang does not return, enter the live broadcast room. Just as Qin Shen entered, a top red notice in the live broadcast room lit up. Damn it! Emperor Dad is here? Little streamer, your ancestral grave is smoking. You actually brought the Emperor in. The sensible little streamer is already on the way to Thailand. Damn it! This Emperor's name seems so familiar. Have I seen him somewhere? Damn! You remind me, I remember now. Isn't this the Qingdang Emperor from the Positive Energy live broadcast room that day? Damn! It's really the Qingdang Emperor. He's my idol. Newbie asking, does the Qingdang Emperor have any stories? Many stories. Have you seen a newbie account directly become an Emperor noble? The Emperor's privilege invites the Shark executives to come down. Have you seen this kind of grandeur? The Emperor confronted the Qingbei scholars group and they didn't dare to make a sound. Have you seen it? The Emperor asked the little group fans to play with him, giving 100 yuan for each kill. Have you seen it? Because of Qin Shen's arrival, this little streamer's live broadcast room exploded. Originally with a pitiful 1,000 or so viewers, the popularity instantly soared to over 10,000. The little streamer who was just operating looked at the camera and was stunned. Was I recommended by the platform? Looking at the tenfold increase in popularity, the little streamer pondered. But with a glance at the comments section, he instantly understood the reason for the surge in popularity. An emperor had actually arrived. Welcome, my big brother Qingdang Emperor. The little streamer shouted loudly, full of momentum. It's no wonder this little streamer hasn't seen much of the world. Don't you see how big the income gap is in the live streaming industry now? Big streamers have luxury cars, mansions, and money to spare, while the little streamer has instant noodles, ham sausages, and a rented room. Many streamers kneel and kowtow, slap themselves, and engage in self-harm for a few dollars in gifts. For an emperor to visit the live broadcast room, for the little streamer, this is an opportunity to take off. Like my big brother Qingdang Emperor, press 1. Let the emperor see the grandeur of our live broadcast room. If you don't like my big brother Qingdang Emperor, press your eyeballs. The little streamer shouted hoarsely. Qin Shen looked at the crazy little streamer in the live broadcast room, chuckled lightly. This little guy is quite good at stirring things up. After some thought, he opened his backpack. Inside were 150,000 shark beans, which were given to him by the system when he upgraded to the emperor last time. These are all real money, a total of 150,000. Click the mouse lightly. Kingdom Bugwake sent a rocket *1 to the anchor. Kingdom Bugwake sent a rocket *2 to the anchor. Kingdom Bugwake sent a rocket *5 to the anchor. 5 consecutive big rockets, each worth 5,000 bucks. Qin Shen clicked the mouse lightly and sent out 25,000. The eyes of the small anchors in the live broadcast room turned red. 25,000. He has been live streaming for 3 months, and the total revenue is not as much. Thank you, my Qingdang Emperor Dad. Dad, I'll kowtow to you. The small anchor knelt directly in front of the computer, with an exaggerated thud. These 5 big rockets will bring a lot of popularity to his live broadcast room again. TSK TSK. There are not many sensible small anchors these days. As long as you kowtow well, the emperor's rocket will not be less. Hey, isn't this too humble? How can you kneel down for a little gift? A man has gold under his knees, kneel to the heavens, kneel to the earth, kneel to his parents. Can't you have some backbone? Friend upstairs. What you said makes sense. I don't want much, I'll kowtow to you for 1,000 bucks. If you don't go bankrupt today, consider my head made of tofu. I don't want 1,000. Give me 500 per kowtow. I'll show you what an economic crisis is. I only want 300. I only want 100. Qin Shen looked at the lively comments section and typed softly, the anchor is indeed too humble, making me look like a bully. His words were pinned and everyone saw them. The anchor was stunned, his heart in a panic. His original intention was to please the Qingdang Emperor. Could it be that being smart backfired? Look, the emperor has spoken. Why are you still babbling? The emperor can't bear to watch. It means the emperor has compassion. He can't stand seeing others trade dignity for money. Exactly. All you do is make noise. Even the emperor thinks the anchor is humble. What else do you have to say? The comments section was buzzing. Another sentence from Qin Shen was pinned again. Little anchor, I see your skills are good. Do you want to consider playing games with me? I'll be the feeder, you be the dog. Ensure my rank. I'll give you 500 bucks for a game. The comments section suddenly fell silent. Didn't the big shot emperor say he didn't want the anchor to be so humble? Turning around like this? Isn't this bullying? I'll be the feeder, you be the dog? Is this something a person would say? This turnaround is quite something. I guess my Qingdang Emperor was wrong. Fools. You probably don't know that my Qingdang Emperor also has another nickname, Heartbreaker Emperor. This emperor, quite the player. And that little anchor, after seeing Qin Shen's words, his eyes lit up. I'm willing. Qingdang Emperor. I'm willing to be the dog to ensure your rank. I'm still looking for a top laner and an ADC for the development lane. If you have reliable friends you can recommend, the red envelope is the same as yours. Win a game and get 500 bucks. Qin Shen typed again. The little anchor patted his chest and said, Emperor Dad, I actually know many top-tier gods, not just 2. I can find you 20. Good. Remember, I said they have to be reliable. If they're not, you'll be held accountable too. Just get lost. Qin Shen was very straightforward. He didn't want to go looking one by one. Let these resourceful anchors do it. They would definitely find them faster than him. However, the stakes must be made clear in advance, so that the little anchor wouldn't bring an unreliable friend and ruin his big plans. Understood. Emperor Dad, you can rest assured. I'll handle this matter properly for you. The little anchor promised. It's not easy to have a big brother emperor come down from the heavens. He must take it seriously. Good. I sent you a private message. please add me on WeChat. Once everyone is ready, wait for my message, and we will start the battle tonight. After saying the last sentence, Qin Shen closed the live stream. Shortly after, a message came on WeChat. New friend verification message, Emperor Dad, I am the streamer Pei Qianhu. Qin Shen clicked agree. Pei Qianhu, Emperor Dad, I have already ended the stream, I will go get the people for you right away. Qin Shen, yes. By the way, my skill level is at a diamond standard, and my current rank is King 1 star. So the pro player you find must have real skills to carry me, a noob. Also, not just today. I want to reach Glory King before the end of the season, which means reaching King 50 stars within 3 days. If you can get me to Glory King in these 3 days, each person will receive an additional 10,000 yuan red envelope. Pei Qianhu, although it's a bit challenging, but for Emperor Dad's red envelope, I'll do my best. Dad, rest assured, we will do our best to get you to Glory King. In a small rental room in another city, a young man trembled as he closed the WeChat page. He was the small streamer Pei Qianhu that Qin Shen had found. Pei Qianhu was extremely excited at this moment. The live streams in the past few months had poor results, and he was about to give up on this career. He never expected that today a big brother emperor would come, and the conditions set by Emperor's big brother made him very excited. Emperor's big brother wanted to reach 50 stars in 3 days, giving 500 yuan for each win, and 25,000 yuan for 50 wins. If he reached Glory King within 3 days, there would be an additional 10,000 yuan. Altogether, it would be 35,000 yuan, earning 35,000 yuan in 3 days. As a small streamer who couldn't even afford to pair instant noodles with ham sausages, how could he not be tempted? However, this money was not easy to earn. Reaching 50 stars in 3 days was indeed quite challenging. Looks like I need to find some reliable pros. Pei Qianhu thought for a moment, opened WeChat, and clicked on a contact named Undead. Undead was a former professional player in League of Legends and had even joined a professional team. But due to some personal reasons, he was released from the team and banned by the live streaming platform. The once glorious pro player had now fallen to the point of making a living by playing games with others in League of Legends. After Undead's setbacks, Pei Qianhu met this pro player by some coincidental opportunities. Before his own live stream, this pro player had taught him a lot of experiences and had been regarded as a guide by Pei Qianhu. Moreover, Undead not only played League of Legends well but was also skilled in King of Glory. He could reach King 100 stars in top 10 in the peak competition every season. But in Pei Qianhu's impression, this Undead pro player seemed to have a bit of a superiority complex. This superiority complex was the hierarchy in gaming. Warcraft players looked down on League of Legends players, League of Legends players looked down on King of Glory players. As a former professional player in League of Legends, Undead looked down on King of Glory players. The main reason he played King of Glory now was to flirt with girls. But he would never accept King of Glory orders, only accompanying League of Legends. After thinking about the benefits given by Emperor Dad, Pei Qianhu finally sent a message. Undead brother, are you there? Not long after. Undead, I'm here. How have you been lately, little brother? Is the live stream going smoothly? Pei Qianhu, not good. The total revenue for 3 months is just over 10,000 yuan. I can't even afford instant noodles soon. Undead, I told you not to stream King of Glory long ago. Mobile games are nothing but a passing trend. It's not that I look down on King of Glory, but that game is too simple, just for casual fun and flirting with girls. If you want to make money, it has to be League of Legends. In League of Legends, there are impressive operations, something King of Glory can never achieve in a lifetime. Pei Qianhu sighed when he saw this. It seems that this Undead god still has a deep bias against King's pesticide. Forget it. It seems he is not willing to play with Emperor Dad. Pei Qianhu, I just live-streamed King's pesticide, so I won't change it for now. And today, I even met an Emperor Dad, there's hope. Undead. So you're specifically here to show off that you met Emperor Dad to me? Pei Qianhu, no. It was this Emperor Dad who first gave me 5 rockets as a reward, and then said to help him rank up, win a game and get a 500 red envelope. I thought of making money together with Big Brother, so I came to ask you. But it's okay, I know Big Brother is principled, I was abrupt, I'll go find someone else. Undead. Pei Qianhu? Undead, did you make a typo? Win 500 for a game? Pei Qianhu, no typo, it's 500. And within 3 days, if I can help Emperor Dad rank up in Glory of Kings, each person will get an additional 10,000 red envelopes. That. Big Brother, I won't chat with you anymore. Emperor Dad is still waiting for me to find someone. Undead, wait. Pei Qianhu, is there anything else Big Brother wants to instruct? Undead, reserve a spot for me. Pei Qianhu looked puzzled. Big Brother, Aren't you the one who never takes on King's pest control play orders? Aren't you disdainful of King's pesticide? Undead, nonsense. Let me tell you, Big Brother's love for Kings is deep. It's reserved. It's just that you guys don't know. When I meet Emperor Dad later, you better keep your mouth shut. Remember, Big Brother loves Kings. Loves it to death. Pei Qianhu. On the other side, after Qin Chen handed over the task to Pei Qianhu, he immediately took on the role of a hands-off shopkeeper. He now perfectly embodies the attitude a tycoon should have. That is, anything that can be solved with money, he absolutely won't do it himself. At this moment, Su Qianqian and her roommates were still packing up. Qin Chen saw that it was getting late, his stomach was a bit hungry, so he opened a food delivery app to order takeout. Not long after, there was a knock on the door. Qin Chen opened it and saw that it was Su Qianqian. Qin Chen, I've almost finished packing. I want to treat you to a meal to show my gratitude. He. Su Qianqian said cheerfully with her hands behind her back. Qin Chen's face fell. Treat me to a meal? Why didn't you say so earlier? I've already ordered takeout. Oh, you ordered takeout? Yes. Qin Chen nodded. Well then, let's just have the takeout today. I'll treat you tomorrow. Su Qianqian said somewhat disappointedly. Let's just make do with the takeout today. We can talk about it tomorrow. Qin Chen reassured her. About 10 minutes later, a commercial vehicle stopped at the entrance of Qin Chen's villa. 5 or 6 Heideleo staff members carried hot pot, stoves, barbecue grills, and various fresh ingredients out of the car. Su Qianqian and her roommates were dumbfounded. Is this the takeout that Qin Chen mentioned? Su Qianqian and her roommates realized that they might really not be in the same world as Qin Chen. At least they had never eaten such takeout before. But thinking about it, Qin Chen could buy a Land Rover just to pick up Su Qianqian, only for the convenience of carrying things. The girls gradually understood. In the world of tycoons, they had just glimpsed a corner. On the lawn, Qin Chen, Su Qianqian, and her roommates sat around the table, enjoying the feast. They didn't even have to do anything themselves. The Heideleo staff would personally prepare the meat and barbecue in front of them. Qianqian, the luckiest thing in my life should be knowing you. If I didn't know you, I wouldn't have met the tycoon little brother. Without the tycoon little brother, I wouldn't be able to enjoy such a luxurious takeout. Ah, so much meat, it's truly blissful, Liang Jiajiu said with great satisfaction. Go ahead and eat. Delicious food can't stop you from talking. Su Qianqian scolded with a smile. Hey, young man, if you ever want more girlfriends one day, make sure to consider us first. That's right. Our relationship with Qianqian is so good. Even in terms of seniority, you should consider us first. Qianqian, don't be angry. We can just be concubines. We will never ruin your relationship with the young man. Yes, young man, we can have all the poses you like. The other 2 roommates, Song Qian and Li Lin, were also not holding back with their words, making Su Qianqian's eyes almost shoot fire. Qin Chen shook his head with a bitter smile. When he first met Su Qianqian and her roommates, they were a bit shy, but now that they've become familiar, they are all mischievous. But girls are indeed synonymous with youthful vitality, especially Su Qianqian's dormitory. The 3 girls all have a beauty score of over 8, good figures, and they are all said to be members of the school's dance club. Most importantly, they have good personalities and are carefree. Wherever they are, there is always laughter and joy. In the days to come, Qin Chen will definitely not be lonely. Qin Chen, this is quite delicious. Try some. Su Qianqian picked up a piece of meat and put it in Qin Chen's bowl. Liang Jiajiu narrowed her eyes. Qianqian, you use public chopsticks to pick food for me. Why do you use your own chopsticks to pick food for the young man? Qianqian, everything of mine is his. What's the big deal about sharing chopsticks? Qin Chen picked up the meat and put it in his mouth, saying softly, Ah, I'm going to overturn this plate of dog food. I don't want to eat it. The meat in my mouth suddenly doesn't taste good. Qianqian, just go sleep in the young man's room tonight. The roommates collectively wailed. What nonsense! Su Qianqian blushed, her eyes avoiding contact. It was a scene of birds chirping and swallows flying, and the 5 or 6 single young men at the hot pot restaurant felt their hearts twitching. For top-notch beauties surrounding a man, even begging to be concubines. This scene was beyond their wildest dreams. Someone once told them, are rich people always happy? Today they found out. The happiness of the rich is beyond their imagination. After finishing their meal, the staff at the hot pot restaurant packed up everything and took it away. Throughout the meal, Qin Chen and the others didn't have to lift a finger. In the villa, after eating and drinking their fill, Liang Jiajiu and the other 2 sisters went to the entertainment and fitness room to play. Su Qianqian thoughtfully made a cup of tea for Qin Chen. Qin Chen, when are we going to start playing? Su Chanxian placed the tea in front of Qin Chen. Qin Chen, who was playing with his phone, took a sip and said, "Soon. You go play your game." At that moment, on Qin Chen's WeChat, Pei Qianhua, Emperor Dad. I've gathered everyone, all three are at the level of Glory 100 stars, one of them you probably know. Qin Chen, I know him? Pei Qianhua, God of the Undead. I brought him here too. Qin Chen looked at his phone in surprise. He really knew the God of the Undead. Back in the day, he was also a League of Legends player, and the undead god Ezreal was considered top tier. Qin Chen even learned a lot from his videos. But after the undead god had some trouble, he faded from the public eye. It is said that he is now doing boosting in King of Glory. However, Qin Chen, I remember the undead god was playing League of Legends, right? Pei Qianhua, he also plays King of Glory, a top player with 100 stars, and he is in the top 10 of the peak competition. Qin Chen, I remember he used to criticize King of Glory for copying League of Legends, right? Pei Qianhua, I'm not sure about that, but now he is deeply in love with King of Glory. Qin Chen raised an eyebrow. What does deeply in love mean? Ignoring these details, Qin Chen went straight into the game and added Pai Qianhu as a game friend. Then Qin Chen entered the ranked mode, selected the 5-player mode, and after inviting Pai Qianhu brought in 2 top players with a rank of King 1 star. However, all the displayed ranks now were King 1 star because Qin Chen, in order to avoid facing 2 strong opponents, had made arrangements with Pai Qianhu beforehand to invite some newly promoted kings with similar skills to join the game. Wangling, hello, Godfather. I am Wangling. I mainly play as a warrior in the confrontation lane, looking forward to cooperating with Godfather. Wangling, a middle-aged man who had experienced many ups and downs, greeted Qin Chen as soon as he joined. Hello, Godfather. I am Zayasuda, mainly playing as a shooter in the development lane, looking forward to cooperating with Godfather. Another player also reported his position as a shooter. Qin Chen, I'll say it again, your skills must be up to par. Because I am just a diamond scrub. I want to rank up. If anyone's skills are not good enough and they are just tagging along, don't blame me for turning my back on you. However, as long as you can help me reach Glory King within 3 days, the extra bonus of 10,000 that I agreed with Pai Qianhu will now be doubled. I will give you an additional 20,000 bonus. Qin Chen gave a sweet date after wielding a stick. He knew that Pai Qianhu would do his best to keep him satisfied and would surely find skilled players. The reason for wielding the stick was to show these people his determination to rank up. He was not here for entertainment, but solely to rank up. By giving a sweet date and doubling the promised 10,000 bonus to 20,000, he aimed to encourage his teammates' enthusiasm. Indeed, after Qin Chen finished speaking, the 3 teammates became excited. Pai Qianhu, thank you, Godfather. Rest assured, even if I have to go without food or drink for 3 days, I will ensure you reach Glory King. Wangling, thank you, Godfather. If I don't get you to Glory King within 3 days, I will never play games again in my life. Zayasuda, +1. Qin Chen nodded in satisfaction. Alright, let's start. In no time, the game was successfully matched. Su Chanxian chose her best hero, Daochan, for the mid lane. Qin Chen chose to support Yao, as he was just a jack of all trades, ready to hang around Su Chanxian throughout the game. Pai Qianhu chose his signature hero, Pai Qianhu. Wangling chose the top lane hero, Kai Dai. Zayasuda chose the marksman hero, Derenji. In this first lineup, except for Qin Chen, everyone chose their strongest heroes. Because they had to make a good impression on Godfather in this first match. The game started quickly. Qin Chen followed Su Chanxian's Daochan in the mid lane according to the normal pace. He no longer insisted on getting kills for money and did not instruct his teammates to give him kills. After all, money could be earned sooner or later, and now the only task was to rank up. The mid lane opponent was the hero Zhang Liang. This hero was quite dominant in the early game, clearing a wave of minions with 2 skills. Qin Chen, with the support gem, was like an invisible person, as Zhang Liang completely ignored him, focusing only on Su Chanxian struggling with the minions. Qin Chen, I'm about to reach level 4. If Zhang Liang dares to come out and play, we'll kill him. Su Chanxian was very annoyed by being constantly pushed back in the lane. After eating a river crab, she was only 1 wave of minions away from reaching level 4. As long as she could keep Zhang Liang's level down and reach level 4 before him, Su Chanxian was confident she could kill him. Soon, the minions arrived. Su Chanxian saw Zhang Liang walk to the middle of the mid lane again and immediately called out to Qin Chen, "Qin Chen, use your skill to stun him, I'll go in and finish him off." Upon hearing this, Qin Chen quickly moved forward and used his first skill. Just because the distance between a skill and flash was particularly close, Qin Chen clicked too quickly and accidentally pressed flash. With a swoosh, he directly flashed into the bushes. just as he was feeling extremely embarrassed. Oh my god, the dog coin Han Xin is actually ambushing here. After entering the bushes, Qinchan and Su Chanshan both saw Han Xin at the same time. It was a half-blooded Han Xin. Qinchan frantically used his skills one after another. Su Chanshan didn't hesitate either. She flashed over and took away Han Xion's head with 2 skills. Ding! Congratulations, host, on a successful assist. Reward, 1,000 yuan. The system reward sound rang out, but Qinchan was too preoccupied to pay attention. Qinchan, you're amazing. How did you predict that Han Xian was ambushing in the bushes? You even directly flashed in and caught him off guard. In the villa, Su Chanshan admired Qinchan and asked. Qinchan chuckled, Ahem, Chanshan, I have to tell you that I accidentally pressed the wrong skill, do you believe me? Su Chanshan gave him a look. The position you just flashed to in the bushes was the farthest, and it was in a perfect position relative to Han Xin. Han Xin couldn't directly teleport to your location, but you could stun him. Is all of this really an accident? Qinchan looked at Su Chanshan, who clearly didn't believe him, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. He really did make a mistake. In the game, Han Xin on the opposite side, this Yao has some skills. Zhang Liang on the opposite side, good awareness, to be able to guess that I intentionally sold my position forward. Our team's Kai, godlike skills, dad. Our team's Pei Qianhu, godlike dad lied to us saying he's at diamond level, the awareness and play just now are definitely at a glory level. Our team's D Renjia, I also took a look just now, no exaggeration, this Yao who got the first kill on godlike dad is 90% responsible. Qinchan blushed as he listened to the praises of everyone in the game. I just pressed the wrong skill. What do you clueless fools know? The game continued. Qinchan, Zhang Liang just used his ultimate, now he doesn't have it. Later, let's go around from the bottom river and take him down. The top laner Kai was ganked by Zhang Liang earlier, his ultimate just used up, now Zhang Liang was back in the mid lane farming minions. Su Chanshan decided to take advantage of this opportunity to take down Zhang Liang. The level 4 Qinchan hung around Su Chanshan, still obediently playing as a little hooligan. Qinchan, use your skill. Su Chanshan used her ultimate to dash from the bushes towards the mid lane, catching Zhang Liang off guard, while instructing Qinchan to use his skill to control Zhang Liang. This time, Qinchan was more careful, he aimed his skill properly and then pressed it. However, suddenly, his hand trembled, causing the skill to be released before the direction was confirmed. And the skill ended up in the opposite direction of Zhang Liang, way off target. But, with a swoosh game sound effect, just as Qinchan's skill was released, from the nearby bushes, a 3/4 health Han Xin almost simultaneously flew out. Visually, at the moment Han Xin appeared, Qinchan's skill was released, hitting Han Xion's head perfectly. After a brief 0.5 second stun, Han Xin realized the situation and quickly retreated back to the bushes. Han Xin, who had used all 3 of his dashes, happened to land in the center of Dio Chan's ultimate when Su Chanshan dashed towards the mid lane earlier. In this situation, how could Su Chanshan let him escape? Su Chanshan flashed to catch up, freely dealing damage within the ultimate's range. With no more dash skills, Han Xin could only passively take the hits, not even lasting for 2 seconds before falling. Wow! Qinchan, you're amazing. This play was incredible. Your reaction speed, it's amazing. You tricked Zhang Liang into using flash and also took down Han Xion's head. Ha ha ha, Su Chanshan was ecstatic. When she was about to use Qinchan's skill to stun Zhang Liang, Han Xian suddenly emerged from the bushes, and Zhang Liang also used a flash. At this moment, even if Qinchan used a skill accurately, he couldn't catch Zhang Liang. But she didn't expect Qinchan's reaction speed to be so fast. He actually used a skill in the opposite direction to stop Han Xian who was coming over. This reaction speed is truly amazing. Qinchan twitched his mouth and chuckled dryly. He knew that if he said he accidentally used the wrong skill position, Su Chanshan wouldn't believe it. In the game, opposite Han Xian, Yao, are you from the Chinese server? Opposite Zhang Liang, probably either a streamer or a professional player using a SMF account. The way you reacted just now, I have to admire it. Opposite Han Xian, boss. Your Yao is so awesome, can you not target me alone? The more Qinchan looked, the angrier he got. Knowing that he was inferior, he felt like the comments from the other side were mocking him. So, Qinchan, I just used the wrong skill. What's with the Chinese server? What's with the rhythm? Opposite Han Xian, bro, don't be so insulting. Opposite Zhang Liang, exactly. We saw you use the wrong skill twice, and you managed to kill our provincial level jungler twice in a row? At our level, when we play games, we're all making friends. Insulting people like this is meaningless. Qinchan was completely speechless. Beside him, Su Chanxian hesitated for a long time, then finally said, "Brother Qin Chen, you don't need to be too modest, being too modest is a bit, you know." Qin Chen forced a smile. Finished? Even Su Chanxian didn't believe him anymore. He decided to ignore these details and continue playing the game. Now, the enemy jungler Han Xian, who failed to catch anyone in the mid lane twice, was killed instead, and the rhythm of the enemy jungler had already gone awry. Qin Chen's pay money tiger naturally seized the opportunity, continuously ganking, and they had already broken the defense tower in the bottom lane, gaining the advantage. Godlike Dad, Cao Cao, and Han Xian are missing. They might be stealing the dragon. Let's go check it out. The undead player playing Kayn in the top lane, after clearing a wave of minions, sent a warning message. Qin Chen hung on Su Chanxian's Diao Chan and headed towards the dragon pit from the mid lane. Just as they crossed the river in the mid lane, 3 golden magical barriers suddenly appeared over Su Chanxian's head, stunning her instantly. This was Zhang Liang's skill, Word Spirit Barrier. Oh no! It's an ambush! Qin Chen, as a noob, almost instinctively detached himself from Su Chanxian and was about to retreat with a flash. But as soon as he used the flash, his face darkened. Call him a noob. He was quite fast in his actions, instantly detaching from Diao Chan and then flashing. Call him skilled. He wanted to retreat, but ended up flashing in the opposite direction. In a diamond level game, you could indeed see many instances of reverse flashing, and Qin Chen was just one of the many noobs. Just then, 3 burly men sprang out of the bushes. The enemy jungler Han Xian, the enemy mid laner Zhang Liang, and the enemy warrior Cao Cao. Damn it! Qin Chen cursed inwardly, controlling Yao to escape, but suddenly his passive was triggered. Mountain Ghost White Deer. Yao transformed into an untargetable white deer spirit, leaping lightly and easily escaping. Su Chanxian also used a life-saving flash. The enemy's ambush trio failed to catch anyone, just as Qin Chen was still in a daze. Undead, damn. Godlike Dad is amazing. Pay money tiger, you scared me. I thought we were going to lose this one. I didn't expect Godlike Dad to flash in and use his passive to counter Zhang Liang's ultimate. Xiao Sudi, although I didn't pay attention to what happened just now, following the crowd and calling Godlike Dad awesome is definitely right. Godlike Dad is awesome. In the villa, Su Chanxian looked up in admiration. Qin Chen, how did you manage to pull that off in such a short time? Zhang Liang controlled me with his first skill, then amplified it. If I had been hit by that, I would have been done for sure. You actually swiftly descended from me and intercepted his ultimate. The wave of actions Qin Chen just made, in Su Chanxian's eyes, was definitely the epitome of boyfriend power. Single-handedly turning the tables on a situation where both were doomed. Women naturally admire strength. Whether in games or in reality, powerful men always catch women's attention. Qin Chen chuckled with a twitch of his mouth. He felt it was better not to tell Su Chanxian that he never intended to save her. He just wanted to run away himself, who knew he could flash. Damn, he could flash to the opposite position. In the game. Opponent Cao Cao, I told you, the Yao on the other side must be playing on the national server with a Smurf account. You 2 idiots made me squat in the grass for 2 minutes, missing several minion waves. Now my economy is so far behind because of Keela. Are you happy now? Opponent Han Xian, why blame me? I'm not on the national server. Who knew they were so strong? Opponent Zhang Liang, skill is inferior to others. Stop arguing, there's still a chance. Opponent Cao Cao, what chance do you have? With this Yao on the other side, Han Xian is already useless. Damn it! You 2 idiots, knowing that the other side is a national server Yao, still focusing on him. Why are you still playing games, Han Xian at 0-3, why don't you just live well? Opponent Han Xian, you're awesome, why don't you go to the national server? Beat that national server Yao with one hand before coming to lecture others. Opponent Cao Cao, if I could beat that Yao, would I be matched with trash like you? Qin Chen watched the opponents start arguing, feeling extremely conflicted. He really wanted to tell Cao Cao that he was truly a diamond scrub. What national server Yao? His proficiency was still at the green level. As the game progressed to the mid-game, when everyone's equipment was almost ready, various team fights began. In most team fights, Qin Chen's performance was still quite normal. But occasionally, there were some surprises, like when a skill accidentally stunned Han Xian who was about to assassinate the marksman, and then his teammate came and beat Han Xian to death with a flurry of punches. Such routine operations. And during a team fight, after being knocked down from Diao Chan by the opponent, when the ultimate cooldown was up, as he tried to control Yao to return to Diao Chan, he accidentally flew onto the low-health Di Renjie. And coincidentally, Cao Cao flashed up to try to kill Di Renjie. Originally, Cao Cao could have taken down Di Renjie with one skill, but because his Yao was hanging on Di Renjie, it added a lot of health to him. Cao Cao couldn't one-shot D Renjie, and was then pinned down by D Renjie's ultimate, and his teammates came and beat Cao Cao to death. And then the chat box turned into, "Our D Renjie, godlike dad. Amazing. You actually predicted that Cao Cao was coming to kill me. If you were a second late, I would have been done for." RK, godlike dad still jokes with us saying he's at a diamond level. If you're at a diamond level, we're all platinum. Our money-losing tiger thought we were going to carry the big shot to victory, didn't expect the big shot was leading us to win. Feeling guilty about earning these red packets. In the villa, Su Chanshan pouted and complained, "Qin Chen, were you intentionally playing poorly with me when we played games before? Making me put in 120% effort every game." Qin Chen. His inner voice roared, "I don't know what's going on either. I'm really bad at this. Why don't you all believe me?" At this point, the economic gap between the two sides in the game was getting bigger and bigger, except for 3 high ground towers. All the other defense towers on Qin Shen's side had been completely destroyed. The final team fight erupted in the enemy's Red Dad's area. In this team fight, Qin Shen was targeted relentlessly, and finally managed to escape to the bushes behind the red buff. He saw that his first skill had refreshed, and as he was about to use it to escape, suddenly Cao Cao flashed over with a determined look to kill him. Qin Shen was so scared that he turned and ran, hastily using his first skill. When Cao Cao caught up, his teammates also joined in to block him, and in his haste, Cao Cao continuously used his first skill to try to kill Qin Shen. However, when he reached Qin Shen, he released the third hit of his skill, knocking Qin Shen back. Qin Shen was hit, triggering his passive ability, transforming him into a white deer spirit that easily escaped by leaping around. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, "The Overlord has been slain," appeared in big letters on the game screen. Qin Shen's portrait was at the forefront of the big letters. "Qin Shen? When did I kill the Overlord?" Qin Shen was truly bewildered. Our teammate Kai, "Damn. Today I was truly shown up. Godlike dad. You are truly amazing. Godly. Divine. Awesome." Our teammate D Renjie, like a demon lord descending from the heavens, truly a god among men. Godlike dad is amazing. Invincible. Our teammate Pei Qianhu, "Unfortunately, I'm uncultured, but I'll just say damn. Godlike dad, your play, at least deserves 10 dams." Su Chanshan's Daochan, "Ha ha." At Cao Cao on the other side, "Little friend, do you have a lot of question marks?" Cao Cao on the other side, "Little friend not only has a lot of question marks, but also a lot of dams." Watching the chat panel erupt, the protagonist Qin Shen was completely bewildered, because he had no idea what had happened. And now everyone was praising him to the skies. He was at a loss for words and didn't know how to ask everyone what had actually happened. He was certain he hadn't even been to the dragon pit, so how did he end up killing the elder dragon? In the game chat panel, Cao Cao on the other side, "I don't want to talk anymore. This idiot Han Xin, I really don't know where he got the courage, daring to fight the dragon in front of Yao. I was afraid Yao would steal the dragon, so I flashed over to chase and kill, but I didn't expect. This game is over." Zhang Liang on the other side, "This round. Indeed Han Xin is an idiot." But not to exaggerate, when Cao Cao quickly chased over, Yao was able to hold on with just a sliver of health, waiting for Han Xin to hit the dragon to the last sliver of health. This mentality and control are indeed invincible. I accept the loss in this game. Han Xin on the other side, "You guys are *king kidding me. My mentality is shattered. I've never seen Yao steal the dragon, let alone Yao who steals the dragon with just one skill." Cao Cao on the other side, "Silly child. It's not your fault for being bad, but you're still so self-righteous, that's why you deserve to die." Han Xin on the other side, "I." Cao Cao on the other side, "What's wrong? The weather's cleared up, the rain stopped, do you think you're all good again?" Han Xin on the other side, "You." Cao Cao on the other side, "The god carried the whole game, you're sorry for the whole match. Little brother, shut up. Let's surrender, the game's over." Watching the argument on the chat panel on the other side, the protagonist Qin Shen also understood what had happened. It turned out that when he had escaped with a sliver of health to the bushes behind the red buff earlier, he could see the dragon pit on the minimap. And in the dragon pit, Han Xin on the other side was fighting the dragon, and Cao Cao was chasing him desperately because he was afraid Yao would steal the dragon. Then, in his panic, Qin Shen haphazardly used his first skill, and was hit by Cao Cao's third hit of his skill, transforming into the deer spirit. The final outcome was that he not only took down the elder dragon, gave all his teammates a dragon buff, summoned 3 lanes of dragon soldiers, and then escaped unscathed. Who can he reason with in this situation? Others may not know, but Qin Shen was very clear that this series of actions had nothing to do with him. He was completely scared by Cao Cao on the other side. As an eternal diamond-level player, Cao Cao was actually afraid when he saw Han Xin fighting the dragon on the minimap. Minimap? What's a minimap? If possible, Qin Shen wanted to remove that obstructing minimap from his field of vision. Qin Shen silently felt sorry for the opposing Cao Cao. If the opposing Cao Cao knew that all of this was caused by him, I wonder how he would feel. Not long after, the opponents surrendered. After Qin Shen took down the big dragon, the economic and minion wave gaps between them were too large. They had no chance of winning. All 5 players surrendered, and the opposing crystal exploded directly. Qin Shen's side achieved victory. In this match, Qin Shen got 5 kills and 20 assists. A profit of 30,000. This small amount of money, Qin Shen naturally looked down on it, and his attention was not on this money anymore. Listening to the compliments from teammates, as well as various admirations from Su Chanshan, Qin Shen looked at his game interface, his MVP and gold medal support achievement badges, and fell into deep thought. He had only played Yao a total of less than 5 times, and only played 2 ranked matches. Not to mention MVP and gold medal support, Qin Shen's biggest requirement for himself was not to feed. And in this match, it was a series of coincidences that led to him achieving the highest score in the team. As the saying goes, no coincidence, no story, but repeated coincidences. It was a bit unbelievable. Game luck attribute. Could it be the game luck attribute? Qin Shen's eyes widened suddenly. He seemed to have discovered the truth. One coincidence could be considered a coincidence, but a series of coincidences in a match that ultimately led to the highest score, that couldn't be considered a coincidence, that was luck. The more Qin Shen thought about it, the more certain he became that it was the blessing of the game's luck attribute. Otherwise, how could it be possible that several times his skill shots just happened to hit the enemies rushing in, and he ended up confusingly taking down the low-health big dragon on the opponent's side? Qin Shen's eyes lit up. Good stuff. This game luck attribute is really good stuff. He used to think that this luck attribute was only for lottery and making money. Now it seems that he had underestimated it. What lottery? It's nothing. I can easily steal the big dragon with Yao's skills. Are you afraid or not? Looking back at the game interface, Qin Shen's eyes sparkled. Awesome. I'm going to be awesome in the rift. Let's see which bastard dares to say I'm a diamond scrub in the future. Qin Shen boldly shouted. Su Chanshan was startled for a moment, then blinked her big eyes and said crisply, Qin Shen, it seems like you're the only one who keeps calling yourself a diamond scrub. Qin Shen was stunned, his old face instantly drooped, and he raised his hand to slap Su Chanshan on the butt. You talk too much. Su Chanshan whimpered, her face quickly filled with colorful clouds, and her resentful little face was full of grievances. Godlike Dad, your operation is really amazing. I want to start a live broadcast to show my fans how great you are, can I? Suddenly, in the team voice chat, the small anchor Pei Qianhu asked tentatively. Being an anchor was his main profession, and now his teammates were all pros. Maybe they could help him gain popularity, so he naturally wanted to livestream. No problem. Go ahead. As long as it doesn't affect our victory. Qin Shen, in a great mood, agreed directly. Thank you, godlike Dad. Don't worry. I'm most in the zone when I'm live streaming games, and with you being so awesome, we will definitely win the whole way. We won't lose. Pei Qianhu happily praised a few rainbow farts. Soon, Pei Qianhu started the live broadcast. Room name, Godlike Dad takes small anchor to victory. Qin Shen didn't pay attention to these small details and continued to team up with his teammates to start the ranked match. Matched quickly. Qin Shen on the first floor, thought for a moment and said, I'll play the top lane as Yorick this time. Wuling, you go support. Feeling a bit unwell today, taking a day off, just 2 updates. I will try to post more tomorrow. Thank you all for your support and likes. The undead hesitated for a moment, then replied immediately, alright, godlike Dad. My Deqiao support is also top-notch, as steady as an old dog. Qin Shen didn't hesitate anymore and directly chose Cheng Yaojin. Qin Shen, weren't you going to play support? Su Chanshan curiously asked. She had played many games with Qin Shen and had only seen him play marksman support, occasionally playing a mage in the mid lane, but never a warrior in the top lane. Moreover, in the last game, Qin Shen played Yao so well that continuing to play support Yao would surely increase their chances of winning. I'm feeling it. I want to try other heroes, Qin Shen explained with a smile. In fact, this time he wanted to test how lucky he really was, or rather, where the limit of his luck lay. He had no idea how to play in the top lane. He had hardly played Cheng Yaojin a few times. Other people's Cheng Yaojin seemed invincible, but he felt that Cheng Yaojin was just paper, the kind that anyone could kill. In Yao's words, he could at least be a scoundrel. But with Cheng Yaojin occupying a strong warrior position, he couldn't just fool around. Alright then, I'll play Daochan, more stable. Su Chanshan sweetly said. The lineup was quickly finalized. This time, Qin Shen was playing against Cheng Yaojin in the top lane. Su Chanqian was playing Diaochan in the mid lane. The undead was using Di Qiao as support. Pei Qianhu used Han Xin in the jungle. Xiao Su still used the reputable ambassador Di Renjie. As the game started, after buying a pair of naked shoes, Qin Shen controlled Cheng Yaojin towards the top lane. As a diamond player, it wasn't until the minions arrived and the enemy heroes appeared that he realized his opponent was Utengu. Damn! Should have brought some cloth armor. Qin Shen secretly regretted his carelessness. Utengu, a hero played well, was said to have souls under his blade after level 2. It was common for a skilled Utengu to get kills at level 2. And this was a king-ranked game. Qin Shen knew without thinking that the opposing Utengu would definitely not be weak. So when he saw Utengu, he immediately turned back to his tower. In the end, although Qin Shen wanted to test his luck, it didn't mean he wanted to go in and feed, he wanted to win now more than ever. So he didn't dare to be too reckless. After all, luck was unreliable. The system said that the game's luck attribute was a passive skill, and Qin Shen didn't know when it would trigger. In the last game, although his Yao had some amazing moments, he had also missed his skills. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away, in the TGL club, a newly established King's Pesticide professional team. At this moment, the young players in the training room were nervously training in solo queue. The goal of every professional King's team was 1, KPL. The task given by the boss of the TGL club was to ensure that the team made it to the KPL during the Autumn League. Funny, this Cheng Yaojin actually went out with naked shoes. Doesn't he know he's up against me in the lane? Ha ha. In a corner of the training room, a new professional player with dyed yellow hair burst into laughter, attracting teammates to gather around. Phylon, what rank are you now? A teammate asked. I've been feeling good these days, just reached King, the yellow-haired player said somewhat proudly. Nice. It's only been a few days, and you've already reached King from a beginner account. You might be starting in this year's autumn tournament. Another teammate said enviously. In esports, being a noob is a sin. At the same time, strong players are respected by all. This is an industry where personal strength speaks volumes. As long as you are strong enough, you can get everything you want here. So, it has attracted countless outstanding young people who want to change their destiny. All professional players have only one goal, which is to stand on the highest podium one day, achieve success and fame, earn money, and enjoy the admiration and cheers from thousands of fans. Why are you all gathered here instead of training? Suddenly, a middle-aged man's voice rang out. The teammates who had gathered around quickly ran back to their positions in fear. Coach Jean, hello. Coach Jean, hello. Respectful greetings echoed, and this middle-aged man is the current coach of TGL. Coach Jean nodded slightly and walked over to Huang Mao. Facing the club's most talented young player, Coach Jin's expression softened a bit. Fei Long, how have your games been going? What rank are you at now? Huang Mao respectfully replied, Coach, I am currently at King 3 stars. By the end of the season, I will try to reach around King 30 stars. Coach Jean nodded in satisfaction. Very good. There are not many players with such talent like you who also know how to work hard. You are a role model for everyone. I have good news for you this time. After discussing with the boss, we have decided that you will start in the King's Autumn Tournament. Thank you for nurturing me, Coach. Thank you for taking care of me, boss. Huang Mao quickly put down his phone, stood up, and bowed to Coach Jean. The teammates around were full of envy in their eyes. Huang Mao had only been in the team for less than a year and was still a new member, but he could directly secure a starting position, showing the coach and boss's high regard for him. Alright, hurry up and play your game. Be careful not to get solo killed, Coach Jean said with a smile. Huang Mao picked up his phone again and said casually, Don't worry, this game is a freebie match. I encountered a Cheng Yaojin who doesn't know how to play. He even went out with bare shoes. I can easily defeat him even with my eyes closed. Is that so? Coach Jean smiled meaningfully and stood behind Huang Mao to watch. This young man was indeed a rising star, but rising stars often have a common problem, which is being too arrogant. Once they achieve success, this arrogance can inflate endlessly and ultimately ruin themselves. Coach Jean had seen more than one or two such examples. It seems like I need to find a way to temper this kid's character, Coach Jean pondered in his mind. In the game at this moment, with Coach Jean watching, Huang Mao's Ouyang Jing played even more seriously, directly pressuring Cheng Yaojin under the tower. Cheng Yaojin even dared to farm under the tower, and Huang Mao had to go over to harass him. This led to Cheng Yaojin not daring to leave the tower at all, and after returning home with low health, he did not show up again. Fei Long, Cheng Yaojin has been missing from the map for a minute. You should inform your teammates about this situation and gather with teammates who are trending towards teamfights, Coach Jean instructed. Coach, you are too cautious. Haven't you noticed? This Chung Yaojin is definitely a noob, he poses no threat. And I am now comfortably farming minions to increase my economy, which is more meaningful than running away. Huang Mao insisted on his own opinion. Coach Jean frowned, about to speak. First blood. A game sound effect rang out. The notification on the game screen showed that Chung Yaojin killed the jungle hero Liu Bei. Coach Jin's frown deepened. Huang Mao was dumbfounded. In Qin Chen's villa, Qin Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead. I'm out. Damn, it's too scary. What kind of freak opponent is this? I couldn't even farm in the top lane, just stole a pig from your jungle, and you chased me to the dragon pit? Now, I got killed by the tyrant. After some thought, let's add one more, just to avoid being sent a knife. In the game. Undead, damn. So the big shot not only plays support like a pro, but also plays warrior so well. Little soda, first blood, big shot. Impressive. Money-losing tiger, brothers, did you see that? My godly dad is so awesome, there were too many details just now, you probably didn't understand. Let me explain it to you. Chung Yaojin went to steal the wild boar from his house, the timing was perfect. Just when Liu Bei was fighting the red dad on the opposite side. When Liu Bei finished off the red dad and turned back to deal with his own wild boar, he happened to discover Chung Yaojin stealing the boar. This is where the details come in. Chung Yaojin miraculously left one wild boar alive. Leaving one monster alive is very important. Because usually when the jungle sees that all 3 boars have been stolen, they won't come back to gank, they can only accept their bad luck and continue farming elsewhere. But if there is still one boar not stolen, then he is likely to come and contest it. So when the opposite side finishes clearing the jungle, the slightly injured Liu Bei comes chasing. This is where the details come in again. My Chung Yaojin went straight to the dragon pit, next to the warrior Ouyang Jing from the opposite side. At this point Liu Bei will definitely come chasing. Because according to Chung Yaojin's route, he can pincer attack with Ouyang Jing. After our Chung Yaojin ran to the dragon pit, he tangled with Liu Bei for a while and then jumped out directly. Liu Bei's dash skill was still on cooldown, he couldn't escape, and was caught by the thunder strike of the tyrant. This kill also counts for our Chung Yaojin. In this wave, there are at least 2 or 3 details, so tell me, is this Chung Yaojin awesome or not? The young streamer Money-Losing Tiger became more and more excited as he spoke. In his live broadcast room, the comments below were filled with various 666, obviously after Money-Losing Tiger's explanation, everyone realized that within seconds, Chung Yaojin had made so many moves. Qin Chen and the others were using team voice chat, so they could hear Money-Losing Tiger's live broadcast clearly. Ahem. Brother, let me add one more detail, just now there was another detail. That is the godly dad's prediction of the time when the tyrant releases the thunderstrike. When the big shot jumped out of the dragon pit, he was also low on health. If the timing was predicted correctly, 1 second later, the godly dad's Chung Yaojin would have been left in the dragon pit too. The undead chimed in. Damn! My undead brother is truly a top player in the top 10 of the championship. I did overlook this detail. The godly dad is truly awesome. He even predicted the timing of the tyrant's skill release. Money-Losing Tiger became excited again. In the villa, Su Chanqian watched Qin Chen with admiration in her eyes. A master admires someone even more skilled than herself. Su Chanqian admitted that she couldn't have gotten the first kill in that wave with her skill level. As a hardcore gamer girl, in Su Chanqian's eyes, Qin Chen was already approaching perfection at this moment. Qin Chen's face was red and white, with an expression that said he didn't want to speak. Although he enjoyed the flattery, Money-Losing Tiger's praise was a bit too much. He was just trying to survive earlier. What details? What details? If it weren't for Money-Losing Tiger and the undead being so engrossed in their excitement, he wouldn't have known that there were details in that wave. Wasn't it just that Liu Bei chased him and died recklessly? How come you high-level players of glory have so much drama in your heads? Aren't you tired? Inside the TGL club. Huang Mao, Coach Jean, in that wave, Chung Yaojin got lucky. If it weren't for the tyrant, he wouldn't have gotten the first blood. Coach Jean remained silent for a moment, his face serious. Filong. What do you mean by luck? As long as you can kill, as long as you can win, that is strength. In the KPL battlefield, there is only winning or losing. There is no such thing as luck. Even if there is, winners are kings and losers are defeated. Remember, luck is also a part of strength. Understood, Coach Jean. I will play well. Huang Mao heard Coach Jin's stern reprimand and lowered his head slightly. Coach Jean frowned, unable to understand why Huang Mao didn't seem to be listening to him at all. Huang Mao controlled Zhu Yijing with a hint of anger in his eyes. Faced with the coach's criticism, he naturally dared not say a word, but this anger had to be directed at the opponent Chung Yaojin. This Chung Yaojin, who was lucky despite being a novice. Huang Mao thought to himself as Chang Yaojin, who had already replenished his health at home, appeared from under the defense tower. Huang Mao glanced at Coach Jin, who was still watching the match, with a slight change in his eyes. He wanted to solo kill Chang Yaojin to prove to Coach Jin that Chang Yaojin was just a noob, to prove that his strategy just now was flawless, and Chang Yaojin getting first blood was just pure luck. He controlled Zhu Yijing to retreat towards the back of the minion wave. As he expected, the noob Chang Yaojin immediately came forward to clear the minions. When Chang Yaojin entered his attack range, he controlled Zhu Yijing to use a skill to displace in the opposite direction, hitting an enemy minion successfully. Then he immediately activated the second part of the skill to displace and engage again. After 2 displacements, Zhu Yijing, who was originally far away, flew in front of Chang Yaojin. Following that, Zhu Yijing's second skill was used to immobilize Chang Yaojin, then a series of attacks dealt nearly a quarter of Chang Yaojin's health. After this exchange, Zhu Yijing prepared to retreat and find an opportunity to continue harassing, but suddenly he saw a move from Chang Yaojin that almost made him laugh out loud. Chang Yaojin, who had only lost a quarter of his health, actually used his ultimate skill. Chang Yaojin's ultimate skill healed him, and usually, skilled players would use it when they were low on health to increase their attack power and survive. But this guy in front of him, he used it at full health. Huang Mao glanced at Coach Jin. I told you he was a noob, don't you believe me? Do you believe me now? Without delay, Zhu Yijing, who was supposed to retreat, turned around and started chasing. Zhu Yijing's skills had a short cooldown time, and with Chang Yaojin having used his ultimate, Zhu Yijing's skill could easily kill Chang Yaojin under the tower with his skill level. Don't be impulsive, be careful of Chang Yaojin's tricks, Coach Jin reminded from the side. But Huang Mao acted as if he hadn't heard. A full health Chang Yaojin using tricks? You're overestimating him. Anyway, it's useless to say anything now. If he can kill Chang Yaojin under the tower, Coach Jin will shut up. Q read. In the game, Zhu Yijing roared indecisively dove under the tower. Just as he entered the tower, Diao Chan from their mid lane and Han Xin from the jungle flew out together. Zhu Yijing was caught off guard, and before he could react, the game turned into a black and white screen. Then Chang Yaojin stepped on Zhu Yijing's body, turned around, and continued to farm minions. On the in-game chat panel, everyone in the chat. Our Han Xin, big bro, that play was amazing. Zhu Yijing, are you starting to doubt your life choices after being outplayed? Our De Xiao, details. It's all about the details. Zhu Yijing, do you realize you're facing a pro player with consciousness and precise moves? Our D Renjia, feeling sorry for Zhu Yijing for 2 seconds. Do you think our Chang Yaojin used his ultimate to run away? No, he did it to take your life. In the villa, Su Chanxian, brother Qincheng, you acted so well just now. When you used your ultimate, Zhu Yijing thought you were really trying to escape, never expected us to come for him. The coordination was so perfect. Qincheng chuckled and remained silent, calm on the surface, but a mess of emotions inside. Why are all your plays so elaborate? I'm just a coward, scared and ran away at full health. How was I supposed to know you guys would come to support? Don't you know I never look at the mini-map? Do you think my consciousness is on the 9th floor? Sorry, Laozi has always been a rookie player in the first level. Inside the TGL club training base, Huang Mao's face turned completely dark. Chang Yaojin really played a trick, running at full health to seduce him? The key is that even after Coach Jin reminded him, he still got tricked. Coach Jin's face next to him looked very bad. The other players in the training room dared not even breathe. Just now, the notification sound of being killed came from Huang Mao's phone, and everyone heard it. Originally, it was taboo for players not to listen to the coach. But even in a situation where the coach's prediction was accurate, Huang Mao gave away a kill for not listening. Even if he was playing with his own training account, this was a big taboo. Coach Jin, I'm sorry. Beads of sweat appeared on Huang Mao's forehead as he apologized with his head down. Are you apologizing to me? You should be apologizing to yourself. In your current state, how can you play in the starting lineup? In the battle of experts, victory and defeat are just a hair's breadth apart, with each player dancing on the edge of the limit. If this wasn't a training match for you, but a battlefield in KPL, because of your previous actions, you might have lost a game. Coach Jin wanted to put pressure on Huang Mao, and he wouldn't miss this opportunity, directly rebuking Huang Mao sternly. I know I was wrong. Huang Mao lowered his head even more. Coach Jin said coldly, you must kill Chang Yaojin 10 times in this game. If you can't do it, you won't sleep tonight. Yes. Huang Mao could only promise obediently. Back in the game, although Huang Mao's expression didn't show much, when he saw Chang Yaojin on the opposite side, he was furious inside. He couldn't figure out whether Chang Yaojin was really skilled or just a noob. Calling him a noob, he knew how to lure people with full health. Such detailed psychological micro-operations. Saying he was skilled, but his Cheng Yao Jin had never successfully last-hit minions in front of his Ouyang Jing. But whether he was a true master or a noob, he was absolutely confident that his Ouyang Jing could counter Cheng Yao Jin firmly. As long as he defeated Cheng Yao Jin in the early game, suppressed him in levels and economy, he could freely slaughter him later. However, after a while, Huang Mao's expression changed from full of confidence to gradually frowning, and then his palms started sweating. After a team fight, he encountered Cheng Yao Jin in the bushes. He had a chance to kill Cheng Yao Jin, as both were low on health, and Cheng Yao Jin had used his ultimate. So without hesitation, he used his second skill to try to kill Cheng Yao Jin. But the skill hit Cheng Yao Jin, who didn't die, and he ended up dying. He was killed by Cheng Yao Jin. He was sure Cheng Yao Jin was just running away, not even touching him. How did he end up dead? Coach Jin. This. Huang Mao immediately turned to Coach Jin. Is this Cheng Yao Jin cheating? I hit you with my skill, how did I die? Coach Jin said with a dark face, open your equipment tab and see. Huang Mao opened it and was dumbfounded. Cheng Yao Jin had equipped an anti-reflective armor. Anti-reflective armor, increases armor, reflects damage. Because Cheng Yao Jin's armor was too high, Huang Mao's Ouyang Jing didn't kill Cheng Yao Jin with his second skill just now. Due to the damage reflection, Huang Mao's Ouyang Jing was killed by the damage he inflicted on himself. Huang Mao was speechless. Because of his previous flashy move, Cheng Yao Jin, who originally had no kills, got a free kill handed to him. But this is just too bizarre. After playing so many games, he had never seen a Cheng Yao Jin with anti-reflective armor. With the anti-reflective armor, Huang Mao's Ouyang Jing was finding it increasingly difficult to fight against Cheng Yao Jin. And Huang Mao found that the strength of this Cheng Yao Jin seems to fluctuate between a noob and a pro, so much so that he can't figure out Cheng Yao Jin's style, not knowing whether to use the method of dealing with noobs or the method of dealing with pros. This led to him becoming more and more anxious as he played, feeling more and more uncertain. After playing for 10 minutes, he not only failed to kill Cheng Yao Jin once, but was instead killed twice by Cheng Yao Jin. Now Cheng Yao Jin already has 3 major items, and he no longer has the ability to solo kill. The task set by Coach Jin is definitely impossible to complete. Coach Jin watched the whole process from the side. From the beginning, his focus was on Huang Mao controlling Ouyang Jing, but gradually he began to pay attention to Cheng Yao Jin. You should know that generally, pro players have their own style. Before each match in KPL, every team has a very important task, which is to study the opponent. Study the opponent's gaming habits, study the opponent's hero usage patterns. And when Coach Jin tried to analyze the playstyle of this Cheng Yao Jin player with a professional gaming coach's perspective, the more he analyzed, the more puzzled he became. This Cheng Yao Jin is completely unsolvable. His hero style has no fixed pattern, sometimes his gameplay is disastrous, sometimes he pulls off all sorts of amazing moves, seemingly playing well or poorly depending on his mood. When playing normally, he always wastes skills unnecessarily. His positioning is also questionable. But in critical moments, just when you think he's about to die, he miraculously survives, and might even take 1 or 2 kills. This seems like a player who has just stepped into the realm of pros, with gaming habits and various operations not fully developed yet. Thinking of this, Coach Jin's eyes lit up instantly. You should know, the potential of such players is extremely high. Professional team coaches love to train players like this, because generally, pro players have their own ideas and ways of thinking, and they tend to resist the coach's influence, so most coaches are reluctant to train pros. Just like Huang Mao in front of him, having his own opinions and unwilling to follow the coach's guidance, which led to the tragedy of being deceived and killed under the tower before. Watching this Cheng Yao Jin, Coach Jin felt a bit excited. A newly established professional team club, not lacking money, equipment, or resources. What they lack the most is fresh blood. The so-called fresh blood refers to talented seed players. TGL Club is also facing this problem, precisely because of the lack of player strength and too few fresh blood, which allowed Huang Mao, who had just joined the club less than a year ago, to secure a starting position. Currently, TGL only has 1 warrior position for Huang Mao, and 1 substitute position is still vacant. In Coach Jin's eyes, this Cheng Yao Jin is definitely a promising seed player. Coach Jin glanced at the name of the opponent Han Xin in the game, Shark Loses Money Tiger. Such a name is obviously that of a streamer. He immediately took out his phone, opened the Shark's live stream, and entered the live room of Losing Money Tiger according to the name. They are indeed playing together. Coach Jin breathed a sigh of relief. You should know that there are very few channels for professional King of Glory teams to find players now. Either they look for random players on live streaming platforms, or they look for players ranked below the top in the game's pinnacle competition. Because the social functions built into King of Glory are not very comprehensive, the feasibility of finding players in the game is relatively low, so they generally look for players on live streaming platforms. If this Chung Yao Jin is not a streamer, it would be a bit difficult for Coach Jin to find him. However, since Chung Yao Jin is playing with a game streamer, Coach Jin decided not to rush for now. He could definitely contact Chung Yao Jin through the streamer. Coach Jin decided not to act impulsively for the time being, but to continue observing and see how this Chung Yao Jin player performs next. Soon, Huang Mao's game ended. Without a doubt, it was a game failure, with no victory. When Huang Mao turned around to look, Coach Jin was no longer by his side. "Where's Coach Jin?" Huang Mao cautiously asked. He went to the conference room to watch the live broadcast. His teammates said carefully, "Watching the live broadcast?" Huang Mao's mind raced. Could it be that Coach Jin went to find the seed player? A sense of crisis swept over him. Huang Mao calmed his mind and immediately resumed the game. His original goal was to reach King 30 stars within 3 days. Now, it seemed he had to reach 40 stars to secure the coach's support and his own position. On the other side, in the Imperial Garden Villa, the top laner Qin Shen, holding a gold medal, had no idea that he was already being watched. Nor did he know that a professional player was feeling threatened because of him. "I'll play monkey jungle this round. You guys figure out your positions." Qin Shen's eyes lit up, fighting more bravely. If the first game with Yao showed him the true way to unlock the game's luck attribute, then the second game with Chung Yao Jin showed him how incredible the permanent passive skill given to him by the system was. His Chung Yao Jin was so timid, so unskilled, yet his final record was August 2nd, 10. He not only won the game but also earned an extra 36,000. Previously, Qin Shen was worried that reaching Glory King within 3 days would be difficult, but now it seemed not so hard. As long as he didn't get too cocky, following the current pace, he would definitely make a stable profit. Since he had the game's luck attribute as a cushion, playing games should be enjoyable. So, on a whim, he decided to play monkey this round. "Su Chanxian, I'll play Wanner this round. Little Su De, then I'll continue with Di Renjie. I still have a good feel for him in these 2 rounds. Pei Qianhu, Undead bro, can I take the warrior position this round? My Lubu is quite something. Undead, sure. Then I'll continue with the support Di Qiao." Soon, the teammates confirmed their positions. Qin Shen started matchmaking and directly chose Monkey Jungle. As the game progressed, teammates, damn, godlike Dad's monkey's moves are amazing. He killed Xiao Xiao and escaped unscathed. I'm impressed. Qin Shen, you're amazing. Qin Shen. After a while, teammates, boss, you're awesome. Qin Shen, shut the hell up. Don't praise me anymore. Teammates, boss is really humble. Exactly. Playing so well and still so humble, he's a role model for us. If I had the humility of a boss, I wouldn't have fallen to being a small streamer. Qin Chen. He really didn't want to hear these teammates' flattery anymore. Mainly because, if he really had that ability, he would listen. He was well aware that he didn't have that ability, which made him feel more and more insecure as he listened. Just like the previous wave, he was chasing the low-health Hoi in the jungle, thinking it would be an easy kill, but unexpectedly, he accidentally used a skill to jump. Instead of hitting Hoi, he ended up jumping into the dragon pit. And as luck would have it, in the dragon pit, the enemy jungler Guanyu happened to be fighting the dragon with just a sliver of health left. As a new player, Qin Shen panicked and his punishment was useless. His fingers pressed randomly on the screen, and somehow he unleashed Monkey's 3 strikes. Guanyu, with half health, didn't even react in time, and both he and the dragon were taken away by Qin Shen. Then, the low-health Hoi, seeing Monkey using all his skills, tried to come and kite, but Qin Shen remembered to use his forgotten punishment and captured Hoi again. So the teammates, thanks to the opponents for giving us the big dragon. Details. This attention to detail is amazing. The pro player predicted that Hoi was going to kite, save the punishment skill, and waited to take down Hoi. Amazing. Kneeling to the pro player. My monkey could never pull off such a move in a lifetime. This game once again secured a victory without any doubt. Qin Shen also achieved the achievement of a gold medal jungler. Starting another game, Qin Shen directed Su Chanshan to jungle, while he played as Zhong Kuei in the mid lane. The return of the godly hook Zhong Kuei in the canyon. If it weren't for Qin Shen's request not to praise him anymore, the teammates' voices would probably have been hoarse by now. All because of the unbelievable plays by Zhong Kuei. A casual hook in the bushes revealed the enemy heroes lying in ambush. The enemy team grouped up, and with a single hook, he pulled over the enemy damage dealers. Even in the mid-game, wherever Zhong Kuei was present, the enemy mages and marksmen never dared to show themselves. Meanwhile, in the meeting room of the TGL club, Coach Jean, who had been watching several games in a row, had bright eyes and a slight tremble in his body. He never expected that this ordinary player would give him such a big surprise. This player is actually a versatile seed player. Coach Jean watched 5 games in a row. In these 5 games, Chen played in all positions. He achieved the MVP rating in all positions. Coach Jean didn't need to watch the rest because it was unnecessary. He was certain that this player was the one he was looking for. Setting aside the still developing technical style, what impressed Coach Jean the most about the player with the ID Qingdeng Bugaiker was his character. Humility. The small streamer had team voice chat enabled, so when he was streaming, the voices of his teammates could be heard. When Qingdeng Bugaiker pulled off amazing plays, his teammates wanted to praise him, but he would scold them and forbid them from doing so. If such plays were made by active professional players in his team, they would already be flying high with pride, let alone being humble. Humility was a word that these arrogant young players could never learn. In comparison, the player with the ID Qingdeng Bugaiker was truly precious. This kind of character was 1 in a million. Playing so well yet remaining humble, such a player was simply the ideal seed player in his dreams. Coach Jean hurried back to the office, turned on the computer, and started editing the live stream recording he had just made. He mainly edited together the gameplay clips of the player Qingdeng Bugaiker. Half an hour later, Coach Jean sent the edited video to a contact on WeChat. Coach Park, I have a video of an unknown player, take a look. Coach Park, a Korean. He was a senior game coach, a consultant coach at TGL. He not only worked at TGL but also served as a consultant coach for many professional teams, personal teams, and superplay guilds. He was a professional consultant coach. Coach Jean sent this video to Coach Park, hoping to impress him. After all, Koreans had a strong reputation in the gaming industry. If Coach Park didn't have real skills, he wouldn't be serving as a consultant coach for numerous professional teams. About 5 minutes later, Coach Park, Coach Jean, didn't I remember that your TGL team was almost full? Coach Jean, we are currently missing a substitute top laner. Coach Park, are you looking for someone now? It's almost too late for the autumn season. Coach Jean, there shouldn't be a big issue for the autumn season, but I mainly want to add some fresh blood to the team. Coach Park, haha, from the way you speak, it seems like your TGL team is definitely aiming to enter the KPL this autumn. Coach Jean, I dare not ask for too much, it would be a great fortune just to qualify. Coach Park, what do you think of this player? Coach Park, I am watching the video. From the current video, this player's moves seem to lack a systematic approach, and I can't see any patterns, but they are able to frequently pull off amazing super plays. There is only one possibility. Coach Jean, what possibility? Coach Park, this player's quick reflexes and excellent hand-eye coordination are outstanding. In fact, in a few moves, he has already reached the top ceiling of current professional players. There are also some unbelievable plays, where it seems like luck is on his side. Even in situations where it seems irreversible, he manages to find a way out. Coach Jean couldn't help but get excited. Coach Park's evaluation this time was very high. However, thinking about Coach Park's last words, Coach Jean cautiously said, Coach Park, I won't hide it from you, there are indeed several moves by this player that I also think are due to luck. So I am a bit worried, that's why I came to ask you. Coach Park, no, Coach Jean, you misunderstand me. A person may be favored by Lady Luck once, twice, or even 3 times, but such luck cannot last forever. In one game, if there are several instances where it seems like the player is favored by luck, it only proves that it's not luck, but rather his own skill. So my judgment remains that this is an extremely talented player, with skills and strategies that are not fully developed yet, a rare seed player. Coach Jean was overjoyed. Coach Park's words finally put his mind at ease. Coach Jean, I'm curious, how do you find these outstanding seed players? Coach Park suddenly asked. Coach Jean, who was still in a good mood, immediately replied, I discovered him while watching a live stream. After sending the message, Coach Jin's expression changed, and he quickly typed again, ahem. Coach Park, we haven't contacted this player at TGL yet, so please keep it confidential for now. Don't tell anyone. Coach Jean realized he had been careless. In his moment of excitement, he had inadvertently revealed information about this seed player. You see, these seed players are coveted by all professional teams. If the information were to leak, he might end up being snatched away by another team. Shortly after, Coach Park sent a message, Coach Jean, rest assured, I still have professional ethics. Coach Jean felt slightly relieved, bid farewell politely, and then started watching Shark Live and sent a private message to the streamer, Money Loser. On the other side, in the office, Coach Park had just said goodbye to Coach Jean and turned to his contacts to find the nickname DG Superplay Guild Coach Lee. Coach Lee, I heard that your Super Play Guild is still in need of a substitute support player? Shortly after, Coach Lee replied, yes. Do you have someone suitable on your end, Coach Park? Coach Park smiled, then typed, yes, I do. After typing halfway, he sent it over. Soon, the phone's message tone rang. Coach Park looked at the notification of the bank transfer with satisfaction, sent the edited video that Coach Jean had sent him to Coach Lee. This is an all-around seed player discovered by TGL Coach Jean, seen on Shark Live. This rare seed player is very likely to be the champion support player for your Super Play Guild. After a while, Coach Lee replied, plays well, impressive moves indeed. Let's talk price. Coach Lee saw that Coach Park mentioned this player was discovered by TGL Coach Jean, but still asked Coach Park to name a price, indicating that this shady business of bargaining had been done more than once by them. Coach Park, same rules as always. Do you want to buy the information from me? Or, Coach Lee, buy it. Do not send this video to any club again. Coach Park, alright. I'll wait for Coach Lee to complete the final payment. On the other side, just as Qin Chen and his team won a game and were about to start another, they were suddenly interrupted by the small anchor, Pei Qianhu. Pei Qianhu, Godfather, a professional team coach contacted me and asked me to contact you. They want to know if you are willing to become a professional player? Everyone was puzzled. Qin Chen cursed in his heart, thinking, what kind of rubbish scammer is this, trying to recruit me as a professional player? Don't they know my level? It's outrageous. Godfather, how should I respond? Pei Qianhu was also shocked by this information, as he had never seen a professional team coach trying to recruit someone during his months of live streaming. Qin Chen replied, tell him, if he pays me 10 million a day, then I will consider joining their team. Godfather, this. Pei Qianhu hesitated, unsure if Qin Chen was joking or serious. Just reply as I said. Qin Chen insisted. Since Godfather said so, Pei Qianhu dared not question further. He opened the private messages on the live streaming platform and replied according to Qin Chen's instructions. Our boss said, if it's 10 million a day, we will consider joining your team. On the other side, in the meeting room of TGL Club, Coach Jean paced anxiously in the room. He regretted accidentally revealing something in front of Coach Park and felt uneasy. After all, South Korea didn't have a good reputation. Not only in the esports industry, but even in major world sports events like the Olympics, South Korea's shamelessness and unscrupulousness were well known. The more Coach Park claimed to have professional ethics, the less Coach Jean believed it. However, since the words were already spoken, there was no way to remedy the situation. The only thing he could do now was to contact that player as soon as possible, sign him up quickly, and avoid any future troubles. Ding dong! The phone on the table vibrated, a message arrived. Coach Jean hurriedly picked up the phone, unlocked it, opened the messaging app, checked the private messages, and was stunned. 10 million a day? Coach Jean swallowed hard. Damn it! The prize money for the KPL finals is only 10 million. The champion team can only get 5 million as a prize. So, does this player expect to receive the KPL Grand Slam prize money every day? However, Coach Jean knew that this was definitely a deliberate attempt to shock him. He composed himself and replied, young man, I am Coach Jean from TGL. I really want your friend. So, if your friend has any conditions, please let me know, and we can discuss it. After sending the message, Coach Jean stared at his phone, waiting for a reply. Meanwhile, in Pei Qianhu's live streaming room, he had started another game and was clearly too busy to pay attention, because he was currently, wow, amazing, my godfather is showing off again. Guys, are you excited or not? Tell me, is my godfather exciting or not? Same old rules. If you like my godfather, hit 1. If you don't like him, poke your own eyeballs. Passing by, give the streamer some attention. For the next 3 days, I will be playing ranked games with my godfather, guaranteeing you a great show. Follow the streamer and you won't get lost. My godfather will make sure you have a blast. 20 minutes later, the game undoubtedly won again. While Pei Qianhu was hyping himself up in the livestream, suddenly, a 5-rocket salvo exploded on the screen. It blew his mind, leaving him stunned on the spot. DG Super Play Guild's Coach Lee rewarded the streamer with a 5-rocket salvo. Not just because of these 5 big rockets, and because of the person who sent the rockets. Coach Lee from the DG Super Play Guild. Because Coach Lee's name is Certified V, it means he is the real Coach Lee, not someone pretending to be him. As a King of Glory anchor, he is also considered an industry professional in the gaming industry. He has heard of the reputation of the DG Super Play Guild. Not only him, many players who follow the King of Glory events recognize this guild. Why? Just because this guild won the KPL Autumn Annual Championship last year, and also got the runner-up this spring. A guild that has won the KPL season championship is already considered a top-tier professional team. And now the coach of this team unexpectedly visited his live broadcast room and even gave him 5 big rockets. In that moment, the little anchor Pei Qianhu's mind was spinning. Could it be that the genius gaming talent of Pei Qianhu has been discovered by the coach of the DG Super Play Guild? Next is to play professionally, make a name for himself, and reach the peak of life? Marry a beautiful woman? Happiness came too suddenly. Pei Qianhu's head was a bit dizzy. Damn it! The ancestral grave of the little anchor is smoking. The opportunity to rise to the top has come. Coach Lee, may I ask if your club needs someone to guard the gate? Coach Lee, can I interview for my Arthur Thief 6? Don't embarrass yourself upstairs, okay? Coach Lee, I can control the recoil. Can I interview for a round? You fake fan. This is a pesticide. Control your damn recoil. You're embarrassing us, brother. The fans in the live broadcast room were all boiling with excitement. A top professional team coach coming to a small anchor's live broadcast room to personally recruit people, this is a great story. In case the little anchor becomes famous in the future, they will all be witnesses to a historic event. Pei Qianhu quickly notified Qin Chen and the others in the voice chat. Daddy Shin, friends, Coach Lee from the DG Super Play Guild has approached me. Wait for me for a moment. It seems like the opportunity for me to soar in life is coming. Exciting. Undead, damn. Pei Qianhu, you're about to take off. Don't forget about Big Brother when you become a star player in the future. Zayasuda, envious. It's actually the DG Super Play Guild. Brother, you're really going to take off. In the villa. Su Chanxian, upon hearing this, immediately opened the Shark Live app and entered the small anchors platform. Wow! It's really Coach Lee from the DG Super Play Guild. Su Chanxian's eyes also lit up. Qin Chen looked at the excited group, feeling very confused. As an Eternal Diamond player, Qin Chen had previously focused all his energy on how to climb the ranks in the game. What professional league? What is KPL? What's that? Qin Chen glanced at the live broadcast on Su Chanxian's phone and curiously asked, is this coach really good? This is Coach Lee from the DG Super Play Guild. Pei Qianhu was really going to make a name for himself. Su Chanxian said enviously, and then explained some of the KPL's achievements to Qin Chen. After listening, Qin Chen finally understood why everyone was so excited. For Qin Chen, memories of gaming professional leagues only existed back when he first entered university, focusing on the League of Legends League. At that time, he was still a loyal fan of League of Legends, and he and his roommates had once fantasized about certain scenarios, such as one day becoming a professional player of a game, reaching the pinnacle of the strongest champion, and enjoying the cheers and applause from thousands of players. Esports is passionate, and the respect for the strong is most vividly displayed in esports. This passion had also flowed in the heart of the young Qin Chen for a period of time. Little guy, you're pretty lucky. Qin Chen smiled and didn't pay much attention. In the midst of all the attention, Coach Lee from the DG Super Play Guild finally spoke up. The little anchor Pei Qianhu immediately set the highest room management permission for Coach Lee, and Coach Lee's speech was directly pinned to the top. Hello, anchor, could you please help me contact your teammate Qingding Bugek for me and tell him that the DG Super Play Guild is giving him an interview opportunity? Just a second ago, Pei Qianhu's face was shining brightly. The smile on his face froze completely in the next second. The comments section instantly quieted down. When Pei Qianhu came to his senses, his face turned as red as a monkey's butt. He even gave the other person the highest administrator permission, as if the person didn't come to find him at all. What a misunderstanding. Watching him live, watching the coach come, and watching that it's not him they're looking for. Ha ha ha. Sorry. I have professional training, and I usually don't laugh unless I can't help it. Ha ha ha. Heartbroken little anchor. But sorry. I really want to laugh. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. Anchor, did you ask for me? Coach Lee's pinned message appeared on the screen again. Pei Qianhu's face looked a bit ugly, feeling like he had fallen from the sky to the ground, experiencing the feeling. This Coach Lee is really something. Couldn't he have said it earlier? Why make me embarrassed? I'll go ask for you now. Pei Qianhu said lightly, although he was not happy with how Coach Lee handled things, but considering the 5 big rockets just now, he couldn't show too much displeasure. In the villa. After Pei Qianhu relayed Coach Lee's message from the DG Super Play Guild, Su Chanxian looked at Qin Chen, her eyes full of excitement. Brother Qin Chen, the professional team coach came to recruit you. And Qin Chen. Oh, I'll play support in the next game. Playing carry requires too much brainpower, too tiring. Su Chanxian was confused, and when she came to her senses, she said, Brother Qin Chen, what are you talking about? Coach Lee has extended an olive branch to you, aren't you considering it? In Su Chanshan's view, professional players are the highest level of gamers and also a lucrative profession. She instinctively tried to persuade him. Can you buy a Land Rover by playing professionally? Qin Chen casually threw out a sentence. Su Chanshan was taken aback. Glancing around the luxurious villa she was in, Su Chanshan calmed down from her excitement. Yes. For ordinary people, like Pai Qianhe, being noticed by a professional team coach and going pro is indeed a way out in life. But for Qin Chen, it's hard to say. After all, she hasn't heard of any professional king players driving Land Rovers. Boss, Coach Li is still asking, can you give him a reply? Pai Qianhe asked cautiously. Qin Chen moved his neck. Having seen everyone's excitement earlier, he couldn't help but be curious. Is the charm of a professional team coach that great? Ask him what position he's offering me. Qin Chen also asked curiously. In the live broadcast room, boss wants to know what position you're offering? Pai Qianhe asked directly. Support, substitute. Coach Li's answer was concise. Boss, I saw it. Just as Pai Qianhe was about to speak, Qin Chen interrupted. Because Su Chanshan was watching the live broadcast next to him, he also saw Coach Li's reply. Qin Chen thought this Coach Li could offer him a carry position, but he was offering support? Or substitute? Don't you see, supports in League of Legends have no presence, let alone in King's Glory. In King's Glory, the role of support is to have no relation to the carry is awesome. If the carry fails, it's definitely the support's fault. The scapegoat of the canyon, it's not just for fun. Tell him to get lost. Qin Chen said without any politeness. Damn it! Let me satisfy my curiosity for once. Sorry, our boss doesn't want to go pro for the time being. Pai Qianhe replied tactfully. Godly Dad dared to directly kick Coach Li out. He didn't have the courage. The comments section was in an uproar. Even the teammates of the undead were full of emotion. Truly a big shot. While everyone was sighing, Coach Li's words appeared on the screen again. Young man, don't be so impulsive. Support players are also professional players. There is no discrimination based on position. Coach Li seemed to have guessed that the other party might not be satisfied with the position. And what else can you achieve by playing games, besides killing time? Becoming a professional player is the proper way. How about this? I'll give you one last chance to join the DG Superplay Guild. Before 6 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, if you can come to the club downstairs in the Magic City, I will keep my previous words and give you a chance for an interview. After Coach Li's words were posted, the comments section was filled with praise. Wow, Coach Li is really humble, eager to find talent. Yes, coming in person to recruit, and even lowering his stance, he's a great coach. Coach, my Arthur is really good, consider me. Little streamer, tell your friend not to be arrogant, the coach has already lowered his stance. In the villa, Qin Chen almost burst out laughing when he saw Coach Li's words. From the tone, it was easy to tell that Coach Li was probably used to training players, and his condescending tone was already second nature. And those bootlickers in the comments section who thought they could get close to a big shot, actually said he was lowering his stance? How is this condescending attitude considered lowering his stance? Pai Qianhe, take off your headset so this damn coach can hear my voice. Qin Chen said, leaving Pai Qianhe stunned, and starting to feel anxious. Seeing the big shot so angry, it seemed like he was going to personally confront someone. He didn't dare to delay, immediately took off his headphones, and let the computer play the external sound. Because his mobile game was still in team voice chat, everything said by the team could be heard by the live audience. The same goes for Coach Li from the DG Superplay Guild in the live stream. Coach Li, hello, I am the player you are looking for, Xing Dengbugaik. Qin Chen's voice rang out. Pai Qianhe was stunned. How could the big shot be so timid? Wasn't he just about to confront this great coach? Well, I'll give you until 6 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, because I get off work after 6. Whether you can become our team's substitute support player depends on your own efforts. Coach Li replied. Coach Li, I think you misunderstood me, Qin Chen said. Ha? Coach Li replied with a question mark. Qin Chen cleared his throat. Ahem, well, I'm here to tell you, can you please F***ck off and leave me alone to play games? I'm climbing the ranks in a 5-man team right now, I don't have time for you. What kind of F***king support player are you? Keep it in your family, I'm not interested. And another thing, stop pretending, at least don't pretend in front of me, because I don't give a damn about you. Originally, the outline was going to write about Qin Chen joining a professional team, but you guys scared me by threatening to abandon the book if the protagonist dared to go pro. Scared the humble author into revising the outline overnight, I'm really struggling. In the live stream, Pai Qianhe's mouth was wide open, he was shocked. The teammates of the undead and others didn't dare to breathe. When the godly dad got angry, it was terrifying. The coach of the top-tier King's pesticide team was scolded to the core. Who else has this kind of courage? Kid, judging by your voice, you're probably in your early 20s. Do you know who you were just talking to? Coach Lee retorted. In Qin Shen's opinion, this was the epitome of arrogance. Coach Lee was indeed furious. According to his imagination, shouldn't the selected players be fawning over him? But instead of being worshipped, he was scolded. No money, no power, just a poor loser in reality. The opportunity is right in front of you, but you don't know how to seize it. With your attitude, you'll never amount to anything in your life. If it weren't for his VIP status, Coach Lee would have started cursing right away. This was already being polite. A small-time streamer with less than 10,000 active viewers in his live stream room, playing games with his friends, what future could he have? Definitely just a loser. While the comments section in Pei Qianhu's live stream room was buzzing, suddenly a top-highlighted red message appeared on the screen. Emperor King, Qing Dangbugaik, has entered the live stream room. Emperor King, Qing Dangbugaik, idiot. I'll give you one more chance to organize your words. Wow! Emperor King Qing Dang is personally stepping in. Welcome, Emperor King Qing Dang. Pei Qianhu, the small streamer, was thrilled. Impressive. Directly confronting the Emperor King. Coach Lee, what do you mean, my friend? Coach Lee, who was unaware of the situation, asked in confusion. His tone noticeably softened because he was also an industry insider and knew that those who could afford to be an emperor on a live platform were not ordinary people. Emperor King, Qing Dangbugaik, friend? Idiot, do you recognize Daddy's name? After Qin Shen's reminder, the comments section erupted. Wow! Emperor King Qing Dang. Is that the ID that Coach Lee was looking for earlier, Qing Dangbugaik? A big scene of turning the tables. The little coach poached the Emperor King. You idiots were just kissing up to that dog's head coach earlier, right? As clever as I am, I knew long ago that Qing Dangbugaik was the one playing games with the small streamer. You upstairs are so clever, how did you know? Calling you an idiot, you really took it to heart. Didn't you hear the small streamer calling him the Godfather before? Besides Qing Dang Emperor King, who else does this poor little streamer have? You're really clever upstairs. If I remember correctly, didn't this coach just call Qing Dang Emperor King a poor loser? The Emperor King account costs 150,000 to start. How many professional assistant players in King of Glory have an annual income of 150,000? Coach Lee really hit a nerve this time. Let's see how Coach Lee handles this. Letting you act all high and mighty. The Emperor King Daddy will teach you how to behave on the spot. Coach Lee doesn't even have a king level account himself. Dares to call the Emperor King a poor loser. Where did he get the courage from? After a while, Pei Qianhu's cautious voice came through. Godfather. Coach Lee has gone offline. Qin Shen was stunned. Damn. Is this guy so timid? He was ready to continue the fight. But that Coach Lee actually went offline in fear. What a coward. Forget it. Let's not bother with him. Come on, let's continue playing the game. Qin Shen called out. Everyone immediately refocused. At the same time, they couldn't help but feel emotional. What a joke professional team, it's all just a facade. In front of the Godfather, they are nothing. Who dares to challenge who? At this moment, in the meeting room of the TGL club, Coach Jean was on the phone. Park Jin-gwen, didn't you promise not to leak the information? Is this your professional ethics? On the phone, Coach Park's voice came through. Coach Jean, I don't know what you're talking about. Coach Jean was furious. Park Jin-gwen, don't play dumb with me. I've heard before that you're not clean, often doing shady business, and today I've seen it for myself. Coach Jean, please pay attention to your tone. My position is half a level higher than yours. Who gave you the right to speak to me in that tone? Coach Park questioned. Coach Kim, your grandma. Don't try to use the tactics from your Korean workplace to pressure me. I won't fall for that. I'm asking you, why did you spread the news about the seed player I selected? Coach Park, I told you I don't know what you're talking about. Coach Kim, fine. Then I'll tell you. Just now, Coach Lee from DG Super Play Guild has already gone to the live streaming room ahead of time to recruit people. Park Jin-gwen, that seed player is not a streamer, just a teammate for streaming games. It's because my player was matched with that seed player that I discovered him. Coach Lee wouldn't have found him even if he watched the stream. It was you. You spread the video I gave you, Coach Kim said through gritted teeth. He was truly angry this time. The reputation of DG Super Play Guild is much better than theirs at TGL. Coach Lee has a high success rate in poaching players. So when he saw Coach Lee appearing in the live streaming room of that losing money Tiger streamer, he came over to question Park Jin-gwen in anger. Coach Park, Coach Kim, it seems like you want to end your career, right? Coach Kim, whether I end it or not, it's none of your business, you Korean. I'm telling you, you violated our agreement contract, just wait for our boss to sue you. Coach Park, alright, I'll wait. Coach Kim angrily hung up the phone. He took a few deep breaths, then opened the Shark Live software again. After nervously entering the room number of the small streamer losing money Tiger, he frowned. The small streamer is playing games again? That player named Ching Deng Bugike is also playing games. Coach Kim's mind started working. If Coach Lee succeeds in recruiting, it's likely that the small streamer and that seed player won't have the intention to continue playing games. Is there still a chance? Thinking like this, Coach Kim decided to give it another try. He opened the private messages of the small streamer. Hello, streamer. I am Coach Kim from the TGL Professional Team Club. Our team is interested in your friend for gaming, the player with the game nickname Ching Deng Bugike. Coach Kim thought for a moment, then sent another message. Here's our offer. The salary is annual, starting at around 100,000 in the first year, and starting from 120,000 later. The exact amount depends on individual performance. Hope you and your friend consider it. Looking forward to your reply. After sending this private message, Coach Kim smoked a cigarette while anxiously waiting. On the other side, in the game, losing money Tiger, Daddy Rich. Another professional team is looking for you. Something TCL? Chin Chen, TCL? Aren't they selling TVs? Changed their business? Losing money Tiger, I'm not sure either, just went out to check the private message. Seems like that's the name. Also, that coach said they offer an annual salary of 100,000 to you. Ha ha. By the end, even losing money Tiger laughed. Chin Chen also smiled bitterly. Just now, he directly kicked Coach Lee from DG Super Play Guild offline in the live streaming room. Surely no coach with no eyesight would come looking for him. Probably some scammer popped up from somewhere. You want to scam people, at least choose a good team name. TCL is doing well selling TVs, why steal their name? Stop kidding around, okay? Losing money Tiger, boss, should I reply to him? Chin Chen suppressed his smile. You reply to him, tell him if he wants me to join their team, come to Jiangcheng Emperor's Mansion. I'll be waiting here for him. Let's see if he dares to come. Losing money Tiger forwarded Chin Chen's message directly to Coach Kim, then ignored it. In the TGL club meeting room, Coach Kim looked at the private message content, his brow slightly furrowed. Professional esports teams recruit players who are usually eager to come for interviews when selected. However, this one is different. He actually made the coach go over in person. Just a moment ago, he was praising the player, saying how humble he was, but now it seems like he may have overestimated him. Even if he did put aside his pride and went over personally, it might undermine the coach's authority and not be conducive to future management. Ah, such a temper. No wonder Coach Lee from the DG Super Play Guild didn't recruit him, Coach Jean said somewhat regretfully. He continued to watch the live broadcast of the small streamer Pei Qianhu with boredom. 10 minutes later, Coach Jean, what a good seedling, what a pity. 20 minutes later, Coach Jean, if he can reply to me again, I will forgive his rudeness. 30 minutes later, Coach Jean, actually, going to Jiangcheng might not be a bad idea. 40 minutes later, Coach Jean, damn it. What authority of the coach? It's all nonsense. Jiangcheng, Imperial Garden. After this wave of training, I must go take a look. 1 hour later, Coach Jean, hey, Xiao Zhang, book me a ticket to Jiangcheng immediately. Yes, I want the next available flight. I know there's training, but what I have to do this time is more important than training. Don't ask so many questions, just book the ticket for me. Inside the Imperial Garden Villa. Ding, question and answer reward. Host, if a diligent coach puts aside his pride to come find you personally and invite you to join his team as a player, would you go? Chin Chen was waiting for the game to start when suddenly the voice of the system popped into his mind. What? Chin Chen was dumbfounded after hearing the system's words. Question and answer reward? What is this? Since he got the system, he had never experienced such a thing. How come there's a question and answer reward now? Why didn't I know about it before? Chin Chen curiously asked. Ding. Report to the host. There are still many things you don't know. Just answer the question. Chin Chen. He was left speechless by the system's retort. It seems that this system has some quirks. Not going. Chin Chen said decisively. Ding. Host, please explain the reason. Chin Chen, there's no reason. I'm not going to play professionally. I absolutely refuse to play professionally. It's not because someone is forcing me. It's not because someone is threatening me. It's because I never dared to think about going pro in the first place. Ding. Detected the host's strong will to survive. Question and answer passed. Ding. To soothe the host's injured soul, the system has decided to give the host a primary consumption rebate experience card. Valid for 3 days. Within 3 days, the total amount of money spent by the host will be refunded, with a final consumption total of 2 to 5 times the amount. Qin was stunned. This is a good thing. Wow, the system is really good. Qin looked at the game screen, recalling the system's words just now, and asked, by the way, I promised you 3 before, how much money did I say I would give you for each game won? Pei Qianhu, $500. What's up, Godfather? $500. Qin voice carried a hint of contemplation. The hearts of Pei Qianhu and the other two tightened. Seeing the boss's expression, could it be that the boss is going to cut their bonuses? As the oldest player, Wangling, who understood human nature, immediately spoke up, we've been playing for so long, to be honest, there have been several games that we won because of the boss's leadership. This bonus is indeed a bit too much. He guessed that Qin seemed to want to reduce their bonuses, so he tactfully gave Qin a way out. Is it too much? Qin asked in return. A bit too much. Pei Qianhu replied cautiously. Yes, it's a bit too much. Shooter Zayasuda also stuttered. Everyone knows very well that the generous dad is offering much more than just money. He pays 500 yuan for playing one game, and there is no one in the entire gaming world who was so generous. Just when everyone was feeling nervous, Qin shouted out, "What more are you talking about? Where is the more? You guys gave up your sleep at night to play games with me, and I feel guilty. Winning one game for 500, too little. Starting from this game, winning one game will give you 5,000. Still one game, one payment. Money loser. Undead. Baking soda. Qin, since you guys are not speaking, you must think I'm giving you too little. Then let's make it even better, add another 5,000. Win one game and I'll give you 10,000. Is that okay? Money loser, generous dad, if we did something wrong, just tell us directly, don't scare us like this. Undead, generous dad, it's our fault, we shouldn't have accepted your 500 yuan red envelope. Even if you give us 100 later, it's fine. We were not sensible just now, please don't take it to heart. Baking soda, generous dad. I will return the extra money to you now, please don't be angry. I am just a student. I am scared. Qin was too lazy to listen to their nonsense. He turned his head and looked at Su Qianqian beside him. Su Qianqian, who had been stunned by Qin's bold move, was even more frightened when she saw Qin's eyes. Qianqian, since I can give them 10,000 for one game, I definitely can't treat you unfairly. For one game, I'll give you 20,000. What do you think? Tears quickly gathered in Su Qianqian's big eyes, her voice trembling. Brother Qin, what did I do wrong? Tell me and I'll fix it right away. Did I make you unhappy by letting my roommates move in? I can make them move out right now. Qin was getting a headache from listening to them. He picked up his phone and made a few taps. Soon, the text message ringtone of Money Loser and the other two rang in the team voice chat. Each person's bank account received 100,000 yuan. I won't waste time talking with you. Let's prepay for 10 games first. Qin said straightforwardly. Because he was worried about the transfer limits of Alipay or WeChat, Qin had already asked them to provide their bank account numbers. After a while, Money Loser, enough said. Generous dad, from now on, you are my godfather. Godfather above all. I bow to you. Bang, bang, bang. 3 sounds came from the team voice chat. Qin was speechless, he didn't even need to look to know that Money Loser must have really bowed down. Initially, when he sent 5 big rockets in Money Loser's live broadcast room, this guy immediately bowed down. In terms of shamelessness, among all the streamers Qin had seen, Money Loser was the top one. Su Qianqian, who was looking at her phone messages, was even more shocked. Her bank account received 200,000 yuan. This means that Qin was not angry at all, nor was he in a bad mood. He just wanted to give away money? Su Qianqian glanced at the silent Qin and didn't dare to ask anything more. She immediately held her phone and waited for the game to start. At this moment, Qin's attention was focused on his own mind. Because of the primary consumption rebate card, a new system panel appeared in his mind. Total spent, 500,000 yuan. According to the previous system explanation, after 3 days, the accumulated total spending would have a chance of 2 to 5 times the critical hit. Qin silently praised the system in his heart. For these 3 days, he had to focus on ranking up and had no time to earn money by taking heads. This rebate card from the system had increased his income for these 3 days. The game continued. With the financial boost from Qin just now, his teammates all entered a high-spirited mode. The effect was very obvious. Even the small streamer Money Loser directly ended his live broadcast. At this rate, what's the point of continuing the live stream? For these 3 days, as long as you hold on to the thigh of your godfather, you will definitely make a big profit. The adoptive father is still more than 40 stars away from reaching the Glory King rank. According to the current rate given by the adoptive father, he can earn at least 400,000 yuan just by playing games with others. 400,000. He has to rely on his own live streaming, not sure when he can earn it. Stop. Don't hurt my father. Adoptive father. Come and collect the heads here. How dare you? Trying to harm my father. Akai on the opposite side, you're finished. This round will make you doubt your life. In the game voice chat, the money-losing tiger who has completely immersed himself in the role is unable to extricate himself. The undead and Zayasuda are also using all their lifelong skills. Not for anything else, just to make the rich dad happy and joyful. Can money buy happiness? No. But if you have money, others will try their best to make you happy. It's just that simple. 4 hours have passed in the blink of an eye. Just as a game ended and Qin Shen was about to start another one, the money-losing tiger suddenly left the team. Money-losing tiger. What's going on? Qin Shen asked with a frown. Adoptive father. I was forced offline in the game. I played this account for a while during the day, and the anti-addiction time limit has been reached. The money-losing tiger hurriedly explained in the voice chat. Rich dad, I played at noon too, and now I'm getting the anti-addiction prompt. Zayasuda also weakly said. Alright. Qin Shen stretched lazily. Adoptive father, how about I find a few more accounts and we continue playing? The money-losing tiger suggested. Qin Shen looked at Su Chanshan, who was rubbing her eyes. After playing for 4 hours straight, Su Chanshan was clearly a bit tired. Not only Su Chanshan, but in the last 2 rounds, he could feel that everyone's performance was not as enthusiastic as before. Now, he was the only one still full of energy. If they continued playing, they might lose their winning streak. Let's call it a day. Everyone rest, we'll continue tomorrow morning. Qin Shen said. Okay. Adoptive father, just shake me on WeChat when you want to play tomorrow morning. The money-losing tiger immediately said. Rich dad, you gave us 100,000, but we only played 8 rounds, so let's transfer the remaining 20,000 to you first? The undead quickly reminded. I forgot in the excitement. Rich dad, we'll transfer the remaining 20,000 directly to your bank card. Zayasuda also followed suit. Qin Shen waved his hand. No need. Consider it as your extra bonus for today, keep it. We'll start fresh tomorrow. Money-losing tiger. The undead. Zayasuda. Thank you, adoptive father. Thank you, rich dad. Thank you, rich dad. The excited voices of the 3 trembled, especially the undead. As a former professional player, he had seen wealthy people before. But compared to the rich dad in front of him, his generosity was unprecedented. It was the first time he had seen such a person. This is what a rich dad is like. Compared to the rich dad, the wealthy people he had seen before were just country bumpkins. Shanshan, are you tired? Qin Shan reached out and brushed Su Chanshan's hair. Su Chanshan blushed and nodded. After playing for 4 hours straight, she was indeed a bit tired. Qin Shan, can I go rest now? Su Chanshan asked with a yawn. No. Su Chanshan. Rest later. Go wash up first, accompany me to play. Qin Shan raised an eyebrow. Su Chanshan suddenly felt wide awake. Wash up first? Accompany him to play? What was he implying? Play? She hesitantly looked at Qin Shen. Qin Shen, yes. Let's go out to play. Su Chanshan was surprised. Go out to play? Qin Shen looked at Su Chanshan's reaction in surprise. Seeing her blushing face, Qin Shen finally realized what he had said. He reached out and pulled Su Chanshan into his arms, then gave a slap to a sensitive area behind her. You little girl. What are you thinking about? I'm talking about going out for a walk, changing your mindset. Come on. Explain to me, what do you understand by going out to play? Su Chanshan was patted, screamed coquettishly, trying to break free, but found that Qin Shen was very strong, and she couldn't break free at all. At this moment, she was so embarrassed. She actually misunderstood just now. She thought that when brother Qin Shen said to go out and play, it meant, blame it on her roommates. They were always racing and telling jokes in the dormitory. She couldn't help but be influenced. That's why the big joke just happened. Qin Shen felt the soft body of the beauty in his arms, as well as the faint fragrance that entered his nose, and his heart gradually heated up. He freed up one hand, arrogantly lifted Su Chanshan's chin, and then indisputably leaned in. Soft, cold, fragrant. And that slight trembling made Qin Shen extremely satisfied, with endless aftertaste. Oh my! Are you not avoiding people anymore? Envious. Can't get rid of it or destroy it. The sense of substitution is so strong, my body has already started to soften. A few screams came. Su Chanshan's 3 roommates finally came out of the entertainment gym. Because there were too many fun things in the entertainment gym, the girls forgot about the time inside. But they didn't expect to see such a scene as soon as they came out. Su Chanxian blushed and quickly escaped from Qin Shen's embrace, biting her lip lightly, her eyes in a panic. Little brother, you've hit the jackpot. This is our Chanxian's first kiss. Little brother, my first kiss is here too, do you want it? And mine is here too. Qin Shen looked at the mischievous girls, his mouth curved, then come. Line up one by one. I won't refuse anyone. No. Suddenly Su Chanxian stood up, raised her hands in front of Qin Shen. Her little face was full of anger as she glared at her little sisters. Ha, look how nervous Chanxian is. Little brother, our Chanxian has really fallen for you. She's already starting to protect you. The roommates laughed together. Su Chanxian finally realized that they were doing it on purpose, feeling extremely embarrassed. Alright, stop messing around. You guys hurry up and get ready, we'll go to the night market later. I'm in a good mood today, I'll take you shopping. In order not to keep Qin Shen waiting for too long, Su Chanxian and her 4 friends went into the bathroom together. The 4 girls, like flowers, in the bathroom, their chirping laughter mixed with the sound of running water, creating a melodious tune. This made Qin Shen, who was waiting in the living room, feel a bit restless for no reason. People are really jealous of others. Shanxian's beautiful face is one thing, but her figure is also so good. Yeah, I can't help but want to pounce on her when I see her. Shanxian, tell us the truth, has the little brother seen it before? Put. What nonsense are you guys talking about? Half an hour later, the 4 girls came out of the bathroom after dressing up. Whether it was because of the steam in the bathroom or something else, the blush on Su Chanxian's pretty face didn't fade for a long time. The 4 girls in short skirts truly exuded a youthful vibe everywhere they went. Ahem. Let's go. Qin Shen suppressed the fire in his heart, took the keys to the Land Rover, and led the 4 of them straight to the largest night market in the city. In about 10 minutes, they arrived at their destination. Although it was already 11 o'clock at night, for the night market, it was just the beginning of business. There were many vendors and even more people shopping, but the most eye-catching among them was a man surrounded by 4 high-value beautiful women. Wherever they went, Qin Shen and his group would attract envious glances from the men around them. Su Chanxian didn't know when she had already taken the initiative to hook her arm around Qin Shen's, following him closely like a bird. Qin Shen scanned the surrounding stalls with his eyes. He brought Su Chanxian and the others out to shop, but it was to make money. The 3-day consumption rebate card cannot be wasted. However, he hasn't seen anything worth buying yet. Wow! The Kanto stew smells so good. Do you want some? Liang Jiajiu sniffed and asked excitedly. It smells so good. I want some too. I want some too. The other 2 roommates were also captivated by the fragrance. Su Chanxian, I won't eat. I want to lose weight. Ah, this is outrageous. Chanxian, you're already so thin and you still want to lose weight, then what about us? Liang Jiajiu and the other 2 roommates gave Su Chanxian a disdainful look and went to the Kanto stew stall together. Qin Shen didn't wait for them and continued walking around. Suddenly, he walked to an ATM machine and his heart stirred. To be honest, since he had the system, he had made a lot of money, but it was all in bank card numbers, and he hadn't touched real money yet. Chanxian, wait for me, I'll get some pocket money. Once this thought came to mind, Qin Shen couldn't hold back. Su Chanxian waited beside him as Qin Shen went into the ATM booth alone. After a while, Chanxian, do you have a plastic bag in your bag? Su Chanxian was stunned. A plastic bag? Which girl would carry a plastic bag in her beautiful purse? Qin Shen, well, I withdrew a lot and can't carry it by hand. Go to the nearby stall and ask for a black plastic bag. Su Chanxian was used to Qin Shen's bold actions and quickly came to her senses, then went to the nearby stall as Qin Shen suggested and got a plastic bag. After waiting for a while, Qin Shen came out carrying a large black plastic bag full of money. Su Chanxian was stunned. Looking at the big black plastic bag almost bursting, how much money did Qin Shen withdraw? What happened to getting some pocket money? This is enough to make a down payment on a house in the suburbs. And she remembered that the ATM machine could only withdraw a maximum of 20,000 in a day, right? The money in Qin Shen's bag, at first glance, must be at least 300,000 or more. Could it be that Qin Shen used the legendary most prestigious black card from the bank? Although Su Chanxian was full of doubts, she also knew that this was Qin Feng's private matter and didn't ask further. Qin Shen, carrying the bag full of money, was all smiles. The system is great. Really great. Initially, he thought he could only withdraw up to 20,000. Who knew the system told him that his bank card could withdraw unlimited amounts? Qin Shen was also shocked at first, but thinking that the system could quietly transfer tens of millions to his bank card, this bold move seemed normal. In the end, Qin Shen withdrew 320,000. If it wasn't for the fact that there was too much money to carry, he was planning to withdraw $1 million. Then he would scatter it on the bed and experience a bit of the madness of capitalism. How can you do this? There's no such pricing. You're deliberately cheating. Suddenly, an angry shout was heard not far away. Qin Shen turned to look. It was Liang Jiajiao's voice. Qin Shen, Jiajiao seems to be in trouble. Let's go check it out quickly. Su Chanxian also noticed. The two of them quickly walked over. I'll pay for how much I bought. I'll tell you, if you dare to cheat us, I'll call the police right away. Liang Jiajiao's voice was full of anger. I'm pricing it clearly. Little girl, you don't need to argue with me. Anyway, if you don't pay enough, you won't leave today. A woman in her 40s with an apron blocked the way of Liang Jiajiao and her two friends. What's going on? Qin Shen walked in. Little brother, Qianqian. Seeing Qin Shen and Su Chanxian, Liang Jiajiao and her two friends had red eyes with grievances and explained the whole story. It turned out that the three of them had just wanted to buy Kanto stew, but the business at that Kanto stew shop was too good, with many people queuing up in front. In order not to keep Qin Shen and Su Chanxian waiting, the three of them went to a takoyaki stall without any customers to buy. But after buying, they realized why the neighboring stall was full of customers, while this one had no one. Because this stall was a scam. Vegetable skewer 1 yuan. Meat skewer 2 yuan. The prices were clearly marked, but in between the 1 yuan and 2 yuan on the price list, there was a small zero. When it came time to pay, the lady told them that a vegetable skewer was 10 yuan, and a meat skewer was 20 yuan. Liang Jiajiao and the others bought more than 20 vegetable skewers and a few meat skewers, and the lady wanted over 300 yuan. It was clearly a scam, and Liang Jiajiao and the others naturally refused. You think you're something special? Let me tell you, the takoyaki at my place is made from a secret recipe, and it's worth that price. I'm right no matter where I go, the lady said in a threatening manner. Why don't you price it properly? Why is that zero written so small? You're deliberately scamming people. Liang Jiajiao retorted. Blame your own eyesight. So poor, who told you to come out shopping? Let me tell you, there are no refunds for my products. If you don't pay today, no one is leaving, the lady said fiercely. Many onlookers gathered around, but the lady seemed unfazed, as if she was used to it. Qin Shen, let's call the police. Su Chanxian was also very angry. Qin Shen shook his head. This kind of thing was an economic dispute, and that lady seemed difficult to deal with. She insisted that her takoyaki was a special secret recipe, so calling the police would be useless. And, dealing with such a person, calling the police, would be too lenient. Young man, just give her the money. Consider it a lesson learned. Be more cautious when going out in the future. Ah, this is the fourth person to be scammed this week. Someone called the police before, but even when the police came, there was nothing they could do. Her behavior falls into a legal gray area, and she relies on her age to be difficult to deal with. Anyway, whoever encounters her is unlucky. Among the onlookers, many people started gossiping. Obviously, this lady was a repeat offender. People in the vicinity were familiar with her. TSK, with a few beautiful women, can't even come up with 300 yuan? Beauty, can I add you on WeChat? I'll help you pay. Why is it that the good cabbage is always picked by pigs, except for his face? Where am I lacking? There were also many young people who, seeing Su Chanxian and the others' looks, became envious and started talking nonsense. Young man, everyone said it, you go out with so many beautiful women, surely you can't even have 300 yuan on you. Give me the money, you guys can go play, the lady won't stop you. The lady also joined in the rhythm. Why should I give it to you? Even if I have money, I won't give it to you. Liang Jiajiao said angrily. Oh, young man, you look so handsome, could it be that you're a gigolo, not even having 300 yuan in your pocket? The lady was already a shrewd person, catching Qin Shen and not letting go. With so many people around, she cornered Qin Shen, a young man of his age, probably had to pay up for the sake of face. Qin Shen looked up at the lady, a hint of a cold smile in his eyes. How could he not know the tricks of this shrewd lady? But, trying to trick me? Lady, you're still too inexperienced. Ahem, lady, you just said your takoyaki is a secret recipe? Qin Shen finally spoke up. Yes, it's our family's unique secret recipe. Let me tell you, one skewer for 10 yuan, I'm selling at a loss, the lady said without batting an eye. Qin Shen walked up to the stall and took a sniff. Don't say, it does have a bit of a unique secret recipe smell. The lady's eyes lit up, everyone heard it. This young man himself said he recognizes my takoyaki as a unique secret recipe. So, young man, pay up quickly. The onlookers shook their heads. Ah, he looks pretty good, but he's a fool. I guess he's been scammed, knowing he can't escape, deliberately saving face in front of his female companion. This kind of person has 4 beautiful women around him. I can't understand. Auntie, don't be in a hurry. Qin Shen ignored the voices outside. You quickly give me the money, don't delay my business. I won't delay you from going out with beautiful women. Auntie impatiently said. Auntie, I think your secret method is really good. Especially good. What I want to say is, a string of 10 yuan, 20 yuan, is selling too low. Qin Shen said softly. Auntie was stunned, not knowing what Qin Shen meant by this. Just by smelling it just now, I think you're losing money even with a string of 100. Auntie suddenly widened her eyes, grabbed Qin Shen and said, everyone heard it, he said a string of 100 himself. They ordered a total of 35 strings. I can't even separate the lean meat, a total of 3,500 yuan. As a scammer auntie, Qin Shen, like this, was a rare fool for her. The surrounding crowd listened with buzzing brains. This young man is probably a fool, and he even thinks the scam is too little, rushing to deliver it? Everyone was powerless to comment. Liang Jiajiu and the 3 girls were about to speak, but Su Chanxian stopped them. Su Chanxian understood Qin Shen better than them. Although her Qin Shen brother likes to give money to people, he is not someone who can be taken advantage of. Although she still doesn't know what Qin Shen brother means now. Auntie, you're so excited, it means I set the price too low. How about this? I'll give you 1,000 for a string, is that okay? Qin Shen said kindly. Auntie was stunned, looking at Qin Shen's kind smile. For some reason, she suddenly felt a little cold inside. I don't want a string for 1,000. I want 3,500 now. You give me 3,500, and we're done with this. Auntie regained her composure and said. A string for 1,000 was already unrealistic to her. Auntie, you have to be reasonable. Qin Shen persuaded earnestly. Look at you, at such an old age, still doing business outside. Everyone else in your family must have died, right? Look at you, so lonely and hardworking. I'm really considering you. A string for 1,000 is actually too low. Let me tell you, a string for 10,000 is the way to go. Do you think what I'm saying makes sense? Auntie was stunned by Qin Shen's words, and she was so shocked that she ignored Qin Shen's earlier insult to her family. In the meantime, this young man in front of her had raised her price from 10 yuan to 10,000. If he really wanted to give a string for 10,000, he must be a fool. But looking at the cold smile in the eyes of this young man in front of her, how could he be a fool? The onlookers around, at this moment, also began to rethink. It seems that this young man is about to make a big move. You brat! Is all this talk useful? I'm asking you, do you have money? If you have money, do you think I wouldn't dare to take your money for a string of 10,000? Auntie forcefully shouted to calm down. Qin Shen smiled, brushed off Auntie's hand holding his clothes, and calmly walked to Auntie's stall and sat down. He threw the big black plastic bag in his hand onto the table. Qian, count the strings. Qin Shen's majestic voice made the surroundings quiet down. Su Chanxian took the odin from Liang Jiajiu and the other's hands. 1. Su Chanxian took out a stick and placed it on the table. Snap! A loud sound. Qin Shen took out a stack of red banknotes from the plastic bag, without counting, and slammed them on the table. Not far away, that auntie's face suddenly changed when she saw the stack of red banknotes. 2. Su Chanxian continued to count. Snap! Another stack of red banknotes fell on the table. 3. Snap! 4. Snap! In front of the stall, the middle-aged woman looked at the table full of money, with no sign of happiness, but her legs started to tremble. She looked at the young man, fear already present in her eyes. She may be a bad person, but she is not stupid. The black plastic bag in the young man's hand was filled with money. Is money a good thing? Of course, it is a good thing, but she dared not take it now. It was quiet all around, even the passers-by dared not make noise. Only the sound of Su Chanxian counting, and the sound of red banknotes hitting the table. 30. Su Chanxian continued to count. But Qin Shen did not count the money, he just took a stack, and now there was no money left in the black plastic bag. Qin Shen patted himself and took out his bank card, then apologized. Auntie, I'm really sorry, I didn't bring enough cash. Look, I still have over 6 million in this card. Suddenly, his tone changed, with a hint of coldness. How about you take it all? After Qin Shen finished speaking, it was silent all around. The young people who had mocked Qin Shen for not being able to produce money now had their eyes wide open. At this moment, they finally understood why this man was surrounded by 4 beautiful women. It turned out that he was not only handsome but also very rich. Wow, this money is enough to be sentenced, right? 10,000 per bundle, it must be enough. This guy is a bit ruthless. If he scatters this money, if that aunt dares to take it, she will definitely go to jail. The police won't care about economic disputes, but they won't let go of fraud and extortion. She dares to take it. Do you know what car this guy drives? We just passed by, and I happened to see that he was driving a Land Rover. Forget about him driving a Land Rover, just this bag of money is worth at least 300,000 in cash. If that old lady doesn't have a chamber pot hanging around her neck, she wouldn't dare take it. Unless she wants to see the sun rise tomorrow. Forget about her not daring, I wouldn't dare either. Damn! Turns out he's a second-generation rich kid. No wonder he's surrounded by so many beautiful women. It all makes sense now. After a while, various whispers started around. Auntie? Qin spoke up, calling out to the stall's middle-aged woman who was completely dumbfounded. The woman snapped out of it, turned to look at Qin, her eyes full of fear. She heard all the discussions around her. Her legs were already trembling, and now her heart was about to jump out of her chest. Can she afford to provoke someone who can carry over 30,000 in cash and has over 6 million in the bank? When facing the police or urban management, she dares to make a scene. But when facing a wealthy and overbearing person, she doesn't want to court death. And the young man in front of her was even more overbearing than the wealthy. Young man. The middle-aged woman's voice dropped by 8 degrees. You said not to talk so much nonsense just now, right? Now you don't need to say so much nonsense. Come, take all this money on the table, it's all yours. You were so tough when you were extorting the little girl, why don't you come and take it now? Qin's eyes were full of playful smiles, smiling like that, but it made the middle-aged woman's legs go weak, and she fell to the ground with a thud, knocking over her stall. Disgusting. Qin stood up, scooped up all the money into the bag, and handed it to Su Chanshan. Then, he put his arm around Su Chanshan's waist and walked away. After this incident, the middle-aged woman would probably have a psychological shadow when trying to scam people in the future. Qin achieved his goal, the woman was exposed as a scammer, but he couldn't kill her in front of so many people. As the saying goes, things that can be settled with money are trivial matters, not worth worrying about. The crowd automatically made way for Qin as he calmly left. Humph, if you want money, our little brother has plenty of money. Why didn't you dare to take it? Humph, the smelly old lady, our little brother at home is kind-hearted. If you dare to cheat people again in the future, I'll make sure you regret it. If you see our little brother in the future, take a detour. Today, you're lucky, some people are not to be messed with. After Liang Jiejiao's 3 daughters scolded the pale-faced old lady who collapsed on the ground, they happily chased after each other holding hands. Little brother, the way you paid to scare that old lady was so cool. After Liang Jiejiao's 3 daughters caught up, they looked at Qin with stars in their eyes. Being cheated by that kind of old lady is truly despairing. When Qin came over, they were worried that the little brother would lose his temper and smash the old lady's stall directly. Unexpectedly, the little brother just paid the money and scared the old lady to the ground. The way wealthy people deal with troublesome old people is so high-end and classy. The haze in their hearts just disappeared, and the laughter and joy of the 4 girls spread again, making countless men envious. At this moment, not far ahead of Qin and the others, brothers, this boss doesn't know me, haha, let's make him know us today. 2 chubby men with tattoos all over their arms, excitedly said to the phone on a selfie stick broadcasting screen. The name of the live broadcast room on the screen is Hauga and Howdy Outdoor Ring Toss. These 2 tattooed chubby guys are Hauga and Howdy, 2 brothers. Ring toss. It is a common small business model for outdoor entertainment. The merchant sets up prizes in a vacant area, and customers who buy the ring toss get the prize they land on. Usually, it's 10 yuan for 5 rings, with a certain probability of winning. The merchant may also have additional rewards. These 2 tattooed brothers, with their superb ring toss skills, started live outdoor broadcasts and quickly attracted hundreds of thousands of fans on the Douyin platform. Now, in every outdoor live broadcast, they are looking for ring toss stalls, in their words, to teach the small stall owners a lesson. In the comments section of the live broadcast room at this moment, he doesn't even know me, Hauga and Howdy. Let's teach him a lesson. Hauga, Howdy. I can't wait to see his expression after you take all his prizes. +1. Hauga, make your move. The audience in the live broadcast room is clearly more excited than the 2 hosts. It's as if they have come out of the screen to teach the small boss a lesson. The 2 tattooed men looked at the rolling comments in the live broadcast room, as well as the influx of new viewers, and were extremely excited. Tonight's live broadcast, it looks like they can earn at least several thousand or tens of thousands. They used to do ring toss in one area, which made their fans tired of it. Now in a new place where the small boss doesn't know them, the audience is waiting for them to embarrass the 2 of them, so the live broadcast effect is particularly good. Boss, I'll give you one last chance. Are you sure you don't know us, Hauga and Howdy? We have hundreds of thousands of fans. The lead Hauga stepped forward, and with a strong aura and a sense of superiority, he said, The boss is a man in his 50s, he looked blankly at the two tattooed men. He didn't know who Hauge and Howdy were, let alone what fans were, but as a businessman who wanders around to make a living, he has seen too many people and instinctively felt that these two were not good people. Ha ha, brothers. You see, this boss really doesn't know us. Let's teach him a lesson right away. Old man, give me 100 yuan worth of rings. When the old man heard that he had a big customer who wanted 100 yuan worth of rings, he didn't think too much and was about to get the rings, but a few young men who knew the situation came forward and whispered something to him. Old man, these two are famous, they are the ring toss kings. They can hit 80 out of 100 rings. If you do business with them, you'll have to close today. The old man was stunned. He already felt that these two were not good people. As soon as he heard the young man's words, he put down the loop in his hand. If 100 loops could catch 80, he would lose all his small business. Kid, what nonsense are you talking about? Get out of here quickly, don't delay Hauge's loop catching. After Hauge heard this, he directly pushed the young man who had informed the old man out. Two young men, are you really the kings of loop catching? The old man asked in confusion. Yes, sir, you just said you don't know us, then we can only let you see. Right, brothers? Hauge shouted into his phone. The old man looked puzzled. Two young men. In the rules of the rivers and lakes, there are no gentlemen who do not support artists. Since you are in this line of work, coming in to disrupt our business is really not appropriate. Hauge waved his hand. What nonsense are you talking about, old man? I don't understand. I know you are doing business, I am a customer. Do you know that the customer is God? Exactly. We are here to spend money, not to listen to your nonsense. I put 100 yuan here, give me 50 loops quickly. Stop dawdling. Howdy also said. Two young men. If you continue like this, it really goes against the rules of the rivers and lakes. What benefit is there for you to disrupt our business? The old man was so anxious that he didn't dare to take the 100 yuan. What rules of the rivers and lakes? This is a new society now. What rules of the rivers and lakes are there? Don't argue with us. Let me tell you, since you are doing business, when a customer comes, you cannot refuse. Otherwise, I will report your stall. Hauge threatened. They wouldn't tell the old man the benefits. They didn't care about the junk on the old man's stall. They wanted the live streaming effect and income. In the end, under the threat of reporting the stall, the old man reluctantly brought out 50 loops. Then Hauge held the loops, Howdy held the phone and started live streaming. Guys, do you see anything valuable on the old man's stall? Let's show our skills with the first loop. Hauge shouted into the live streaming room. There's nothing valuable, just a pile of junk. Hauge, quickly destroy his stall. Don't be so harsh. The old man sells each loop for 2 yuan, so what? Do we need to give him a bottle of Mao Tai? Destroy it. Destroy his stall. I can't wait to see the despair on the old man's face. Don't go too far. The old man is also not easy. Hauge, show some mercy. Damn it. Why are there still white knights in the live streaming room? Is the management dead? Leave. It's really like what kind of streamer? What kind of fans? Each one is so aggressive, probably around 17 years old, second year adolescence. I'm young and proud, a bunch of dead white knights. Hauge, quickly destroy this old man's stall, so he will never dare to set up a stall again in his life. Ha ha, as long as I enjoy watching, gifts are inevitable. The comments in the live streaming room were rolling faster and faster. Hauge saw that the live streaming effect was good, so he no longer teased the audience and started catching loops. At this moment, in the crowd, Xin Chen crossed his hands in front of his chest, Su Chanqian quietly hooked his arm, and curious Liang Jiaozhou and 3 other women were watching the excitement. Just now, Hauge and the others made quite a scene to get the old man to catch loops. Xin Chen and the others happened to walk over and curiously came to watch. Brother Qin Chen, these two are a bit too much. Su Chanqian was a bit angry. They had seen the scene just now, and everyone was young, so with a quick search online, they could see the live streaming information of these two anchors, as well as their previous videos. From the online videos, these two had caused trouble for many loop-catching stalls. Later, the stall owners saw them and directly sent cigarettes and gifts to avoid being harmed by them. They became famous to them and exciting to the audience. But for those stall owners who can only make a living by setting up stalls, it is a bitter experience. Xin Chen shook his head slightly. The deformity of the live streaming industry now, even the last bit of dignity of the weak is being squeezed. Brothers, how about it? Has Hauge's skills not declined? Ha ha. Soon, Hauge's laughter came from the stall. He hit 35 out of 50 rings. Not only did he take all the rings he hit, but he also got prizes. Old man, set up the stall quickly. Another 100 bucks. Hauge was in high spirits, shouted at the stall owner, and wanted to buy more rings. "Young man, I really can't sell this. Please spare me. I beg you." The old man kept bowing with his hands together. The prizes for hitting the rings vary in price, but to attract customers, they usually don't include low-quality items. Each one costs at least $5, some even over $100. Their business is all about volume. The chances of an ordinary person hitting a ring for $10 are very low. But just now, Hauge hit 35 out of 50 rings. When you calculate the cost, he would lose over $200. Not to mention the expensive prizes. Altogether, he lost nearly $300. If he continues, he might end up working for nothing for the next half month. Don't give me so much nonsense. Do you still want to do business? Do you really think I won't report you? Let me tell you, my brothers in the live stream room are not satisfied. Even if the God of heaven comes today, I must hit the rings. I must make our brothers happy. Right, brothers? Hauge and his companion continued to intimidate. Yes. Shut down this old man's stall. That's today's goal. I want to see the old man kneel down and beg Hauge. Ha ha ha. Hauge, keep going after him. Make him remember the Hauge army forever. The live stream room was boiling. The stall owner had no choice but to take another $100 worth of rings. Hauge continued to perform well, hitting 33 out of 50 rings. Countless gifts flew in the live stream room. Hauge and his companion were all smiles. "Old man, another 100. 2 sirs. I'm closing the stall." "I'm sorry, can I close it?" The old man started packing up. "No, whether you close the stall or not, it's not up to you. I've thrown money in front of you. You must give me the rings." Hauge and his companion forcefully stopped the old man from closing the stall. It was the peak time of popularity in the live stream room. How could they let the old man close the stall? If the stall closes, the live stream's popularity will drop, causing a significant loss. With a thud, the old man knelt on the ground. "Two young sirs, we have no grudges. Please don't be so ruthless. I've already lost over 600. Our small business has been in vain for half a month. Stop talking nonsense. You are doing business, so you must follow the rules of doing business. Quickly give us the rings." Hauge and his companion didn't care at all. Onlookers sighed, some were angry, but no one stepped forward to stop them. It's none of their business, and the streamer has hundreds of thousands of fans. No one wants to cause trouble. "Hey, are you two going too far? How can you bully people like this?" Suddenly, a voice of rebuke rang out. Hauge and his companion turned around and their eyes lit up instantly. Su Chanshan glared disdainfully at the two streamers, then walked up to help the old man up. Qinshen scratched his head, feeling a bit overwhelmed. He hadn't realized that Su Chanshan was also a feisty person. Stand up against injustice. You make an old man of this age kneel down. Aren't you afraid of shortening his life? Su Chanshan said angrily. Hauge and his companion were stunned. This little girl is really something. "Little sister, you're not right. It's not like we made this old man kneel." Hauge chuckled and began to imagine how to get the WeChat ID using his identity as a live streamer. "It's all because of you. What kind of customers are you, showing off in front of the elderly? Also, who is your sister? Don't call me that. Disgusting." Su Chanshan retorted unhappily. "Exactly. If you have the ability, go bully young people. Bullying the elderly is nothing to be proud of." Liang Jiaojiu and the others surrounded Su Chanshan in the middle. Hauge and Howdy's faces turned ugly. With so many fans in the live stream room watching and so many people surrounding them on the street, Su Chanshan scolded them for being disgusting, saying that their status as big streamers was disgraceful. "Little girl, how can you speak like that? We are outdoor streamers, this is our legitimate job. And besides, we are not paying. Relying on your abilities to bully people has become a legitimate job? You have a big face." Su Chanshan and the others continued to confront them without backing down. While they were arguing here, they didn't notice that Qin Shen had wandered to a corner of the stall at some point. He picked up the ring toss game that the old man hadn't had a chance to clean up yet and casually threw one out. Then he threw out a second one, a third one, a fourth one, a fifth one. After throwing 5 rings, Qin Shen nodded, clapped his hands, and walked towards the arguing group. "It's no use for anyone to come. We are legitimate paying customers. We must play the ring toss today. Brothers, sorry, we encountered a few sanctimonious women. It's a small issue. Everyone, don't leave. We'll be able to continue playing the ring toss soon." Hauge and Howdy tried to stabilize the fans in the live stream room while also trying to forcefully drive Su Chanshan and her friends out. Just as Hauge and Howdy were about to push people, a hand suddenly reached out and gently pushed them aside. Qin Shen entered the scene. "Kid, What are you doing? Trying to fight? Facing several beautiful women, Hauga and Howdy could remain calm and composed. But when facing a man, they didn't have as much patience. 2 big shots. I'm your fan, Shin Shen said with a smile. Our fan? Hauga and Howdy looked at each other, full of suspicion. Shin Shen, yes. I've been following you on Douyin for a long time. I'm your diehard fan. So you're a Douyin buddy. Almost misunderstood. Buddy, do you want an autograph? If you send a 6 yuan gift in the live stream room, we'll give you an autograph. When Shin Shen heard this, his mouth twitched, almost unable to resist going up and slapping them. These two really think highly of themselves. Giving an autograph for 6 yuan? They have a big face. 2 big shots. You may have misunderstood. It's like this. Ever since I watched your live stream, I've been practicing my ring toss skills. Now my ring toss skills are pretty good, and I've always wanted to challenge you. I didn't expect to meet you here by chance. Shin Shen said eagerly. Challenge us? Are you here for a showdown? Hauga looked Shin Shen up and down. That's the idea. Shin Shen nodded. Oh, brothers, the main event is here. Hauga unexpectedly encountered someone who wants to challenge him outdoors. Howdy took out his phone, immediately realizing that this was a live streaming hot topic, and started promoting it on his phone. Brothers, send gifts. Get ready for a show. Someone dares to challenge our Hauga. It's truly a diverse world. Someone wants to challenge Hauga. The world of flowers is enchanting. Without strength, don't show off. Hauga has yet to encounter an opponent in the ring toss world. Young man, don't regret it later. Susan and others have already seen Shin Shen's tricks. When Shin Shen claimed that these two were his fans, they understood that he was trying to deceive them, so they all silently stepped aside. Old man, don't panic. You just need to provide us with the ring. We don't want anything from the winnings. But you can't charge for the ring either. We'll just consider it borrowing your space. How about that, okay? Brother Hao said to the elderly stall owner next to him in a generous tone. After some thought, the elderly man nodded. If he didn't agree, these two would definitely continue to deceive him with the ring. It was better to just lend them the space. Brother, ahem. Suddenly, Brother Hao winked. Brother Hao immediately understood and cleared his throat, saying, Brother, since we're competing, there has to be some stakes. Otherwise, it's not interesting. Shin Shen chuckled to himself, still thinking about how to lure the two in, not expecting to have walked right into their trap. However, he put on a puzzled expression and asked, Stakes? What does that mean? This is the rule of fighting in the arena. The loser has to pay a price. After all, you are the challenger, why should we accept your challenge without stakes? Brother Hao earnestly made up nonsense. We're just playing around, why make it so formal? Shin Shen continued to ask with a puzzled expression. Of course. If you were playing with an ordinary person, that's fine. But Brother Hao is a big live streamer with hundreds of thousands of fans. Time is valuable, so there must be stakes. Brother Hao saw Shin Shen's confused look and felt delighted. It seemed like he had encountered a clueless newbie, and he might even make some money off of him. So how do we determine the stakes? Shin Shen asked. Based on my number of fans and the rules of our industry. If I win, you either have to give me a 2,000 reward in the live stream, or give me a 1,000 red envelope. Why are they different? Of course they're different. There are shares in the live stream, so I can only get half. So I'll only get $1,000. Do you understand now? Brother Hao explained. I see. Shin Shen looked as if he had just realized. Young man, since you agreed, let's get started. Brother Hao was eager to begin. Hold on. Big brother, you haven't said, what if you lose? What's your stake? Shin Shen asked. If I lose? Ha ha, do you really think you can beat me? Brother Hao laughed. Shin Shen smiled and waited for his response. Then I'll also give you 1,000. How about that? Brother Hao sneered. Wait. Shin Shen spoke up again. Kid, are you coming or not? My viewers in the live stream can't wait. Brother Hao's brother complained impatiently. Shin Shen smiled and said, Of course I'm coming. But I think the stakes are a bit low. They don't match the status of big streamers like you. Are you trying to raise the stakes? Brother Hao's eyes lit up. As the saying goes, he was not afraid of anyone when it came to this trick of deceiving with the ring. Can I raise the stakes? Shin Shen asked weakly. Yes, of course. Very well. Brother Hao was excited. Just now, he mentioned a 1,000 red envelope, fearing it might scare the person away. But this guy wasn't afraid of death. He even wanted to raise the stakes. Alright, let's do this. Let's set 20 rings. Each one is worth 100. After determining the winner, the loser will pay the winner 2,000 directly. How does that sound? Shin Shen said. Friend, you said it yourself. Brother Hao beamed with joy. His brother, fearing that Qin Shen might change his mind, quickly handed him the rings that had already been counted. Brother, go ahead. Brother Hao immediately understood and went forward to start the game. In the end, out of 20 rings, he got 16. This result, Hauge is very satisfied, better than the performance of the two just now. Friend, it's your turn. Qin Shen took the stage. The people around gathered closer to watch the excitement. Then Qin Shen threw the first one. Missed. The second one. Missed. The third one. Still missed. The fourth one. Still missed. The fifth one. Also missed. The outcome is clear. Hauge and Howdy almost couldn't help but laugh on the side. How dare this person challenge them with this technique? WeChat payment. Qin Shen paid directly. Brothers, Hauge is awesome, right? Let's give Hauge some gifts to encourage him. Howdy continued to beg in the live broadcast room. Young man is straightforward. But this ring technique. Hauge smiled happily after receiving the money. Qin Shen looked frustrated. Why is my touch suddenly not good? I practiced so well before. Hauge suggested, brother, I think it might be a state issue for you just now. How about we play another round according to the rules of the last round? Qin Shen asked, can we play another round? Of course. I've been playing ring toss for so long, I can see right away what was wrong with your state just now. Really? Hauge said sincerely. Yes. Young man, let me tell you. My brother is an old hand in the ring toss world, his eyesight is super accurate. If you play another round, you might be able to break even. Howdy also joined in the persuasion. Alright, let's play another round. Qin Shen looked determined to turn the tables. In the second round, same rules as last time. Hauge took the first shot again. 20 rings. He hit 14. Qin Shen hit the first ring, then missed the next 7 in a row. The outcome was clear. WeChat transfer. Qin Shen shook his head with a bitter smile. Brother, did you see that? You were in good form at the beginning of this round, but then you lost it. Hauge took the money and immediately started playing the role of a guiding expert. Qin Shen looked puzzled. Is that so? Hauge immediately perked up. Really? Can I lie to you? You are my loyal fan. I can't lie to my loyal fans. Howdy added, brother, what my brother said is true. If you don't believe it, play another round with my brother. You'll understand after another round. At this moment, in the crowd, this young man looks normal. How can he not see through the scam? Must be not very smart. Easy money. Serves him right. Did you see his face? Handsome, right. Let me tell you, don't envy him. This is what you get for using your brain. Oh my, isn't that the guy from earlier? Indeed, easy money for the foolish. Shoo, just watch the show. Don't say too much. He's so rich, he deserves to be scammed. Why do I feel like this big shot is baiting someone? Liang Jiaojiu and the other two were also fascinated. Is Qin Shen really falling for it? On the other hand, Su Chanxian remained calm. She could see through the tricks of those two country bumpkin anchors, let alone her brother Qin Shen. It seems that brother Qin Shen is preparing a big move. In the end, under the continuous persuasion of Hauge, Qin Shen played another round. And he lost again. Another 2,000 yuan gone. Hauge and his brother seemed addicted to taking advantage, and were not willing to let Qin Shen leave easily. Brother, trust me. I'm not trying to take your money. Today, I must teach you how to play ring toss. Yes, brother, you can't leave. If you leave, you won't have such a good training opportunity in the future. We're doing this for your own good. Qin Shen was convinced again, and then he lost again. One more round. Qin Shen seemed anxious to win this time. Without Hauge's persuasion, he was hooked on it. Alright. Brother, don't rush. How many rounds do you want to play today? We'll play that many. Hauge was eager for Qin Shen to continue at this moment. The old man next to the booth kept hesitating for a while before speaking to the young man. Young man, they are professionals, you can't compete with them anymore. Even if you compete for money, you will end up with nothing. It's not worth it. What's wrong with you, old man? Who gave you the right to speak? Asking for a beating? Ha! Hauge, who was also winning, immediately showed a fierce look upon hearing this. The old man was blocking his path to wealth. Qin Shen turned to look at the old man at the booth and said, Gentlemen, are you saying that no matter how many rounds I want to play, you will accompany me? Of course. It's fate that we met. We must play to our heart's content. Hauge confirmed. Qin Shen's eyes flashed a hint of a smile, waiting for this exact response. We just played 4 rounds. Let's play another 6 rounds. Let's make it 10 rounds. No one is allowed to leave. After 6 rounds, whether we win or lose, we will call it quits. Let your live stream fans be the witnesses. Alright, Let's play another 6 rounds. Brothers, you bear witness for me. We will play another 6 rounds with this brother, and no one is allowed to leave. We must play all 6 rounds. Rebate immediately announced in the live stream room. At this moment, due to the popularity of the challenge, there were nearly 100,000 people online in their live stream room. With 100,000 viewers as a backing, that fool won't be able to refuse to play. We must play all 6 rounds. That fool's money is as good as gone. Qin Chen, gentlemen, I lost quite a bit just now. Can you take care of me a bit? Let's raise the stakes a bit. Take care. I'll take care a lot. How much do you want to raise the stakes? Hauge was excited. Let's be bold in these 6 rounds. Each round will have 20 rings, and each ring is worth 500. Let's add a big bonus. If all 20 rings are hit, the winnings will be multiplied by 10. Do you dare? There was a gasp from the crowd. This young man was really getting into it. Hauge was stunned for a moment. A ring worth 1,000. That's 10,000 in one round. 6 rounds would be 60,000. Thinking about this, Hauge's breathing became rapid. Brother, you better keep your word. My 100,000 online fans are watching. If you don't pay up when you lose, don't blame me for my fans tracking you down. As for the second half of Qin Chen's statement, hitting all 20 rings, he completely ignored it. Because it's impossible, no one can hit every shot. Gentlemen, what if you lose? Qin Chen asked back. Of course, I'll pay you. 60,000 is nothing to me. I'm just playing with you. Hauge said with a smile, but in reality, he never even considered losing. Qin Chen, what if I hit all 20 rings? 100,000 is not a small amount. Hauge and Howdy looked at each other and almost burst out laughing. This fool really dares to dream. Brother, you can play boldly with me. I promise in front of my 100,000. Now it's 150,000 online fans. As long as you hit all 20 rings in one round, I'll give you 100,000 with both hands. Brother, see this, it's the balance in our bank account, 630,000. What are you worried about? We are such big streamers, who would dare not to pay in front of so many fans. If we don't pay, this account will be ruined. Howdy took out the balance text message from his phone to reassure Qin Chen. The 630,000 is all the income from their streaming account. And what he said was true. They have been running this account for several years. If they really dare not to pay in front of tens of thousands of fans, this account will be directly ruined, and their livelihood will be ruined. Qin Chen nodded in satisfaction. Now he can rest assured. Young man, you. The old man at the booth listened nervously from the side, about to say a few words to advise Qin Chen, but was stared back fiercely by Hauge. Quick, bring the rings. The first round of the 6-round match officially began. Under the excitement of a game with a stake of 10,000, it seems that Brother Hao's mentality is a bit unstable, hitting only 12 out of 20 rings. But in his eyes, that's enough. After all, his opponent is a total noob. Amidst the attention of the crowd, Qin Chen hit a ring. The first one, hit. Brother Hao chuckled. The second one, hit. Brother Hao was still smiling. The third one, hit. Brother Hao said with a smile, not bad. My skills have improved. The fourth one, hit. Brother Hao looked at Qin Chen in surprise. And then the fifth one, also hit. Brother Hao frowned. The 6th, 7th, 8th, 19th, all hit. Brother Hao was dumbfounded. His mouth wide open, eyes almost popping out. Everyone held their breath, watching Qin Chen with the last ring in his hand. Qin Chen picked up the last ring, casually tossed it, and hit again. 20 hits in a row. Sounds of amazement came from the surrounding crowd. Boss, seems like I'm pretty accurate this time. Come on, just transfer the money. Qin Chen clapped his hands, smiling as he approached. Brother Hao and Brother Hao were both blank in their minds. After a while, Brother Hao came to his senses. Are you deliberately setting me up? What do you mean deliberately setting you up? I was about to leave after the first round, but you insisted on playing with me. How come now it's me setting you up? Qin Chen asked with a puzzled face. Brother Hao was speechless. He recalled that indeed, it was him who had been inviting Qin Chen to play since the first round. What? In front of 150,000. Now 180,000 online fans, do you want to deny it? Qin Chen glanced at their live streaming page and said softly, Dear viewers, it seems that your big brother anchor can't handle losing. Can you guys handle it either? Qin Chen started to set the tone. Damn it! Brother Hao, get him! This kid is too arrogant. Don't disappoint us, brothers. Yeah, Brother Hao. It's just $100,000. Give it to him, crush him in the next round. Brother Hao, if you dare to back down today, I'll dox you and report your account. In the live streaming room, Brother Hao's edgy fans were easily provoked by Qin Chen. Brother Hao looked at the barrage in the live streaming room, feeling bitter. It was only now that they realized what it meant to dig their own graves. When they created this account, they targeted edgy young fans. So every time they went live, they talked about taking down the boss and crushing the boss. It was this edgy attitude that attracted so many edgy fans. Unexpectedly, now they were reaping what they had sown. If he didn't pay up now, these edgy fans would definitely collectively unfollow, and then it would be all over. Give me your bank account number. I'll transfer it to you. Brothers, Brother Hao, walk the world and keep my word. Rest assured, I won't let you down. Brother Hao endured the pain in his heart and transferred the money to Qin Shen. And he was sure that Qin Shen was just lucky this round. The next round couldn't possibly be another full hit. As long as he could win later, he would lose at most 50,000. The second round began. Brother Hao seemed a bit shaky this time. He hit only 10 out of 20 rings. Qin Shen casually tossed them, and all 20 rings hit. Another grand slam. Brother Hao slumped to the ground. Just now, he thought Qin Shen couldn't possibly hit another full round. But the slap in the face came so quickly. The slap in the face didn't matter. What mattered was that he lost another 10,000. More importantly, he couldn't figure out Qin Shen's bottom line now. He had a feeling that Qin Shen might hit a grand slam every time from now on. In other words, he could win 60,000 from him. 60,000. That was all the savings of the two brothers. Bro, are you here to set me up on purpose? Brother Hao finally couldn't hold back. Brother Hao simply closed the live stream. Qin Shen shook his head. Indeed, this kind of person is really untrustworthy. Brother, let's stop here. We acknowledge the 100,000. Don't be too excessive. Howdy stepped forward with a fierce look on his face. Although interrupting the live broadcast would definitely have an impact on the account, it was still better than losing 600,000 to someone else. So, what you mean is, the 10,000 I just won, you guys won't acknowledge? Qin Shen asked with a smile. Then he changed the subject. We agreed earlier to play 6 full rounds. If we don't finish 6 rounds, don't think about leaving. Besides, I have some connections in Jiangcheng. If I say you can't leave, then you definitely can't leave. As Qin Shen was speaking, Su Chanshan and 3 others walked over. Su Chanshan sensibly placed the black plastic bag in her hand on the ground casually, revealing a large stack of banknotes inside. After Hauge and Howdy saw this, their expressions became wary. So many beautiful women around, and carrying so much cash. This person must be from a wealthy family. Hauge frowned and thought for a moment. Brother, how about this, we each take a step back. I'll give you the 10,000 for this round, and you let us go. How about that? No. I am a person who must keep my word. Qin Shen decisively refused. Howdy stepped forward. The two of us are not alone in the live streaming world. Let me tell you, we have people behind us. My brother and I have been in the industry for a long time. We are not afraid of trouble. Qin Shen smiled. Then go find someone quickly. Let's see if you can invite any gods. Seeing that Qin Shen was not giving in, Hauge took out his phone, walked to the side, and made a call. Hello, Brother Wangling. This is Heizi. Brother, I'm having some trouble with an outdoor live broadcast. You have a wide network. Please help me out. Although Wangling was a retired player and a former popular streamer, he was still a senior in the live streaming industry, and his circle of friends from before was still intact. After moving behind the scenes, although life was not as glamorous as before, the social circle was much better than an average person's. When small streamers gathered, they would usually invite some well-known veteran streamers to share experiences. Just like the way he met Hauge and Howdy at a streamer gathering, Wangling also had some connections. Heizi? Which Heizi is this? Wangling's voice on the phone sounded puzzled. Hauge was embarrassed. Wangling didn't even have his number saved in his phone. Brother Wangling, we sat together last month. I'm the Ring King Heizi. Hauge explained. Oh, so you're Heizi. What's going on, Heizi? Brother, we are doing an outdoor live broadcast, and we encountered some trouble with a young man who thinks he can bully people with a little money. Hauge embellished the story, describing Qin Shen as someone who looked down on streamers and treated them like dogs, a spoiled second-generation rich kid. Heizi, can you figure out this person's background? What if he's from a wealthy family? Wangling asked cautiously after hearing the story. No, absolutely not. This is just an ordinary night market. Which wealthy family's son would come here to play? He's just a regular nouveau riche. Hauge explained quickly. Alright, I can only help you mediate this once, but I've been out of the scene for a while, so whether he recognizes me or not is uncertain. They had sat together before, and he had received a call, so Wangling couldn't refuse. Brother, you can bring out your big streamer friends. The live streaming industry is so hot right now, who doesn't know the big streamers? As long as you step in, that kid will back off for sure, Hauge said. Wangling, okay. Although I've moved behind the scenes, the live streaming industry has changed my life. I can't tolerate insulting the profession of streamers like this. You can give him the phone later, I'll talk to that kid. Hauge was delighted. Great. Thank you, Brother Wangling. Don't worry, I understand the rules. I'll bring a gift to see you in a couple of days. Hauge came back with a smile on his face, holding his phone. Seeing his older brother's expression, Howdy's heart sank. Stable. Little brother. You know about Brother Wangling, right? The former professional player of League of Legends. Now he has retired to the backstage. My brother Wangling has a wide network in the live streaming world. If you don't want trouble today, let's have a good chat. Hauge felt confident and almost felt like he was on cloud 9. On the other side, Xin Shan and Su Chanxian looked at each other with strange expressions. The Wangling you mentioned, is he the one playing as a stand-in now? Xin Shan frowned and asked. When Hauge heard this, his eyes lit up. Oh, you even know about my brother Wangling's current situation. Could it be that you are a fan of my brother Wangling? Little brother, you are really unlucky today. Coincidentally, I am like brothers with Brother Wangling. If you mess with me, it's like messing with Brother Wangling, you know? My brother Wangling wants to have a word with you now. Come on, do you dare to answer the phone? Hauge held the phone, looking smug. Xin Shan took the phone directly. Hello, brother, can you hear me? Wangling's voice came through the phone. Xin Shan smirked, indeed it was Wangling. At this moment, in a corner of the Magic City, Wangling was having a late-night snack, playing with a wealthy dad all night and earning over 100,000, feeling very pleased. Today, he even ordered a takeaway feast for the first time. Just now, he was eating with his wife and children when he received a call from Hao Zi. His mood was really good, so he agreed to help Hao Zi. Hello, brother, can you hear me? Wangling shouted carelessly. Suddenly, a faint female voice came through the phone. Xin Shan, is it really Wangling? Wangling was about to take a bite of his chicken leg when he suddenly froze. This voice sounded familiar. Xin Shan? Where did he hear that before? Hee, what are you eating that's so delicious? Didn't you bring Pay Money Tiger with you? A voice sounded on the phone. Wangling felt like he was struck by lightning, jumping up from his seat. It was the voice of Wealthy Dad. It was Wealthy Dad's voice. Wealthy Dad, how come it's? Wangling was speechless. Is Dad calling? Is there something wrong? Wangling's wife asked. Wangling didn't have time to explain, he was about to speak, but heard two meaningful laughs on the phone. Then the call was abruptly ended, leaving only a busy tone. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Wangling panicked. Even if he racked his brains, he couldn't have imagined that the person on the other end was Wealthy Dad. Just now, he was boasting to his wife that he would earn 400,000 in 3 days. Messing with Wealthy Dad, he wouldn't earn a penny. At this moment, in Zhangcheng, kid, how dare you hang up on Brother Wangling's call? Hauge glared at Xin Shan, about to scold him, when suddenly the phone rang. Caller ID, Wangling. You've really pissed off my brother Wangling. Just you wait. Hauge threatened before answering the call. Hello, Brother Wangling. Is this kid? Shut your damn mouth right now. You bastard. Do you know what trouble you've caused? Before Hauge could finish his sentence, a barrage of curses came through the phone. Brother Wangling. You. Wangling, you damn fool, you brought this on yourself, why drag me into it? I have no grudge against you. Also, are we even close? I don't even remember what you look like, you damn fool. Why did you drag me into this mess? Hao Ji's face turned pale as he swallowed hard, and he could tell what was going on even if he was a fool. Just now, Brother Wangling was full of confidence in helping him out, but now he turned around and scolded him. There was only one possibility. He had offended this young man, someone even Brother Wangling couldn't afford to offend. Brother Wangling, who is that person? Hauge asked with a puzzled look. He's someone you can't afford to mess with. He's someone even your ancestors from 10 generations combined couldn't afford to mess with. Let me tell you, I've been in the live streaming and esports industry for so many years, and besides President Wang, I haven't seen anyone wealthier than this person. And he is more generous than President Wang. This is someone who can erase all traces of you two in this world with just a few words. Do you King understand? Wangling's words were heavy. Although somewhat exaggerated, Xin Shan did give him that feeling. Like a frog in a well, not knowing how vast and terrifying the sky is. Similarly, those who have never seen the upper-class family circles do not know how terrifying a family with immense power can be. Xin Shan's age and his lavish spending naturally placed him in the identity of a top family's young master. After all, this is someone who spent tens of thousands in just one night of gaming. Daddy God of Wealth. I really didn't know it was you. If I knew it was you, even if you gave me 2 guts, I wouldn't dare to mess with you. It's a misunderstanding. Really, it's a misunderstanding. Please don't be angry. Right now, my mind is really blank. The phone returned to Qin Shen's hand. On the phone, a nearly 40-year-old man from the Wangling family was even crying in his voice. It shows how nervous and panicked he was. Beside him, Hao Gu and his brother had pale faces, standing together like guilty elementary school students. All right, a grown man is crying, isn't it embarrassing? Qin Shen held the phone away from his ear. He wasn't a villainous demon king, so he wouldn't vent his anger on the unsuspecting Wangling. Sir, how can I make amends for my mistake? I'll do it right away. Qin Shen thought for a moment. I want to play a game of ring toss with you two now, or you can go tell them. All right, I'll go tell them right away. Also, sir, they are not my brothers. I really only met them once, we're not close. Wangling agreed readily, and also distanced himself from Hao Gu and his brother. Then Qin Shen handed the phone to Hao Gu and his brother. You heard what the boss said just now. My only advice to you is, if you don't play well with the boss today, I will use all my connections to blacklist you. Also, think for yourselves, what are the consequences of upsetting such a big shot? Wangling's blunt words gave goosebumps to Hao Gu and his brother. Qin Shen smiled at the two. If you really don't want to play, why don't you go find someone else to play with? I'll wait here. No. Sir, you're joking. We were just confused for a moment. Hao Gu chuckled nervously. Qin Shen, alright then, let's not waste time. We still have 4 rounds to go. Come on. Oh, and transfer the 100,000 I won in the last round to me first. This time, Hao Gu and his brother didn't hesitate anymore, immediately opening their mobile banking app to make the transfer. After the transfer was done, they continued with the ring toss game. The third round. Hao Ji's hands were shaking so badly that out of 20 rings, he only got 5. Qin Shen got all 20. Another grand slam. Yes, Qin Shen is amazing. The little brother is so talented. Miss Su Chanxian and her sister cheered and admired from the side. Qin Shen was quite pleased. The system is great. Really great. He thought the lucky attribute in the game could only be used for gaming, but he didn't expect it to give him a lucky attribute in everything he does. He quietly tried it before, took 5 rings and threw them randomly, all of them hit the target, so he dared to set up these 2 anchors. Fourth round. Hao Gu is even more miserable. Only hit 4. Qin Shen still has a grand slam. The Hao Gu brothers even wanted to transfer all the money in their cards directly to Qin Shen and stop playing. But they didn't dare. They don't care about the money in their cards now, but their lives are at stake. In this way, after a long psychological torture, the 6th round is over. Hao Gu's bank card originally had 630,000, now there is only 30,000 left. After getting Qin Shen's permission, the two of them thanked him profusely and ran away, afraid that Qin Shen might change his mind later. Sir, I'm sorry for borrowing your venue for so long. Please accept this little gift. Qin Shen casually threw the black plastic bag at the old man's feet. Then he left discreetly. The old man thought he was going to be scammed before and tried to dissuade him twice. Qin Shen thought that kind people should have some surprises in their lives, such as picking up over 300,000 in cash casually. As for whether the old man would be scared and go to the police with the money, that's not something Qin Shen cared about. The little surprise has been delivered to you, whether you can seize it is up to you. There's nothing much to see around, so Qin Shen drove Su Chanxian and the others back home. Before getting in the car, Qin Shen fiddled with his phone for a while, then started the car. Just as they started, Su Chanxian's phone rang. She received a text message. She took a look and her eyes widened. Qin Shen, what's wrong, Chanxian? The little sisters asked curiously. Su Chanxian patted her chest, then showed the phone to the others. Oh my god. Oh my god. The little sisters cursed directly after seeing it clearly. Qin Shen transferred 300,000 to Su Chanxian. I have a bit of OCD, so I gave half of that trash money to the old man, and the other half in my bank account was making me uncomfortable. Chanxian, you sisters should spend it quickly. Empty your shopping cart or something. Qin Shen explained. I have nothing to say. Brother, please have more of this kind of OCD in the future. Yes. Brother, if you find that money unpleasant in the future, don't hesitate, just throw it at me. Don't spare me. Throw it hard. Make me cry. Liang Jiaojiu and the others almost went crazy after hearing this. On the other hand, Su Chanxian looked stunned, then quietly put away her phone. Chanxian, didn't you always want to buy a piano? Hurry up and place the order. Yes. Chanxian playing the piano sounds so good. The little sisters were still excited. Let Qin Shen drive properly. Don't be so excited for now. Su Chanxian said calmly. The little sisters in the back seat excitedly opened their phones and looked at their shopping carts. Su Chanxian turned her head to look out the window, her eyes slightly confused, not sure what she was thinking. Xin Chen, in the driver's seat, glanced at Su Chanxian. This girl seems to be in a strange mood, but he didn't think much of it. It was late at night. Xin Chen had just finished washing up and sat in front of the computer when there was a knock on the door. The door is not locked. Come in directly, Xin Chen said. A graceful figure appeared at the door. Su Chanxian in silk pajamas peeked out half of her body. Come, sit. Xin Chen patted his thigh. Su Chanxian bit her lip, shook her head weakly. I'm afraid you can't control yourself. Then why are you coming to provoke me in the middle of the night wearing so little? Xin Chen asked irritably. Su Chanxian hesitated, then smiled, and said, I came to say good night to you. Good night, Xin Chen. After saying that, Su Chanxian brought a gust of fragrance and left like a fugitive. Xin Chen did not see that Su Chanxian was tightly holding a bank card behind her back. I want to express that I care about everyone's reading experience, and I am adapting to everyone's reading habits, trying to write more attractively, so that everyone can enjoy reading more easily. This book is also free. When it reached 100,000 words, the editor knew that I was an old author and asked me to choose whether to charge or offer it for free. I chose to offer it for free so that more readers could see my work. However, the comments in the book review section yesterday were quite negative. Comments like, giving up on the book, this is the end. The author's writing has gone downhill. It really affected me. I want to show you good work, and I have been trying to adapt to everyone's pace, but why start with such negative comments? Why bring such a strong negative attitude? My book is free, and I am willing to write the stories you want to read. I will take your suggestions seriously. Why can't we express our opinions constructively instead of setting the tone for my book? Well, I've said too much. I will try to avoid writing pretentious and confrontational plots in the future and switch to a more relaxed and cheerful tone. I will write more about games, but with less focus on the technical aspects, just telling good stories and trying to cater to all readers. Thank you for your support. The next morning, after Xin Chen woke up, he was about to go wash up. When he opened the door, he saw a table full of food on the dining table in the living room. There was congee, egg pancakes, and various dumplings and snacks. It was so sumptuous. There should be a woman at home. She even went out to buy breakfast. Xin Chen nodded in satisfaction. As he was looking, a figure wearing an apron came out holding 2 plates of dishes. Su Chanxian, with flour on her pretty face, smiled when she saw Xin Chen and said, Xin Chen, go wash up and come eat breakfast. Xin Chen looked at Su Chanxian in surprise and pointed to the table full of food. Did you make all this? Yes. From now on, I will cook for you whatever you want to eat. Su Chanxian nodded with a smile. Xin Chen took a deep breath, then walked up and hugged Su Chanxian's slender waist, pressing her against him dominantly. Xin Chen, the congee is spilling. Su Chanxian, holding 2 bowls of congee, was startled and avoided his gaze. Chanxian, how many more surprises do you have for me? Xin Chen's eyes lit up. Nowadays, girls of Su Chanxian's age who can cook are like rare treasures. And she is not just any girl who can cook, she is also a school beauty. Even rarer. Xin Chen reached out and caressed Su Chanxian's cheek, his eyes full of affection. Blushing, Su Chanxian obediently closed her eyes. What are you thinking? I'm just wiping the flour off your face. Ha ha. Xin Chen teased and quickly left. Su Chanxian was stunned for a moment, then blushed and felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, her face flushed with embarrassment. Delicious, delicious. Chanxian, continue making these snacks tomorrow morning. At the dining table, Xin Chen praised while eating. The breakfast Su Chanxian made was not just for show, it tasted great, making people's appetites full. Little brother, the cake made by Chanxian is truly amazing. It's much better than the cakes from regular bakeries. Little brother, not only is our Chanxian good at cooking, but she's also a great dancer. Chanxian plays the piano beautifully too. In the music elective class before, her piano piece mesmerized the teacher. Little brother, our Chanxian is a treasure of a girl. You found a gem. The 3 roommates praised Su Chanxian in various ways. They had stayed in Su Chanxian's room overnight because the school dormitory was closed late last night. Alright, let's eat. Su Chanxian was getting embarrassed by all the compliments. Xin Chen was eating and said, Chen, I heard from your roommate yesterday that you play the piano well. You should buy one quickly. Play it for me later. Su Chanxian dodged her eyes and poked the porridge in her bowl with her chopsticks, saying, I haven't decided yet. Xin Chen, who was busy eating and drinking, didn't even look up and said, okay, then hurry up and choose. Our living room is spacious, you can put it anywhere. While they were eating, Xin Chen's phone suddenly rang, showing an unfamiliar number. Hello, Foster father. Qin Shen just answered the call when an excited voice came through, startling him and causing him to spit out his porridge. Damn! Who is this idiot? Qin Shen was scared and quickly hung up the phone, tossing it aside. Is the world so crazy now that scammers even call you dad? The phone rang again. Qin Shen frowned and pressed the answer button. Foster father, don't hang up. It's me, Pei Qianhu. Pei Qianhu urgently spoke on the phone. Qin Shen was stunned for a moment, then remembered that it was that shameless little live streamer. He felt a chill in his heart. It's fine to joke around while playing games, but suddenly being called foster father in the real world, who could handle that? Don't call me foster father in the future. Okay, dad. Qin Shen. And don't call me dad. Okay. Can I call you big boss then? Pei Qianhu's voice sounded aggrieved. Qin Shen, whatever. Just don't call me those two. By the way, how did you get my phone number? When you gave me your WeChat ID, you left this phone number. I just tried calling to see if it was really your number. Pei Qianhu explained. Qin Shen was speechless once again. It seems he can't casually reveal his phone number in the future, or he might have more people calling him dad. So, you called me just to see if this number works? Qin Shen asked irritably, feeling like his good mood in the early morning was being ruined by this shameless guy. No, big boss. It's like this. That TCL coach Jean has arrived at the entrance of Jiangcheng Imperial Garden. Qin Shen was taken aback. TCL coach Jean? Yes. When we were playing games yesterday, during my live stream, that TCL coach Jean who wanted to recruit you, Pei Qianhu said. Qin Shen then recalled. At that time, Pei Qianhu was live streaming, and first came a coach from the DG Superplay Guild. After he was kicked out for using cheats, another coach from TCL, Jean, showed up. Qin Shen had joked that this scammer couldn't even come up with a team name properly, as TCL was a reputable TV brand. Why steal their name? He even left his address, saying if Jean wanted to find him, he should come to Jiangcheng Imperial Garden. Did he really come? That coach Jean sent me a private message on the Shark platform early this morning, saying he had rushed to Jiangcheng overnight and is now waiting at the entrance of the Imperial Garden. Half an hour later, Qin Shen finished his breakfast leisurely. With Su Chanshan by his side, he saw the middle-aged chubby man with bloodshot eyes at the entrance of the Imperial Garden. At this moment, there was only this man at the entrance of the Imperial Garden. Obviously he was the one. You are the TCL coach Jean? Qin Shen walked up and took the initiative to speak. Coach Jean, who was looking at his phone, suddenly looked up, looked at Qin Shen in surprise, and said, TCL? I am the TGL Professional Team Club's coach Jean. TGL? Qin Shen had a few black lines on his forehead. Without thinking, he could guess that Pei Qianhu, that unreliable guy, had mistaken the team's name. Are you Qingdang Bugaik? Coach Jean didn't dwell on the team name, but looked Qin Shen up and down. It's me. Are you really not a scammer? Qin Shen asked cautiously. Coach Jean almost spat out blood. He came to Jiangcheng from thousands of kilometers away in one night because he saw the talent of Qin Shen and put down the coach's shelf. As a result, this person still suspected him of being a fraud? In today's esports world, on the field, the coach has almost infinite power for the players. Other players are all flattering the coach in various ways. The person in front of him is truly a strange character in the professional team world that he has never seen before. This is my work card. Our team is certified on Weibo. You can search it yourself to see if I am real, Coach Jean said somewhat defiantly. And then, the next second, Qin Shen picked up his phone directly and started searching in front of him. After a while, Qin Shen, there really is a TGL team. It seems you are not a fraud. Coach Jean, with a black face, no longer wanted to speak. Qin Shen put down his phone. I'm sorry for making you come here for nothing. I have no intention of playing professionally. How about I reimburse you for your round-trip plane ticket? Coach Jean felt his blood boiling at this moment. He had come to Jiangcheng overnight without hesitation, met this seed player, didn't say much, but was almost driven to anger. Just as Coach Jean was about to erupt, his phone in his pocket rang. Seeing the caller's name, Coach Jin's face changed, and after gesturing to Qin Shen, he hurriedly walked to the side to answer. Qin Shen stood there waiting, and in no time, he heard Coach Jean suddenly roaring. Mr. Wang, how can you do this? I came to Jiangcheng to find seed players for the team. I did not leave my post without permission. Can you believe the words of Park Jingwen the fraud? He deliberately leaked the information of the player I found to other teams. How can you believe him? Am I not even comparable to a Korean stick after working hard in the team for these years? Fine. Since you believe him, I have nothing to say. You don't need to dismiss me. I will submit my resignation report myself. Bang! After hanging up the phone, Coach Jean was so angry that he smashed his phone to the ground, shattering it. "You fool!" Coach Jean was furious. That day, Park Ji-won threatened him to be careful about the end of his professional career, and it turned out to be true. He never expected Park Ji-won's network to be so strong that he could instigate his boss to fire him. "Coach Jean, what's going on?" Shin Chen asked curiously. Coach Jean turned to look at Shin Chen, smiled bitterly, and said, "I am no longer the coach of TGL now." Shin Chen fell silent. His strengthened body and heightened senses allowed him to hear the conversation on the phone just now. It seemed that Coach Jean was fired because he secretly came to Jiangqing during training, and the boss was angry and dismissed him. 10 minutes later, at a restaurant next to the Imperial Garden, Su Chanxian sat quietly next to Shin Chen. Shin Chen looked at Coach Jean, who was drinking beer opposite him, with some remorse on his face. "Lao Jean, I'm really sorry. You came to Jiangqing for me, lost your job." Coach Jean waved his hand and smiled bitterly. "I am a person who distinguishes between gratitude and grudges. This has nothing to do with you. I have to thank you for willing to treat me to a meal at this time." Coach Jean was telling the truth. Park Ji-won's influence in the industry was so profound that even if he escaped this time, he could not escape the next time. What really chilled him was the team's boss. He would rather believe in a Korean consultant coach than believe in him, a diligent team coach. With this in mind, Coach Jean raised his head and poured another glass of wine. "Lao Jean, don't be discouraged. With your dedication as a responsible coach, you will definitely find another good team." Shin Chen comforted him. Because he could fly to Jiangqing with just one word, this Coach Jean was indeed very responsible. This is also the reason why Shin Chen is willing to invite him for a drink. Coach Jean smiled bitterly. "Young man, you may not know how cruel our industry is." "What? Can't find a new job?" Shin Chen asked curiously. Coach Jean replied, "Even if I find a new job, it's no use. Most teams are already full. I would just be a backup coach, not even as good as a substitute player, and my salary would be cut in half. It's not worth it. If you're really upset, forget about everything else for now. Go back and give your boss a beating to let off some steam." Shin Chen encouraged. Coach Jean almost choked on his beer. "Young man, you really dare to think. Our boss is in a high position. I would only dare to hit him if I wanted to die. Is the boss really wealthy?" Shin Chen raised an eyebrow. "TGL Club, he owns it entirely. You think he's not wealthy? Moreover, if the team can make it to the KPL this autumn season, even if he doesn't want to continue, he can sell the team and players for tens of millions and retire. At least he can make tens of millions. And that doesn't even include the huge profits from advertisements. Do you think I would only dare to hit him if I wanted to die?" Coach Jean said with a bitter smile. After speaking, he looked at Shin Chen on the opposite side, who was lost in thought, and said, "What's wrong, kid? Scared?" Shin Chen snapped out of his thoughts and looked meaningfully at Coach Jean. "Can professional esports teams like King of Glory really make that much money?" Coach Jean replied, "Of course. Why do you think so many capitalists are crazily investing in building teams? What's the best way to make money now? It's from gamers. TGL is a newly established team less than 2 years ago. They did well in a few matches last year, even though they haven't made it to the KPL yet. Many advertisers have approached them, and this year the advertising fees are close to millions." Shin Chen's gaze became meaningful again. After a moment, Shin Chen said, "Lao Jean, since you have nowhere to go, why don't you stay in Jiangqing and help me establish a professional team?" Coach Jean sprayed his beer all over the floor. "Kid, what did you say?" "I said if you're willing to stay, you can help me form a team. I'll offer you a high salary," Shin Chen said seriously. He wasn't joking. As someone who always felt a sense of crisis, Shin Chen's most urgent task now was to turn his idle money into active money. Investment. Making money with money. He invested 45 million in a fund company. Although the monthly profit was over 20,000, who would complain about having too much money? He was wondering where to invest next, and the heavens sent Coach Jean to him. Since professional teams make so much money, Shin Chen couldn't miss this great opportunity. "Young man, you haven't even had a drink yet. How come you're already drunk? Haha, do you know how much it costs to invest in a professional team in the early stages?" Coach Jean didn't take it seriously at all. Shin Chen was about to answer when his phone on the table rang. "Sorry, just a moment." Shin Chen picked up the phone and answered it. "Hello? Shin Chen, it's Yuqing." Mo Yuqing's voice came from the phone. "I know it's you, what's up?" Mo Yuqing said, "Shin Chen, I want to tell you that our store manager arranged for your BMW X6 to be urgently repaired and it's already fixed after working the night shift. When do you have time to come and pick it up?" Shin Chen thought for a moment. "Forget it, I quite like the feeling of driving the Land Rover. I don't want the X6 anymore, it's yours. Anyway, you have copies of my ID documents, you can transfer it yourself." Impatient, Qin Chen hung up the phone without waiting for Mo Yuqing's response. At this moment, Coach Jin across from him, with wide eyes and a tilted wine glass in his hand, spilled the drink on himself without noticing. Su Chanqian sitting next to Qin Chen, staring blankly at the contact name Mo Yuqing on Qin Chen's phone, lost in thought. Because Qin Chen and Coach Jin were sitting face to face, Coach Jin heard Mo Yuqing's voice on Qin Chen's phone too. His expression went from confusion to shock. He felt like he now knew why this young man in front of him didn't want to pursue a professional career. Driving a Land Rover and casually giving away an X6. Can someone like this really build a top professional esports team? It's too damn good. Coach Jin came to his senses, hurriedly stood up, half-bowed, extended his hands, and greeted formally. Young master, what is your surname? Qin. Young master Qin. I was blind to your greatness just now, please don't take offense. Coach Jin swallowed hard. Just now, he was calling Qin Chen kid. Lao Jin. Sit down. Don't be formal. I'm just an ordinary young man with a little money. Qin Chen said with a smile. Coach Jin chuckled. Giving away a BMW X6 casually, indeed an ordinary young man with a little money. You can hardly find a few like him in the whole country. Young master, were you just joking with me? Do you really want to organize a team? Coach Jin's previously desolate heart gradually began to boil with hope. Just now, he was so desperate that he was considering changing careers, but this young master in front of him gave him hope again. Finding hope in a desperate situation is his current state of mind. After all, he has been a professional coach for several years, and the industry he is most familiar with and passionate about is this one. He would really hate to leave. The key is whether we can make money? Qin Chen asked. Yes, we can. Boss, let me tell you, the esports industry is definitely a big cake. Coach Jin changed his address to Qin Chen directly. Although the industry has passed its prime, with each company having its market share already determined, there is still a lot of profit to be made. If the team can achieve results, they can still get a piece of the big cake. Although the official prize money for events in a year is only over 10 million, that is not the goal for team clubs. The goal for each team is still advertising revenue and fan base. In today's society, it's the era where traffic is king and fans are traffic. Traffic means money, and our industry has the best fan conversion rate. After talking for a while, Coach Jin said, alright, let's build a team. But I'm a newbie. Lao Jin, you are an industry professional, you understand the process of building a team, right? Coach Jin was surprised by Qin Chen's straightforwardness, thinking that Qin Chen would consider it carefully. After all, this is not like going grocery shopping, it's about building a professional team. In a small restaurant, they casually decided to build a team. Is it okay to be so casual? I know the process and everything, Coach Jin replied after coming to his senses. Great. I'll leave this matter entirely to you. By the way, how much was your salary when you were a coach at TGL before? Qin Chen asked. Annual salary of 300,000. Coach Jin replied truthfully. Qin Chen thought for a moment. In that case, for the first year, I'll give you an annual salary of 500,000. If the team generates income in the second year, it will still be 500,000. If the team's performance is not good, I'll reduce it to 300,000. How does that sound to you? Coach Jin's mouth dropped open. Giving 500,000 in the first year. Even that trash park Jingwen doesn't earn that much in a year. Young master, if there's no problem, I'll transfer the money to you now. Qin Chen urged. Qin Chen's successive bold moves left Coach Jin's head spinning in shock. How can he just start paying a salary like this? Master, we haven't even prepared the preliminary club plan yet, and we haven't even signed a contract. There's no rush for the salary. Coach Jin chuckled. I'm in a hurry, and I trust your character. You are in this line of work. I believe you won't take the money and run, Qin Chen said. Come on, quickly give me your bank account number. 10 minutes later. Old Jin, you rest today, and start working on it tomorrow. If there's any situation, call me or come directly to Villa 001. At the restaurant entrance, Coach Jin watched Qin Chen leave with a feeling like he was dreaming. Smack! He slapped himself hard in the face. Ouch! It seems I'm not dreaming. 500,000 a year. Old Jin held the bank card in his wallet, his eyes bursting with excitement. He only realized today what it means to have fortune and misfortune intertwined. Coming to Jiangcheng, he lost his job, but he found an even bigger benefactor boss. Old Jin made up his mind to hold on to this big opportunity and not let go. On the other side, Qin Chen hugged Su Chanshan's slender waist, his attention focused on the system panel in his mind. Spent, 2.6 million rebate card spending has reached 2,600,000. Yesterday, he gave away 500,000 in red envelopes while playing games. won 600,000 in the ring game, and spent it all. Just gave Coach Jean 50,000 in salary, plus 50,000 in startup capital. It adds up to 2,600,000. If he can get a 5 times critical hit on the rebate card, that would be 13 million. Xin Shen's mood became joyful. Making money was too easy. It's not as exciting as picking up money. Manhwa. Excited, Xin Shen turned his head and planted a firm kiss on Su Qianqian's pretty face, startling the beauty in his arms. Inside the villa, Xin Shen had just returned to his room to rest when there was a knock on the door, and a graceful figure walked in. Su Qianqian stood with her hands behind her back, wearing a mischievous smile on her face, but Xin Shen could still sense a hint of stiffness. Xin Shen frowned. It seemed like Su Qianqian had been preoccupied since last night. Before he could ask, Su Qianqian extended her hand from behind. Her fair fingers held a bank card. Her own bank card. Xin Shen's frown deepened as he looked directly into Su Qianqian's eyes and asked, "What does this mean?" Hearing the displeasure in Xin Shen's tone, Su Qianqian's expression froze for a moment, then she quickly smiled mischievously. "Xin Shen, I have a bad memory. You've given me too much money, and I can't spend it all. I want to entrust this money to you for safekeeping." Xin Shen looked at the bank card, then at Su Qianqian, without saying a word. Su Qianqian's face blushed nervously. "Really? Xin Shen, I tend to lose things easily, and it wouldn't be good if I lost this. Can you help me keep it safe? Did you buy the piano?" Xin Shen suddenly asked. Su Qianqian was taken aback, her eyes avoiding his gaze. I don't need a piano for now. From the way you're acting, you don't want to spend my money anymore? Is it because my face isn't handsome anymore? Or have you changed your mind?" Xin Shen asked with a smile. No, it's not like that, Xin Shen," Su Qianqian exclaimed anxiously. After a moment, she calmed down, her eyes red and moist. I just don't want you to think that I'm with you because of your money." Xin Shen almost laughed at this. "When did I say you were close to me because of money? But you're so rich." Su Qianqian's eyes welled up with tears of grievance. Xin Shen raised an eyebrow. "So being rich is my fault? Although you are so wealthy, giving me tens of thousands of dollars at a time, others might say I'm only with you for the money." Xin Shen smiled and waved his hand. "You're overthinking it. And that money is nothing to me, so don't feel any pressure. Tens of thousands may be nothing to you, but to me, even to my whole family, it's a huge sum of money. I dare not take it. I don't want it either. I'm afraid you'll see me as a woman who can be bought with money, do you understand? I don't want money, I don't want a piano, I don't want anything else mixed in my feelings for you. I just want to be with you simply, that's all I need." Tears finally streamed down Su Qianqian's face. These words had been pent up in her heart for a long time. Xin Shen stared at Su Qianqian in a daze. This girl, for the first time, touched the soft spot in his heart. Xin Shen's gaze gradually softened. He walked over and embraced the sobbing Su Qianqian. "You silly girl. What nonsense are you always thinking about? All right, stop crying. I understand your intentions, but the money I give out will not be taken back. Buy whatever you want with it." In his arms, Su Qianqian raised her head, her big eyes filled with tears. She seemed to have anticipated that Xin Shen would say that, and she took out a piece of paper from her pocket that she had prepared in advance. Xin Shen took a look at it and a black line appeared on his forehead. Su Qianqian had actually prepared a formal contract document. The general idea on it was that if one day Xin Shen disliked her and didn't want her anymore, he could take back all the money he had given her. Su Qianqian had signed her name on it and stamped it with a red handprint. "Brother Xin Shen, this has legal effect," Su Qianqian explained earnestly with tears in her eyes. Smack! A crisp sound, followed by a cry. And then Su Qianqian was thrown onto the bed by Xin Shen. "If I don't show you some colors today, are you planning to take the roof off the house?" Xin Shen held the beauty in his arms, about to move closer. Underneath him, Su Qianqian, with closed eyes and tears on her face, suddenly spoke. "Who is that Mo Yuqing?" Xin Shen was stunned for a moment. His mind quickly raced. He probably guessed the reason why Su Qianqian wanted to return the money to him. Just now at the restaurant, because he was in a hurry to discuss setting up a professional team with Coach Jean, he impulsively gave his BMW X6 to Mo Yuqing. In Su Qianqian's eyes, this action seemed like Xin Shen could easily appease any woman with money. This incident became the final straw that broke Su Qianqian's psychological defense. She was afraid that the happiness she had with Xin Shen now was just an illusion, so after weighing it up, she gathered the courage to come with her bank card. "She's my college classmate. What are you thinking?" Xin Shen was both angry and amused. He raised his hand and slapped Su Qianqian. Blushing, Su Qianqian stiffened her body, holding back from making a sound. "So, are you two? Very close?" "Close my foot, we barely contact each other once a year." Just as he said that, Xin Chen's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up. Caller, Mo Yuqing. He looked back at Su Chanxian, and the tears in the beauty's big eyes started rolling again. Xin Chen suddenly felt a headache. Oh no! She's jealous, and now Mo Yuqing is calling at this critical moment. He simply pressed the speakerphone button and answered, "What's up? Mo Yuqing, Xin Chen, your BMW X6 is too expensive. I can't accept it." Mo Yuqing's voice was trembling. A BMW X6. Over $1 million. With her current salary, she couldn't afford it even in 10 years. Take it, stop with the nonsense. I don't have the time to deal with a BMW X6 now. I'm busy with my girlfriend. Xin Chen hung up the phone after speaking. Are you satisfied, little ancestor? Xin Chen looked at Su Chanxian speechlessly. Su Chanxian wiped away her tears and smiled, using both hands and feet like a sloth to actively embrace him. Xin Chen was completely pressed against Su Chanxian's body, feeling the softness and warmth of the beauty, and a fire gradually ignited within him. Suddenly, a warm and moist breath blew in Xin Chen's ear. I don't know how many women a person like you will have in a lifetime, but now, I want you to be mine alone. I'm sorry, please forgive my selfishness. I am willing now. Willing to give you all of me. Xin Chen felt the soft and trembling body of Su Chanxian in his arms, his rationality gradually dissipating from his eyes, and his hands began to touch recklessly. Ding ling. Who the hell is it now? Xin Chen was on the verge of collapse. He was already in action, and another call came in. Hello, boss. We are all online. Just wanted to ask when we will start ranking today? The voice of the money-losing tiger came from the phone. Ranking? Xin Chen suddenly became clear-headed. Although he was somewhat annoyed, this was also a pre-arranged matter. After all, at present, nothing is more important than keeping the system safe. Xin Chen still had some rationality. Shanxian, how about we finish the game before making plans? Xin Chen turned his head and looked at the disheveled beauty on the bed with lingering desire. Su Chanxian, who had regained her rationality, immediately got up, straightened her clothes, and shyly ran out as if escaping. It's over, this round is a big loss. If we miss this round, who knows how long we'll have to wait. Xin Chen sighed. 10 minutes later. In the living room, Xin Chen rested his head on Su Chanxian's smooth thigh and opened the game interface. Su Chanxian's little sisters had already sensibly gone out to play, leaving the two of them with some private space. Today's goal. Win at least 20 matches. Xin Chen said to the game team voice. He is now a king with 12 stars. Winning 20 matches will give him 32 stars. Then, as long as he plays enough to earn 18 stars tomorrow, the system task will be completed. Not only will he keep the system, but he will also have a wave of upgrades. At this moment on the Shark platform, as a nighttime livestreamer, Zhang Bingxin broke the tradition today by starting a daytime livestream. Brothers, let me introduce you, these four little ones here are the new talented players recruited by the team club. Feihu, Xingfeng, Duanyan, Liusu. These four young talents were not easy for me to find. Today, as an exception, I will play with them in a team and let them gain some points. Hope you all support our four little ones, give them some encouragement. They are the future stars of the KPL battlefield. Xin Chen's team continued to dominate in the 5-player match. At first, the undead were a bit hesitant to speak due to the unpleasant events of last night, but later they realized that Xin Chen didn't care at all, so they opened up. In the team voice chat, various praises for Xin Chen were heard one after another. 1 hour later, Xin Chen had already won 3 consecutive matches. His rank had reached king with 15 stars. Brothers, let's pick up the pace a bit. Today's goal is 20 stars. Xin Chen said in the voice chat. 1 hour, 3 stars. According to the anti-addiction time set by the King's Game, with 6 hours of game time per day, they could earn a maximum of 18 stars. They were still a bit short of the 20-star goal. Boss, we've gained 3 stars in an hour, which is already fast. The money-losing Tiger Weekly said in the voice chat. Playing 3 matches in an hour, excluding the time for matchmaking, hero selection, and game loading, they didn't even spend 18 minutes per game. And the boss wanted them to be even faster. I don't care. You guys figure it out, shorten the game time for each match. Resolve the battle within 15 minutes at best. If you can't play at least 20 games before the anti-addiction time arrives today, your red envelope for today will decrease from 10,000 to 500. Xin Chen's unquestionable voice rang out in the team voice chat, giving them a red envelope of 10,000 for each game. Since Xin Chen has already spent this money, he must receive an equal return. The 3 members of the losing team suddenly became nervous. They all understood that Xin Chen did not intend to deliberately deduct their money, but was eager to rank up. They were unwilling to see the red envelope decrease from 10,000 to 500 from the bottom of their hearts. However, since the wealthy dad had already made his statement, he would definitely follow through. They could only give it their all. Moreover, the red envelope given by the wealthy dad was worth their effort. In the following matches, the nerves of the three members of the losing team were highly tense. Their previous mindset was to win. Now, they not only had to win but also win within 15 minutes. The first match. Except for Qin Shen, everyone else performed exceptionally well and finally resolved the battle within 15 minutes. The second match. Qin Shen and his team, who had been on a winning streak, were clearly being targeted by the system. At the 15-minute mark, no matter how hard they tried, they only managed to take down one middle tower on the opposing side. In the game voice chat, Qin Shen remained silent, and the mentality of the three members of the losing team became tense as well. Suddenly, in all chat channels, losing team member, the opponent Han Xin, you play really well. It's a pity your teammates are not up to par. The losing team member spoke the truth. In this match, among the opponents, only Han Xin was performing well. The rest of his teammates were being crushed by Qin Shen and his team. However, those who knew how to play understood how annoying it could be to have a Han Xin who could clear minion waves. It was precisely because of this Han Xin that Qin Shen and his team were unable to push forward. After a while, in the chat channel, opponent Han Xin, hey, I told them before the match not to play unfamiliar heroes, but they didn't listen. Losing team member immediately replied, just now, there was a moment when you could have counter-killed me, but unfortunately, your teammates were too afraid and retreated, leaving you behind. Opponent Han Xin, there's nothing I can do. They are all playing heroes they are not good at. Losing team member, what do you mean not good at heroes? It's clearly a lack of awareness. You play so well, why bother playing with these noobs and making yourself unhappy? Opponent Han Xin, you can't say that. Playing games should be about having fun. Opponent Diao Chan, losing team member, our Han Xin hasn't said anything. Why are you cursing at him? Losing team member, I can't stand trash like you who are both noobs and can't take criticism. What's wrong with that? Is it so hard to admit that you dragged down Han Xin? Opponent Lu Ban, we play games to have fun, unlike you. A slave to rankings. Trash. Losing team member, are you having fun? Is Han Xin having fun? By the way, big brother Han Xin, I'm speaking up for you, but your teammate is arguing with me, don't you want to intervene? Opponent Han Xin, ahem. Let's all calm down. Opponent Diao Chan, Han Xin. What do you mean? Do you think what the losing team member said is right? Opponent Han Xin, that's not what I meant. Losing team member, opponent Diao Chan, it's not your fault for being a noob, but it's your fault for not letting others criticize you. Look at the scoreboard, are you blind? A 0-8 Diao Chan, are you feeling wronged for being called a noob? Opponent Diao Chan, Han Xin. Explain to me, do you think I'm a noob? Opponent Lu Ban, Han Xin. You were the one who invited us to play ranked together, and now you're complaining that we're noobs? Opponent Han Xin, that's not what I meant. I just wanted to say that you should play heroes you are familiar with. Opponent Diao Chan, so you're also a trash slave to rankings. Opponent Han Xin, why are you talking like that? I didn't argue with you. Opposite Lu Ban, you are not backing us up. But you keep talking and belittling us, singing along with them, isn't that slapping our faces? Opposite Han Xin, they didn't say anything. Opposite Diao Chan, enough. Stop talking. Surrender. I see through you. I don't want to play anymore. Opposite Lu Ban, surrender. Damn it. All of you surrender to me. Lu Shan, Lu Bu, you guys surrender quickly too. They think we are noobs. Why are we even playing with them? In less than 10 seconds, Qin Shen and his team's game interface shows the opponent has chosen to surrender. Boom. The crystal explodes directly. Ha ha, foster father, won't you give me a like? Pei Qianhu laughs heartily in the voice chat. Undead, awesome. Awesome. Truly a top streamer, his trash-talking skills are invincible. He actually made the opponent surrender by provoking them directly. Zayasuda, although I'm uncultured, I'll just say wow. Pei Qianhu is awesome. You little brat. Your brain is indeed sharp. Qin Shen couldn't help but praise. According to the pace of the previous game, Han Xin from the opposite side alone could drag the game time to at least 20 minutes. It would be even harder to beat them once all their teammates are fully equipped. Unexpectedly, Pei Qianhu's minute-long trash-talking directly shattered the opponent's morale. The game ended in 16 minutes, not exceeding Qin Shen's expectations by much. Received 10,000 yuan via Alipay. Suddenly, a notification sound from Alipay rang in the game voice chat. A moment later, Pei Qianhu, foster father. Why did you transfer 10,000 yuan to me? The red envelopes for today's matches have not been distributed yet. Xin Shen had said before that if they win 20 matches today, each person would receive 20,000 yuan. If they fail to win 20 matches, the settlement would be 500 yuan per match, so the red envelopes have not been sent out yet. Xin Shen, this is your reward. From now on, you can trash talk as much as you want. As long as you can make the opponent surrender, you will also receive a 10,000 yuan red envelope. Pei Qianhu, thank you, foster father. Foster father is the best. I will definitely use all my skills to provoke them. Xin Shen was generous because he knew that nothing motivates people more than money. If Pei Qianhu hadn't used the trash-talking technique in a hurry, they wouldn't have won the game so quickly. As long as there is merit, Xin Shen will not be stingy. In the game voice chat, Undead, Daddy Rich, after 8 years in Zon, the top scholar in liberal arts, professional horse hunter requests to join the battle. Xin Shen chuckled, good. As long as you all can provoke the opponents and win a match, each person will receive an additional 10,000 yuan red envelope. Pei Qianhu, Han Xin from the opposite side added me as a friend, with the note, brother, you understand me. Hilarious. Undead, did you accept? Pei Qianhu, no. I replied, you're worse than trash. Zayasuda, Pei Qianhu was ruthless. Han Xin from the opposite side must be questioning life today. In the following game matches, regardless of the outcome, Pei Qianhu and his team would always set the tone against the opponents, lifting one opponent up, trash-talking the poorly performing ones. The technique of boosting and killing was so satisfying, and the scene turned into, Pei Qianhu, you're trash. How can you even play Monkey King like this? Do you even know how to use his skills? If you had some skills, Zhuge Liang wouldn't have been caught by me so easily. Undead, opposite Monkey King, you're so bad that even zombies walking by your side would shake their heads in regret. Poor Zhuge Liang was caught by our jungle 5 times, and you were in the jungle area, but didn't even come to help. Zayasuda, I can't bear to watch, the Monkey King from the opposite side is so bad. A moment later, opposite Zhuge Liang, damn it. F***CK. Monkey King, are you looking for Lingji mushrooms in the jungle for your mother? In less than 13 minutes, the opponent surrendered. Received 10,000 yuan via Alipay. Received 10,000 yuan via Alipay. Received 10,000 yuan via Alipay. Xin Shen sent the red envelopes directly. Thank you, foster father. Thank you, godly dad. Thank you, godly dad. Pei Qianhu, hey, the jungle play is good. It's a pity that the mid-lane fox has no brains. When my monkey came over, she actually preemptively shielded me. Undead, without this shield, our monkey wouldn't dare to dive the tower. This fox played it perfectly. Zayasuda, just now the fox and monkey were camping me. If the fox hadn't rushed out impatiently, I would have been done for, scared to death. Thank you, big brother fox. Opposite fox, humph. It seems like if I don't show my skills, you guys will underestimate me. Pei Qianhu, skills? If showing skills means you're a dog. Moments later, opposite monkey, fox. Can you stop running around and making us a laughingstock? Damn it. Even a tied-up dog on the defense tower is stronger than you. Opposite fox, the monkey can't handle it, his mentality has exploded. Surrender. Opposite monkey, talking as if you're not afraid to surrender, play another game with you, I'll show you. Trash. This round is even faster. The opponent surrendered in less than 10 minutes. Alipay received 20,000 yuan. Alipay received 20,000 yuan. Alipay received 20,000 yuan. Pei Qianhu, foster father, why is it 20,000? Undead, godly dad, did you make a mistake? Zayasuda, did godly dad prepay for the next round for us? Xin Shen, no. It's just the trash-talking red envelopes for this round. You guys better perform well from now on. If you can make the opponents surrender within 10 minutes, each person gets 20,000 in red envelopes. Pei Qianhu, undead, and Zayasuda's adrenaline levels soared to the extreme. Thank you, foster father. Thank you, dad. Thank you, dad. At this moment on the Shark platform, Zhang Bingxin has already played 4 games with his club's 4 rookies. 4 consecutive wins. Zhang Bingxin looked at the 4 rookies beside him, nodding in satisfaction. These 4 rookies are the pure newcomers he just recruited. The reason he brought them here to livestream is to boost the reputation of his team. More importantly, it is to train their mentality in facing the camera. A big hurdle that professional players have to overcome is mentality. Some players have a bad mentality, they can perform various amazing moves when playing games by themselves, but once they step onto the arena, they get nervous. Being nervous leads to mistakes. Making mistakes leads to more nervousness. And then more nervousness leads to more mistakes, forming a vicious cycle of mentality. These 4 rookies are all 18 years old. It's the age when they are most prone to nervousness. So Zhang Bingxin brought them in front of his livestream camera. Under the watch of millions of viewers, he is cultivating the mentality of the 4 rookies. So far, he is quite satisfied with the performance of these 4 rookies. Except for the initial game where they were a bit nervous, they are now playing steadily. Especially in the 4th game, the 4 rookies showed stability and breakthroughs in their gameplay. It was truly a pleasant surprise. He really found some promising players. Let's play 2 more games, then we'll take a break, Zhang Bingxin said considerately. The 4 rookies shyly nodded. They secretly made up their minds to win all the way in this first appearance, to earn face for themselves, and to give face to the team's boss, Zhang Bingxin. After Zhang Bingxin's matchmaking, the game started quickly. Heroes selected. Game loading. Game start. 2 minutes later. On the public chat panel, opposite by Lixuans, the Liu Bei on the opposite side seems unaware. Let me tell you softly, your blue buff has been stolen by me. Opposite Arthur, it's not that Liu Bei is unaware, it's that the angel in the mid lane on the opposite side is not doing well. Doesn't even know to help with the blue buff. Opposite Huang Zhong, the support is also a noob. Doesn't even check the jungle. Are you guys sure you're in the king rank on the opposite side? Isn't it a king leading a group of noobs? Zhang Bingxin looked at the 3 consecutive taunts in the public chat channel, frowned. It seemed that the people on the other side were all flommers. A bit of a mentality issue. He was about to remind the 4 little ones to block the other side completely, but stopped himself when the words were about to come out. The previous 4 games went too smoothly, so it's good to have someone messing with their mentality now. At least it can give the 4 little ones some practice. Zhang Daxian simply ignored the taunts from the other side. On the other side, in Qin Chen's game match, Pei Qianhu, Godfather. Why does the opponent in this match act like they're dead? No matter how we insult them, they don't respond. Undead, did they just block all of us? Zayasuda, I think it's possible. Oh no, our flaming skills have been blocked. Qin Chen frowned. This is not good news. Qin Chen, come quickly to collect the heads. The sweet voice of Su Chanqian next to him sounded. Qin Chen, who was playing as Bai Li Shoyu in the bottom lane, came back to his senses and realized that Su Chanqian was fighting Liu Bei in the dragon pit. At this moment, Liu Bei was left with only 2 bars of health by Su Chanqian. Qin Chen immediately aimed with Bai Li Shoyu and took the shot. Bang! The bullet from the Gale's breath hit Liu Bei's head accurately. First blood. In just 4 minutes of the game, the first blood was drawn. Qin Chen smiled satisfactorily, about to go back to continue farming, but suddenly the voice of the system in his mind made him furrow his brows. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing a player, receiving a reward of 10,000 yuan. 10,000 yuan for 1 kill? It's a 5-fold increase in rewards again. Does this mean that a big streamer has appeared on the other side again? Since the system upgrade, when Qin Chen plays games normally, the system reward for killing 1 player is 2,000 yuan, and 1,000 yuan for an assist. There was only one exception. That was when he encountered Zhang Bingxin. Qin Chen remembered it very clearly. At that time, when Zhang Bingxin came to their house to steal the blue buff, he and Su Chanqian ambushed her and took down Zhang Bingxin. The system reward at that time indicated that a professional streamer was killed, and the reward was increased 5-fold. And because of the presence of a professional streamer, the rewards for all the heads of the opponents became 10,000 yuan. So Qin Chen, who was originally unwilling to take risks, made the teammates on the other side try their best to give away kills, breaking the record for receiving heads directly. It can't be Zhang Bingxin again. Qin Chen guessed. It's morning now, and he remembers that Zhang Bingxin usually starts streaming at night. Chanqian, go check if Zhang Bingxin is streaming now. Qin Chen turned to Su Chanqian and said. Su Chanqian obediently took out her spare phone and opened the streaming app. A moment later, Su Chanqian exclaimed, Qin Chen, how did you know that Zhang Bingxin is streaming? Why is he streaming in the morning? Qin Chen didn't answer Su Chanqian's question. He was surprised and immediately leaned over to look at Su Chanqian's phone. And then, Qin Chen was dumbfounded. It's really a coincidence. It turned out that it was really Zhang Bingxin on the other side. No wonder the bounty for 1 kill went up to 10,000 bucks. He looked at the comments section of the livestream and finally understood why Zhang Bingxin was streaming during the day. It was to showcase the new team members. This is really frustrating. Qin Chen had a few black lines on his forehead. This match is not good for trash talking. If he goes overboard and gets reported by a big streamer like Zhang Bingxin, it could be dangerous. Ha! Qin Chen, Zhang Bingxin seems to be playing against us. Su Chanqian finally realized. Qin Chen nodded, then said in the voice chat, guys, this is not good. We are up against Zhang Bingxin and his team members. Pei Qianhu, Damn, we actually got matched with Zhang Daxian. Undead and Zayasuda also exclaimed in surprise. After all, Zhang Bingxin's influence in the Circle of Kings is almost well known to everyone. Boss, the people Zhang Bingxin brought are indeed quite impressive. This round seems a bit difficult. Do we still need to use the spraying people strategy? Pei Qianhu asked weakly. Xin Feng pondered for a moment. Let's hold off on that for now, let's see how the situation unfolds first. In the in-game voice chat, everyone fell silent and began to respond seriously. 5 minutes later, the score was 2-6 in favor of the opposing team. Xin Shen's only 2 kills were obtained with a sniper rifle. The opponents are truly at a professional level. Zhang Bingxin is already a gaming expert, and the 4 new team members he brought are all top-tier players. What's more, their coordination is exceptional. Their support is exceptionally fast. Xin Shen's team basically has no chance. Xin Shen checked the scoreboard and realized that the opponents were leading by nearly 1,000 in economy per person. Change the strategy. Now, you 4 protect 1. Protect me, Xin Shen said in the voice chat after some thought. The 4 protect 1 strategy is a tactic in the game of kings. It means that the other 4 teammates in the team give up farming and economy, channeling all resources to one strong damage dealer. By concentrating all the economy on one person, that person can quickly grow stronger. At this point, the opponents were already ahead by 5,000 in economy, and as professional players, they were skilled at snowballing. Xin Shen's team only had a chance with the 4 protect 1 strategy. Xin Shen's decision to become the one protected by the 4 was also deliberate. In terms of landing strength, except for him having the lucky attribute in the game, the rest were completely outmatched. Even the best skilled player, Wuling, was completely suppressed after being targeted by the opponents. Later in the game, Pei Qianhu and others immediately gathered around Qin Shen, each providing him with a support gem. With the support gems, even if they were near Qin Shen, they wouldn't take away the gold and experience he earned. Next, under the protection of his 4 teammates, Qin Shen began to aggressively push the lanes and clear the jungle. In Zhang Bingxin's live stream room, Zhang Bingxin was in a great mood at the moment. Their economy was significantly ahead in this match. It seemed like another stable win. And the 4 youngsters, except for a slight emotional fluctuation at the beginning when they were criticized by the opponents, were now playing steadily. The only thing that puzzled Zhang Bingxin was why the opponents stopped talking after a few initial criticisms. Zhang Bingxin had encountered many trash talkers before, but he had never seen trash talkers who criticized at the beginning and then fell silent. As he was pondering this, a crimson notice popped up on the game screen. Their marksman Lu Ban was killed. Zhang Bingxin looked at the young player who was playing Lu Ban and said, "Liusu, were you a bit hasty just now?" Liusu scratched his head and sheepishly replied, "I thought I could solo him, but the machine gun didn't crit as expected." Zhang Bingxin said, "You were indeed too hasty. Look at the scoreboard. The opponents are now using the 4 protect 1 strategy. They have all given their resources to Bailey for development, and Bailey's economy has surpassed yours." "Oh, I got it. I'll be more cautious," Liusu responded. Just then, in the game's public chat interface, Bailey Xiaoyue said, "Opponent, next time you see me, stay away, your skills won't last 2 seconds next to me." Liusu frowned slightly but did not reply. 2 minutes later, Bailey on the other side said, "Opponent, why are you so persistent? I told you not to appear in my sight. Your small frame can't withstand even 2 shots from my sniper rifle." Another minute passed. Bailey on the other side said, "Opponent, how about you get an anti-injury armor? If you keep feeding me like this, I really can't bear to watch." By this time, Liusu's eyes in the live stream room were clearly filled with anger. They were all brought together by Zhang Bingxin, and now they are coming together for their first live broadcast. At the age of 18, they are competitive and eager to win. They are not afraid to shine, but afraid to make a fool of themselves. In the first 4 rounds, everyone's performance was similar, but in this round, his performance was a bit embarrassing. What's more, there are millions of viewers in Zhang Bingxin's live broadcast room. It's embarrassing to make a fool of oneself in front of millions of viewers. Liusu, next time don't stick so closely with the team when Bailey is not around. Bailei's aim is quite accurate. There's something to it, Zhang Bingxin reminded without looking up. His words were a normal reminder to his teammates, but they fell on Liusu's ears, who was already nervous. Liusu couldn't help but feel a bit tense. "Master, didn't you say you wouldn't trash talk anymore? Why are you starting again?" Pai Qianhu curiously asked in the game voice chat. "I'm not trash talking, I'm just making normal sarcastic remarks during the game. Zhang Bingxin has the privilege of a top anchor, he can't report me," Qin Shen replied. He continued, "Zhang Daxian is leading 4 newcomers, it's their first live broadcast, they must be under pressure. You see, I just said a few words, and the opponent started making various mistakes. Don't trash talk this round, think of a way, just analyze their moves normally. Start by analyzing the opponent's mistakes, and give friendly reminders when you notice them. You know what I mean. Just friendly reminders. Let's try to shut them up. Paikian who, understood. Friendly reminders. It's about undermining their confidence. Wangling, got it. Although my hands may not be as agile as the young ones, my eyes are sharp. Zayasuda, I'm just a noob, trying to splash around with the big shots and hit them a bit. Xinshin played the game while keeping an eye on Zhang Bingxin's live broadcast. He had to pay attention to Zhang Bingxin's actions at all times, so as not to provoke the top anchor and risk being reported. At such a crucial time for ranking up, Xinshin didn't want his account to be suspended for a few days. After a while, Paikian has said, is the opponent making mistakes? It seems like they are giving away kills too easily. Wangling, I think the opponent was playing well before, but they were mentally shattered by our Li's sniping. Zayasuda, the opponent seems to be getting too aggressive, maybe they should listen to our Li's advice and buy some anti-damage armor. A little while later, Paikian who exclaimed, is the opponent getting too aggressive? Flashing in recklessly? Wangling, seems like they are getting worse as they play more. Zayasuda, the opponent is too eager for revenge, so they are losing control. Their mentality is a bit weak. The opponent retorted, shut your mouths. You'll still lose even if you trash talk this round. Bunch of trash. Qin Shen, who was retreating, brightened up. Fortune favors the prepared mind. Finally, they managed to shut the opponent up. Moreover, this opponent was clearly losing control, as they even cursed in Zhang Bingxin's live broadcast room, where so many people were watching in real time. He immediately looked at Zhang Bingxin's live broadcast to see his reaction. Zhang Bingxin frowned as soon as he saw the message from Liu Su playing the opponent in the public chat. Players who have watched Zhang Bingxin's live broadcasts know that one of the refreshing and unique aspects of his live broadcasts is that he never curses in the chat. But now, a new team member he just recruited cursed in his live broadcast during their first show. On a small scale, this was a player's emotional outburst. On a larger scale, it was damaging to his live broadcast's reputation. Liu Su, your mentality seems a bit unstable. Zhang Bingxin glanced up. They are so annoying. They keep trash-talking me. Liu Su's voice sounded a bit aggrieved. Zhang Bingxin shook her head. After all, she was just an 18-year-old child, with a heart that was too easily swayed. At the beginning of the game, I saw the opponents were about to criticize us. Do you know why I didn't just block them directly? I wanted them to criticize us. No matter how they criticize, I won't stop them. I just want to train your mentality. If you can't even handle critics in a game, how will you perform in a professional match in the future? Zhang Bingxin expressed her heartfelt intentions. Inside the villa, Xin Shen's eyes lit up even more. Damn it! It made me so nervous that I didn't dare to criticize, and Zhang Bingxin still wanted people to criticize their new team members. Under the guise of training mentality. You found the right person for that. Xin Shen cleared his throat. Brothers, show your skills and criticize the opponents to death. Zhang Bingxin, a top anchor, was not someone that trash like Wang Haoge could compare to. Since Zhang Bingxin said to let the opponents criticize, he definitely wouldn't report them. Otherwise, it would be double standards. So Qin Shen boldly let the Paikian Huo team start criticizing. Roger, Roger, Roger. The three members of the Paikian Huo team immediately got excited. After all, a red envelope for criticizing worth 10,000 per game. This was not a small amount of money. So, next. Hey, you on the other side. Are you strolling in the canyon? Probably too scared to show your face. After all, you're so bad that you'll be instantly killed by our Bailey. If you're so bad, why even play the game? Are you really here to stroll in the canyon? Hey, Liu Bei on the other side, our Bailey's vision has long spotted you. Are you lost in the jungle? Probably out there picking Lingji for his mother. Liu Bei is so useless, how dare he play jungle? There are still people willing to duo with him, truly a diverse world. Hey, Guan Yu on the other side, why are you so timid? Laying tiles under the defense tower? Scared of getting hit? Besides the guy on the other side, the worst record belongs to this Guan Yu. He's probably worried about ending up like the other guy. Ha ha. Guan Yu on the other side, no, I'm not. Paikian Huo, what do you mean you're not? You're just afraid of becoming the next guy, so you'd rather hide under the tower than show yourself. Wailing, you guys are all in a 5-man team. Are you really guarding each other like this? I remember Guan Yu was aggressive in the early game. How come he's so timid now? Probably really afraid of being at the bottom. Guan Yu on the other side, enough talk. I'm coming out now, come catch me. Bang! Bang! 2 instant bullets shot out from the bushes. Guan Yu on the other side was just exposed and was sniped by Qin Chen. Paiqian Huo, see, I told you, Guan Yu on the other side is worse than the other guy. If Guan Yu wasn't so timid now, and even sold a few waves, the other guy's record wouldn't be so bad. Wailing, I can testify to this. There were 2 times when our Bailey sniped the other guy, and Guan Yu was right next to him, but he didn't block the shots, instead, he ran away at full health. In Zhang Bingxin's live broadcast room, Flowing Tassels, who was playing the other guy, looked at his teammate playing Guan Yu after seeing the chat on the screen. The gap and unpleasantness between young people only needed a small trigger to erupt. Among the times Flowing Tassels was sniped, he did see Guan Yu right by his side. When he was sniped, he also briefly thought that if Guan Yu had come over to block a shot, maybe his record wouldn't be so bad. At that time, this thought only flashed by, but now that it was spoken out by the other side, Flowing Tassels felt more and more right. At the same time, he felt more and more angry. Zhang Bingxin at this moment felt quite uncomfortable. He just wanted the opponents to criticize and train the mentality of the 4 young players. The result is that the opposite side's flaming skills are too damn high. It's like a volcano about to erupt. Even he himself is a bit fired up after hearing it, not to mention the 4 18-year-olds. We're doomed. This is a disaster waiting to happen. Sorry, I haven't been feeling well these days, so there have been fewer updates. I don't dare to write just to fool everyone. I've been thinking about how to make the plot interesting, but it's a bit taxing. I apologize to everyone. Can't you guys endure this? These are just a few flommers you encounter in a normal match. If you can't even adjust your mindset to this, one mistake in a professional match in the future will make you explode. Zhang Bingxin said with a stiff face. At this point, he could only play along and see if he could break the mentality of these 4 young players. After all, if their mentality is so easily explosive, it's not good news for his team. Having good skills is not false potential. But if you can't perform well in a professional match, then it's nothing. With this in mind, Zhang Daxian also said a word in the game's public channel. LV Boo, is this all the flaming ability you guys have? I don't feel anything at all. Add some more spice. In the game voice chat on Qin Chen's side. Pei Qianhu, damn it. Ifu, is this LV Boo played by Zhang Bingxin? What does he mean? Qin Chen frowned. Did Zhang Bingxin get angry? Undead, from my experience as a professional player, Zhang Bingxin wants to test the mentality of our new team members. Pei Qianhu, is he using us as tools? Undead, that's the idea. Pei Qianhu, damn it. What are we waiting for? Whether it's Zhang Bingxin or Li Bingxin, let's flame him. In a short while, in the game's public chat channel. Opposite LV Boo. Who let you, a noob, speak? How many times have you been caught out of position? Opposite LV Boo? Looking for some presents? In the live broadcast room, Zhang Bingxin frowned slightly. After a while. See, in team fights, this LV Boo runs faster than anyone else. Is your house on fire? Are you in such a hurry to sell out your teammates and rush home to put out the fire? Opposite LV Boo, I really don't want to flame you. Look at your late game performance, even Make One Takeaway can't match you. What game are you playing? Have you finished your homework? In the live broadcast room, Zhang Bingxin wiped his forehead. After a while. Opposite LV Boo. What kind of positioning is that? Remember, when you turn a corner, it's not always love you'll encounter, it could also be the famous Bailey who wants your life. You shouldn't play LV Boo. You should play Zhuangzhou. It's better for you to live in a dream. In the live broadcast room, Zhang Daxian was panting heavily, obviously a bit unstable in his mindset. After another wave of team fights. Opposite LV Boo. I really can't even comment on you. Sprinkle some rice on your phone, even a chicken walks better than you. Opposite LV Boo. The difference between you and the minions is that you know how to type. You're just a super soldier who knows how to resurrect. Qin Shen glanced at Zhang Bingxin's live broadcast room. By this time, Zhang Bingxin's face was a bit flushed. After some thought, he typed in the public chat channel, Lord LV Boo, you're the one who asked us to flame you, so you can't report us. In the live broadcast room, Zhang Bingxin really had a hard time expressing his bitterness. He really regrets provoking those flommers on the other side. If you don't get flamed, you don't know. But once you do, it's really nerve-wracking. And he even told the audience of millions in the live broadcast room to let the other side flame freely, and add some spice. It was all his fault for provoking them on his own initiative. If he gets angry now or reports them, then he can't handle it. Ahem. The people flaming on the other side are indeed not happy. How about we surrender and start a new game? 16 minutes into the game, Zhang Bingxin finally couldn't bear it anymore. Surrender. Now. The 4 little ones said in unison. They were also scared by the spray. But when they saw the concentrated firepower spraying Zhang Bingxin on the opposite side, they realized that what they had just faced was just a small disturbance. If this had happened to them, they would have been so angry that they would smash their phones. Zhang Bingxin's mentality is really stable. This can be endured. Less than 10 seconds. Under the leadership of Zhang Bingxin, our side surrendered, and the crystal exploded. Qin Shen watched the live broadcast and saw that Zhang Bingxin did not report, so he was relieved. Alipay received 20,000 yuan. Alipay received 20,000 yuan. Alipay received 20,000 yuan. The sound of Alipay arriving was heard in the team voice chat. Adoptive father, didn't you say that we would receive 20,000 if we won within 10 minutes? Did you make a mistake? Pei Qianhu asked first. Qin Chen, no. It's from the last round. In the last round, everyone was under a lot of pressure, but we still managed to win. It's a merit. As long as you can achieve merit with me, you will be rewarded. In the last game, he got 26 kills with a sniper rifle. A profit of exactly 260,000 yuan. What's just 60,000 yuan? And, it's still the time for the 3-day rebate card. Spending money is making money. Spending a fortune will come back again. Dare to be so extravagant with money. The breathing of the three of them became heavier. What is a tycoon? They saw it today. Happy to give money. Starting at 10,000. Is that okay? The few people in the game voice chat were full of praise for Qin Chen. Soon they successfully matched in the game. In the first floor, Qin Chen just picked braised egg, and the opponent instantly picked by Li Shouyu. Qin Chen casually glanced at the phone that was still broadcasting. With this glance, he was suddenly stunned. What a coincidence! Searching for him among the crowd. Suddenly looking back, Zhang Bingxin was still there. What kind of magical matchmaking mechanism is this? Qin Chen couldn't help but complain. What's wrong, adoptive father? Pei Qianhu asked in the team voice chat, puzzled. Qin Chen helplessly said, I just watched the live broadcast, and this time we were matched with Zhang Bingxin again. Lingering spirit, won the lottery again? Xiao Soda, we're done for. Last game, Zhang Bingxin was sprayed pretty badly, this time he won't let us spray him again. Qin Chen also sighed, let's see how it goes, if we can spray, we'll spray, if not, let's play well. Zhang Bingxin in the live broadcast. Zhang Bingxin chose his signature hero, Luna. Back then, Zhang Bingxin's Luna was at the top level in the national server. Once played at triple jungle, showing off to countless players. After selecting the hero, Zhang Bingxin glanced at the flowing tassels. The braised egg player from the last game got destroyed by the opponents by Li Shouyu. This time he instantly picked by Li Shouyu, trying to regain some face. The game had just finished loading. Zhang Bingxin hadn't even bought his jungle equipment yet. Suddenly, braised egg on the other side, hey, what a coincidence, friend from the other side, we meet again. Guests don't return under the green light? Zhang Bingxin's eyes widened. He subconsciously looked at the four little ones. At this moment, the four little ones also looked at him at the same time, with helplessness and panic in their eyes. Quick! Block them all! Hurry! Zhang Bingxin ordered without hesitation. He wanted to train the four little ones, but he couldn't let them be trained to the point of being useless. Not to mention the four little ones, he himself was now psychologically scarred by being sprayed by the opponent. The four little ones were waiting for Zhang Bingxin to speak, and they were worried that Zhang Bingxin would continue to train their mentality. The five of them opened the match record together, and quickly blocked all the people on the other side. In the Emperor's Garden Villa, Qin Chen watched Zhang Bingxin's livestream with a black face. Damn it! Do you have to be so cowardly?